On the Xianjiang continent, a powerful cultivator appeared. He was sitting amidst multicolored orbs. When he ascended, he said a few words. "Hey everyone, I'm Bowie. I figured out the new version of cultivation. Just give it 3 minutes, and you'll be just like me. Love cultivation. Man, I thought this cultivation gig would make you super handsome, but talk about bad luck. His face is as round as a chicken egg, and to top it off, he's wearing pants with trim. Seriously." On the Xianjiang continent, a great cultivation era roughly kicked off. In Jiangping City, in the peaceful and happy Fanren town, cheers erupted. They looked up at the sky, laughing and saying, "Ascension, someone else ascended. That color? They must have just broken through to the great martial master realm." Everyone was happy, except for one world-weary guy sitting on a chair who muttered, "Crap. Turns out it's just a super handsome dude." He spoke with a leaf in his mouth. What lucky son of a bitch broke through again? Now, for a few minutes of male lead advertisement. I'm Yi Feng, a disgruntled transmigrator. It all started 5 years ago because I continuously played a cultivation simulation game for 90 hours, achieving the transmigration achievement, or sudden death for short. Yi Feng recalled his past self in bright green shorts. He was freaking out, seeing so many things flying in this cultivation world. After a few seconds of blanking out, Yi Feng calmed down, watching everything zoom past, and thought, logically speaking, if you transmigrate, shouldn't you usually get some kind of system? As Yi Feng pondered, something flew straight into his face, making his eyes cross. A man with a bizarre physique was affectionately grabbing Yi Feng by the neck and shoving him into his nostril, the place with the most distinctive smell. The person's plump lips, painted a luxurious red, spoke. "Were you calling for me?" he said with overflowing confidence. "First time meeting, but I am the great savior that every transmigrator dreams of encountering, the Golden Finger System." That weird golden finger man floated in mid-air, flailing his arms and legs like he was cursed, spouting nonsense that left Yi Feng utterly defeated and speechless. The Golden Finger Man raised a hand to his forehead, proudly declaring, "Stare at me intently. It's really a pain, but it's no wonder my body is also considered number 1 among golden fingers." Yi Feng was already about to faint. He hadn't even managed to stand up after the last few sentences before collapsing again, vomiting green and yellow bile. The golden finger, now serious, continued. "Listen carefully, kid. This next part is important. You will receive a peerless martial god system, fist techniques, sword techniques, staff techniques, saber techniques, palm techniques, and even blacksmithing calligraphy." Hearing this, Yi Feng excitedly shouted, "All right! Just like that, I can cultivate divine skills in this cultivation world, crush mountains and destroy sex. Harem of beauties." The golden finger guy went on. "Basically, any mortal skill, I'll help you max it out, and I'll even throw in a martial arts gym as a bonus." The golden finger waved, and a martial arts gym appeared. Yi Feng stood there stunned, then his eyes welled up, and a bittersweet tear fell as he choked out. "This is too good. Finally, I can start on the path of cultivation." The golden finger looked dumbfounded and asked, "Huh. Cultivation what?" "For cultivation you need the—" He pointed to the words, "spiritual root," on the yellow panel above his head. The golden finger added, "This isn't within my area of responsibility. There are other transmigrators waiting for my help. Bye-bye." And with that, the golden finger flew away, leaving Yi Feng standing alone and forlorn. He was like petrified, his mouth stiff and unable to speak. At the spiritual root testing place, Yi Feng slumped to the ground. When his finger touched the machine, it announced, "Good luck next time." The spiritual root tester looked at the machine, face paling in dramatic horror, and exclaimed, "Ugh, you scared babies so much. Everyone has a spiritual root. I've never seen anyone without a spiritual root. Little brother, are you even human? Forgive me for being blunt, but cultivation is just not in the cards for you in this life." Yi Feng was petrified by those words. In the past 5 years, he had gone to every spiritual root testing place in Jiangping City, and the results were always the same, no spiritual root. So, he muttered to himself, "Slaying monsters and leveling up, what a joke. Dominating the world, standing at the peak of existence, none of that has anything to do with me anymore." Returning to reality, Yi Feng stood up and stretched leisurely, thinking, "Looks like all I'm good for in this life is opening a bookstall, and maybe taking in a disciple or two." From a distance, a girl ran towards Yi Feng's stall, calling out loudly, "Older sister, look quick." Younger sister has never seen books like these before. Yi Feng saw the 2 girls and knew they were cultivators. He chuckled inwardly. "These are rich customers. I gotta give them the full Hai-Di-Lao service treatment." He put on a friendly smile and asked, "What can I get for you two?" The white-haired girl glanced at Yi Feng and thought, who knew a small town like this would have someone with such an ethereal vibe? Too bad he's just a mortal. Then, she called out, "Let's go, Luoli." Yi Feng grinned slyly. Book in hand, he started talking. Hold on a sec, miss. Gotta make a living. I see you got extraordinary bones, an innate talent, a martial arts prodigy, like 1 in 1,000 years. These martial arts manuals I drew myself, 10 gold coins each, discount for you. Luo Lai totally fell for it and happily chirped. Really? Am I really a genius? I'll take the primordial chaos lightning fist then. The white-haired girl marched over, grabbed Luo Li by the scruff of her neck, and hoisted her up. As she walked off, she said, "Let's go, better to use that money for something worthwhile." Luo Li was flailing her arms and legs like crazy, yelling, "Sis, let go, I want to buy it." Tough luck, though. The white-haired girl just kept dragging Lulai along, saying, "We're Qingshan's sect, and we're in crisis mode here, and you're in the mood for some light reading." Lulai was still kicking and screaming, wanting to buy the books. Exasperated, the white-haired girl turned back and snapped, "Luo Lai, we're cultivators, for crying out loud. What's so fascinating about some mortal's drawings that you gotta buy them?" Yi Feng just stood there, watching that girl basically trash-talking him. His face darkened, and he cursed under his breath, "Damn it." But truth be told, Yi Feng was totally freaked out by now, frozen solid. Luo Lai got so mad she transformed into a little muscle head, muscles popping everywhere. Then she roared, "I want IT!" In under 5 seconds flat, the white-haired girl marched back over and slapped down the money for the books. Luo Lai clutched the books, beaming, "Thanks, sis." The white-haired girl grabbed her little sis's hand and walked off, saying, "Happy now?" Yi Feng waited till they were out of earshot, then started trash-talking them. "Happy? My foot! Damn it, cultivators think they're so hot, huh? I'd totally kick her butt, I'd beat her till flowers bloom." Once the two girls were outside the city gates, Luo Lai skipped along and said, "Sis, this book is seriously awesome, all kinds of poses I've never seen, let's check it out together." The white-haired girl grudgingly picked up the book and said, All right, I'll just take a peek." She just wanted to read a little to make her sis happy. But who knew? The moment she opened it, some kind of inner power from the book just blasted right into her face. The white-haired girl's body was going all hot and cold, she thought. What on earth is desperately trying to fill me up, making me realize it's pure martial intent? Suddenly, a shaft of azure light blasted down on the white-haired girl. Her blood-curdling scream reverberated across the land. A massive black octopus had wrapped itself tightly around the white-haired girl. A moment later, she hit the ground. Her body was screaming in pain. But in her mind, she was actually thinking, all that hard cultivation got me nowhere. But just glanced at one page of this mortal's drawings, and boom, instantly broke through to Martial Grandmaster. Even Luo Lai leveled up like crazy, and even grasped the Martial Master realm. The white-haired girl remembered what Yi Feng looked like, then suddenly freaked out and went pale. A thought flashed in her mind. Wait a sec, could that bookseller from earlier be some kind of hidden master? Gotta report this to Shifu ASAP. In a clearing, Lu Qingshan, the sect leader of Qingshan's sect, was brandishing a weapon and charging at the monster in front, roaring, "I'm here to knock your head off." Then Lu Qingshan soared into the air, weapon raised high, ready to cleave the monster. But before he could even land a blow, someone else had already taken down the beast. The guy dusted off his hands and said, "Lu Qingshan, I took care of that Yao beast. Thanks. Thanks for your Qingshan sect's hard work." Effortlessly, I might add. Lu Qingshan was stunned for a moment, then his eyes flashed with fury and he roared, "We Qingshan sect have been fighting this beast for months, with heavy losses, and you just waltz in to steal the glory. Do you even have any martial ethics?" The guy opposite him was radiating an intimidating aura, and was none other than Ning Xuan, the martial ancestor of Xuanwu sect. Then Ning Xuan channeled his inner power, and a purple glow materialized in his hand. He sneered, "What's up, want to throw down? Come at me. I don't mind sending you to an early grave before the tournament." Lu Qingshan stared at the purple aura crackling on his opponent's hand, and his blood ran cold. His face went deathly pale. Panic flared in his mind. This is bad news. He's just absorbed spiritual chi and broken through to the martial king realm. Seeing the fear on his face, Ning Xuan put on the most smug look he could muster and challenged, 3 days from now, we duel. If you can beat me, I'll let your sect live, maybe." That was the last straw for Lu Qingshan. His eyes went purple with rage, and he glared at Ning Xuan, teeth gritted. Turns out, all this time, it's been a girl telling the story. Unless we can find some super powerful expert to help us out. The crowd listening below looked totally bored. Yi Feng rolled his eyes so hard. Just a land grab, why are they acting all fired up? One sunny afternoon at Qingshan's sect, 2 young guys were practicing their moves, the blonde guy said. "Not even sure if practicing these moves now is even going to help," Scarface replied. "Shifu's gone into closed-door cultivation already. Maybe he'll break through before the duel." The purple-haired dude roared, "Shut your traps. I've followed Shifu for 30 years. He's never backed down from danger. The more desperate the situation, the stronger his will becomes." Lu Qingshan was meditating in his room. When he heard his disciple's words, his eyes snapped open, and he yanked up his sleeve to bite it. Then he burst into tears like a kid. In his head, Lu Qingshan muttered, "Steel will my ass. How the heck am I supposed to beat Ning Xuanwu now? Been stuck here for years without a breakthrough. Might as well have offed myself years ago." Inside the room, Lu Qingshan was sobbing and wiping his tears when a voice echoed outside. "Disciple Lan Shui has urgent matters to request an audience with Shifu." Lu Qingshan quickly wiped his tears and let Lan Shui in. The two sat facing each other, a book between them. Lan Shu recounted everything to her master. Lu Qingshan picked up the book and asked, "You mean immortal?" Lan Shui nodded furiously. "Possibly an unparalleled expert traveling incognito among mortals." Lu Qingshan's eyes widened. He gripped the book tightly and snapped, "You're the senior disciple of the Qingshan sect, and instead of focusing on cultivation and breakthroughs, you get fooled. Utterly useless. This book is completely ordinary. There's nothing special about it," Lan Shu quickly added. "Shifu, please calm down. Disciple invites you to read it yourself. If I'm lying, I'll gladly accept punishment." Lu Qingshan then opened the book and started reading. At first, he looked surprised. But a few seconds later, he screamed as golden light shone through him. Now, Lu Qingshan was surrounded by multicolored lights. Deep in his consciousness, Lu Qingshan found himself standing in a prairie at sunset. Then a white, ghostly figure beat him to a pulp in his mind. This made him feel unbelievably awesome. A bloody excitement surged from his marrow. At this moment, outside the Qingshan sect, everyone was dumbfounded. Their faces green as they saw golden light pierce through the roof from above. Yi Feng was lounging on a chair, eating instant noodles, when he saw the light, and his face went blank. "Damn it," he mumbled. "Which little bastard broke through again? Even my noodles don't taste good anymore." Inside the Qingshan sect, Lan Shui looked at Lu Qingshan, who was crawling around in a battered state, and asked, "Shifu, have you broken through to the Martial King realm?" After a while, Lu Qingshan calmed down and sat upright, saying seriously, "Lan Shui, let's wipe out the Xuanwu sect. To be able to draw a book containing such immense martial intent, this person's cultivation is unfathomable. Follow me to pay respects to this great expert." Lan Shu sat there, recalling the bull she'd fed Yi Feng, then imagined Yi Feng getting pissed and destroying the Qingshan sect. In reality, Yi Feng was chuckling to himself, cooking happily. He sniffed the aroma and said, "Finally, meat's going in." In his head, Yi Feng thought idly, finally tricked some dumb cultivator into spending a gold coin for a book just to get a pound of meat. In the distance, the clamor of a crowd chasing a dog could be heard. "Catch that stray dog. It dared to steal our meat." That shaggy mutt, with a thigh of meat clenched in its jaws, the dog ran like the wind. It thought to itself, "Me eating your meat is an honor for you lot. I am a wolf clan prince. If I hadn't been framed, I would have swallowed you all whole long ago." The wolf prince saw someone sitting ahead, blocking his path. He bared his teeth in a grin and muttered, "Although my spiritual power is weak, killing a mere mortal is as easy as pie." The wolf prince charged straight at Yi Feng, imagining himself as a majestic and powerful wolf. But in reality, he was just a regular puppy. In a flash, Yi Feng grabbed the wolf prince's head as easily as pie. At this moment, their eyes met. Yi Feng grabbed the puppy's fur, lifted it high, and said, "Since when did Jiangping City get such a dumb dog?" The wolf prince's four paws dangled in the air as he cursed inwardly. "This hateful human dares to mock me." The wolf prince used his inner force to launch an attack on Yi Feng. As a result, Yi Feng was still holding the wolf prince's fur, and the pot of meat soup spilled all over the ground. The wolf prince was now trembling, his whole body pale, thinking to himself, "My attack has no effect on a mortal." Yi Feng grinned, puffed up his cheeks, and moved his face close to the wolf race prince, saying, "This cute little thing looks pretty delicious." The dog was so scared he peed his pants, thinking to himself, "Could it be that a mere mortal wants to eat a Yao King? What realm is he even at?" Just then, Lu Qingshan and the other person arrived. On the streets of Jiangping, a few people were cursing. "I'm warning you, if I catch you sneaking into the sect again, I'll kill you. Trying to cultivate without spiritual roots, huh?" The young man, scolded by those people, collapsed, knelt on the ground, cried, and shouted loudly, "Oh heavens! Is Zhongqing really destined to be a useless piece of trash forever?" Zhongqing was crying with his head down when Yi Feng, sitting nearby, said, "Hey girl, is that posture you trying to steal my meat? My barbecue meat is famous around here. Not sharing even if you call me daddy." Zhongqing heard those words and immediately stood up and yelled back loudly, "Don't try to take advantage of me! Even if I starved to death, I wouldn't eat it!" The smell of grilled meat wafted past Zhongqing's nose, and he couldn't resist. He grabbed the grilled meat and devoured it, while still saying, I told you I won't eat your stuff. Yi Feng was taken aback, then quickly calmed down and said, You got kicked out of Qingshan sect, didn't you? Zhongqing chewed on the food and said, Is it that obvious? Seeing they were in the same boat, he said, You don't have anywhere to go either, huh? I'm short of a person here. Why don't you come work for me? This is the key to the martial arts gym. Yi Feng tossed the key to Zhongqing and ran away quickly, then shouted back, I'm going to buy some seasoning. You go back to the martial arts gym and watch the place? Zhongqing was sweating bullets, looking blankly and saying, I haven't agreed to be your errand boy yet. Zhongqing held the key in his hand, thinking in his head, Why doesn't this guy listen to people? If I can find a job, my parents will be a little more relieved. At the martial arts gym, Lu Qingshan and Lan Shu pushed the door open and said loudly, Excuse us. Is the owner here? Both of them went inside. Lu Qingshan saw a painting in front of him and was shocked as he read the poems on it. Lu Qingshan muttered, These martial intents seem to be teaching me about sect rivalry. Lan Shu saw Lu Qingshan kneel down with his hands clasped and say, I understand. His hair on his head was styled like Buddha's, which scared Lan Shu stiff. Zhongqing came out, looked, and asked, Are you two guests? This startled Lu Qingshan, and he quickly replied, Sorry, we are from Qingshan sect. Zhongqing heard this and panicked in his heart, muttering to himself, Oh no, is it because I sneaked into the sect that they're here to take me back? Zhongqing rushed over while crying and bowing profusely. I won't dare to sneak into the sect again. Please spare my life, I'm so skinny, don't catch me to feed the dogs. Lan Shu hurriedly reached out to help Zhongqing up, but Lu Qingshan stopped her and said, Lan Shu, don't be rude. Is a senior someone you can just help up? Seeing Lan Shu looking blank, Lu Qingshan continued, I once heard that Buddha has a divine being who will use human form to test believers. Lan Shui immediately imagined the image of Buddha and that master, and thought of Zhongqing in her mind. Could it be that she is sent by that senior to probe us? A bunch of thoughts popped up in Lu Qingshan's head too. What she's holding is a feather duster. This thing is used to sweep dust, meaning only by removing distracting thoughts can one achieve success. After thinking it through, Lu Qingshan said loudly for Lan Shu to hear, This must be a test. The senior is implying for us to show the senior our sincerity. Saying that, the master and disciple duo rushed to do housework, one carrying water, the other sweeping and cleaning. Zhongqing cried out in fear, Really, no need. That's my job. Also, I'm really a man. Inside the martial arts gym, Yi Feng said to Lu Qingshan and Lan Shu, All right, knowing to exchange for money for books is good, I forgive you. Stay for a meal, Lan Shu whispered to her Shifu. Shifu, that's the owner. Lu Qingshan looked at Yi Feng for a long time and said, I can't see through his cultivation level either. This person's strength is unfathomable. Then both of them saw Yi Feng chopping vegetables in the kitchen. Look at that, his knife skills look ordinary, but the ingredients he cut seem to be undergoing tribulation transcendence for a new and bright life. Lu Qingshan saw the wolf race prince tied up in the kitchen, and he said to Lan Shui in horror, Have you seen that wolf? If I'm not mistaken, that's the rarest species in the Yao race. Lan Shu looked at the purple-furred dog tied up, red light flashing in its eyes. Being threatened by Yi Feng with a knife, she asked in fear, If we really eat it, the Yao race won't just sit idly by, will they? I'm afraid we'll be hunted down to death by the Yao wolf race for life. Suddenly, the wolf race prince used his strength to break the rope. Then it knelt down in front of Yi Feng and whimpered. Very politely, Yi Feng, because he thought the dog was cute, said, Kinda looks like the one I raised before I transmigrated. Be my pet. In Lu Qingshan's eyes, at this moment, Yi Feng was like a living Buddha. He choked up and cried. Senior actually spared the Yao wolf at the last moment. How benevolent is his heart, Lan Shu reminded her Shifu. Shifu, this is not the time to be moved. Then Lan Shu hurriedly said to Yi Feng, Excuse Lan Shu for being so bold, but I gotta ask, can we borrow this knife of yours to save our sect from total annihilation? Yi Feng was just standing there, blank-faced, totally clueless. Then Lu Qingshan smacked Lan Shu on the head and started yelling at her, You idiot! Showing your greedy side like that, you think the senior is happy about that? Yi Feng went to grab the knife. Standing in front of Lu Qingshan, he said casually, Borrow it? Sure, go ahead, it's not like it's worth much. Lu Qingshan was stunned, his mouth gaping open, frozen stiff, not knowing what to do. Yi Feng, still holding the knife, continued, What? Take it, I can make a few of these kitchen knives a day. Lu Qingshan took the knife, his hands trembling. Tears streamed down his face, dripping onto the blade. He sobbed like a kid getting scolded by his mom. Thank you, looks like heaven hasn't forsaken our Qingshan sect. Yi Feng turned his back and walked away, muttering to himself, Poor guys, so broke they can't even afford a kitchen knife. At the Xuanwu sect, a voice boomed. Master seclusion is over. Hurry and prepare the meal. Ning Xuanwu sat on a chair, wearing only pants. Seemingly intentionally showing off his ripped physique, he said, "No need for food. Quickly bring the envoy from the Qingshan sect here. I want to see him." Inside the secret chamber, a young man in a robe bowed with hands clasped. "Long have I admired." Senior Xuanwu, Junior Yu Wuji pays his respects. Ning Xuanwu didn't even bother to turn around, just said, "Spare the pleasantries. Speak your mind." Yu Wuji quickly replied, "I'm here today to report that the thing you were worried about has happened." Ning Xuanwu's eyes suddenly narrowed, wrinkles forming on his forehead. He stared intently, listening to Yu Wuji's report. In the secret chamber of the Xuanwu sect, Yu Wuji said, "Reporting to Master, not long ago, old ancestor Qingshan broke through to the Martial King realm." Ning Xuanwu scoffed. "Does he even know I've been in the Martial King realm for over 30 years? He's just a newbie, barely learning to walk." Ning Xuanwu leaned back in his chair, looking at Yu Wuji, and continued, "Get to the point." Yu Wuji recounted what happened earlier. Some time ago, old man Qingshan gathered everyone and went to a place with a huge rock, saying, "Master wants to test a divine weapon." Everyone buzzed with excitement. The Qingshan sect's ancestral testing stone is incredibly tough, indestructible. Even a powerful strike from a divine artifact would only leave a few scratches. When they arrived, there was the colossal rock. Lu Qingshan was standing there, holding the knife Yi Feng had given him, ready to chop at the rock. Zhu Yun sneered, "A kitchen knife? What's the point of testing with that?" The others chimed in, "Our master must be sick in the head, taking the wrong meds." On the other side of the rock, Lu Qingshan gritted his teeth, holding the knife, and cursed under his breath, "Damn it, daring to mock me to my face." After a moment of thought, Lu Qingshan gently touched the kitchen knife to the giant rock. BOM! An explosive sound erupted, shattering the massive rock into pieces. The power of the explosion lit up the sky with a fiery red glow. Zhongqing, who was holding the wolf race prince, saw the light and exclaimed, "Corgi, look! Shooting stars! So spectacular!" The wolf race prince's eyes widened in shock, breaking out in a cold sweat. "Shooting stars, my ass, you brainless woman! That's clearly the power and martial intent of a peerless divine weapon." Yi Feng was standing by the window, looking up at the sky. Seeing a corner of the sky light up, he was startled, his mouth agape for a moment before he finally said, "This is a shooting star." Yi Feng quickly clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and prayed, "I wish to sit back and have a harem of beauties, millions in wealth, clothes handed to me, and food served to my mouth." Meanwhile, Lu Qingshan stared at the knife in his hand, completely stunned. "Whoa," he thought, "I seriously just tried it out a tiny bit, didn't even put any muscle into it. This knife's power is ridiculously OP." Lu Qingshan closed his eyes, stroked his chin, and reminded himself, "I can't use this knife unless absolutely necessary. It's too uncontrollable, Master Yi. Creating this azure edge must be at least a martial sect realm expert." Then, Lu Qingshan turned back to his disciples and roared, "The day after tomorrow, we will have a life-or-death battle with the Xuanwu sect." Back in the secret chamber where Ning Xuanwu was sitting, Yu Wuji said, "With old thief Qingshan's talent, there's no way he could break through so quickly. Someone must be helping him." Ning Xuanwu sat in silence, lost in thought, then tossed a pill to Yu Wuji, saying, "The ice toad poison in your body has been acting up for 3 days now, hasn't it? This is your reward. After you succeed, I will grant you freedom." Wu Wuji was so happy he could cry, squatting like a frog with his hands clasped. "Thank you, Ning Xuanwu." By the door, a girl stood gazing at the stars. Ning Xuanwu walked over and said, "Ling Shi, come with me to the sword seed." Inside the sword seed room, voices argued, "Senior brother," Shifu instructed before his passing, "the soul-devouring sword within the sword seed must never be released." The other person snapped back impatiently, "Enough talk. Open it." The door burst open, and a swarm of massive ghost shadows rushed out, attacking, forcing the two to flee. Wherever they went, plants and animals died instantly. In Jiangping City, 3 people ran frantically, saying, "Jiangping City is empty. Where are we going to find treatment supplies?" The person in orange clothes scratched his head in frustration. "The decisive battle with Xuanwu sect is only 4 hours away," the blonde guy continued. "Such a massive showdown will definitely affect ordinary people," the blue-purple-haired guy replied. "It's good they've all fled. Even a touch of spiritual power would kill them instantly." Yi Feng stood on a high rock, waving his hands energetically, cheerfully calling out, "Folks, have you all picked out good spots to watch the fight?" Yi Feng wasn't exactly a saint. A sly grin plastered across his face, because his mind was buzzing with business opportunities. On the high mountain rocks, crowds lined up, waiting to watch the competition. Yi Feng yelled loudly, "Telescope rentals, line up! 1 gold coin per peak, no pushing." People scrambled to pay for a look down the cliff at the fight. At the battleground, Ning Xuanwu stood on a large rock, looking at Lu Qingshan, sneering. Lu Qingshan, didn't expect you'd actually dare to show up for our appointment. Lu Qingshan wasn't exactly gentle either, glaring daggers at Ning Xuanwu, retorting, "Who lives and who dies today isn't set in stone yet." Ning Xuanwu suddenly roared. Streaks of purple and gold light clashed repeatedly. He unleashed a punch in retaliation. Ning Xuanwu's terrifying power slammed straight into Lu Qingshan's face, sending him crashing to the ground. Lu Qingshan quickly got back on his feet, his mind racing. Indeed, the gap between my realm and Ning Xuanwu's is vast. Now I can only pin my hopes. Ning Xuanwu's shout interrupted his enemy's thoughts. Lu Qingshan, I know you've got something up your sleeve. Take it out. Your divine weapon. Lu Qingshan turned pale upon hearing this, breaking out in cold sweat, his eyes bulging, thinking, how did he know? Ning Xuanwu smirked cunningly. You think I'd let you get a sneak attack off successfully? Ning Xuanwu soared up, unleashing his inner power, casting the soul-devouring sword. Thousands of white ghost shadows swirled and danced, blanketing the area before his enemy. The girl Ling Yao Gaer sneered, sacrificing decades of lifespan for a single soul-devouring sword strike, easily devouring the spiritual domain of any weapon, rendering any weapon as useless as a kitchen knife. Lu Qingshan pulled out the knife, visible to everyone. Qingshan sect disciples collectively despaired, muttering, Qingshan sect is done for. Any weapon is useless against the soul-devouring sword. Ning Xuanwu stared at the knife in his enemy's hand and burst into laughter. Seriously, it's actually a kitchen knife. The soul-devouring swords flew to attack Lu Qingshan. Ling Yao Care and the others nearby chuckled gleefully. The dignified old ancestor of Qingshan is actually at his wit's end, using a kitchen knife to fight the soul-devouring sword. On the cliff face, Ning Xuanwu and the soul-devouring sword spirits cornered Lu Qingshan against the rock wall. Lu Qingshan held the chipped and ragged knife, fear gripping him, sweat pouring down, his whole body shriveling like a deflating balloon. He thought, this Qing blade is borrowed from Dai Shi Yi. If the soul-devouring sword devours its spiritual power, turning it into an ordinary kitchen knife, Lu Qingshan cried, snot running down, dripping into his mouth. But he didn't even bother to. On that high-ass mountain, Yi Feng was flailing his arms and legs like he was conducting a symphony of chaos, yelling at the top of his lungs, keep it up! Don't give up so easily, you hear? Dudes were lined up, each with their eyes glued to telescopes they'd rented from Yi Feng, watching the brawl down below. Only Yi Feng was still standing there, hollering, if you guys finish this quick, my dozen or so telescopes are going to be a waste. Lu Qingshan caught an earful of someone shouting, and it was seriously bugging him. He turned around to see who was making all the rackets, and there was Yi Feng, cheering like a madman with a whole crowd of people. Lu Qingshan was thinking, it's Grandmaster Yi. He's brought so many people to root for me, and he's pushing me hard. This is some seriously high-level encouragement. And here I was, almost going to disgrace the honor of my Qingdao. Lu Qingshan gripped his blade tighter, his face now totally pumped and ready to throw down with the enemy. Ning Xuanwu launched an attack, slashing right at his opponent. The soul-devouring sword zoomed in, ready to munch on the enemy's soul. Lu Qingshan held his Dao firm and swung it like crazy at those ghost-white demons, turning them into shreds. Nothing left but scraps. A blinding golden light blasted straight at Ning Xuanwu, scaring him so bad he let out a terrified scream. Ling Yaoer and her crew were totally jaw-dropped. That busted-up Dao just took one swing and shattered the soul-devouring sword. The clash between those two was earth-shattering, dust and smoke flying everywhere like a blizzard in summer. Every time they traded blows, the ground cracked open, causing mini earthquakes all over the place. Purple and gold light beams slammed into each other, explosions rocking the sky. Ling Yaocheer yelled to her disciples, Shifu's in trouble, get over there and back him up. Over on their side, Zhu Yun, looking grim, said, now's our chance. Let's wipe out the Xuanwu sect, hit them where they live. Lu Qingshan was still in battle stance, but he told his disciples, don't chase a cornered dog. Luo Langshu was confused, Shifu, but now's the perfect time to destroy the Xuanwu sect. Lu Qingshan glanced up towards Yi Feng's spot on the high mountain and said, Grandmaster Yi was watching silently up there. If we keep fighting, I'm afraid that esteemed master will be displeased. Lu Qingshan examined his Dao, continuing, Grandmaster Yi is above fame and fortune. He lent me a divine artifact just because of a single chance meeting. My guess is, what this master wants isn't for anyone to be destroyed. Luo Langshu thought about it and added, what senior wants is balance, Lu Qingshan agreed. He wants both sides to be balanced, to ensure peace for the common folks. Righteous light poured down everywhere, shining bright. Lu Qingshan patted Luo Langshu's shoulder. A master with such heart and mind, it's worth us spending our whole lives trying to understand. Up on the mountain, Yi Feng was stressing about his losses, muttering, Keep fighting, it's already over. The telescope renters were already returning their stuff, saying, Master Yi, gotta get back to work, gotta feed the kids. Yi Feng spun around desperately, trying to hang on to them. Don't go, folks. It's only been a bit. There's still going to be an epic King Kong battle later. Seriously. Yi Feng was so bummed about losing money, he started tearing at his hair, grumbling. Couldn't those guys down there have lasted just a little longer? Totally defeated, Yi Feng headed down the mountain when someone called out, Yi Feng Gie, what are you doing here? Turning around, Yi Feng saw a girl in a white cloak. His eyes lit up, and he rushed over, slapping her shoulder. Peng Ying, what brings you, my childhood sweetheart, here today? Peng Ying's face was totally blank, no excitement whatsoever. She brushed Yi Feng's hand off her shoulder. Misunderstanding. I'm just here to find a master. On Shifu's orders, Yi Feng's face went completely blank. Asking, Shifu, Peng Ying, clearly not into guys, said coldly, I know your feelings, but sorry, you're nice, but I'm just not that into you. She glanced at Yi Feng and continued, I've joined the Qingshan sect, thanks to a senior martial brother's help. You know, with my talent, getting into the Qingshan sect on my own would be impossible. Her face darkened. So I promised my senior martial brother I wouldn't get involved with any other men. Peng Ying's words shattered Yi Feng's heart into a million pieces. He froze solid, watching her walk away, completely petrified. Peng Ying, still walking, said, I'm off then. Let's just not meet again in the future. In a corner of the forest, Yu Wuji asked Peng Ying, Did you find the expert? Peng Ying happily laughed and said, Just a mortal. Yuji's expression shifted to displeasure. He crossed his arms and said, I told you to find an expert, and you end up getting all touchy-feely with another man. Peng Ying turned pale and anxiously said, Big brother Yu, listen to my explanation. Peng Ying quickly grabbed Yu Wuji's hand, pulled him into a hug, and whined. He's just some no-good martial arts gym owner. All he does all day is daydream, writing some crappy martial arts manuals. How could he compare to you? Peng Ying pulled his hand and rubbed it against her soft spot, then continued. If I hadn't just bumped into him by chance, I wouldn't have even bothered looking at him, brother. Don't be angry. In my heart there's only you. Yu Wuji looked at Peng Ying, who was infatuated with him. He smirked sinisterly, thinking in his head, Idiot, can't even find one person? If it weren't for your looks, the devil himself wouldn't want you. Yu Wuji's hand clenched tightly in anger, his face turning red in a frightening way. In his head, he cursed inwardly. It's all that expert's fault. If it weren't for him, how could that bastard Ning Xuanwu, who deserves to be sliced into 1,000 pieces, have lost? I need to do something quickly, or Ning Xuanwu will definitely be angry with me. Peng Ying hugged Yu Wuji's arm tightly and asked, Big brother Yu, are you all right? An idea popped into Yu Wuji's head. That bitch, Luo Langshu, bought a manual from a martial arts gym in Jiangping, which allowed Lu Qingshan to break through. Could it be? Yu Wuji quickly turned back, pinched Peng Ying's cheek, and asked sweetly, pretending, Yingshi, you said that guy runs a normal martial arts gym and likes to write books, right? Peng Ying nodded vigorously and replied, Yes, but he's just a mortal. Yu Wuji laughed loudly as if he had just won the lottery. He ran like a ghost was chasing him, constantly thinking in his head, if he's really an expert, I can just sit back and watch him and the Xuanwu sect fight until both sides are exhausted. Or, using him as a target of ridicule for the Xuanwu sect would also work well. It was raining heavily at this time, but Yu Wuji's loud voice could still be heard. In the end, he's just a mortal. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Heaven is really helping me. Inside the Xuanwu sect's mansion, a heart-wrenching roar echoed, I'm so pissed. Ning Xuanwu sat on a golden chair, angrily said, Yu Wuji, we haven't even gone looking for you, and you've delivered yourself to our doorstep. Yu Wuji knelt on the ground, fearfully saying, Spare me. I heard that old fart Qingshan got a saber from an expert in Jiangping City. Ning Xuanwu was still furious. One arm was cut off, and the other hand clenched tightly on the armrest of the chair. He heard Yu Wuji continue, This person runs a small martial arts gym in Jiangping City. Although other information hasn't been investigated yet, we can definitely find him if we go look. Ning Xuanwu gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and said, What bullshit expert? There's an expert in Jiangping and I don't even know about it. I want to see what kind of mortal who doesn't know the meaning of death is helping Lu Qingshan. Ling Yaozhe, with a tense face, clasped her hands and reported, Ling Xuange is willing to go and investigate thoroughly for Shifu. Ning Xuanwu remained tense, pointed and said, No, I have other arrangements for you. Ning Xuanwu called out loudly, Wu Chen. A strange young man immediately appeared on the roof. Ning Xuanwu frowned and gritted his teeth, saying, Although I usually restrain you, now is the time I need you. You know what to do, right? Wu Chen grinned smugly, with a hint of slyness, and said, "Just leave it to me, Shifu, at Yi Feng martial arts gym." Zhongqing stood lurking outside Yi Feng's room, thinking, boss hasn't left his room for 3 days? It seems that girl really hurt him. Zhongqing entered the room, and looked at the terrifyingly messy room. She was startled to see Yi Feng buried in piles of papers scattered all over the room. Zhongqing muttered to herself, "Just a few days, and the room's become such a mess. It really seems like the boss is heartbroken. To be so devoted in love, yet face such an ending, it's truly unbearable." Zhongqing walked closer to Yi Feng, and hesitantly whispered, "Boss, maybe I can help you." Yi Feng turned his face back and replied, "I was actually going to call you to come eat barbecue, but you keep insisting on working." Zhongqing's jaw dropped when she saw Yi Feng holding a pen in one hand and grilling meat with the other, smoke filling the air. Zhongqing was stunned. A series of thoughts popped into her head. It's not heartbreak at all. Wait, surely the boss is heartbroken to the extreme, but doesn't want to show it in front of me? It's just a pity I'm a guy and can't help the boss deal with it. Zhongqing thought for a long time, and finally asked, "Your heartbreak," Yi Feng, munching on grilled meat ravenously, turned back and said nonchalantly, "You mean Peng Ying? She's just my childhood sweetheart." Yi Feng picked up a skewer of grilled meat and continued, "Women only affect my speed of making money. Hurry up and sell books for me. Next month's carriage upgrade all depends on you." Zhongqing, upon hearing this, froze stiffly. Turns out she was worried for nothing. Zhongqing walked out onto the street, holding a pile of books in her arms, remembering Yi Feng's words, her whole body petrified with helplessness. Then, Zhongqing looked at the 4 books in her hands and muttered in astonishment, "What are these books? They're so weird. Can they actually be sold?" Absorbed in looking at the book titles, Zhongqing tripped and face-planted. In the outskirts of Jiangping City, a stranger's heart-wrenching scream was heard. "Help! Someone save me!" Wu Chen, weapon in hand, held it up high and sucked all the spiritual kick out of this dude. Seriously, the guy withered up faster than a grape in the sun, leaving just bones. Wu Chen laughed, all pleased with himself. This mixed flavor is just a snack to tide me over. Hopefully this martial arts gym owner guy can give me a real meal. Out of nowhere, this tubby old dude waddles over, starting to preach. "Young man, show some mercy, and you better not be heading to Jiangping City." "I'm on my way to Jiangping City to visit an old buddy," the old guy says. "All serious. Don't you dare cause trouble." Wu Chen, totally annoyed, snaps back, "Where'd you crawl out, Gita, old fart? What's it to ya?" The tubby old dude doesn't say another word, just powers up his inner energy. And bam, a palm strike as big as Buddha's hand casually flies at Wu Chen. Wu Chen gets blasted, goes flying like 10 meters. Face totally freaked, eyes bugging out, he mutters to himself, "This old geezer is at least a martial king or something." The tubby old dude just keeps laying into Wu Chen with more palm strikes. The whole area lights up. And that's it for Wu Chen. Guess he went straight to reincarnation this time. Didn't see him try to get up again. The old dude's thinking, just a martial spirit practicing some dark arts, and he still got away. Then the old guy remembers Wu Chen was hugging something red. Brain starts working, and bam, he remembers. That's the Zen Tian stone. The tubby old guy's mind races. A sect-protecting treasure like that fell into the hands of a bad egg. Jiangping City is in deep trouble, he realizes. Wu Chen runs and hides in Jiangping City, thinking, "Phew, good thing I got the Zen Tian stone, the sect's treasure, or I'd be a goner for sure." Wu Chen stumbles to a house, muttering to himself, "I've wiped out all the other martial arts gyms, this must be the last one." Then, Wu Chen charges headfirst into the martial arts gym in front of him, laughing like a maniac. "Piece of cake, oh mighty master. This rundown gym is your hangout. Let's see what you're made of." Turns out, the Zhen Tian stone is kinda evil. Anyone who holds it, even against attacks from super strong guys, can turn bad luck into good. Ling Yao Greer pipes up, "Shifu, should we send someone?" Before she's even done, Ning Xuanwu cuts her off. "Wu Chen's got the Zhentian stone. Even if things go south, it'll protect him. We just chill and wait for news from Wu Chen." Scene change to Wu Chen. He's now running inside the gym. Arrogant looking, he's thinking. Crappy gym. Not even a name. Just as expected. Total trash. Wu Chen uses his inner energy. Poof! A green beam shoots from his finger and smashes the signboard to bits. Wu Chen strolls over the main threshold, touching his face, says, "Alright, where should I start wrecking this place first?" Wu Chen smirks evilly. Quick as a wink tries to torch the whole gym. He throws out some fireballs, but the fire just bounces off the gym like nothing. Instead, out of the flames, a bunch of swords and blades pop out and start slashing at Wu Chen. He curses under his breath. "Crap, this freaky pressure. You vampire, you totally set me up." Quickly, He pulls out the Zen Tian stone, holds it up in front of him, then a blood-curdling scream, "Son of a!" Wu Chen still gets hit, and gets launched sky-high. In a blink, he's burnt to a crisp. Guess he just got a one-way ticket to reincarnation, courtesy of Yi Feng. The Zen Tian stone goes flying out. A moment later, Yi Feng picks it up, says, "Huh, who dropped this rock? Cool pattern, though." Yi Feng grabs the Zen Tian stone and shoves it right into the broken doorstep. All happy. Perfect to patch up this doorstep. Zongqing, standing right there, mouth wide open, yells excitedly, "Size is perfect, fits like a glove. Outside." Two dudes are chillin', playing Chinese chess face to face. The tubby old dude chuckles. "Brother Yi, at first I thought we were on the same level, but I just can't figure you out." Yi Feng, totally bored, thinks, "What's this old fart doing here again?" Then Yi Feng says out loud, "Of course you can't figure me out." The tubby old dude's playing chess, but his mind's miles away. Head in the clouds, he's thinking, "I've played chess." Old Fatty looked at Yi Feng's handsome face, and couldn't help but think, if there really was someone this good-looking, they couldn't be some nobody, could they? Could he be stronger than me? Old Fatty crossed his arms, spacing out with a blank look, lost in his thoughts. And just like that, Yi Feng checkmated him. Amidst his yells of frustration, his foot accidentally kicked the Zen Tian stone. This surprised him, and he went back to his internal monologue. That demonic baddie from before was taken care of on the spot by Brother Yi, huh? Using such a precious treasure just as a doorstep weight. Yi Feng had won this chess game, and quickly stood up, bowing his head and saying, "You let me win, haha." Old Fatty was still in his thoughts. With his cultivation level, he should know the extraordinary value of the Zen Tian stone, yet he just steps all over such a treasure. Whether it's strategy or just playing chess, this dude's overall game plan is even more impressive than I imagined, plus his subtle hints. No wonder he's so confident. After thinking it over, Old Fatty stood up and said, "Brother Yi, help me take a look at this." He took out the trident and continued, "My back's itchy, help me scratch it with this trident." Yi Feng looked at the Saint-grade trident and didn't say a word. This made Old Fatty smug, thinking to himself, "Give in, you will. To get this treasure, I didn't just go bankrupt. I even almost lost half my old life." Yi Feng walked over and said, "It's all rusty, just throw it away." Old Fatty almost collapsed when he heard this. His face turned green, his mouth gaping wide. Yi Feng touched the trident, saying, "It must be really inconvenient for farm work, huh?" Yi Feng's eyes narrowed, muttering to himself, "I figured it out long ago. Turns out every time he comes to play chess, he purposely loses, just so I'll help him fix his farm tools." Old Fatty was scared witless, his face pale, not knowing how to respond. Thousands of thoughts raced through his head. This guy actually dares to disrespect the divine artifact I'm so proud of? Yi Feng calmly looked at Old Fatty, then advised him, "Don't get worked up, just wait for me a sec." Yi Feng, like a fly hugging a trident, went into the house. Old Fatty was fuming, grinding his teeth but not daring to curse back, only thinking to himself, "All right, if you look down on my 17th Saint Trident like that, then I'll see what you can bring out that can compare to my 17th Saint Trident." Inside the smithy of Zhongqing Martial Hall, Yi Feng shouted loudly, "Boss, that old guy who borrowed the tie knife wants to see you." Yi Feng, who was fixing the trident, turned his head and asked, "You mean that guy from Qingshan Farm?" Zhongqing happily replied, "They said they're here to return the favor," Yi Feng said. "Tell them to come in first. Wait for me to finish forging this farm tool." Zhu Yun, walking behind, frowned and said, "Senior brother, how could there be any big shot in this shabby place?" Lu Qingshan angrily scolded, "Shut up, control your temper in front of big shots. You've seen the power of my saber. If Grandmaster Yi gets upset, the consequences are unimaginable." As Zhu Yun walked, her foot stepped on a Zhentian stone. Her eyes flashed with shock. Her mouth trembled as she loudly said, "Zen Tian stone, imperial grade." Zhu Yun stood silently thinking, a treasure of Kaishan Xuanwu sect, yet it's being used to fix a doorstep. Zhu Yun sat down to take a closer look, then shouted, "Senior brother, wait a minute. I suspect the background of this shop owner is fishy." Lu Qingshan's eyes were filled with admiration, pointing forward and saying, "Open your eyes wide and look carefully." An image of a bronze-gold dragon appeared on the rooftop, where Yi Feng was forging and repairing the trident. The two siblings shivered, Lu Qingshan sweating and saying, "It's just a small matter, don't panic." Zhu Yun grabbed Lu Qingshan's hand and said, "It's clearly Emperor Huang Yi." Zhu Yun blankly added, "This could be a manifestation. Moreover, this is the 17th Saint Trident, the divine artifact used by the Nine Heavens mysterious lady to vanquish demons. Could this really be true?" Lu Qingshan said with a serious face. "There's no mistaking it. This This is indeed the 17th Saint Trident. Lu Qingshan looked at old fatty sitting nearby and said, "That person is also emitting martial intent similar to the Saint Trident. The Saint Trident must belong to him. Since ancient times, those who can wield saint-grade artifacts are at least martial emperors or above." Both siblings, Lu Qingshan and Zhu Yun, silently stared at the stranger. In their minds, they thought, this person's appearance resembles that madman who massacred Shanjiang's 6 towns back then, but he's been missing for 30 years. It probably can't be such a coincidence, right? Old fatty walked closer and asked, "You too?" "You just heard." At this point, Lu Qingshan and Zhu Yun felt like their souls had left their bodies. Old fatty continued, "Came to see brother Yi, right? Come in for a cup of tea." The two siblings were timid. Zhu Yun and Lu Qingshan, hearing him mention them, turned pale as if about to faint, nodding repeatedly and saying, "Yes, yes." Zhu Yun tugged at her senior brother, saying, "Senior brother, let's quickly present the saber and gifts to the expert, and then get out of here." Lu Qingshan glanced at Yi Feng's smithy and said, "It's just, now's not really a good time." Yi Feng grabbed his hammer and slammed it on the table a few times. Bang, bang, bang. Finally, Yi Feng wiped off his sweat. Having finished his work, he picked up the newly polished trident. Yi Feng said, "Niece, my hand feeling is on point today." Lu Qingshan and Zhu Yun's faces turned ashen again when they saw the trident. Lu Qingshan muttered, "Turning a semi-saint artifact into a supreme saint artifact and owning it, he could dominate an entire region." Zhu Yun was so scared her hair almost stood on end. Terrified, she asked, "Just who exactly is he? And why is he walking towards us?" Lu Qingshan calmed Zhu Yun down, looking at the fatty old man, secretly sizing him up, also a cultivator. And this guy can still keep a poker face after seeing that scene. Poker face my ass, the fatty old man thought. His face is already green as a frog's butt, he secretly thought. He directly reforged my semi-saint artifact into a genuine saint artifact. Yi Feng held out the trident to the person in front of him and said, "It's not a free repair, you know. Half price for you." The fatty old man stood there muttering, "Even a 90% discount on a saint artifact. I still can't afford it. Looks like I won't be able to take this trident with me today." Yi Feng waited for a while and didn't see the fatty old man pay. He then said, "What's wrong, old Wu? Not enough money. It's just a rake head anyway. If you really can't afford it, then I'll just gift it to you." The fatty old man jumped up and down excitedly and said, "Yingxian Sheng, please accept my bow." The fatty old man opened his mouth and started wailing like a rainstorm, saying, "Yingxian Sheng, your kindness. This old one will engrave it in my heart. If you ever need me for anything, I'm willing to die without hesitation." Lu Qingshan and Zhu Yun were shocked to hear the fatty old man's name. He's actually Tu Chengmo, one of the 4 maniacs of chaos. The fatty old man, Wu Yonghong, stood in the rain, raising his hand high and swearing an oath. "If I betray this oath, may I be reduced to ashes?" Yi Feng frowned in confusion, thinking in his head, "This old geezer is really going overboard. I'm cringing just watching him." The sky was raining, thunder rumbling. Wu Yonghong held the trident up to the sky, performing a heavenly pact and earthly vow. Lu Qingshan and Zhu Yun were standing outside in the rain. Lu Qingshan frowned and said, "To actually witness the establishment of a heavenly pact and earthly vow while still alive, I have no regrets in this life." Zhu Yun shielded herself from the rain with one hand, asking in confusion, "Heavenly pact and earthly vow? What's that?" Lu Qingshan looked at Zhu Yun and explained, "Heavenly pact and earthly vow is a pact that only martial emperors and above can establish. Taking heaven and earth as witnesses, it's an absolute pact. Once it's made, it cannot be violated." Lu Qingshan's gaze turned towards Yi Feng and Wu Yongsheng, thinking in fear. To be able to make a powerhouse of this level submit, just how terrifying is Yi Xiansheng's cultivation realm? Wu Yonghong stood in the cold rain, shivering, and said, "Yi Xiansheng, the pact is established. No matter what you want me to do, I will do it." Yi Feng held an umbrella in one hand, his face blank, thinking, then smiled. "Seriously, anything I want you to do is okay." Wu Yongsheng quickly ran to Yi Feng's side, his hair plastered to his face, and knelt down again, saying, "Yi Xiansheng, I know you are of high moral character and don't plot anything against me, but the pact has been signed. This favor I will definitely repay." Yi Feng walked into the house, putting away the umbrella, muttering in his head, "What a melodramatic old geezer." Zhu Yun, soaking wet, stood outside and said, "He actually didn't even care about the demon butcher's heavenly pact and earthly vow," Lu Qingshan replied. "This kind of thing only Master Yi can do." While they were engrossed in conversation, Yi Feng stood behind them and asked, "What are you two doing here?" Lu Qingshan and Zhu Yun were startled. then presented the return gifts to Yi Feng. Yi Feng pretended to say, "You're too kind, but this glass marble's craftsmanship is pretty good." The two behind him forced a laugh and awkwardly chuckled. "Fire Flame Pearl, a sect-guarding treasure, and he calls it just a glass marble." Yi Feng innocently picked up the glass marble and put it in his mouth to bite, then continued. "A winter baby could use this as a warm pacifier." Lu Qingshan and Zhu Yun stood to the side, tears streaming down their faces, snot running down their noses, thinking in their heads, "It's great that Yixian Sheng is pleased." Yi Feng quickly ran into the house, took out a book, and happily showed it off. "The novel I just finished writing, consider it a return gift. Here, for you guys." Zhu Yun held the book in her hand, her eyes wide, thinking in her mind, "Senior brother leveled up thanks to this." Then both Lu Qingshan and Zhu Yun bowed deeply. Yi Feng quickly said, "I still have things to do at home. We'll take our leave now, thank you, Yi Qiansheng." Zhu Yun took off like a rocket, clutching the book, thinking in her head, "With this book, I'm about to break through." Yi Feng was lost in thought when Zhongqing's voice sounded, "Boss, the carriage is ready." Zhongqing extended his hand to introduce, "Da Dali Luxury Carriage Service, at your service." Yi Feng's face fell when he saw the massive, extravagant carriage, and he yelled, "Zhongqing, we don't have that much money. Didn't I tell you to just find any old donkey cart?" Zhongqing blushed a little and said, "Since you want to head out, then Zhongqing gotta prepare the best carriage for you, duh." Yi Feng's heart bled at having to shell out so much cash for the carriage. In his head, he could practically see his gold coins sprouting wings and flying away. Yi Feng quickly snapped out of it and said, "All right, whatever, just wait till I get back. Maybe I'll be rolling in dough as a zillionaire." Zhongqing tilted his head, puzzled. "A zillionaire? What kind of business trip is this?" Of course, Yi Feng wasn't going to spill the beans about his real reason. He just grinned mysteriously and said, "You'll find out when I get back, you'll see." Over at Qingshan sect, Lu Qingshan was red-faced and fuming, yelling, "Now's not the time for seclusion. I was going to refuse. Why'd you just bring the book here without even asking? Besides, the pure martial arts stuff in this book is totally made up. I'm worried you won't get it, junior sister. This is deep water we're wading into." Zhu Yun, perched on a tree branch, hollered. "Then just let go." Lu Qingshan wrestled the book back with all his might and yelled, "Were you just saying you didn't believe Jiangping had this supermaster?" Zhu Yun screeched, "How was I supposed to know? How could a tiny place like Jiangping have some kinda super-duper powerful big shot?" After a knockdown, drag-out fight, Lu Qingshan finally got the book back, leaving Zhu Yun with 3 massive welts on her head, looking like she'd grown horns. Lu Qingshan huffed, "Ancient Jiangping was where immortals used to cultivate. That's gotta prove it's not just any old place after all." Zhu Yun suddenly scrunched up her face and said, "But what's this got to do with that old timer anyway?" Lu Qingshan shared his own hunch. "I reckon he's probably holed up somewhere else." Yi Feng stood in front of a huge mansion and announced, "Yi Bandachi, at your service." Yi Feng, from Pingjiang Merchant Guild, book in hand. He sauntered in, taking a moment to think about how he was currently broke as a joke. His finances were already bleeding red ink. If this didn't pan out, Yi Feng remembered someone telling him, "The world's just going to get another dirt." Poor loser. All he needed was to not have to stress about basic survival. A guy came out and greeted him. "Master Yi Feng, you're back again." Yi Feng nodded. "Yep." The guy then called out, "Boss Mao, quick, tell him to get to the main hall." 2 steaming cups of tea were served. Mao Lin chimed in. "Master Yi Feng, please, have some tea." He started praising like crazy, practically drooling buckets. "Your novel is already flying off the shelves. Absolutely brilliant. Especially that part where Starship went head-to-head with the Golden Ox Palace." Yi Feng's face instantly fell. He thought to himself, "Wait, did I even write that scene?" Mao Lin went on, "Us humble merchants making deals worth tons of gold every day. We respect you refined folks the most, you know." He cracked a smile and countered, "All right then, what about that deal we had last time about printing more of my books?" He immediately waved his hand dismissively. "Whoa, whoa, whoa. Why would I want to print that pile of old fairy tales again?" His face turned all villainous. "Nah, no need for that anymore. Look, we're a big merchant guild here, gotta feed tons of mouths, can't be doing charity work like that." Mao Lin, president of Pingjiang Merchant Guild. Mao Lin, that mortal. Yi Feng just stared at him, face saying, "Are you messing with me?" Mao Lin chuckled, picked up his tea, and kept on bad-mouthing it. "Just the thought of it gives me a migraine, ugh. Right? I'm just a straight shooter, ugh. No hard feelings, yeah? How about I give you a few coins and you try your luck somewhere else?" Mao Lin flashed a creepy old man smile and said, "You did me a solid once, so we can totally help you out. We'll definitely help." Yi Feng abruptly stood up and said, "Nah, I'm good." He turned on his heel and headed out. Mao Lin called after him, "Master Yi Feng, drop by again sometime." Yi Feng walked right out of that merchant guild. Mao Lin then muttered to himself, scoffing, Just a few crappy books, acting like they're gold. Ain't worth squat. Yunsir came over and asked, Dad, who was that guy? Mao Lin turned around and said, Yunsir, what are you doing here? She dashed over, gave him a wink. Dad, you promised you'd introduce me to the author of Hong Lu Meng. Why haven't I heard anything yet? Could that guy just now have been him? Mao Lin's face went stiff. He thought to himself, never worries about her studies, just remembers this nonsense all day long. Mao Lin said, that guy ain't publishing any more books here. Yunner's face was a giant question mark. Why not? Didn't Hong Lu Meng's sales rake in a ton of cash for the guild? This very book you're holding. He snatched it, ripped the book to shreds right in front of her, face twisted with jealousy and resentment. Just some hick from the sticks. If it weren't for me, would he even get published? Yunner, get this straight. This stuff is just a drop in the ocean compared to what our guild's all about. You better buckle down and learn business properly from the guild elders. Got it? She threw the scraps of paper aside and yelled back, business, business. All you ever do is push me into business. I hate business. And even if I gotta do business, reading books doesn't hurt anything. Mao Lin's face went stiff as a board. Mao Lin waved his hand to a servant who looked ancient and barked, enough talk, escort young miss downstairs. It's a critical time for competing with Baofeng Merchant Guild. Get those ledgers from a few days back over there and don't let her out tallied up. Yunker just started wailing, Dad, Dad. Door slammed shut. Meanwhile, Yi Feng sat all alone by the side of the road, with Mei Meow, or rather, a brown cat, beside him. He sighed, muttering, Meow, meow. Gasping for air, suddenly Luo Li and Lan Shu approached. Lan Shu asked, Yi Feng. Luo Li followed up, what are you doing here? He looked up, surprised. He told him everything. So that's the deal. You wanted to publish a book but got rejected by the Pingjiang Merchant Guild. Huh. Wow, no way. You're the one writing those super popular novels in Jiangping? Just so happens my martial uncle, my dad, told me to bring you these fruits. Luo Li added, speaking of novels, hey, senior sister, aren't you also hooked on them lately? And you even said, question marks popped up all over Yi Feng's face. Lan Shu cut her off, shut it. She suddenly released a killer aura, clamped down on Luo Li. Her hand landed right on Luo Li's weak spot. In a split second, Luo Li puffed up into a ripped woman with six-pack abs, looking like she could beat up anyone's dad. She thought to herself, ouch, this hurts. My sis definitely won't spill the beans about her liking his novels. She squeezed harder and yelled, spill it! Her face turned panicked. Not again. This girl and her weird body. Yep, that's her. They both grinned and gestured to the apple basket. Luo Li chimed in. Go ahead, dig in, Yi Feng replied. Then I won't be holding back. Lan Shui watched him eat, her cheeks blushing like a love-struck teenager. The image of him, looking totally handsome while eating an apple, popped into her head. Turns out Master Yi Feng is actually that author. And even more surprising, his inner self is so refined, yet he's got this gentle strength. He's got it all. Grand national ambitions and tender romantic feelings all rolled into one. Yi Feng caught her eye and turned his head. She quickly averted her eyes. Luo Li watched them, grinning like a Cheshire Cat matchmaker. Started plotting her next move. Luo Li thought, okay, if that's how it is, let's play Cupid and push things along. Luo Li turned around, beaming. Yi Feng, I've got an idea to help you publish your book. Or, you could just come with me. He blinked. Huh? Oh, you can get books published. Luo Li grinned, puffed up with pride. Duh, of course. My dad's the head honcho of the Baofeng Merchant Guild, publishing books. Piece of cake for us. Lan Shu thought, my junior sister's a genius. She really gets Yi Feng. He's so above the mundane, trying to experience mortal life. But he's in this mess because he's kept his real self secret. Luo Li piped up. But I've got a tiny condition. Give my Lan Shu a kiss, and I'll make sure your book gets published. Deal? What a sweet deal, right? Why would you say no? Lan Shu's face went bright red. Luo Li laid down the condition. Kiss my senior sister. And your book's as good as published. Got it. Yi Feng's face went blank. This request is. Never heard such a request before. Total romance virgin here. Been solo since day one. He saw a golden opportunity. How could he refuse, he thought. Been single for ages. Finally, a chance to get close to a girl. Time to say goodbye to my first kiss. And hello to the highlight of my life. Yi Feng pulled a face like a damsel in distress. Well, since you ladies insist, I guess I'll have to sacrifice myself. Lan Shu blushed, thinking, He closed his eyes. He muttered under his breath, form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Yi Feng pounced forward to hug her. He yelled, come on, Lan Shu. She sidestepped him like a ninja. Every time he lunged, she darted away, like she was dodging a demon. He thought, Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Is this some kind of ultimate truth? Lan Shui's mind went wild, picturing them dual cultivating together. It said there's a dual cultivation method where skin contact and yin-yang harmony helps boost each other's cultivation, leveling up with every breath. Yi Feng is so kind he even cried for poor weaklings like me. Her face went serious. And he's even willing to use this technique to help me level up, and here I was, overthinking things. Oh shoot, Lan Shu snapped. Junior sister, you're being outrageous. How dare you make such a demand of Mr. Yi Feng? Mr. Yi Feng is a man of great wisdom. It's our honor to assist him, not the other way around. Please forgive my junior sister's impudence, Mr. Luo Lai pointed out. Hey look, Mr.'s already puckering up. He's not saying no. His face went crimson, and he stammered, Yes, I'm not refusing. Ah, wait, I mean it's not outrageous. Not outrageous at all. She quickly waved him onward, urging him to come along. Mr. Yi Feng, please, no more words. Lan Shui knows her place. Now, if you'd be so kind, please come with us to the Baofeng Merchant Guild to hash out the details about your book. A halo of saintly light appeared around him, just like I thought. There's no such thing as a freebie, is there? What do you mean, nothing? He's just accepted his bachelor fate at the Baofeng Merchant Guild. The trio stepped inside. A voice echoed from afar. Hey, I heard Linger brought a friend back. Aren't you going to introduce him to Dad? Luo Li happily called out, Dad, Yin Xiang Fan Ren, the head of the Baofeng Merchant Guild. Luo Li bounced over. Dad, I'm home. She wrapped her arms around him. The old man's face suddenly turned to terror. He pinched her cheeks and sighed. Daughter, you're getting big. You should really learn to be a bit more gentle. Luo Li rolled her eyes. What's wrong? Worried about your precious floor tiles again, Dad? She morphed back into muscle girl mode, hugging him so hard her knees buckled, cracking the tiles again. She quipped, These tiles are brand new, aren't they? Okay, stand up already. Don't embarrass us in front of our guest. Luo Li went over to Yi Feng. Hey, Yi Feng, try this. It's Dragonbeard candy, my absolute fave, Yin Xiang murmured to Lan Shu. I can tell Mr. Yi Feng's got something special about him. Hope my niece can give me the lowdown. She whispered back. I can't reveal much about Mr. Yi Feng's identity, but listen closely. Lan Shu suddenly got serious, like, even my Shifu has to respectfully call him Shen Sheng in front of him. Man, he was thunderstruck. His face just went totally stiff. He glanced back at Yi Feng like he was some kind of god, thinking, no way, he brought me a big shot, someone even Qingshan Lao Zu has to be respectful to. Yin Xiang flipped his face faster than a pancake and asked super politely if the simple pancake was to Sir Yi's liking. Yi Feng clasped his hands and bowed, replying, Totally delicious. Thanks for the treat, Chairman Yin. The old guy was like, Nah, don't mention it. It's our Yin family's honor that my little girl could get to know Sir Yi. Sir, I got your meaning. You can relax. Yin Xiang waved his hand, ordering the manager. From today on, our whole association is going all out to help Sir Yi publish books, typesetting, writing, printing. Everything has to be top-notch. If there's even a tiny mistake, you're in deep trouble. He was grinning from ear to ear. The manager reminded him, Master, our main thing is gold and silver bling and cultivation stuff, right? And now's the super important time to get upgraded to a level 1 association. If we get sidetracked with publishing books, Pingjiang Association is going to eat our lunch. A foot came over. The manager got a kick right in the face and went sprawling on the ground, blurting out, Are you trying to tell me how to do my job? Yi Feng felt kind of bad and said, Chairman Yin, you really don't have to do this. Your association's usual business is still more important, you know. Yin Xiang gave him a super affectionate look and said, Sir Yi, don't worry about it. Actually, our association is planning to expand into the cultural market anyway. And luckily, sir, you brought books here. It's like a gift from heaven. Luo Lai rolled her eyes, thinking, Oh, really? Doesn't that sound like you just made that up right now? Yi Feng bowed his head, thanking him. You're too kind. I really appreciate it. A few days later, with Baofeng Association going all out, a book called Ji Zunbao and Xian Xia Xianzi burst onto the scene in Jiangping. The books on display were swarmed by people buying them up. Love, hate, and romance. The whole Mandarin duck misunderstanding thing in the book totally grabbed everyone's attention. The first print run sold out in no time. A book fever then hit the city, spreading even to the cultivation sects outside the city walls. Lan Shu was sitting on a rock, totally engrossed in the book. She blushed. Love her for 10,000 years. Only Yishan Sheng in the whole world could come up with this. Suddenly, a girl jumped down from above and was like, Zhubrier, what happened while I was in closed-door cultivation in the sect? Why is it so quiet everywhere? There's barely anyone on the training grounds. She held up the book and said, It's gotta be because of Yi Xiansheng's book. Seriously, look around Jiang City right now. Practically everyone's got this book, totally hooked on reading it. Who's even thinking about cultivation anymore? Zhu Yun's eyes instantly lit up. Yi Feng's book. Zhu Yun zoomed off immediately, adding, "Keep handling sect stuff." Lan Shu was speechless. "Hey, didn't you just finish your closed-door cultivation?" In Jiang City, crowds of people were standing around, totally engrossed in books. The book going viral in Jiangping caused a crazy phenomenon. Everyone started letting their imaginations run wild. "Oh man, when will my ultimate hero come riding on 5 colored clouds to marry me? If I ever meet my true love, I'm totally gonna say those 3 magic words to her." A couple was even putting on a show in the middle of the city, acting out that top city scene. "If we gotta put a time limit on this love, I hope it's 10,000 years. People were getting annoyed. Someone piped up, all right, that's enough, we're next." The lovey-dovey couple still had to poke fun at some dude all bundled up, calling him honey. "Check out that guy, he totally looks like a dog." The crowd joined in on the teasing. All right, dock his rent. But little did they know, the dude they were just dissing was actually from Qingshan's sect, a personal disciple, martial master realm, Wu Woji. And he was a spy in disguise. The guy with Wu Woji, wearing a hat, was clutching his stomach and laughing his head off. "Never seen mortals acting so ridiculous, huh?" Wu Woji scoffed. "The mortals in Jiangping City are seriously just a bunch of lazy bums." Once he got serious again, the guy in the hat said, "Actually, we've been searching for ages now and still haven't picked up senior martial brother Wu Chen's vibe. Waiting around might just be a waste of time. Maybe we should just head back and report." Wu Wuji disagreed. "Lao Zhu, I bet there's still something else going on." Over at Pingjiang Association, a voice boomed in the meeting. "All right, everyone knows, only one level 1 association per city, right? And now's crunch time for association rankings. Now Baofeng Association, just because of one book, their income this month is double ours, not to mention the representative is going through the roof. A rising tide lifts all boats, you know. If we don't figure out how to shut them down, that level 1 association title is as good as theirs." Mao Lin, sitting across the table hearing this, thought bitterly to himself, "One moment of carelessness and I missed a golden opportunity, and Baofeng Association snatched up a huge profit. That old fox Yin Xiang is probably laughing his butt off at me right now." Then that guy pointed right at Mao Lin and started laying into him. "The author of that book came to Chairman Mao Lin for a partnership in the first place, but you chased him away. Now your solo decision is making the whole association pay the price. If we screw up the level 1 association ranking because of this, then your chairmanship is seriously on the line." Mao Lin's face changed, and he roared like a raging maniac, "I'm the chairman of this association. I know what I'm doing." Then he slammed his fist on the table and stood up, barking orders at his underlings. "Hey, you guys, get some gifts ready. We're going to pay Sir Yi a visit." Meanwhile, back at the Marshall Hall kitchen, Zhang Qing stared blankly at the pot of veggies, asking emotionlessly, "Yi Feng, boss, didn't you say we'd have meat once the book's sold?" Yi Feng couldn't care less about the green stuff on the table. He was freaking out about something way more serious, nervously picking up a piece of tofu. "That's right," he said. "So I'm racking my brain trying to figure out how to make tofu taste like meat." He stabbed at the soft tofu with his chopsticks, thoughts racing in his head. Books are out, right? Gotta be some cash, even a little, right? Surely they're not stingier than the Jiangping Merchant Guild. Am I being stiffed here? Lost in his anxious thoughts, a voice boomed from outside. "Small fry manager of the Yin Manor, representing the Baofeng Merchant Guild, requests an audience with Master Yi Feng." Like a ray of sunshine, Yi Feng pointed at himself, the tofu he was chopping mid-air falling to pieces. He turned to Zhongqing, listen up. Cooking isn't about ingredients, it's about intent. That's the real secret of a chef. Then, Yi Feng happily swung his meat cleaver, praising Yin Manor's small fry manager. Perfect timing. Right when it's time to eat, he shows up. His eyes practically turned into gold coins. His brain was a cash register going wild, hands waving like crazy. The cleaver in his hand seemed to be pondering the age-old question. No gold bars. Fine, then bring on the gold trays, gold sacks, gold strings. The small fry manager, eyes wide with terror at the sight of the cleaver, his imagination running wild, figured Yi Feng was pissed he was late. So, the small fry manager sincerely presented a card with both hands, announcing loudly, "Master Yi Feng, please forgive me. The Merchant Guild has specially prepared this account card for you, containing 100,000 gold coins, your share of last month's book sales." Yi Feng froze. 100,000. Sunlight streamed down, little feathers floated in the air. But Yi Feng only saw the card. 100,000 was for him, he asked, dumbfounded. "For me." The cleaver slipped from his grasp and clattered to the floor. Then, a shameless grin spread across his face. Yi Feng snatched the card, inhaling the scent of capitalism. The small fry manager from Yin Manor continued. From now on this day every month, the Merchant Guild will punctually deposit your share of the monthly book sales into this card. The small fry manager, seeing Yi Feng's dark expression and tight lips, once again assumed this subtle expression meant he thought it was too little. No. Panicking, he quickly excused himself, thinking he had to report Master Yi Feng's attitude to the guild leader. Yi Feng waved him off. Take your time, come back and hang out whenever you're free. Then, he burst into a maniacal laugh, planting kisses all over Zhongqing's face. Even Wang Kai the dog didn't escape. Yi Feng jumped up and down, card in hand, eyes glazed over with money-crazed glee, shouting, 100,000! And that's just 1 month's profit, so touching. Finally, this life gets to taste the joy of being rich. Still not enough, Yi Feng spun around, then broke into a ridiculous song and dance. Something like, everyone, on this happy day, let's jump up, author. Put mutual support in big letters on the screen. Then, a less-than-friendly gaze landed on him. Yi Feng froze mid-dance, finger pointing forward, stiff as a board. Quickly back to his suave persona, he asked, Chairman Mao, what brings you here in person? Mao Lin proudly opened a box full of gold, saying, this old man came unannounced this time to apologize to young Master Yi for the previous matter. 1,000 gold coins. Please accept this as a token of my apology. He chuckled slyly, thinking, this is a commoner's yearly income. You're not gonna bite. Yi Feng, of course, knew this old fox was up to no good. He'd believe him when pigs fly, the sly old dog. He coldly replied, Chairman Mao, why don't you just get to the point? Mao Lin spread his arms wide, declaring grandly, we are now in an era of cultural revival. While the Jiangping Merchant Guild is a big deal, we can't just stick to one thing. So, following the trend, seeking new avenues for development. Therefore, I plan to continue our cooperation with young Master Yi, leveraging the guild's resources to fully support your book publications. Hearing this, Yi Feng put on a serious face, playing along, feigning hesitation. Chairman Mao, you're mistaken. You personally told me that selling books is utterly unprofitable. I thought Chairman Mao should prioritize the guild's profits. Mao Lin, stung where it hurt, quickly retorted, Look, I misspoke that day, okay? Why would young Master Yi hold on to my foolish words? I believe young Master Yi is definitely not a petty person. Yi Feng pointed to his extremely petty face, declaring, nope, I took Chairman Mao's words to heart. And what's more, Yi Feng here is exactly a petty person. Mao Lin gritted his teeth in anger. Veins popped on his forehead, he snapped, young Master Yi, it's best to leave some face for everyone. Without our cooperation, do you think your books can sell for anything decent? Yi Feng just turned and went inside, saying, if we don't vibe, then there's nothing to talk about. Chairman Mao, please leave. Forgive me for not seeing you out. Still not giving up, he plastered on a business smile, trying to salvage the situation and talk further with Yi Feng. He then asked how much money Yi Feng needed for them to cooperate. Yi Feng coldly and decisively said, dragging things out in broad daylight isn't proper, and it's beneath your status. Mao Lin finally lost it, throwing out an offer. 10,000 gold coins? That's more than you could earn in a year. If that's not enough, then you've got a seriously heavy... Then, like a romance novel hero, he whips out a card and goes, 10,000 gold coins, is that a lot? Mao Lin's eyes went wide as saucers, like he'd been hit by lightning. He couldn't believe that gold card. He never expected the Baojiang Trading Company to actually give out their highest level savings card. There are only a few of those cards in existence, and the money loaded on it is at least 100,000. Yi Feng turned his back and walked inside. Get lost, he said. It was only then that Mao Lin finally got the hidden depths thing, and he left like a zombie, totally dumbfounded. Yi Feng couldn't contain his joy, jumping around and laughing like a maniac. He felt so damn good inside. Meanwhile, in another location, Ling Yaotru was kneeling outside the door, saying, Master, the person you sent to Jiangbi City to scout for news has reported back, and there's absolutely no sign of Senior Marshal Brother Wu Chen in Jiangping City. Something feels off about this. From inside the room, a voice echoed, Where's Wu Feng? Ling Yao Borer was startled as something like a blue silk ribbon materialized. Turns out it was Wu Feng, he said. Disciple is here, master. That master ordered. Go down the mountain to investigate, find Wu Chen, regroup, and come back to report to me. Ling Yao Seer watched him disappear and wondered, nothing's gonna go wrong, is it? The door slowly creaked open, and that voice echoed again. He's already got the cloak of swiftness. When it comes to speed, no one can beat Wu Feng. Stepping out was Ning Xuan Wudang. Grinning, surrounded by darkness, Ning Xuan Wudang continued, even if someone figures out where he is, they can't see his true form. Nobody can touch him. In front of the martial arts school, Yi Feng, chilling in his sedan chair, called out happily before heading off, Wang Kai, my doggy back home. Be good and guard the place, all right? Wait for Dad to get back from the victory party, and I'll bring ya some bones, Wang Kai panted, tail wagging, but grumbled internally. Seriously, he actually treats me like a real dog. I'm the mighty heaven-devouring Yao Wolf. If it wasn't for these darn injuries, I wouldn't be stuck here. Ugh, Wang Kai whined. Who knows when he'll suddenly remember to stew me into dog meat hot pot. Yi Feng blew a kiss and said, Good boy, love ya. Wang Kai even played along, rolling onto his back and barking while wagging his tail like mad, but really, inside he was crying. He wanted to ditch. Gazing at the painting on the wall, he thought, even though I've been with this powerful guy for ages, I still can't imagine how strong he is to paint such crazy martial intent into these divine weapon paintings. Wang Kai didn't get it, muttering to himself, Seriously, with just these paintings, there are hardly any people in the world who could make him lift a finger, yet he wants me to guard the door, seriously. Then Wang Kai, with a dopey dog look, kept talking, adding a bark for emphasis, and suddenly a powerful force swept over, making even the dog not understand what was happening, making Wang Kai flinch a little. Terrified by the powerful force, Wang Kai thought in fear, So strong, that green aura is coming from an uninvited guest. Wu Feng is standing right there. He's like a super slow mobile candy vendor. Wu Feng hates waiting around. He went ballistic, eyes wide, stomping forward. Behind him, the candy cart was smashed to bits, he sneered, leaving the words, Blind mortals, he thought to himself. This is the last martial arts school in town. I can sense Wu Chen's last breath here, dead already. Looks like the guy we've been busting our butts to find is right here, huh? Then he tugged his scarf a bit, maniacally saying, Well, then leveling this place will be your burial ground too. Watching the raging psycho who said he'd kill everyone, Wang Kai ran off with tears in his eyes, groaning in his heart. Fight! Can't win? Suddenly, the rows of paintings on the walls began to glow. A bunch of long, golden hands shot out towards Wu Feng. He was still yelling when he saw a flash of light. Before he could even blink, he was swallowed by it. He managed to yell out 3 words, Underestimated enemy. Then that golden light incinerated him, his painful screams echoing. All that remained were bits of blue cloth and a couple of bone fragments. Wang Kai was sweating buckets, watching the little lion figures from the paintings fly out and float in the air. He smiled weakly, then rolled over and started wailing. Doggy, Doggy's so scared. One of the little lion figures gently patted his head. Wang Kai's eyes sparkled as he gazed at his gentle little Shifu. He thought, I get it now. I get it now. Senior's martial arts is so profound that I can't even begin to fathom it. Not only has he never hurt me, but he's even protected me in times of danger. Wang Kai started a fire, his mind set. He thought, Senior keeps me here to use his martial intent to nurture my wounds, and he uses all sorts of humiliation to temper my state of mind. Hate is useless. I'll just work hard to be a good dog. Wang Kai looked at the light of truth before him and came to a realization. No being a dog, no being a king. This must be Senior's true intention. Wang Kai officially dogified himself and happily declared that guarding the door for Senior was the greatest opportunity in his dog life. I'm at the Baofeng Merchant Guild. A man was speaking. It's evaluation time right now, Mr. Yi, is like a timely rain for us. Forget about the profits. Just the influence and reputation alone have boosted the guild's score significantly. Then we absolutely can't offend Mr. Yi. With him, the Pingjiang Merchant Guild is definitely no match for us. The others agreed. Yin Xiang took a sip of tea and said, Last time, the steward reported that Mr. Yi didn't seem too happy with the 10,000 gold spirit stones profit. I'm thinking of increasing Mr. Yi's share a bit, to avoid losing big for small gains. But someone else suggested, Besides the capital, the Merchant Guild takes a cut, and the rest goes entirely to Mr. Yi. Yi Feng saw Luo Langshu nod, and happily finalized the idea. It's settled then, Luo Langshu smiled inwardly. Shifu instructed me to maintain a good relationship with Mr. Yi. Looks like this is even better. In front of the Baofeng Merchant Guild, Yu Wuji wasn't masked. Arms crossed in contemplation. No trace of Jing Wu Chen. The Marshall Hall search is dragging on and hasn't decided yet. If this isn't resolved soon, it's not good. Ning Xuanwu will blame me. Behind him, Peng Ying was happily shopping. Wrap up all of this for me. Then the shopkeeper beamed, picked up his abacus, and said to Yu Wuji, 103. I'll wipe off the extra 3 for you, making it an even 100 taels. Will you be paying in cash or silver notes, young master? Yu Wuji was in a bad mood and threw the abacus away. His face was like a demon. Just a mortal, yet you dare to overcharge me. Can't you count? I think your hands are useless. The shopkeeper quickly begged for mercy. promising to recalculate. He suddenly noticed Peng Ying's call. Peng Ying, hands on hips, irritably said to Yi Feng in front, "Wasn't what I said last time clear enough? It's best if you and I never meet again." Yi Feng, on his way to the Merchant Guild's banquet, felt helpless and explained, "Don't misunderstand, I'm just passing by. If you hadn't called me back, I would have pretended not to see you." Peng Ying didn't listen and thought angrily. At this moment, Yu Wuji appeared from behind and asked Peng Ying, "You've been following me for so long, and yet your past messy relationships aren't over yet." Then Peng Ying hooked her arm around his and said coquettishly, "Wuji Gerge, how could a lowly ant-like mortal like him catch my eye? Even if I die, I wouldn't have anything to do with him." Green chi emerged from Yu Wuji's hand. His Asura-like face said, "Then I'll personally take action." Yi Feng was shocked to see him attack, but a figure appeared, rushing out from behind him. It was Luo Langshu, who created a shield to block his attack, saying, "Yi Feng, no need to act." In her heart she cursed, "This idiot. If you force Mr. to descend into a thunderous rage, then the entire Qingshan sect might cease to exist." Yi Feng's eyes lit up, and he praised, "Senior sister is so cool." Yu Wuji spat blood from the force of the block. He didn't understand why she was here. Luo Lai grinned behind her, flexing her muscles, ready to punch, and asked him, "Really?" One punch. Instant death. Luo Li's punch officially turned his face ashen. Now he finally understood the power of these two black monsters, Luo Li and Luo Langshu. Peng Ying screamed in fear, "Wuji Geej." Then both of them respectfully clasped their hands and said, "Mister, we're so sorry for startling you." Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. "Luckily you guys arrived in time, saving me from a disaster." Peng Ying's face turned purple, wondering, "What the heck is going on?" Yu Wuji, face bruised and swollen, still tried to curse. Peng Ying kneeled down, a direct disciple of old ancestor Qingshan. "How can you be so respectful to a mortal like Yi Feng, even defending him?" Peng Ying trembled and knelt before Luo Langshu, her voice shaking. "Lord Luo Lan." Luo Langshu crossed her arms, scornful and cold. "State your name." Peng Ying sobbed. "Outer sect disciple of Xuantang. Peng Ying, under Elder Fang of the outer sect, just joined the Qingshan sect a month ago." Luo Langshu pointed two fingers at her forehead, her eyes icy, then shattered a token hanging on Peng Ying's waist, and said, "Your aptitude is completely insufficient to join the Qingshan sect, even if someone secretly took you in. So you're kicked out of the Qingshan sect starting today." Peng Ying freaked out, screaming like crazy, still totally clueless why it was all because of Yi Feng. Suddenly, Luo Langshu just whacked Peng Ying across the face. Her face dripping with scorn, she told her, "Listen up, you. If you ever dare to piss off Mr. Yi again, especially dragging the Qingshan sect into it, I swear I'll make you beg for death." Peng Ying, looking utterly pathetic, thought, "I sacrificed so much to get into the Qingshan sect. And now, because of Yi Feng, that loser I dumped, everything's ruined. No way, I gotta figure out what the heck is going on here." At the Xuanwu sect, Ning Xuanwu was chilling on a boat with Ling Yaosher, trying to calm his mind. He chuckled and asked, "Calming the mind is key to understanding the realm. But Yaoger, your chi is all over the place. Something bugging you." Ling Yaorer, kinda embarrassed, answered, "Shifu, we kept suspecting that expert in Jiangping City was just a smokescreen from the Qingshan sect, so we only sent senior brothers Wu Chen and Wu Feng to check it out. But thinking about it now, maybe we totally underestimated it." Ning Xuanwu raised an eyebrow as Ling Yaoer continued. "Plus, that Di Qingshan old ancestor suddenly pulled out a super-duper divine artifact. If there's really some hidden big shot helping him, knowing how arrogant those two senior brothers are, they might just barge right in." Ning Xuanwu's face darkened, he said, "If that's really the case, someone who can make divine artifacts, Wu Chen and Wu Feng, are no match for him." Ling Yaosher lowered her head and pleaded, "So Shifu, I think it'd be best if your disciple went down the mountain herself to investigate." Ning Xuanwu waved his hand in agreement, adding, "Be careful though." Ling Yaosher arrived at a restaurant. She called out to a waiter, "Hey waiter!" The waiter rushed over. "Coming right up, honored guest." Ling Yaoweir reached out and grabbed the waiter by the collar. She grilled him. "Heard you're the gossip king of Jiangping City. I'm asking you, is there someone here who writes books and runs a martial arts gym? You know who I'm talking about." The waiter replied, "This kind of info ain't free, lady. I ain't working for peanuts." As he spoke, he gestured with his fingers, hinting at money. But when Ling Yaocher tossed a dagger onto the ground and asked, "What was that you were saying?" the waiter instantly changed his tune, grinning, "No biggie, no biggie. The guy's name is Yi Feng. Need me to show you the way, honored guest?" Just then, Yi Feng and Zhang Qing walked into the martial arts gym, Yi Feng humming a tune. As they stepped inside, Wang Kai zoomed over, Yi Feng was holding a bag of food, and his eyes lit up. Wang Kai, look what goodies I brought you. Yi Feng opened the bag, revealing a fish bone, a chicken leg, 2 dumplings, and 2 steamed buns. Wang Kai took one look and bolted. Yi Feng's cheerful smile turned into a pout as he muttered, "No respect at all." Zhong Qing, standing beside him, was totally lost. Woof woof. Wang Kai trotted back to Yi Feng, gnawing on a bone. Wu Feng's bone, which surprised Yi Feng quite a bit. Yi Feng took a closer look at the bone, which was now glowing with a faint blue light. His expression turned dark. This bone, could it be? Yi Feng picked up Wu Feng's bone, scratching his head with his other hand, thinking, "No wonder, so he already snuck a feast at someone else's place and got full?" he mumbled. "And he even left the bone for me to see, wanting me to praise him, or what?" Zhong Qing, behind him, bent down to pick something up. Wang Kai shuddered, recalling the scene from yesterday. He thought to himself, "Senior even knows what happened yesterday. So, when he specifically told me to guard the house, it was actually to let me witness that scene on purpose, to use it to wake me up. Disobeying him leads to that outcome." Wang Kai was scratching his head with his paw, sweating bullets, when Zhong Qing walked over, holding a rag, and asked, "Boss, look what I found here." Yi Feng stared at the rag for a moment, without saying anything. Then Yi Feng picked up the rag, his face smug. "A rag, perfect. The place hasn't been cleaned in ages. Use it to wipe the dust off, starting with the signboard outside." Yi Feng glanced at Wang Kai, who was now teary-eyed, and thought, well, compared to wrecking the house, bringing back random junk isn't that big of a deal, right? But looks like Wang Kai's overthinking things again. I understand Senior's profound meaning. Yi Feng reached out for the bone. Such a waste to just throw this bone away. Yi Feng tossed the bone far away for Wang Kai to fetch. He said, "Go on, Pikachu, go get it and play." Just then, a girl stepped forward, reaching out and snatching the bone before Wang Kai could even grab it. Turns out it was Ling Yao Rear. She gripped Wu Feng's bone tightly, her face turning grim. Wang Kai was still trying to bite onto the bone. Yi Feng, seeing that, Ling Yao gritted her teeth so hard, her face turned dark as charcoal when she heard that. Just then, Wang Kai snatched the bone right out of Ling Yao Care's hand, making her cough up blood. Yi Feng saw this and immediately asked, "What's wrong?" Yi Feng rushed over to support Ling Yao Ware. "Come on, have a seat first. I'm not that talented, but I know a little bit about medicine. If you don't mind, I can check your pulse. Luckily, I have some herbs at home." Ling Yao's face darkened even further. No need. Miss is fine, really? Wouldn't want to trouble you." Yi Feng was taken aback. I get it now, he thought to himself. Just saw her snatching a bone from a dog's mouth. Turns out it's her bone, damn dog. Making her cough up blood like that. Wang Kai was gnawing on the bone, but his eyes were fixed on Ling Yao Care. Ling Yao Ware went from utter shock to fear. He saw right through me. He's really a demon. Yi Feng said, "Well, it's just a bone now. I can't exactly return it to you. How about market price?" But before he could finish, Ling Yao Gear had already booked it out Nata there. When Ling Yao Care was already quite far away, Yi Feng still called out, "Running away, not so fast. You gotta pay the price for doing wrong. I'll put this debt on your tab, okay?" Ling Yao twisted up, and the people around her were all surprised. Yi Feng waved his hand, signaling, "No biggie. Legs are pretty good. Looks like she's really fine," Wang Kai thought to himself. Just met her, and he already saw through a martial spirit disguised as normal, and made her chi and blood attack her heart in an instant. Senior's mind is so deep, cultivation is super high, truly unfathomable. At Xuanwu's sect, Ling Yao Qir was reporting to her Shifu and senior martial brothers. "Shifu, there really is a master in Jiangping City, and those 2 senior martial brothers are dead by his hands." Ning Xuanwu angrily kicked over the table and chairs. Standing up, he roared, scaring everyone around him. "Yao Rear, tell me everything you heard, in detail. Don't miss a single word." Ling Yao Seer was terrified, and quickly reported, "Senior martial brother Wu Chen's bones are gone. Senior martial brother Wu Feng still has some bones left, because he cultivated the sect's divine skill, but they were taken by that person as toys for his pet." Ning Xuanwu was even angrier when he heard that, punching a pillar with one hand. "Just great. Absolutely great. Tricks like this drag our Xuanwu sect through the mud. Trampled on and laughed at by everyone." Someone else added furiously, "Ling Yao Tre is the only one fit to inherit the sect. This Jingwu Chen is clearly trying to destroy the future of our Xuanwu sect. This bullying has gone too far. It's an unbearable shame." Ning Xuanwu continued his questioning. "Where are my 2 treasures?" Ling Yao Seer fearfully replied. "Please don't be angry, Shifu. Your Zhen Tian stone was taken by that villain and used as a doorstep, and the Jin Sui flying cloak was taken by him as a dust rag." As soon as Ling Yao Gear finished speaking, Ning Xuanwu clenched his fist. emitting a burst of light that shook the ground. The people around him were terrified and tried to dissuade him. Shifu, calm down, Ning Xuanwu laughed maniacally. More vicious than Ning Xuanwu himself. Ling Yao Sher, what else is there? Tell me everything. Ling Yao fearfully continued. Shifu is wise. Even though I carefully disguised myself in every way, he still recognized me. He didn't kill me, just told me to pass on a message. You gotta pay the price for doing wrong. This debt, he has remembered it. Ning Xuanwu's eyes turned bloodshot when he heard that. He roared. He wants to cut us off completely. Is our Xuanwu sect just gonna sit here and wait for death? Pass down the order, all the experts of the Xuanwu sect will follow this sect master down the mountain? Everyone roared in unison. I must personally kill this villain, avenge Wu Feng and Wu Chen. At the same time, retrieve the 2 treasures of the Xuanwu sect. Avenge our shame and wash away this humiliation. Somewhere in Jiangping City, at Xuanwu sect, Ling Yao was reporting to Ning Xuanwu. Shifu, he is Zhang San, the death soldier I chose to investigate the terrain. Zhang San was kneeling on the ground at this moment. Yes. Listening to the old ancestor's instructions, Ning Xuanwu's face was half dark, but his eyes were shining. You go to the martial arts gym and investigate the situation inside clearly, especially investigate clearly the details of the martial arts gym's owner. Ling Yao glanced at Zhang San. That person's strength even I can't see through, and it's not just not seeing through, it's the kind where you can't grasp any of his aura. Ling Yao recalled the scene from before. Also, that person is extremely cunning. There are hidden killing intents everywhere in the martial arts gym. You must not reveal any hostility. Otherwise, the 2 senior martial brothers, Wu Chen and Wu Feng, will be your fate, Zhang San replied. Disciple has remembered. Ning Xuanwu then thought of something. No, something's not right. That terrifying broadsword in Lu Qingshan's hand is very likely made by this person. If it's true, then his true strength definitely surpasses Martial King. Ning Xuanwu's eyes widened. I'm afraid the opponent has the ability to defy heavens. Being investigated by others will definitely anger him. He looked at Zhang San and said, if you don't return, your family will be raised by the Xuanwu sect. But if you dare to run away, this sect master will send your whole family down to the Yellow Springs for a reunion. Ling Yao standing next to him, thought to herself, looks like Shifu finally realizes how terrifying our opponent is. Zhang San heard this and immediately asked, if I can return, then what? Ning Xuan just replied, if you can come back, I'll directly promote you to a direct disciple, and let you choose an elder as your Shifu. At Yi Feng's sect, he was basking in the sun on a chair, a leaf in his mouth. If you have nothing weighing on your mind, this is the best time of life. Wang Kai, lying next to him snoring away, barked. I get it now. Zhongqing was still diligently cleaning. I love working, it strengthens my body. Cleaning the martial arts gym to repay, sir. Yi Feng saw this and chuckled to himself. This kid is really obedient. Yi Feng continued to tell Zhongqing to keep working. Oh right, it's been humid these past few days. Take down the 18 paintings hanging in the front hall and air them out. But you should dry them in the courtyard, just in case they get blown away by the wind. That would be bad. Zhongqing's eyes lit up. Yes, sir. Yi Feng watched Zhongqing work, yawning widely. Although these paintings don't really do anything and wouldn't sell for much, hanging them up as decorations when we're free to decorate the martial arts gym isn't bad. Suddenly a voice rang out. Hello, is anyone there? Zhongqing was about to go check it out when Yi Feng stopped him. Sir, just keep lying down. Let me go see what's up, Yi Feng replied. The martial arts gym hasn't had any business in ages. Let me go see for myself. You've done a lot of work and you're tired. Go take a break. Zhang San stood in front of the martial arts gym, hand on his chin, thinking to himself, normal, nothing special, just like any ordinary martial arts gym. Even his bored look isn't as convincing as other martial arts gyms. Yi Feng came out with a smug look. I could tell at a glance you're a martial arts prodigy, and it just so happens the martial arts gym is having a registration promotion these days, he thought to himself. Looks pretty easy to fool. Zhang San scratched his head. Hello, I wanted to ask how to get to the Xuanwu sect. Yi Feng's expression darkened. Xuanwu sect. Zhang San panicked. Oops, no way, I was so worried I blurted it out. The Xuanwu sect is like fire and water with him. If I misspoke, I'll end up like those 2 guys. Yi Feng stared sharply at Zhang San. Zhang San was so scared his soul almost flew out of his body. But then Yi Feng pointed in another direction and said, Go out and turn right, then you'll get there, he thought to himself. Turns out he was just asking for directions. Zhang San carefully scrutinized him, and he seriously told me how to get to the Xuanwu sect. Is he pretending to be nice to slowly torture me to death, Or is he just all bark and no bite and doesn't dare to kill? But in Yi Feng's heart, he was thinking, even a guy like this doesn't even notice my martial arts gym. My business is really failing. Zhang San chuckled to himself. Just looking at his eyes, the more I look, the more he seems like a mortal. I almost believed Senior Marshal Sister Ling Yao care and Master's guess. Zhang San said, your place is awfully deserted, huh? Guess you don't have many disciples. That sentence was like a spear piercing Yi Feng's heart. Zhang San thought to himself, such a taunt. If he's really a master, he'll definitely reveal something. This isn't exactly a killing move. But if there's no reaction, then it proves he's really not a master at all. Zhang San kept staring at Yi Feng, who still had no reaction. He continued to taunt. Why don't you just turn your martial arts gym into a restaurant? At least there'd be some people around. Better than being this deserted. Yi Feng heard this and just gestured for the guy. Scram! Zhang San saw this and was overjoyed. Just as expected, he skipped away like a lunatic. This guy is clearly just a mortal, and the martial arts gym is just a normal martial arts gym. Hidden killing intent my ass. This time I've landed a big fish. Yi Feng watched Zhang San leave without saying anything. Young and dumb, what a pity. From behind him, Wu Yongchong and a group of people walked out from the gate. Walking with him were Martial Sect Chu Shiquang, Martial Sect Sun Jiaj, Martial Sect Li Mozhuo. Wu Yonghong cheerfully said, hello, Sir Yi. Lao Wu brought some friends to visit. Sun Jiaj asked for permission. Sir Yi, we're not disturbing you, are we? Yi Feng calmly replied. No need for formalities, everyone. Please come inside. But in his heart he was thinking, no wonder they're farmers with old Wu. They all have such unique appearances. Chu Shiquang put his hand on Wu Yongsheng's shoulder and asked him, this is Sir Yi, the reclusive expert you were talking about. He's clearly just a mortal, without any cultivation level. Is he even worthy of inviting us martial sect people through the door? Li Mozhuo replied. Oh, wasn't it said that there's a signboard on his martial arts gym door that contains hidden martial intent? Where's the signboard? Wu Yongsheng jumped up in anger. He gestured for silence. My living ancestors, watch your words. That saint-grade divine treasure of mine, you guys saw it too. I was kind enough to bring you to pay respects, and you're just full of contempt. If you don't believe me, please leave. Don't drag me down with you. Sun Jiaj immediately tried to smooth things over. All right, the combined age of you guys is over 1,000. Still arguing with a little kid, he pointed at the heaven-suppressing stone. Look on the ground. Isn't that a heaven-suppressing stone? Seeing this, Li Mozhuo's eyes lit up. He started doing some calculations on his calculator, muttering, playing it big, huh? No matter what, it's a Huang-grade treasure, something even we have to handle with care. And he's using it as a door wedge. This trip is going to be worth it. As they stepped inside, they saw a bunch of cloaks hanging loosely on a rack. Li Mozhuo immediately said, Hey guys, those rags seem a bit. Wu Yonghong exclaimed in admiration. That's a Huang-grade aura. It's a sacred object capable of founding a sect. Chu Shinkong rushed over and grabbed a cloak, asking, Something this good is being treated like trash, Yi Feng casually replied. Just a rag. Then he said something that made everyone's faces turn dark. It's just slightly torn at the bottom, haha, embarrassing, isn't it? Chu Shinkong, Li Mozhuo, Wu Yongsheng, and Sun Jiaj all wore serious expressions, stood in a horizontal line, and then clasped their hands respectfully. Greetings, Grandmaster Yi. We apologize for our sudden visit today. Please don't blame us. We are sorry. Yi Feng, hearing this, quickly waved his hand and replied, Quick, stand up. You're all respected elders from the community. No need to be so polite. But they were thinking, to not even put Huang-grade treasures in his eyes, he must be a martial saint powerhouse. At the same time, Zongqing finished hanging the paintings. Whoosh, the last one. As soon as the paintings were all hung, they emitted a burst of light that enveloped Yi Feng's martial hall. These martial grandmasters, after being surrounded by that light, felt like they were in the universe. They felt like they were dancing with the people in the paintings. But outside, Yi Feng saw them going nuts, especially Wu Yongsong, who was doing some kind of silly dance. He thought helplessly to himself, just passing through the door. Do they have to be this hyped up? Maybe it's because he's ugly and got rejected too many times, haha. Then he said, The martial hall is being cleaned today, so it's a bit messy inside. Please, everyone, have a seat in the front hall first. Just this simple sentence made them break out in cold sweats. Once they got to the table, everyone was as quiet as clams, not uttering a word. Yi Feng, still cheerful, said, I've already told my good disciple to make tea. It'll be ready in a bit. I'll go find the chess set now. Make yourselves at home. Only when Yi Feng left did they dare to voice their true feelings. Chu Shinkong exclaimed, Martial intent. Martial intent. The martial intent is too strong. I've never seen such powerful martial intent. Li Mozhuo quickly added, My cultivation realm, stuck for hundreds of years, has loosened. There's even the power of the heavenly Tao in there, Wu Yonghong shouted. Martial Emperor? No, he's definitely an immortal martial. Unbelievable. To actually be in contact with an immortal martial emperor. Sun Jiaj burst out laughing. No wonder we couldn't sense his cultivation. So he's actually a celestial being from a higher realm. Then they all hurriedly ran out the gate. Li Mozuo said, "No, this martial intent is too strong. I can only comprehend this much. If I sit there any longer, I'll suffer chi deviation." Chu Xinkang quickly chimed in. "I can't take it anymore either." Passersby looked at them with puzzled expressions. Chu Xinkang said regretfully, Yes, what a pity," Wu Yongsong quickly advised. "Don't be greedy. This is already a huge opportunity." A passerby thought to himself, where did Master Yi pick up these 4 old disciples from? Yi Feng came out with the chessboard and, seeing this, asked, Why are you all sitting outside the gate? Following behind him was Zhang Qing, carrying 4 cups of tea. Chu Xinkang, hearing Yi Feng's question, replied, "We came in a hurry today, and our feet are still muddy. It's better to sit out here. It's more comfortable out here." The other 3 echoed in unison. Yes. Zhang Qing was quite surprised to see them sitting outside. Yi Feng just chuckled and said, All right. In his heart, he thought, they're all just honest farmers. Okay, whatever, let them be comfortable. Yi Feng went back inside, instructing Zhongqing, remember to hang up the signboard later? I'm going to make lunch. If those old guys ask you to do anything, just do it, Zhongqing replied. Yes, boss. As soon as Zhongqing hung up the signboard, light radiated from it, showing them an image of a mother holding a child, which made them burst into tears, Li Mozuo said. So it turns out every word of the senior has deep meaning, Sun Jiaj responded. He knew we couldn't comprehend the martial intent in the immortal hall, so he specially ordered his disciple to hang a signboard with a gentler martial intent. Wu Yongshong sighed in admiration. Such kindness, Chu Xinkang said. This great favor, passersby, seeing them crying, thought crying makes them even uglier, they thought. As Xuanwu sect, a disciple rushed in to report. Reporting to the sect leader, Shu Xinju has returned. Ning Xuanwu, hearing this, was so surprised his jaw dropped he actually came back. Quickly, summoned Ling Yao Mare, standing nearby. Ling Yao Frere looked worried. Zhang San, with a very cheerful expression, reported, Reporting to the sect leader? Reporting to the elders? I have not failed my mission. I've thoroughly investigated, and that person has no power at all, just an ordinary mortal. Ning Xuanwu emitted a purple aura, his eyes gleaming, and asked, You're not lying. This surprised Zhang San, he continued to affirm. If this disciple could come back alive from the martial hall, I dare to stake my family's life. Absolutely not lying. There's nothing unusual in that martial hall. And as for that Yi Feng, no matter how I tested him, his reaction was no different from a normal person. If he were a powerful expert, why would he need to pretend? Zhang San continued, I think there must be some misunderstanding about the deaths of senior martial brothers Jing Wuchen and Jing Wufeng. I even suspect they might not be dead. Ning Xuanwu got even angrier. My ass, humph. That Yi Feng brat hasn't even shown his face, and he's already leading my Xuanwu sect by the nose. People will think Ning Xuanwu is afraid of him, Zhang San chimed in. Just a mortal trying to deceive us. Master, you must make him wish he were dead to set an example. Ling Yao Sher leaned in and whispered to Ning Xuanwu. Master, things that are unusual must be suspicious, especially this sudden reversal. It's better to let your disciple investigate, Ning Xuanwu replied. Whether it's gods or demons, this master can see through them. If Wu Chen and Wu Feng might not be dead, they must still be in his gym. His eyes flashed with a spark. What's in this martial arts gym? This master will go and see for himself. If this gym really eats people, then let it try to eat me. Everyone in the Xuanwu sect immediately turned serious. Everyone grabbed weapons, spears, tridents, even pig-slaughtering pikes, and they all rushed out, shouting in unison. The Xuanwu sect only obeys master's orders. All the disciples of the Xuanwu sect were dashing like the wind on the road. They were wrecking things as they went, causing the surrounding crowd to shout in surprise. Where did this gang of fierce thugs suddenly come from? Ling Yao Care came forward and whispered in Ning Xuanwu's ear. Master, look! Zun Jiaj, Li Mozuo, Wu Yonghong, and Chu Shiquang are holding teacups and sitting in front of Yi Feng's martial arts gym. Ning Xuanwu's eyes were full of determination, like an arrow on a taut bowstring. He said, all right. He charged towards the 4. Enough talk. This master will take the lead. Watch closely, and don't let a single living soul step out of this martial arts gym. And those extras at the door are blind and deaf and don't know to get out of the way. Ning Xuanwu roared. Then they can be destroyed along with this martial arts gym. Wu Yongchong, annoyed at being disturbed, asked, Where did this bastard who doesn't know life from death crawl out from? Ning Xuanwu just thought to himself, TCH, where did this ugly mug come from? Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. No. This is a martial sect aura, and there are 4 of them. Life-snatching Abacus Li Mazhuo, owner of the one-of-a-kind sect-grade saint artifact, the heavenly calculation abacus. Peerless madman Chu Shiquang, a sect traitor gone rogue, who not only massacred his own sect, but also grinds the skulls of famous sect members into art pieces he wears. Born Weakling Zunjiage, meridians shattered since childhood, but then he mastered the demonic art of heaven-defying fate alteration to rewrite his destiny. Nine-toothed trident Wu Yonghong, tricked by some dude, and in a rage he slaughtered a whole city. Righteous sects sent countless experts to hunt him down, but nada. He just roams free. Ning Xuanwu exclaimed in horror, "Holy crap! We've run into ghosts. The 4 madmen who were supposed to have vanished from the world long ago. Why are they all here in front of this little martial arts gym?" Just as Ning Xuanwu was about to run, a hand grabbed him. No way. It was Zunjiag. Still sipping his tea, Ning Xuanwu thought to himself, martial sect realm is this damn OP. Ling Yao Air and the others, seeing their sect master in trouble, rushed to help. These old guys are weird. Quick, help the old man. But they were blocked by a barrier. Ling Yao Care shouted. "Barrier," Zunjiag said angrily. "We've disturbed Mister's peace." He used some kind of dark magic, creating a skull that scared Ling Yao were pale. A circle radiated from the skull, causing everyone in the area to explode, turning into skeletons. Only Ling Yao Sher just lost her clothes. Ning Xuanwu saw all his disciples vanish into thin air, leaving only Ling Yao Air, and his face turned green. "Greetings, 4 seniors. May I ask what business the 4 seniors have with me?" Wu Yonghong crossed his legs, radiating a halo of light, and asked, "Ning Xuanwu, a mere martial king dares to attack us." Ning Xuanwu forced a fake smile, sweat pouring down his face. "Seniors, please calm down. It's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. How dare I disrespect the 4 seniors? My intention was to smash this little martial arts gym." The 4 of them got pissed off hearing this. Chu Shiquang raised his lion-like hand in front of Ning Xuanwu's face and roared, "You dare target Mister? Looks like we can't spare your life." Hearing this, Ning Xuanwu immediately started slapping himself silly. "Junior is young and ignorant. I know I messed up, and regret it big time. I wouldn't dare trouble you 4 seniors to take action. I'll cripple myself as an apology." Just as those 3 were about to off Ning Xuanwu, Wu Yongsheng stopped them. "Hold on, it's easy for us to deal with this punk, but we'd hate to dirty Xiansheng's floor. If that happens, we'll be in trouble for failing to protect the place in front of Xiansheng." Snot and tears streaming down his face, Ning Xuanwu thought to himself, "Looks like this Xiansheng they're talking about is the real boss of this martial hall." Li Mozhuo then said to Ning Xuanwu, "Even though what you did interrupted our enlightenment, which is super annoying, we can't overstep Xiansheng and deal with you here." Ning Xuanwu immediately kowtowed to the ground. Junior knows his sins are heavy. In his heart he was wondering, just who is this Xiansheng? To be able to subdue these 4 notorious psychos and make them door guards. Maybe he can let me redeem myself. Chu Shinkang asked. "You're Ning Xuanwu from the Xuanwu sect," Ning Xuanwu hurriedly replied. "Yes, senior, I am," Chu Shinkang continued. "Even if your Ning Juqian wasn't dead, he wouldn't dare to act up here. And yet, a junior like you, truly, the new generation really surpasses the old." Suddenly, a voice came from behind. "Forgot the eggs from next door are on sale today." When they realized Yi Feng was coming, they immediately ordered Ning Xuanwu, "Wipe that dog face of yours clean. Don't dirty Xiansheng." Yi Feng walked out and said, "Sorry, gotta go grab some food." The 4 of them replied, "Please do, Xiansheng." Ning Xuanwu, still wiping his face, heard them say, "Xiansheng," and broke out in a cold sweat. He asked, Xiansheng." Yi Feng walked out the door and saw Ning Xuanwu kneeling on the ground. Wu Yongchong explained, "Xiansheng, it's him." But before he could finish, Yi Feng replied, "No need to explain, I know." Ning Xuanwu was scared shitless, thinking, He's Xiansheng. The Xiansheng these 4 psychos are guarding for is just like a mortal. Looks totally normal, nothing special, yet unfathomable." Wu Yongchong, Chu Shikang, Li Mozhuo, and Sun Jiaj responded, "Turns out Xiansheng knows everything. We've been too talkative." Yi Feng vaguely recalled his past life. When he was a kid and got bullied by an old geezer, "So young and you don't know to offer your seat." He said it's okay, but in his heart he thought, "Don't you old farts just like bullying juniors when you're bored to show off?" Been there, done that. Sun Jiaj asked Yi Feng, "May I ask how Xiansheng plans to deal with him?" Catching him off guard, Yi Feng looked at Ning Xuanwu and asked, Asking me?" Chu Shikang thought to himself. Your life and death are in his one thought. Yi Feng stood in front of the kneeling Ning Xuanwu. Wu Yongchong said, This is Xiansheng's martial hall. Of course, Xiansheng has the final say. Yi Feng scratched his head. I don't really have anything to say, but if you made a mistake, you gotta bear the consequences. Yi Feng's face darkened. But we can't just deny Junior's a chance. Whether he can turn over a new leaf after being taught a lesson depends on his own luck. Also, I'm kinda in a hurry. Saying that, he rushed off. You guys handle it. Ning Xuanwu was scared stiff. Yi Feng walked away, feeling tired. Gotta scram. Getting bugged by old guys is such a pain. Seeing Yi Feng was far gone, Ning Xuanwu thought, he's gone, I'm alive. Chu Xinkang and Wu Yongchong were sweating buckets. Xiansheng's words imply we can keep an eye on this guy, but not give him too much time. Chu Xinkang, Sun Jiaj, and Li Mozuo were terrified. Handle it as we see fit. Entrusting this matter to us is actually a test. If we don't handle it properly and affect Xiansheng's secluded life, we'll end up just like him. That's Xiansheng's way of expressing his displeasure. Ning Xuanwu was secretly hoping, what's with those faces? Surely I'm free to go, right? Li Mozuo sighed in relief. Almost caused a disaster, he added. Even we four are on Xiansheng's mind. How could he possibly make things difficult for a junior? Chu Xinkang replied. Xiansheng means minor punishment from us, yet we almost went on a killing spree. Ning Xuanwu was speechless. Wu Yongsheng glanced at Ning Xuanwu and ordered, hand over your storage pouch. Ning Xuanwu took out the pouch, thinking, as long as I keep that last treasure, I still have a chance to make a comeback. He offered the pouch and said, seniors, all the resources of the Xuanwu sect are in here. Junior knows he's trash, but hopes this can make up for some of my mistakes. Please accept it. After taking Ning Xuanwu's storage pouch, he handed it to Li Mozuo and said, stand up. Ning Xuanwu just stood up and immediately bolted. Junior will take his leave. Wouldn't dare to interrupt your mealtime, seniors. Jiaj heard this and asked back, go. He smacked something black onto Ning Xuanwu's arm, catching him off guard. Sun Jiaj explained, this is my heavenly arrogance poison. In less than 3 days, it'll spread from your arm to your whole body. Ning Xuanwu was shocked, mouth agape. What? He thought. Spare me, I only have one arm left. Sun Jiaj continued, glancing at both Chu Xinkang and Wu Yongchong. You heard it yourself. This is Xiansheng's intention, not wanting to directly take your life. Of course, whether you can stand tall as a man again, that's up to your own luck. With that, Sun Jiaj just clocked Ning Xuanwu in the face, sending him flying. Get out of here, Xuanwu sect. Zhang San, while getting his face pummeled by Ning Xuanwu, stammered, Sect master, it's a misunderstanding. Mercy, mercy, please spare this little one. Ning Xuanwu roared. Misunderstanding, you say? I'll show you misunderstanding. He sent Zhang San's head flying with a kick. Ning Xuanwu was so enraged, everyone around him was trembling in fear. A guy in red robes asked, Sect leader, what's next? Our sect is practically wiped out, just a few of us left. Are we still going to go for revenge? And those Zhentian stone and Biba Feng things? Are we still trying to get them back? This question kinda shocked everyone else. Ning Xuanwu, hearing this, shot back. Revenge! With this one arm I have left, and it's even poisoned, you kidding me? Then, he stomped on Zhang San's body and announced, my grudge with the martial hall ends here. Anyone who dares to disrespect the martial hall and those inside will end up just like this. Ling Yao Rare, just wrapped in a towel, shivering, asked, Shifu, what the heck is in that martial hall? Disciples were wiped out in a blink. If I didn't have decent cultivation, I'd probably be gone too. Ning Xuanwu, looking dazed, answered, 4 martial ancestors, 1 martial saint, even a martial emperor. He elaborated, faced with that kind of absolute power, we can only swallow our pride and forget about revenge. The bigger issue now is being careful of the Qingshan sect, Ling Yaoshe questioned. You mean to say, Ning Xuanwu sighed. Our Xuanwu sect and Qingshan sect have been rivals in Jiang City for ages, but it's always been a shaky balance. Who knew a hidden powerhouse pretending to be a nobody would suddenly show up in town? And out of all people, Lu Qingshan got buddy-buddy with him, and even snagged some super awesome divine blade from him. If Xuanwu sect just keeps doing nothing, Lu Qingshan will eat us alive, bone and all, sooner or later. He turned to Ling Yao Chair and said, so we gotta suck up to that young guy too, at least as much as Lu Qingshan is doing. And, he added, with your looks and charm, you gotta hook him, become his woman. Ling Yao Rare went bright red. Ning Xuanwu continued, I know this is asking a lot. I see you as my own daughter, but right now the future of Xuanwu sect rests on your shoulders. Ling Yao Rare said shyly, it's not that I'm against it, but I'm worried he won't even give me a second look. Ning Xuanwu, hearing this, immediately shot back. Fear? Have I ever taught you about fear since you were a kid? Ling Yaoer, to do big things, you need guts. I know you've always looked up to strong guys, so this isn't exactly a bad deal for you, right? If you get hung up on small stuff and lose sight of the bigger picture, how can I trust you with the Xuanwu sect? Ling Yaojie was at a loss for words. She made up her mind and said firmly, Shifu, I understand. At the Jiangping Commerce Guild, Mao Lin was feeling totally helpless. His face as dark as night. Suddenly, a voice chimed in. Why is Dad suddenly looking for me to talk? Mao Yungair, as she walked in, heard Mao Lin ask, Yungair, tell me, what do you think of the guy who wrote Dream of the Red Chamber and Supreme Treasure? Mao Yunshare replied shyly, I've never met him, just get a feel from his books. But I bet he's a super charming young master. Mao Lin chuckled inwardly, his face turning cold. To be honest, the Baofeng Commerce Guild, just by selling his Supreme Treasure stuff, is already crushing us. And now, the first-tier Commerce Guild evaluation is about to kick off, he explained further. That's why I need you to go and get close to that Yi Feng guy. He even thought to himself, damn, messed up the first move, now I gotta sell my daughter to even have a chance to survive. Mao Yunjie replied, Dad, no need to say more, I get it. Mao Yunnier said shyly, Mr. Yi Feng seems like a nice guy, I'm in. Ling Yaoqi thought to herself, this beauty scheme is pretty clever, success or failed. Looking at Wang Kai's dumbfounded happy face, totally absorbed in the pile of treasures, I chuckled. These goodies are all left by those 4 guys for your master, partly orders from someone, partly compensation for the rake-off. As always, Wang Kai was lost in the treasures, not even noticing we were behind him. All treasures. For normal cultivators, getting even one is harder than reaching the sky. But for you, sir, you didn't even lift a finger, and you've already got a whole pile. No wonder you're my master. I walked over and sat down next to the pile of treasures, with Wang Kai right beside me. I picked up this staff that looked kinda like Sakura's staff, sighed with a helpless look, and said, What compensation? What rake-off? Did you give them money? What's the point of bringing back a pile of junk like this? It's not like I'm a dog who plays with trash. Suddenly, I spotted an umbrella with some squiggly characters on it. My face showed utter surprise. This is... Wang Kai, who had been spacing out over the treasures, also perked up his ears, listening to what I was about to say. Unexpectedly, I suddenly acted all demure, my face blushing shyly. I picked up the umbrella and started singing, Under Qingcheng Mountain, Bai Suzhen cultivates herself. 1,000 years in a cave. This whole performance of mine left Zhu Qing, who was watching, speechless. Wang Kai, on the other hand, was gaping, totally unable to believe his master. He was even more in awe of me as I sang. Then I, Yi Feng, feeling embarrassed for showing off so shamelessly, said, All right, you guys wouldn't understand. This is an art called cosplay. Take this pile of junk to the storage room for me. After a while, Zhu Qing and Wang Kai, working like busy bees, finally cleared out the pile of stuff. Suddenly, Wang Kai yelled, his face showing fear and panic. Thinking something was up, he said, Ever since Senior went into this door, a profound and terrifying aura has been spreading from inside. Turns out, in front of Wang Kai was a wall with a hole in it. A dark aura was leaking out, baring its fangs at him, making him freeze in place. Trembling, Yi Feng was still chilling on the rocking chair, not noticing Wang Kai's expression. I reached out and patted his head, saying, Good boy, Wang Kai. He just whimpered, trying to tell me something. But I probably didn't notice Wang Kai's unusual behavior. It seems Senior isn't even paying attention to this aura. But inside there, what on earth is hidden? In the storage room, Wang Kai was making noise. Locked up tight, surely it can't get out, right? Rapid footsteps approached, and then stopped. A man's voice asked, Excuse me, is Yi Feng Xiansheng home? Baofeng Merchant Guild's Yun Xiong has come specially to deliver an invitation to the upcoming poetry competition. It turned out to be Luo Langshu and Yun Xiong. Luo Langshu, with a serious face, instructed Yun Xiong, Be extremely careful when speaking with Xiansheng later. Xiansheng is hiding in Jiangping City, setting up a grand scheme, and also experiencing mortal life. These 2 points are big no-nos. Do not offend him. Yun Xiong, looking like he understood, nodded and replied, Rest assured, I understand. As they were talking, the door suddenly opened, startling them. I, Yi Feng, looked at them with a blank, confused face and asked, The entry standards for the poetry competition in previous years were very high. Why are you handing out invitations to everyone this year? Yun Xiang replied, stammering a bit, unable to hide his nervousness. Xiansheng is joking. Your Supreme Treasure Book, everyone has a copy now. Its literary significance is widely recognized. You've already soared to the top of Jiangping City's literary scene, the hottest new star in literary circles. If Xiansheng could grace the competition with your presence, it would be a blessing for all the talented young people here. He held out his hands. presenting an invitation card to me. I stared at the invitation card in his hand, pondering. Then I, Yi Feng, reached out and took the letter, saying, "All right, fine, I'll go see how lively it is." My acceptance of the invitation made Luo Langshu and Yun Xiang sigh in relief. As for me, Yi Feng, I put on a profound face, but inside I was sizing things up. I'll have to see if this foreign world's intellectual culture is deeper, or if my 5,000-year Yanhuang heritage is stronger. By the riverbank, a large crowd had gathered. The annual poetry competition had finally kicked off by the Chungxi River. It had drawn all the talented youth of Jiangping City. This place doesn't rely on strength, doesn't distinguish between high and low social status, only uses literature to discuss style. The crowd was bustling, urging each other, "Hurry, hurry! Jiangping's 4 great talents are about to start rhyming." On the pavilion appeared 4 men in gaudy attire, hailed as the 4 great talents. They began to rhyme. "Friends come from afar, no matter how far we kill them. Heaven has a path you don't take. The sea of learning is boundless, yet you barge in. I want to be with you forever. You tell me you're eternally immortal." Hearing this, I, Yi Feng, took off my glasses and looked at the 4 great talents, my face showing disdain and confusion. I couldn't believe what I had just heard. Contrary to me, the onlookers all showed admiration, shouting and cheering. One of them exclaimed, "Is this the world of the strong?" I, Yi Feng, standing next to him, just stood there speechless, looking at him. Seeing him like this, I, Yi Feng, couldn't hold back my anger. Furious, I grabbed the guy's collar and yelled in his face, "Wake up!" Then, I, Yi Feng, turned around and stormed off in annoyance. I, Yi Feng, didn't notice that next to me, a bunch of people still enthusiastically composing poetry were approaching. A southern-sounding voice said, "Being moved by someone, feelings are very troubled, but also could be very sweet. Tell me to lie down. Lie down and get nothing, so your meaning is hard to lie down." Ling Yaowei looked smug, sneering contemptuously at the group of men surrounding her, glancing at Yi Feng's retreating back. While looking, she was plotting, "I've thoroughly investigated your resting habits. So as not to ruin your original plan to experience mortal life, I will use a mortal's approach to get close to you." Suddenly, she stumbled forward, deliberately shouting loudly. I sprained my ankle. I, Yi Feng, walking past, looked at her blankly, not understanding. Seeing her plan about to succeed, she gloated to herself, "No one has ever escaped my beauty trap. I don't believe you won't be moved facing someone about to fall into your arms." I, Yi Feng, reassured myself, shouting, "Not good." He hastily dodged aside, while Ling Yaowei still thought she would succeed. Utterly smug, she fell into someone's arms, but not Yi Feng's. But the 4 great talents caught her in their embrace. I, Yi Feng, seriously stepped aside, too dangerous behind me. The 4 great talents, having successfully gotten a beauty in their arms, said lecherously, "Beauty, if so, why not come into my embrace and accept me?" They were punches, launched by a beauty, sent flying into the sky, but they still didn't forget to yell, "I'm raising her." Ling Yaogir suddenly realized her plan had flopped. She looked totally shocked that Yi Feng hadn't fallen into her trap. Yi Feng had barely dodged one pit when he stumbled right into another. He'd just gotten away from Ling Yaogir when a hurried voice called out to him, "Mr. Yi, finally found you." Yi Feng turned around, looking totally blank, and saw a stunningly beautiful girl holding his magnificent painting. She looked all shy and delicate as she introduced herself to Yi Feng. "Little lady is Mao Yunye from the Pingjiang Merchant Guild." Ignoring her invitation, Yi Feng coldly said, "Hello," then turned to leave, totally unimpressed, he thought. Pingjiang Merchant Guild again, and Mao Yunye too. Mao Yunye was stunned by Yi Feng's attitude. Her face showed disbelief and frustration, and she almost burst into tears. Still not giving up, she grabbed at Yi Feng. "Mister," a scornful voice cut her off. "Just you." Trying to get Mister's attention. "Hilarious." She turned back angrily and snapped, "You're the hilarious one. Who are you?" Ling Yaotir gave Mao Yunye a look of utter contempt, like she was beneath her notice, and sneered, "Oh, I'm someone you can never catch up to. Want to get a piece of Mister? You're not even worthy." Mao Yunye was furious and retorted sharply, "Shameless." Looking at Ling Yaotir, she spat. "You." One of the guys in the crowd looked absolutely gobsmacked and muttered, "This average-looking dude is getting attention from 2 goddesses at once." The guy next to him was so jealous his head turned green, and he whined, "Green lemons on the lemon tree, under the lemon tree you and me." Hearing him, the first guy couldn't help but give him a thumbs up and praised. "Wow, bro, your poetry is fire." The green-headed guy bashfully replied, "Oh, you're too kind." Suddenly, a voice boomed, "Yi Feng." Hearing the call, Yi Feng turned around and saw Peng Ying calling him. She stomped over and started yelling, "You cockroach, why are you always haunting me? If Martial Brother Wu Ji sees you again, are you trying to ruin everything I've worked so hard for?" Yi Feng put on a face like he couldn't care less and turned to leave. Peng Ying saw Yi Feng ignoring her and got even angrier. She pointed at him and yelled, "Making me lose face like that and you think you can just walk away?" Yi Feng, still looking indifferent, replied, "We have nothing to say to each other." Hearing Yi Feng say that, Peng Ying got even more pissed. Her face twisted into something scary as she pointed right at him and cursed. "You still think you're all that, huh? You think just because you have a book and Luo Langshu is backing you, you can make me regret leaving you? Don't forget, you're just immortal in the end. You'll always be trash at the bottom of society, while I'm a disciple of the Qingshan sect, a cultivator. You'll never be good enough for me." Hearing her words, everyone around them started looking at him with curious eyes. Seeing he wasn't saying anything, Peng Ying suddenly didn't know what else to say. Yi Feng didn't even bother to turn back to look at her. He waved dismissively and said, "Your acting is great, but I'm not turning around for you. Goodbye forever, and good riddance." Unexpectedly, Peng Ying grabbed his shoulder and kept on ranting, "I hate that cold, deadpan look of yours the most. A cockroach like you is only fit to live in that dump of a store. Living at the bottom, not even a girl would give you a second glance." Suddenly, Yi Feng spun around, but before he could do anything, bam! A slap landed squarely on Peng Ying's face. She didn't even have time to react, and just took the hit. The slapper was Mao Yunye. Yi Feng was also taken aback by this situation. Peng Ying had just been slapped, so she instantly lost it. Red energy flared around her, and she glared at Mao Yunye with wide eyes. "You dare hit me!" Seeing her aura, everyone around them was shocked and exclaimed that she was actually a cultivator. Mao Yunye saw her imposing aura and got scared. She hid behind Yi Feng, trembling. "Mr. Yi, ah!" Peng Ying saw Mao Yunye was afraid, and her arrogance surged. She smugly thought, "My chi refining 9th level aura can totally crush you mortals. You should all be groveling at my feet." The more she thought about it, the stronger her aura became. Suddenly, another hand shot out and smacked her right in the face. She couldn't dodge and screamed, "Ouch!" The one who hit her was none other than Ling Yaoer. Peng Ying saw Ling Yaoer and could only grind her teeth in anger. "You," Ling Yaoer put on a disdainful face, looked her up and down, and sneered, "Me, I'm also Mr. Yi's fan." Hearing this, Peng Ying got even angrier. A dangerous glint flashed in her eyes, and she roared, "Another fan! It's just a trashy book. Why are these women acting like they're possessed? Treating Yi Feng like he's some untouchable saint." Suddenly, she stood up straight, a sinister smile twisting her face, and energy gathered in her hand ready to unleash an attack. She chuckled menacingly. Too bad, even a pretty treasure is still just trash. Someone with zero cultivation like him. She smugly thought to herself, he won't survive a single hit. Peng Ying's aura intensified, radiating danger, but completely opposite to expectations. Ling Yaoxi showed no fear at all. Instead, she winked flirtatiously at Yi Feng and whined sweetly, "This kind of thing doesn't need Mr. to lift a finger, just leave it to me." Her flirtatious expression left Yi Feng speechless, while Mao Yunye was unhappy, annoyed, and grumbled at Peng Ying, "You're taking advantage of someone in trouble." At this, Peng Ying yelled, "Too late to regret it now. Weren't you hitting me hard just now? Now kneel down for me." Mao Yunye was terrified, shut her eyes, and shook her head frantically. Seeing this, Peng Ying couldn't contain her anger and swung her sword towards Mao Yunye. The sword narrowly missed Mao Yunye, slashing past her side, scaring her so much she fell to the ground, screaming. Peng Ying became even more smug. "Ants are just ants. Look at you, scared stiff." After scaring Mao Yunye, she turned her attention to Ling Yaoye, her eyes filled with hatred, wanting to devour Ling Yaoye whole. "That bitch, she hit me even harder. I'll pay her back double." Ling Yaoye responded with a blank face and contemptuous eyes. Unexpectedly, Peng Ying drew her sword and attacked, stabbing straight at Ling Yao, but Ling Yao's face was a picture of disbelief, mouth agape in shock. His sword was blocked by Ling Yao's 2 fingers. Peng Ying couldn't believe it, and yelled, "How could you block my sword?" Ling Yaoke then used her 2 fingers to make Peng Ying's sword spin in circles. He panicked and couldn't hold on to his sword, and then it was flung away. Ling Yaoche looked at Peng Ying with disdain and said, "Is your sword very hard to block? Chi, refining level 9 scrub, you can't even hold a sword properly. Are you even worthy of being a cultivator?" Peng Ying, facing Ling Yaoque's questioning, could only hug his swollen hand and tremble. Ling Yaower impatiently raised her hand and slapped Peng Ying directly in the face. While hitting him, she said, "Answer me, are you worthy?" Peng Ying, being slapped repeatedly, could only whine, "You." Responding to him were more slaps from Ling Yaower and curses. "You, what you?" Peng Ying tried to argue back, but as soon as he started to say, he was met with Ling Yaoer's mocking face and jeers. Hey, with just that little bit of cultivation, are you even worthy of being called a cultivator? Seeing Ling Yaoer's imposing aura, Peng Ying hugged his face, swollen like a pig's head, and meekly replied, I am not worthy. Responding to him was a compliment from Ling Yaoer. Good boy. Followed by a kick straight to the face. Yi Feng was hiding behind the wall, revealing a face of pure nosiness. Watching the drama like some gossiping aunties, women arguing is really something else, huh? Everyone around, just like Yi Feng, stood watching the drama, and seeing Peng Ying fall into the water, they couldn't help but feel like they were watching a movie. Ling Yaoer, after kicking Peng Ying straight into the river, turned back and respectfully clasped her hands in greeting to Yi Feng, saying, Greetings, sir. Yi Feng scratched his head, feeling a bit confused. Then he clasped his hands in return, smiling brightly, and replied, I remember you. Thanks for the help. As he said this, he thought to himself, last time at the martial hall she was acting all strange, and this time even faking a fall. Man, it's gotta be because my book is just that OP. Hearing Yi Feng say he recognized her, Ling Yaoer couldn't help but be surprised, and exclaimed, I, sir? She was secretly overjoyed and thought to herself, he actually recognized me, so that's why he was acting so distant just now. Yi Feng smiled, his face beaming, and said, It's nothing, don't even mention it. And thanks to Miss Yunmier here for helping me out earlier. The atmosphere between the three made the two young ladies, Mao Yunmier and Ling Yaoer, feel shy and flustered, their faces flushing red. Ling Yaoer looked at Yi Feng's extraordinary bearing and thought to herself, Makes sense. In front of such a reclusive expert, not to mention a nobody like me, I'm afraid even the entire Xuanwu sect wouldn't be worthy of his attention. As for Mao Yunmier, when she heard Yi Feng's thanks, she started to sway and wiggle, trying to look all graceful, and shyly said, Sir, you're too kind, Yunmier said in a soft voice. Didn't really do anything much. Just made a fool of myself in front of you, sir. Yi Feng's smile was radiant, and he happily replied to her, Don't say that. To show my gratitude, how about I treat you ladies to dinner tonight? Hearing Yi Feng's invitation, the two young ladies were so surprised and happy they almost cried. They both answered in unison, This humble girl respectfully obeys your command. Seeing the two beautiful ladies smiling brightly and going to dinner with Yi Feng made the surrounding guys jealous, biting their handkerchiefs and muttering, Why do we gotta watch this? By the lakeside, Peng Ying, soaking wet, was sitting and quietly sobbing. Suddenly, a male figure appeared. Peng Ying happily turned his head back, calling out tearfully, Brother Wu Ji. Unexpectedly greeted by a face swollen like a pig's head calling him brother, Wu Ji freaked out. He immediately, without holding back, punched Peng Ying straight in the face and angrily yelled, What the hell is this? You even stole my Yinger's clothes. Peng Ying, feeling wronged, knelt down while crying and grabbed Wu Ji's clothes. Brother Wu Ji, it's me, Yinggier. It's them, Yi Feng and his fanboys. They messed me up. You gotta help me get revenge. Hearing Peng Ying say this, Wu Ji's face darkened, his eyes lit up, and veins popped out on his face, showing his anger had reached its peak. Then, suddenly, he kicked Peng Ying, sending him flying. He angrily yelled, Your face is uglier than a mangled cat right now, and you still want me to help you. Too bad I wouldn't even touch you with a 10-foot pole now, you used-up trash. After saying that, he even spat to show his disdain for him. Peng Ying, already beaten up, now received an even worse beating, making him unable to even lift his head due to his injuries. He couldn't believe it, and thought, So, is this how he really sees me? Was it all just a lie? So you're all like this, seeing me as less than an ant, bullying me at will. He couldn't hold back his resentment towards Wu Ji. The way you look at me now, it's no different from those guys. He remembered the disdainful looks from everyone, Luo Lan, Shui Ling, Yao Fer. He couldn't hold back and became even more resentful. But where did I go wrong in all this? I just wanted to cultivate immortality, to take back everything that's mine, to be noticed, to have a bright and wonderful future. Am I asking for too much? The more he said, the louder he sobbed, the more resentful he felt. Suddenly he snapped, jumped up, and lunged at Wu Ji, grabbing him. As he grabbed him, he cried out, You see me as dirt, you trample all over me. Caught off guard, Wu Ji didn't have time to dodge and just yelled, Let go, you bitch. But it was too late, he was dragged into the water. If there's a next life, y'all are SO gonna pay. It was a beautiful day, blue skies, fluffy white clouds, golden sunshine, and all that jazz. And then Yi Feng noticed his precious pup, Wang Kai, sitting there shivering, which totally caught his eye. He rushed over, smushed his face all over the pup, and started baby-talking. Wang Kai, you've been acting kind of sus lately, haven't ya? Poor Wang Kai, huh? Woof woof, Yi Feng, seeing his dog acting so strange, immediately glanced towards the doghouse. Don't tell me this dude already figured out why his dog was acting all funky, huh? His eyes lit up, and he glanced back at Wang Kai. Yi Feng looked into Wang Kai's teary, sparkly eyes and promised, I know exactly what's going on in that little head of yours, and I'll figure something out for you, just for now. You gotta hang in there, buddy. Yi Feng took another look at Wang Kai, eyes narrowed, and thought, yep, the more I look, the more obvious it is. No kinda right about it, the dog's totally in heat. Just then, Zongqing, who was sweeping the yard, saw him and called out, Master, you're back. How was the poetry thingy? Anything fun happen? Yi Feng put Wang Kai down and went over to Zongqing, chuckling, Dude, playing Fight the Landlord with the hot ladies at the Rouge Pavilion is way more fun than that boring stuff. Zongqing's face went bright red when he heard about adult stuff. Practically steaming up, Yi Feng quickly bailed, thinking about his own fun. Speaking of which, haven't seen those aunties in a while. Still early, might as well go find them and chill out, you know. Zongqing, hands shaking, gripped the broom handle tight and mumbled, Master. He shyly squinted, glancing away, face still a bit flushed. Zongqing asked bashfully, Is playing Fight the Landlord really that fun? Yi Feng chuckled, patting Zongqing's head. Ow, kid, you wouldn't get it even if I explained. Zongqing mumbled, Master, I think I kinda get it. He remembered those come-hither looks from the ladies at the Rouge Pavilion, thinking to himself, 'Cause every time I walk past there, I see those pretty ladies with those guys. He muttered, bummed, I want to play too. Suddenly, Yi Feng was enveloped in a faint golden glow, his face turning serious. Listen up, kid. In this whole world, there's only one set of poker cards, and they came from my hands, and Fight the Landlord, I personally taught those ladies how to play. It's not something you can just pick up, you know. Time flew by, and soon it was late afternoon. Ling Yao Ware strutted into town, chest all bouncy and stuff, and every dude in the village was totally checking her out, much to their wives' annoyance. One dude immediately got a bloody nose from his wife for staring. Seriously, Ling Yaoer was so hot, even the emperor passing by did a double take. Seeing this, Ling Yaoer just oozed confidence, sashaying in her skimpy pink dress, showing off everything. She smirked to herself. Yuncha might be a bit awkward, but she's still got looks and curves. Can't guess what that immortal master's into. Gotta get there first, get in good with him, and then I'll have the upper hand. Ling Yaoshare quickly got to the front gate of the place, thinking, this martial arts school hasn't changed one bit. But something felt different this time, and the owner, he'd gone from being the enemy to being her prey. Ling Yao remembered what Ning Xuanwu had told her. This dinner is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. I want you to use every trick in the book to make him yours. Your Shifu is counting on you with the future of the Xuanwu sect. Ling Yao Ser stepped through the gate, announcing loudly, Little Yao Lingyer, honored to be friends with Immortal Yi, wouldn't dream of forgetting proper manners, so I'm here to say hello. Wang Kai, who was nearby, sniffed the air, then wrinkled his nose, thinking, this smell ain't like the usual makeup stuff Zhongqing uses. Scratching his head, Zhongqing came out to greet her. It said, bad timing, master's not home right now, but when he gets back, I'll totally tell him you dropped by. Ling Yaoer put a hand to her mouth, muttering, not home, but we totally bumped into each other this morning. I figured he'd be here. Zhongqing, flustered, turned around and mumbled, Master, he went to the Rouge Pavilion to play Fight the Landlord with some ladies. Ling Yaoer got all curious and leaned in close. Hey, little bro. Can you tell your big sis what this Fight the Landlord thing is? Zhongqing stammered, clutching the doorframe, too embarrassed to say. It's, Ling Yaoer pushed. Come on, spill it, Zhongqing. Gathering all his courage, yelled, It's boy-girl stuff. Ling Yao's face flushed a little too, forcing a laugh. Oh ho, little bro, who knew you were so worldly? Thanks for the info, sweetie. Another time, big sis will hook you up with someone special, okay? Zhongqing was mortified and bolted back inside. Let's talk about that later. You should probably head back now. I gotta cultivate. Ling Yaoer chuckled to herself. Well. Thought this immortal master was some high and mighty cultivator, above all that girly stuff. Turns out, he's all polite on the outside, but a total player underneath, huh? Ling Yaoer just stood there, watching the rag flutter in the breeze. Then she used some magic trick to snatch the rag for herself. Suddenly, Wang Kai started barking up a storm. Woof woof! Ling Yaoer jumped. What the heck was that? Zhongqing yelled. Thief! You dare to steal! He grabbed a kitchen knife, pissed as hell, and charged at her. Unbelievable. I was even thinking you were kinda pretty, and that I didn't need you hooking me up with anyone. Ling Yaoer gave a nervous laugh, clutching the rag. Little bro, it's just a rag. Chill. Zhongqing wasn't having it, yelling, Put the khati rag down! Ling Yaoshare stopped joking around and just sneered at him. What's a little kid like you gonna do, huh? Zhang Qing, furious, pointed the knife right at Ling Yao's face. I said, put the rag down. Ling Yao's face went pale, she got scared, and just plopped right down on the ground, thinking, holy crap, are you kidding me? This heaven-suppressing stone and cloak are both Emperor-grade Dharma artifacts, but they are still far, far weaker than the aura of this meat cleaver. It's sect-grade, maybe even saint-grade. Ling Yao, trembling with fear, hurriedly handed the rag back to him. Here, take it back. I'm too scared. Zhang Qing angrily took the rag. Don't you even think about snatching anything under my watch? Even if it's a rag, even if it's a hair from Wang Kai, he sternly warned her. This is my warmest home, my master Wang Kai. I'm willing to put my life on the line to protect everything here. Wang Kai, who was beside him, felt a bit heartwarmed after hearing this. Meaningful words of recognition, but why does it sound a little off? Zhang Qing turned around and left. If there's a next time, I absolutely won't forgive you. Ling Yao, confused, and bowed apologetically. Got it, I won't do it again. Wang Kai walked over, smirked at her face. Petty martial spirit, yet dare to act tough at our doorstep. Ling Yao glared at the teenage dog. Fine, whatever. He's still Master's disciple after all. You're just a dog acting tough on its own turf. Wang Kai, seeing her getting angry, also got angry. His head started glowing, preparing to attack. Woof. Damn it, this little girl still doesn't get it. Woof woof. A magic beam shot out and struck Ling Yao right in the chest. Her eyes widened, staring in disbelief. What is this? I was attacked by a dog. Ling Yao's share fell hard on the floor. She scrambled back in fear, trembling, she thought to herself. No way, this is definitely not just a dog. Legendary heaven-devouring Yao Wolf. The depth of this martial arts place is unimaginable. I messed up big time this time. Tonight I gotta suck up to Yi Feng to fix this. At Pingjiang Trade Association, Mao Lin explained the function of the medicine bottle on the table. This spring peace flower powder is even more potent than those 4-hour hard-on pills. He glanced at his daughter. If you want it, tonight's the perfect chance to make it happen. Mao Yinger, blushing hard, stared intently at the medicine bottle. Of course I want to. Only after seeing Master today did I realize how charming he is. Definitely can't let her get her hands on him. At Duihong Courtyard, soft voice of a sis echoed through the room. Yi Feng Shifu. She pushed her chest out, showing off everything, looking incredibly seductive. I'm all set. Yi Feng and the sis behind the screen were talking some weird stuff. The girl moaned. It hurts, be gentle. Yi Feng comforted. Mine's a bit big, just bear with it. The girl winked and grinned at him. Didn't think you had it, flip it over and show me. The girl outside thought they were getting freaky, so she kicked the door in and stormed in. Duihong House sells talent, not flesh. Let's see who's breaking the rules. Turns out she was wrong. All three were just playing cards. Long-haired girl's face was covered in paper slips, she muttered dejectedly. Screen 100 spirit stones penalty. Yi Feng was holding paper slips ready to stick them on the other girl. The girl yelped. Stop. Yi Feng had enough fun and went out to the balcony thinking whether to be friendly or aloof. Boy, oh boy, this is tough. He was struggling. Can't decide what to choose. They're my book fans after all. Should I act like an idol? This is really putting me on the spot. Wang Xuan suddenly appeared out of nowhere beside him. Casually struck up a conversation. Looks like this brother is having some trouble. Judging by your face, you must be waiting for a lady. Yi Feng, slightly startled, turned to look at the man and nodded. Yeah, Wang Xuan gave him a knowing. Look, this humble one is Wang Xuan. Same as you, brother. My girl is really hard to get a date with. Courted her for 3 months before she agreed to see me, but thinking about how hot she is, it's worth it. A pair of slender legs and pink heels walked towards them. Turns out it's Wang Xuan's date. She's got a nice figure, but her face isn't exactly public-friendly. Wang Xuan waved excitedly and confidently said to Yi Feng, Didn't I tell you Wang Xuan doesn't brag? This figure and face, there aren't many like her in Pingjiang City. Wang Xuan quickly went over, slung his arm around the beauty, and left. Zhao Wu asked him curiously, Do you know that guy Wang Xuan scoffed? Just met him, like, just now? Take a look at how dumb he looks. Says he's waiting for a girl. Any girl who'd go for him must be some kind of dog meat. Waiter's voice echoed in Wang Xuan's ears, making him freeze. Oh wow, it's Miss Mao, our VIP guest. Yin and Ling Yao arrived together. The two beauties just walked in and instantly drew all the guys' attention. Waiter excitedly led them upstairs, mouth running non-stop with compliments. Your honorable presence shines upon our humble little place. You two are at the same table, right? No wonder you're friends with Miss Mao. You're clearly not just anyone. Seeing his dates arrive, Yi Feng immediately waved hello. Yin Yer and Ling Yao Fear politely bowed in their own style. The waiter beside them grinned and said, "Oh, so you must be Yi Feng Shansheng's VIPs. Yi Feng Shansheng is really going all out. He chose the best spot in our whole restaurant. This really suits your VIP status." Wang Xuan on the side smirked as if he just realized something. "Guess I'm just too narrow-minded," he thought to himself. "He and I are not even in the same league." The three quickly ordered and sat down to eat and drink. Yin Ger, trying to get on his good side, immediately served Yi Feng some food. "Masters, have some of this." Ling Yao Care chuckled to herself, thinking, HMPH, time for a little brainwashing session, acting all cutesy and seductive, totally useless in front of me. Ling Yao Share leaned forward, those massive melons of hers practically resting on the table, blushing as she giggled at Yi Feng. "A toast to you, mister." Yi Feng wasn't about to refuse. Snatching the wine cup from her hand, he happily chugged the whole thing in one go. First thing at the table, and we're already drinking. No backing down now. Ling Yao Gare watched him, a sly smile playing on her lips. "Drink my wine, and tonight, you're mine." Yinger, not to be outdone, piled food onto his plate. "Mister, try this." She scooted closer, pressing her chest against his arm. "Wine's for slow sipping, or you'll get tipsy and someone might take advantage." Yi Feng frowned, lips twitching, quickly declined. "No need, really." Sweat was beading on his forehead, lips pressed tight. "Am I the main character in some cheesy story now? Yi Feng, wake the hell up, don't fall for the looks. Balls over broads, remember." Ling Yao Fire, who knows when, had already squished those melons of hers right onto his face, hands creeping to massage his shoulders. "Mister, you must be tired from your journey here, right? Let me give you a massage." Being touched by a hottie, Yi Feng couldn't help but let out a satisfied, almost perverted expression. Internally, he moaned, "Kimochi, oh Buddha, bless this body about to explode." Yinner went for his feet, slipping off his shoes and grabbing his foot for a massage. "When it comes to relieving fatigue, I've had some training. Guaranteed quality. Better than those massage aunties." Ling Yaoir's face soured at being called an auntie. Yi Feng panicked, seeing her grab his foot, quickly stopping her. "Whoa there." Yinger kneaded his foot hard, like she was trying to crush bone. "Don't say a word, just feel it," making his eyes widen as he bit his finger to stifle a scream. Internally, he cheered himself on. "Damn it. Gotta keep quiet. One yelp and I lose." He swore solemnly in his mind. "A real man wouldn't even flinch at this. Can't let these girls see me make a fool of myself." Yi Feng, before he could finish his thought, was sent bucking by Yinner's massage, screaming, "Ow, ow, 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 it hurts like hell." Oi, Yi Feng, pissed and not wanting to be tortured any longer, yelled, "Are you two done yet?" Ling Yao Sir was baffled. "Why am I getting yelled at too?" After his outburst, Yi Feng turned back. "Don't mind it, you two. It's not like I meant to yell at you specifically, it's just, I'm not used to this kind of thing." Yin-Yer and Ling Yao Greer glared at each other, a silent showdown brewing. Ling Yao Kerr struck first, her plump lips parting to release a sweet sound. Calling him back, "Mister," Yi Feng turned to look at her. "Yeah." She blushed shyly, looking at him. "How about tonight we play Dao Di Zhu?" Yi Feng was silent for a moment, then asked, "Play Dao Di Zhu?" "You've played before," Ling Yaower fidgeted, shaking her head. "No, never, I swear, I've never played Dao Di Zhu before. Tonight would be my first time playing Dao Di Zhu with you, mister." Yi Feng smirked, looking at her with interest, and warned, "This game can be addictive, you know. If you want to play tonight, we can, but you gotta promise not to cry when you lose. Then we can open a private room and play, no quitting halfway." Ling Yaower was blushing crimson, utterly embarrassed. She awkwardly covered her face. Unbelievable, he actually said it, he just blurted it out like that. "But if he's really that good, can I handle it?" Yi Feng added, "But if we're playing Dao Di Zhu, 2 people aren't enough." He glanced at Yinyer. "It needs 3, so Yinyer, you should join too." Yinyer, invited to join, immediately nodded. "Yes, can't leave you two alone." Ling Yaower was stunned, eyes wide, totally bewildered. Play. Playing that big? Does he even know what he's saying?" Ling Yaower stammered. "Mister, you want the 3 of us to play Du Di Zhu?" Yi Feng looked at her seriously, confirming, "Definitely. If it's Du Di Zhu, you need at least 3 people. Of course, 4 would be even better." Ling Yaoter shuddered. A forced smile plastered on her face. "Wow. Mister is so strong, hick, amazing," Yi Feng scoffed. "What's so amazing about that? It's just common sense." Yi Feng yelled, "Waiter, get us a private room, and go to my martial arts gym. Ask my disciples to bring over some Dao Di Zhu sets." Ling Yaorer, who was drinking wine, choked and spat it all out. Yi Feng looked at Yin. Need me to teach you the basics? Yin happily nodded. Ling Yaoshe frantically wiped her mouth, thinking in confusion. Sets, he even needs sets for it. I think I'm starting to see through him. He looks simple on the outside, but he's a total veteran. Good thing I didn't come alone. Yi Feng stood up. I'm gonna go wash my hands. Once he was gone, Yin turned to Ling Yaoshe. Dao Diju. That thing, right? We shouldn't overthink it. Let's put aside our personal feelings and just serve Mr. Well. Yin pulled out a small vial from her pocket, pouring it into Yi Feng's wine glass. We'll need this. Ling Yaoshe went to the window and burned a talisman to send a The scorched paper was quickly delivered to Ning Xuanwu's hand, and her voice immediately blared. Tonight, Ling Yaoshe will act with Mr. Yi. By morning, everything will be in place. Ning Xuanwu burst into a triumphant laugh. That blockhead Lu Qingshan, so what if you get the first mover advantage and gain trust? I, Xuanwu, came later but get the reward first. In the end, I'm still better. The confused fatty beside him asked, Sectmaster, what's got you so excited? He announced loudly for everyone to hear, Ling Yaoshe has caught that guy from down the mountain. By tonight, Ling Yaoshe will officially be his woman. The grudges between him and me will be gone. Our Xuanwu sect will even gain unexpected benefits. Everyone cheered excitedly upon hearing this. Really? That's great. Wouldn't that mean our Xuanwu sect will be the #1 sect in the entire Jiangping? Everyone roared, imagining themselves at the peak. That Qingshan sect is just a bunch of blustering oafs at the Pingjiang Commerce Association. Mao Lin was sitting discussing important matters when the messenger came and whispered into Mao Lin's ear. The young mistress asked me to report to the president that the spring blossom powder has taken effect. By morning, everything will be in place. The pointy-nosed old man beside him grumbled, Hey, shouldn't we be thinking about how to solve the current problem? Shouldn't you take some responsibility? Mao Lin didn't pay attention, but was so excited by the news that he stomped on the table and shouted, Nice! The bun-haired man beside him asked curiously, President, what's got you so excited? The pointy-nosed man guessed wildly. Could it be that the president has come up with a way to suppress the influence of those books from the Baofeng Commerce Association? The bun-haired man scoffed. If not, we should prepare to discuss replacing the president. Mao Lin chuckled. HMPH? Want to kick me out? In the end, isn't it just that little Yi Feng? A joke. Mao Lin was so triumphant that he feared no one, and said bluntly, This president isn't just telling you guys directly. My daughter and Yi Feng are about to become one family. Later, when he sees me, he'll have to respectfully call me father-in-law. Everyone was stunned and surprised upon hearing this. What? Is this true? Mao Lin was unhappy that someone doubted him. He glared at everyone. HMPH, would I lie about my daughter's important affairs? Mao Lin stood tall, feeling like he was about to reach the peak. If he becomes my son-in-law, then his contribution to the Pingjiang Commerce Association for my sake would be nothing. Bun Hair immediately changed his tune faster than flipping a pancake. Our Commerce Association still has to rely on you, President. You must lead us for a long time, and the future will be brilliant. Pointy Nose also hurriedly fawned. You're still the best, President. You didn't tell us such good news earlier, making us worry so much. At Yi Feng's place, everything was prepared. He patted the table to test its durability. This table is sturdy enough. Here it comes, he thought to himself. Later, no matter how intense the fighting gets, I can't let the table be used. Yinzhi and Ling Yaoshe, cheeks flushed, kept looking at the table. Yinzhi stammered, Mr. Yi, are we playing directly on the table? Yi Feng asked, puzzled. Where else? Yinzhi thought to herself, Mr. Yi is too straightforward. Both of them placed their hands on the table and sat down, adjusting their poses to be as seductive as possible. Ling Yaoshe smiled, showing off her perfect curves, and called out. Then, Fi on the table? Yinzhi gently touched her chest, looking at him with some worry. How do we start? Yin Yafeng walked over and pushed them off the table. Excuse me, move aside a bit. He spread out a deck of cards and began to explain. This is Du Diju. Fight the landlord. The rules are very simple. Ascension is 10%, 3 ascensions is 20%, 4 pigs, ACACY%, and stars beat. Yi Feng attentively spouted a string of explanations full of confusing words for the two to hear. Ling Yaoshe embarrassedly thought to herself, Oh heavens, was this all a misunderstanding? Kill me. Yinzhi was no less embarrassed, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. Why am I here? I should be underground. Someone give me a hole? Yi Feng happily started dealing the cards. As the saying goes, big bets hurt the body, small bets move the heart. Playing like this is meaningless, so let's add some fun. He threw out the small dagger he carried with him. How about we each put out something as a wager? It's best if it's valuable but not too expensive. I'll use this dagger as collateral, it's my favorite thing. Ling Yao Hair looked at the extraordinary dagger with some trepidation, thinking, I can't guess the specific grade of this dagger, but I know this is at least a saint-tier item. How can I afford to play with this kind of bet? She touched the small pouch she wore, muttering, From Lin Shifu's interspatial pouch was taken away, and this Zhen Tian stone and the twin blades are already the Xuanwu sect's last treasures. She broke out in a sweat and threw the 2 twin blades onto the table. Mr. Yi, can I use these as a wager? Yi Feng nodded, giving off a golden light. Not too different, it's fine. Ling Yao Gaer froze for a moment, confused in her heart. These 2 treasures are as different as day and night. And he says they're not too different? Does he consider all magical artifacts in this world like that? Winning or losing doesn't matter. No high or low, just toys. Ling Yao Gaer glanced at Ying Hair, thinking, although there's a change in plans, as long as I wait for the drug to take effect, it's fine to play with Mr. Yi a little beforehand. She must be thinking the same thing. Ling Yao Gaer glanced at his dagger. In that case, I can take a gamble. If I can win that dagger, Shifu would be very happy. Yinner next to her held out a bronze fragment. Can I use this? She thought to herself. That's good too. Daggers and twin blades are not something the Commerce Association can buy, and they exude a mysterious and unpredictable aura. Definitely not ordinary. Ling Yao Wei, next to her, looked at the things from Yin Yer and was dumbfounded. This bronze fragment seems to be one of the keys to some secret realm. This Yin Yer is really stupid, still thinking of playing the pig to eat the tiger. Ling Yao Fair became serious and secretly encouraged herself. No matter what she's planning, I want both of these items. Yin Yer also looked serious, thinking to herself. This bronze fragment of mine, although not ordinary, is not practical, it's just an ornament. If I can use it to win these 2 treasures, then I must quickly make a profit. Time skipped to the next morning. Just as the rooster was about to start crowing, Yi Feng's voice interrupted him. Beat it! Yi Feng slammed the cards down, making a pop sound. He chuckled smugly, thinking, oh man, I don't even know how many rounds we've played all night. These 2 are such garbage. Yuan Hair and Ling Yao Wei were exhausted, their eyes swollen and dark. Ling Yao Wei looked outside in a panic. It's almost dawn. At this point, I'm afraid we'll lose even more than we gain trying to steal a chicken. No way! If we lose like this, how dare we go back to the sect and report to our Shifu? Yuan Taker cried silently. My sect's treasure. Yi Feng suddenly got up from the gambling table. Wait a sec. Ling Yao Chur breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Yuan Hair. Yuan Hair also looked at Ling Yao Chur, exhausted. You can't take it anymore either. The effects of the spring blossom powder increase over time, peaking at dawn. Whether it's a mortal body or a god's body, no one can resist its power. They both looked at the kettle on the table, determined to do it once and rest. Yuan Hair poured the medicine in. Just then, Yi Feng came back. It's almost dawn. I'm too tired. How about we call it a night? Yuan Care and Ling Yao Care had to pretend to grab their foreheads to distract him. Yi Feng frowned, looking at them. Intending to expose their tricks, he forced a smile and retracted his hand. No. If we lose, we must pay up. Yi Feng packed the items into his bag. Of course, it's only the first round. You'll definitely win the next time. Gambling requires stakes up front. If you don't accept, it's against the rules. If you don't enforce it, no one will take the game seriously next time. Seeing him about to leave, Yuan Quer quickly grabbed his sleeve. Immortal Sir has been playing cards all night and hasn't had much to drink. She picked up a cup of tea and smiled. Have some water and rest here for a moment. Yi Feng took the cup and poured 2 glasses. No need to be so polite. Aren't you the same? Have some too. Yuan Fair and Ling Yao Wei were startled. Drink more. Without hesitation, they each grabbed a cup and chugged it down, thinking that drinking more might make the Immortal Sir happier. They watched him gulp it down, sweating nervously but happy inside. The plan is halfway done. Just stall a little longer and wait for the medicine to take effect, and this plan can succeed. Yuan Prayer asked, Is Immortal Sir tired from teaching disciples usually? Ling Yao Wei also joined the conversation. We've been staying up all night playing Fight the Landlord together. Immortal Sir has shown all his skills outside already. Don't you want to do anything else? Yi Feng fanned himself, hesitating. Why? Why am I suddenly feeling so hot? He ripped off his outer robe to cool down. The 2 of them were secretly delighted. That's right, just the final step. Ling Yao Greer picked up Yi Feng's coat, greedily sniffing the scent on it. Immortal Sir's clothes smell so good. Yi Feng moved closer, lightly touching her forehead. Are you checking if you have a fever? Your face is very red. Yuan Hair, out of nowhere, wedged herself between them. Immortal Sir, a spring night is worth 1,000 gold. His heavy breathing had already betrayed him. Yi Feng was a little startled, thinking, have I been found out? Yuan Brier grabbed his arm, forcing him to touch her chest, but he refused. She smiled slightly, observing his expression, thinking, victory or defeat depends on this act. Ling Yaoer also carefully watched Yi Feng's hand, nearly touching Yuan Hair's chest. She couldn't wait any longer. A voice in her heart screamed, put it on, just put it on, and I'll devour you. Yi Feng shifted his hand and placed it on Yuan Shi's shoulder, thinking, trying to test me, he said honestly. I didn't expect you to see through me. I really want to. Yi Feng suddenly lowered his voice and whispered, going to the restroom. Yuan Gare and Ling Yao Gare felt like the sky had fallen when they heard this. Standing there dumbfounded as he explained, although I went for a checkup once, the diagnosis is that I have kidney deficiency. But I really am not incapable, whether you believe it or not. Urgent matters can't wait. He finished speaking, embarrassed, and hurried away. Gotta go. But in his heart, he hoped otherwise. Don't believe me, I'm just bullshitting. The door slammed shut. He left the two women in the room. Yuan Craer was burning up, extremely restless, afraid she couldn't take it anymore. She looked forward anxiously. What do we do now? Will Immortal Sir come back? If he doesn't come back, Ling Yaoer, unable to bear it any longer, lunged forward and kissed Yuan Ware, making Yuan Ware's face flush red. She cried out, don't! Ling Yaoer panted, wiped her mouth, and smiled, equally flushed. I didn't mean to, it's just that this medicine is so effective. If I don't release it, I'm afraid my body will die. Ling Yaoer used Yi Feng as an excuse. We must hold on until Immortal Sir comes back. Then, Ling Yaoer pressed Yuan Care hard onto the table, holding her hands down so she couldn't escape. Ling Yao Trier's mind wasn't clear enough now, her body couldn't take it anymore. Two small versions of herself appeared in her mind, an angel trying hard to stop her, she's our friend, and a devil sweetly tempting her. What friend at this time? While Ling Yaoer was still struggling, Yuan Mir closed her eyes and waved her arms, accidentally touching Ling Yaoer's chest. Ah, get away, she thought. This wine is too strong. When she opened her eyes, Yuan Vir was startled and quickly retracted her hand, stuttering apologies. I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to. On Yi Feng's side, he was leisurely releasing the floodwaters. Yi Feng felt much more comfortable after the hydroelectric dam had been released after a long time. Whoever comes up with this can call it. Yuan Care and Ling Yao Care on the other side had entered the middle stage, both pressing closely and hugging each other tightly. Yi Feng was just as chill, and he couldn't help but exclaim in his mind, Heaven, I'm done relieving myself. He then went back into the room and announced loudly, I'm back. But as soon as he entered, he was greeted with the sight of two gorgeous women all entangled with each other, leaving him utterly stunned and awkward. Yi Feng quickly stepped out and closed the door. I've disturbed them, Amitabha, Amitabha. Oh, my star-like eyes. Afraid of ruining their major event, he thoughtfully hung a sign that read, Do not disturb. Yi Feng reconsidered. Wait, why am I even caring about this? There are so many pretty girls in the world, yet I can't even get one. Guess I'll just go home and play with my dog. Time flew by, and Yin Yer had returned to the Pingjiang Merchant Guild. When she recounted the events to her father, Mao Lin, he was so furious he spat out blood. Ugh! Yinger rushed over in a panic. Father, Mao Lin said angrily, you're saying you not only failed, but also lost such a valuable copper slab, and ended up getting taken by another woman. Yinner slumped down, her face pale. I never imagined my first time would be with a woman. Mao Lin gnashed his teeth in anger, blood dripping from his mouth. My life is always screwed up because of the Xuanwu sect. Ling Yaoter had also returned to report. Ning Xuanwu roared after hearing her story. What? You're telling me your accomplishment this time was sleeping with a woman? Ning Xuanwu hesitated. Then, where's our sect's ultimate treasure, the twin-star Darkblades? Ling Yaorir stammered. Lost it, playing Dao Dizhu. Ning Xuanwu angrily punched himself in the chest. His precious daughter had ruined everything, making him cough up blood. Mao Lin laughed uncontrollably. Damn it, my life is worthless. His disciples rushed to calm him down. Calm down, Sectmaster, calm down, Sectmaster, calm down, Mao Lin roared. Punish Ling Yao Mer. You're confined to the back of Xuanwu Mountain for a year to repent. No leaving before that. Cut to a location deep in the mountains, far from human habitation. Behind Mofu Mountain, in some gorge, Li Mozhuo was leading 3 people, Chu Shiquang, Sun Jiaj, and Wu Yonghong. Towards the treasure, Wu Yonghong impatiently asked, Old Lai, where the heck is this treasure you're talking about? Li Mozhuo glanced at Wu Yonghong. Right here. Why? Don't you feel it? Sun Jiaj observed the mountain and narrowed his eyes. Look closely. This gorge is a bit strange. Looks safe, but it feels kinda dangerous. Too late to realize that now, vines with thorns appeared out of nowhere, and a formation was activated, trapping the 3 in a small square. Wu Yonghong stammered in shock. Li Mozhuo, you! Wu Yongsheng angrily drew his weapon. Bastard! The thorny vines had surrounded the box, imprisoning all 3. Li Mozhuo laughed evilly. Such good stuff caught my eye. Of course it's going into my pocket. Heh, this place doesn't just have one natural formation. 30,000 years ago, this was also an ancient battlefield relic. Back then, those powerhouses added a few grand formations on top of this natural formation during their battles. Li Mozhuo opened his pouch, shrunk Wu Yonghong's weapon into his pouch, chuckled, and pulled out a calculator to start calculating. And I've added 2 more layers on top of this formation. So, added all together, it's a lot, and a lot of layers. So even immortals can't save you. Li Mozhuo sneered, mocking the 3. Yell! Yell some more! No matter how much you scream, no one's coming to save you, Wu Yongsheng yelled resentfully. Why are you doing this? Li Mozhuo mysteriously retreated while continuing to speak. We've been friends for so many years, and you still don't know anything about me, huh? Why, you ask? I invited you to find treasures, but can all the treasures in the world compare to those things in Yi Feng's martial arts gym? Li Mozhuo glanced at the 3. But those are just external possessions. The true treasure is that Mr. Yi. The 3 immediately boiled over with anger, their eyes turning bloodshot. How dare you defile the name of Mr. You dare, Li Mozhuo nonchalantly replied. What's there to not dare? He was confident in himself, imagining easily manipulating Yi Feng in the palm of his hand. To tell you the truth, I'm not afraid of him, Myriad. I even want to snatch all the treasures inside his martial arts gym, even if he doesn't have any weaknesses or he's truly an immortal. As long as I activate that and steal his luck, I can drag him down from his pedestal and turn him into a true mortal. The thorny vines tightly wrapped around the golden box, trapping the 3 of them inside. Hearing what he said, the 3 of them yelled, What do you mean by that? Li Mozhuo opened his toothless mouth and smiled, his voice deep and hoarse. Tomorrow just happens to be the day of Yin month, Yin year, Yin day. A once-in-10,000 years occurrence on the immortal river continent. Chu Shiquang widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, The heavenly Yin Grand Formation? Don't tell me you're planning to use the heavenly Yin Grand Formation. Sun Jiat standing behind him, he rolled his eyes and said, You've been caught in the heavenly Yin Grand Formation. Anyone below a true immortal will lose their cultivation and not even realize it. Wu Yongsheng slammed his hands on the box, yelling, trying to stop the formation. Even if it's powerful, it violates the laws of nature. You dare to set up this formation again, sir. You'll definitely be struck by lightning and never find peace, forever unable to reincarnate. Suddenly, something flashed before his eyes like a bolt of lightning. Li Mozhuo's eyes turned blood red. Ghostly souls floated in the air, a mysterious black aura spreading out, looking terrifying. That guy's cultivation is unfathomable, even we can't probe it. Plus, he's got countless treasures, so he must have insanely heaven-defying luck. The old guy gasped for breath and continued, As long as we snatch it, even the heavenly Dabio will have to listen to me. Wu Yonghong frantically tried to break out of the golden box. You're playing with fire, Li Mozhuo. Why the hell do you want to repay kindness with hatred towards Sir? Even if I fall today, I'll use my life to break this formation. Just hoping to get some info to him. Instantly, a massive force struck down from above, piercing through the box and straight into Wu Yonghong's chest, sending him flying backwards. The 2 people around him stared wide-eyed, screaming, Old Wu! Wu Yongsheng was quickly defeated, collapsing heavily to the ground with a large hole in his chest. Sun Jiat, witnessing his friend being attacked like that, couldn't help but shout, You beast! You actually destroyed old Wu's Dantian, turning him into a mortal. He'll die in a few days. Chu Shiquang glanced at the toothless old man and cursed inwardly. Damn it, this guy's completely lost his humanity. Li Mozhuo's eyes narrowed deeply, revealing only a savage grin. You definitely have to die among the 4 of us. I'm the oldest. You guys know my time is almost up, so I have no choice. Wu Yonghong, I really thank you for introducing Yi Feng Sir to me just in time, using his luck to exchange for my longevity, reaching the peak of martial cultivation. It's too perfect! This day, the sky was blue and beautiful like a painting. At this moment, at the Qingshan sect, the door suddenly creaked open, and streams of white clouds quickly rushed out. Lu Qingshan was stretching and posing, hand to his forehead, wiping away sweat. Sweat poured all over his body, and the sunlight made him look even more dazzling. Luo Langshu quickly came forward to report. Reporting to Shifu, the #1 alchemist of Nansha, Lu Dachen, Grandmaster Lu, has been waiting in the sect for half a month. Hearing this, Lu Qingshan frantically grabbed a robe to put on. What? This Grandmaster is here? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Luo Langshu hesitated. I saw Shifu was in closed-door cultivation, so I didn't dare disturb you. A deafening zither sound suddenly echoed. Martial Emperor Lu Dashen appeared, slamming his staff into the ground. This little Qingshan sect really puts on airs, huh? Casually using the excuse that the sect leader is in closed-door cultivation to make me, Lu Sendashen, sit and wait for half a month. Lu Qingshan and Luo Langshu quickly bowed respectfully. Lu Qingshan greets Grandmaster Lu. Even the cultivation people in Nansha are yearning to meet you. I didn't know you were coming, so the reception was a bit lacking. Please forgive me. Lu Dachen calmly descended to the ground and said, Forget it. Currently, I need to refine a grade 5 medicinal pill for a martial emperor in Nansha. I need to borrow your flame pearl for a few days. If you're willing to lend it, not only me, but even that martial emperor will consider it a favor. These words were like a thunderclap to Lu Qingshan. He was polite and respectful on the surface, but inside he was cursing. So that's why you had time to sit and wait, opening your mouth and wanting to snatch the treasure of the Qingshan sect. HMPH. Luckily, I already gave the thing to Sir. He politely refused. Unfortunately, the flame pearl is no longer an item belonging to the Qingshan sect. I've already gifted it to my benefactor. Lu Dashen glanced up and asked, You gave away the sect's treasure as a gift, the bald old man lazily said. How easily you speak. I'll take a trip to ask him to lend it back to me. I'm sure he'll be understanding, right? Lead me to meet him. The sect leader of the Qingshan sect stood there, clutching his head in pain. This flame pearl was obviously offered to Yi Feng Sir. Now going to Sir's place, how could he have the face to go? Things will be quite troublesome if Sir feels uncomfortable, Lu Dachen said loudly. I don't care if you're telling the truth or not. You must get it back for me. The sect leader softly said, Grandmaster, I'm afraid this is not very convenient. If it's any other request, I can fulfill it for you, Grandmaster. The bald old man sleepily opened his eyes and let out a sound. Oh. Just who is this person that you have to be so concerned about? Lu Qingshan imagined that person in his head, eyes sparkling. Sir is the life-saving benefactor of Lu Qingshan, and also the savior of the entire Qingshan sect. He's deeply involved in the world, no different from a mortal. How dare this ignorant one say more? Luo Langshu also said with great interest. Sir has entered the mortal world just to experience the lives of ordinary people, so he doesn't want to be disturbed too much. The bald old man's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he said through gritted teeth, If you say that, then I want to meet him even more. You must meet him, even if you don't want to. Lu Qingshan frowned and pleaded, Grandmaster Lu, really, you can't. Suddenly, huge vines appeared from the bald old man's body, crawling out and tightly wrapping around Luo Langshu's neck. The bald old man looked at the sect leader and calmly said, Unfortunately, I must have the flame pearl. Can you agree to this? Rest assured, I'm only looking for him to get the flame pearl. I have no other intentions. Luo Langshu was injured by the bald old man's vines, coughing up blood. No, you can't. Lu Qingshan looked in horror as his martial sister was injured like that by the old man. The cries for help grew fainter and fainter. The sect leader could only clench his teeth and endure. His face darkened with anger. The sect leader had no choice but to close his eyes and agree. Okay. The bald old man finally achieved his goal and released Luo Langshu. Agreeing sooner would have been faster. Lu Qingshan could only think in his head, Sir, I'm so sorry. I just hope Sir won't blame me for bringing people to disturb your peaceful life. At this time, at the martial arts gym, Yi Feng's pet dog's face looked very uncomfortable. It kept rolling around on the ground in protest, barking. Yi Feng, seeing its reaction, asked, You really want it that much? I have to be decisive. Hesitation only makes things worse. Don't worry too much. He picked up a sharp knife, his eyes full of determination. Are you really going to castrate me? The dog couldn't stand it anymore and immediately ran away. I followed Senior and have continuously broken through, reaching the Martial King realm. Suddenly, its footsteps stopped, braking sharply. But why does the aura inside this door give me such a creepy feeling, it seemed like? A strange aura emanated from the door. The dog sensed it, trembling in fear. It's coming out. It stood there, trembling nonstop. Is it a prehistoric beast or an unparalleled demon? Instantly, the door lock shattered. The door slowly creaked open, a stream of air gushing out, and the door opened wider and wider, the air becoming thicker and thicker. Yi Feng went over, hugging his beloved dog tightly, and frowned, cursing, "Damn it." The dog, equally terrified, howled loudly. Suddenly, a skeletal foot stepped out, followed by an entire skeleton, with 2 swords still piercing its skull. The dog, seeing this, was scared out of its wits, almost like its soul was leaving its body. It yelped as if to say, "Holy crap, I'm seeing a ghost in broad daylight." It quickly ran back and trembled, hugging Yi Feng's leg. A strong wind picked up, creating a truly terrifying atmosphere. Suddenly, the skeleton's eyes flashed purple, pointing forward. The dog scrunched up its face, utterly terrified. Even though it couldn't see the skeleton's cultivation level, or even sense its aura, the feeling of danger, the feeling of being utterly trapped, was incredibly real. This was clearly a dead thing, but the dog imagined some huge, ferocious, and terrifying monster directing it from behind. Abruptly, Yi Feng's voice shattered the dog's thoughts. He roared, "It's you again, you brain-dead toy. You scared me half to death." He angrily charged forward, relentlessly beating the skeleton. "This useless system can't teach me how to make money, can't teach me how to cultivate, and gives me this thing. It has nothing to do but wander around, looking like a ghost and scaring people. Do you think I'm acting in Scary Movie or something?" He continued to beat it mercilessly. "I don't even know what you're good for. Lock you up for a few days, and then you can unlock." The skeleton looked pitiful, writhing in pain, but it was also undeniably guilty. The dog, listening to Yi Feng's scolding, was horrified. To be considered a toy. Yi Feng got so tired of hitting it that he fell backward, panting. The skeleton crawled on the ground, moaning. Yi Feng couldn't stand it anymore, punched it again, right in its mouth. Well, where its mouth would. The punch was so strong that the skeleton's head flew off its neck and landed on the ground, scaring the dog half to death again. Yi Feng, having punched too hard, now had a swollen hand. "Ouch, my hand hurts." The skeleton quickly reattached its head, groaning incessantly. Yi Feng, annoyed, said, "You stupid toy. Are you pretending to be an idiot? Playing the head-on backwards game again?" Hearing this, the skeleton ripped its head off and reattached it the right way. Suddenly, a piece of black cloth covered it. Yi Feng, having given the cloth to the skeleton to wear, said with a headache, "What an unlucky day. Put it on. Don't go around scaring people." This action made the skeleton blush with embarrassment. The dog and the skeleton were now chasing each other around the yard. Yi Feng wearily stretched, yawning as he stepped outside to bask in the sun. "Seriously, I don't know what to do with this thing." He now went to the gate to look around, continuing to think. To put it in the yard is decoration, but son of a bitch, it can move. He sat on a chair, rocking back and forth, petting the dog with one hand and saying, "It's so nice and quiet. Might as well make a walnut out of it." The dog, being petted like this, was extremely happy. Such a thing that Senior still punches accurately every time. Moreover, don't dare to resist. Senior, what a wicked thing I have that you dote on me so much." Yi Feng raised his hand, imagining that he was holding a skull, and thought, "A walnut." He almost went crazy again. "Damn it, this damn toy is haunting me." The skeleton seemed to sense this, sadly blaming itself. Got scolded for being bad luck again. Black clouds suddenly rolled in. Someone was standing on the roof. It was the baldy, Li Mozhuo. He held an abacus in his hand, looking up at the sky, and said, "Not bad. The heavenly yin grand formation, the 8 major positions, and the 16 meridian gates have all been perfectly arranged. Just a little more, and everything will be complete." Suddenly, his eyes glanced downwards, seeing Yi Feng snoring soundly. "Mr. Yi, sleep well. Your time is almost up." He chuckled, saying, "It's time." Then, he raised 2 fingers, chanting a few incantations. Suddenly, lightning struck from above, thundering loudly. He shouted at the top of his voice, his tone a bit hoarse, "Open." Immediately, attacks of purple light shone dazzlingly, shooting straight downwards. The people saw this and shouted, telling each other. Even the monks who were not in the temple were all going out shouting, "Lightning strikes, it's going to rain, hurry up and collect the clothes, quick, go home." Right below, it was as if a battlefield had been opened, with each region corresponding to a different circle. Heaven and earth scope, Qi and light fierce, domineering death, yin and yang transformation, sun replaces moon, reverse shooting star river. Suddenly, beams of green light shot straight down, sealing cultivation. He was full of triumph. "It's just a full power move from my martial sect." Large and long chains appeared around Yi Feng, yet he could still snore soundly. The old man made his move. The beads on the abacus flew everywhere, opened his toothless mouth, and continued. But if you don't have cultivation, even if you are a martial emperor, under this sword, you can only become a dead dog. In the sky, dark clouds and purple light mixed together, a loud voice resounding throughout the sky. But Yi Feng was still drooling in his sleep. At this time, Li Mozhuo had really made a move. He made a move, an attack, straight down to where Yi Feng was lying and said, "Come on, dance. Dance again. Let me play with you." Yi Feng was still asleep. The attack had come, right in front of his eyes. He happily watched. This heavenly sound grand formation is seriously terrifying. This guy didn't even react to my attack. Or rather, his cultivation is completely suppressed. The old man was looking forward to it, and the attack went straight through his forehead, like a mosquito bite. Didn't do jack to Yi Feng. His eyes widened, frozen in place. Utterly terrified. Unbelievable. What kind of sword-swallowing trick is this? He looked at Yi Feng, who just drifted off to sleep again, mumbling, "I'm going to be king of the pirates." The bald old man was still in shock. How is this possible? Isn't his cultivation suppressed? How could he block that? Maybe the heavenly sound grand formation is glitching, but blocking my attack should at least cause a ripple. Why did my attack just vanish when it touched him? This is some wicked sorcery. He broke out in a cold sweat, and a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. He opened Yi Feng's file and kept digging. Not necessarily. There's a point there. Even if he's not a martial emperor, he's at least a martial saint. Even if his cultivation is gone, his body's defense is probably still there. He gaped, looking like a frog. He clasped his hands together, chanting, "So that's it. I love this kind of game. After all, killing a strong guy is way more satisfying than squashing an ant." Suddenly, he opened his toothless, cavernous mouth, and an eye with long, black tendrils popped out. A soul-snatching GU. He timed it perfectly, spitting the soul-snatching GU right as Yi Feng yawned. Before my soul-snatching GU, it doesn't matter how strong you are. Once it's inside your body, even if your cultivation recovers, you're just waiting to die. Suddenly, Yi Feng, who no one knew had woken up, sat up, caught the disgusting eye with both hands, and easily crushed it into tiny pieces that fell to the ground. He said calmly, "Where did this fly come from, daring to disturb my sleep?" The old man's shock reached a new level, his eyes bugging out. He remembered what Wu Yonghong had said, and started sweating bullets. "This formation is powerful, but it violates the laws of nature. Daring to use it against Sir, you'll be struck by lightning and never be reincarnated." Instantly, he retched painfully. Only one word filled his mind: run. Despite being old, the bald man was surprisingly agile. He leaped nimbly across the rocks, trying to escape. He gasped for breath, blood still dripping from his mouth, still reeling from what just happened. How is it possible? The heavenly sound grand formation clearly succeeded, yet I'm spitting up blood again. Without his previous cultivation, he could still casually crush a soul-snatching GU, known for its nigh impenetrable durability, with his bare hands. This thing is supposed to be fireproof, floodproof, and even a full-force attack from a martial emperor wouldn't scratch it. He pictured Yi Feng in his mind and kept thinking, there's only one explanation. This guy's luck is so off the charts, it's untouchable. No one can take it away. He decided, screw it, I'm out of here. Just then, a dark shadow appeared. The figure slowly descended from the sky. The bald man was terrified. "Who are you?" The skeleton grinned. Releasing a cloud of white smoke, the skeleton bared its teeth, its red eyes gleaming, and growled, trying to run. The old man leaped off the ground, frantically trying to escape in another direction, hoping that the figure's face was unclear, but the suffocating pressure, could it be Yi Feng chasing after him? Running is the best option? But the skeleton flew quickly through the air, blocking Li Mozhuo's path. His eyes almost popped out of his head, and he shouted, "What?" Li Mozhuo stammered. You! Who exactly are you?" But the skeleton didn't answer. Seeing that he couldn't escape, he had no choice but to attack, weaving his hands together to cast a spell, his mouth gaping open to reveal a single, goofy-looking tooth. If it was Yi Feng, he wouldn't need to put on this charade. I, Li Mozhuo, am still a grand martial sect expert. He thrust both palms towards the skeleton. Unleashing a fierce wave of power, he shouted, "Dare to mess with me? Take this!" A huge explosion rocked the rock formation. Lighting up the area, Luka Daxing, standing below, looked up and said, "A master is fighting." Then, Lu Daxing leaped into the air. "I'm going to take a look." The Qingshan sect leader startled and reached out to stop him. "Grand Shifu, you're quick to act as usual and just like to join the fun, huh?" Seeing the rocks shattered and smoke billowing, the bald old man, thinking he had defeated the skeleton, burst into laughter. But the joy didn't last long. Suddenly, something appeared that made the old man wary. In the white haze of dust, a skeleton slowly emerged. Seeing the skeleton still standing there, not moving a bit, and without a scratch, he was even more terrified, sweating profusely as he screamed, What is that? He was about to pee his pants from fright. His face went pale. That was my strongest move, and I couldn't even touch a single hair on his head. The old man was so terrified he was about to cry. He spun around and bolted, his mind just screaming, gotta run now! But before he could get far, when a large palm suddenly appeared above his head, ready to grab him, Li Mozhuo glanced back, tears streaming down his face. The black hand immediately crushed him to the ground like stepping on a cockroach. He couldn't resist at all, screaming in agony, "Why, I have no grudges against you, so why are you doing this to me?" The skeleton finally spoke, asking, "No grudges." Li Mozhuo struggled to sit up, bewildered. "What do you mean?" "Are you really Yi Feng?" The skeleton calmly replied. "I am not." The owner of the skeleton smirked, his entire body radiating a blazing purple flame. "I am just a servant." The old man's jaw dropped in shock. He thought, a servant? He just called Yi Feng his master. Such a powerful expert is just a servant of Yi Feng. He frowned, imagining Yi Feng as Guanyin Bodhisattva. Could it be that Master Yi Feng is an immortal? The skeleton immediately denied it. How could Master be an immortal? Li Mozhuo waved his hand and chuckled. "That's right, how could immortals exist in a broken place like this? Perhaps there's a problem with the heavenly yin grand formation." The skeleton pulled down its hood, its eyes flashing a menacing red, and said each word carefully. "Master is a god." Hearing the word god, Li Mozhuo felt like a hammer had slammed down on him. A brilliant light shone. No way! What is the concept of a god? The existence of a god is countless times higher than that of an immortal, governing the laws of heaven and earth. Even a martial emperor is no different from an ant in front of a god. This is talking about high-level to transcendental existence. How could one originate from this place? Seeing the old man panicking so much, the skeleton continued, "Don't say impossible, nothing is impossible. Anyway, considering my role as master's servant, I am also practically a god." Hearing this, Li Mozhuo was so scared that his legs trembled and he collapsed, shouting, "Lay off the drugs, man! You think gods are like water spinach, growing everywhere." He tried to reassure himself. This guy is really scared, stiff. This skeleton is putting on airs, probably thanks to some kind of dharma eye. The skeleton frowned. Its eyes flashed brightly. Suddenly, a huge bolt of lightning struck Li Mozhuo directly. It was charred to a crisp, like grilled squid, spitting out black smoke. Suddenly, it became freezing cold, and his entire body was gradually encased in ice. The blizzard grew stronger, covering him entirely in ice and snow, rendering him immobile. A crack appeared in the ground, and flames erupted. A massive fire, like a volcanic eruption, surging toward Li Mozhuo. In the sky, another swirling tornado vortex appeared. The bald man was caught in it, spinning dizzily, like Doraemon's dizzy spells, his face almost distorted. Finally, Uncle Jin stopped, and the battered old man was flung to the ground. The bald man shakily propped himself up, wondering, Natural laws! This is the legendary natural law." The skeleton smirked and flew over, asking, "Don't believe it, there's more." The skeleton raised a finger and touched the air, shouting, "Reverse everything!" Everyone immediately changed. "For real, sorry, senior brother. I like senior sister now. My dream is to become a billionaire without working. This child has abundant spiritual roots. He will definitely be very powerful in the future." He tapped in the air once more. "Accelerate." His hand was normal, but suddenly it became wrinkled and lifeless, aging rapidly. Now he looked older and more pathetic than before, his whole body shaking, without any strength. "This is the law of time. Are you really a god?" The skeleton's eyes flashed and he said something enigmatic. The skeleton opened his hand, then clenched it again, and said at the same time, "Forget it, die over there." His body gradually dissolved, his arm drifting away in the wind. He collapsed to his knees, exhausted. "I was so blind to try to steal a god's belongings, to plunder a god's fortune." Tears streamed down his face. "I really regret it." Lu Dejing cowered to the side, secretly watching everything that had just happened. The old coot was totally freaking out, snot running down his face. "What the heck did I just see? A martial sect master just vanished. This guy is way too scary, gotta bolt." But the skeleton spotted him. It zoomed over and whispered something in Lu Daking's ear, making him jump a mile high. Check! If the tutorial BN bro spat out is any good, is it pretty?" The old man scrambled away in terror. He forced a fake smile. "Senior, I was just passing by. That's right, I'm the #1 pill refiner of Nanshe. I can refine yellow-grade pills. If Senior needs anything, I'm willing to dedicate my all. Just spare my life." Yi Feng frowned, totally disgusted. "You think I need yellow-grade trash?" Lu Deiqing choked, then quickly said, "I apologize. The skeleton let him off the hook and flew away. Slap yourself 100 times. Then scram as far as you can. If you don't, I guarantee you'll die even worse than that guy. Lu Daicheng was scared to tears, quickly agreeing, I'll slap. He stood there slapping himself like a madman, muttering under his breath, damn it, what karma did I stir up? Just wanted to watch the fun, and now this. Just then, Lu Qingshan rushed over and saw Lu Daicheng slapping himself until his cheeks were swollen. His eyes went wide. Lu Grandmaster, what karma did you run into? Why are you hitting yourself? The old man was embarrassed and furious and cursed. Lu Qingshan chuckled. Something difficult going on at home. Never mind, I wouldn't dare ask anyway. Yi Feng was sitting on the chair, yawning his head off. That was a great nap. He stepped down, rubbed his eyes, and blankly asked Zongqing, where's that troublemaker? Zongqing looked all around and replied, he was just here, but now he's gone. Yi Feng's face turned as black as the bottom of a wok. He kept getting complaints. That bonehead trampled Wang's vegetable garden. Yi Feng compensated him. Money. That skeleton scared Auntie Li's Zhu to death. Yi Feng paid up again. Yi Feng gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. That thing is always giving me headaches. He's out causing trouble again. On the pedestrian street, several beautiful young women were having their skirts flipped up. They screamed, ugh, how annoying. What was that? Suddenly there's a weird gust of wind. The shadowy form of a short-ass skeleton was hiding under the girls' skirts, reaching out to touch their peaches. Before the skeleton could properly grope the peaches, Yi Feng's violent foot arrived. Landing squarely on the skeleton, Yi Feng kicked and cursed, affectionately showering it with kicks while yelling, you're asking for it. You never give me a break. Always causing trouble. The surrounding people saw Yi Feng beating the heck out of a black lump, thinking he was beating a dog, and fearfully stepped aside. After the beating, Yi Feng grabbed the skeleton and dragged it home. The beautiful girls gossiped with each other. I felt a warm sensation all over just now, but now it's gone. At the martial arts hall, Yi Feng was grinding his teeth. With an angry face, he said, this thing is as stubborn as a leech. I can't throw it away, can't bury it, and can't lock it up. There's only one last resort. Today, either you die or I go crazy. The skeleton crawled out of its black cloak, pretending to be cute. Yi Feng snapped and punched it. You dare act cute. This time, I'll destroy you. Let's see what tricks you can pull. Biu Yang was using his last breath to think of a way to make his master less angry. He thought, I have to greet master enthusiastically. Biu Yang gently raised a middle finger of his hand directly at Yi Feng. Who knew the skeleton would be killed by his master? Just then, Zhongqing walked in and announced loudly, Boss, there's someone outside claiming to be from the Pingjiang Merchant Guild. They even brought a sedan chair. They said they hope you'll come to the guild for a share of your work's earnings. Yi Feng, who was busy crossing over the skeleton, had to stop and said, that stingy old man is probably up to something. Who cares about him? I might as well throw my money away. I don't have time to play with him. Zhongqing was heartbroken over the money and stamped his foot. How can we do that, boss? I absolutely won't allow us to be taken advantage of. Business at the martial arts hall is already tough enough, and now we have to feed that skeleton too. If we don't take it, we might as well donate it to charity rather than letting those people look down on us. Yi Feng smiled kindly and said, silly kid, you're so honest. Even though being kind is a good thing, I'm just afraid you'll be taken advantage of if you go out alone later, Zhongqing firmly said. I want to protect boss and protect the martial arts hall for the rest of my life. Finally, Yi Feng patted Zhongqing's head. Agreed. Yi Feng turned around, winked at Zhongqing and said, all right, you go for me, get the money, and come straight back. Don't worry about anything else. Remember, kiddos, people who walk different paths don't belong together. Yi Feng picked up the skeleton and said, if I let you do whatever you want, you'd be messing with people's houses soon enough. This is the only way to keep you from causing trouble. Yi Feng divided the skeleton's limbs and wings into 4 different locations. Standing on the roof, Yi Feng held up the skull with crossed bones and tossed it high, saying, today, in the name of justice, I'm setting up a seal. I guarantee you'll never see the light of day again. Yi Feng kicked, sending the skull flying high before it plunged into the well. He hurriedly covered the well, muttering, seal complete. Just as he was doing something not so righteous, someone called out, Shifu Yi, something bad happened. The gap-toothed guy in white rushed over. Your little disciple, Zhongqing, is in trouble. It doesn't look good. Go check it out. Yi Feng panicked, stammering 2 words. What the? He rushed off. The crowd up ahead saw Yi Feng roaring over and shouted, make way! Shifu Yi is here! Inside the alley, everything was a mess. With red syrup everywhere in puddles, Zhongqing was lying there like a zombie with a drained battery, covered in cuts. The red syrup soaked her clothes. Yi Feng squeezed through the crowd, his face dark with worry, someone said. At this point, all you can do is pick up the corpse. Yi Feng didn't care about anything around him. All the talk was meaningless. He held Zhongqing and heard her say, "Boss, looks like I ran into some trouble." Yi Feng quickly checked Zhongqing's pulse. Then suddenly, like a rocket, they shot through the crowd. Yi Feng said sternly, "Don't talk, I won't let you die." Zhongqing lay on the bed. Her whole body was wrapped in white cloth like a mummy. Yi Feng rummaged through the medicine cabinet, muttering, "Boss brought you home. Don't be scared, I'm here. No one dares to bully you." Zhongqing, lying on the bed, spat out a bunch of red syrup, making Wang Kai sitting next to her also cry. It thought, that injury, for a mortal there's no hope of saving them, only immortal herbs. Zhongqing's entire body was torn to shreds. Lying on the bed, Yi Feng gave her a pill and reassured her. "This rejuvenation pill was given to me by the system to protect your life. Eat it first." Wang Kai teared up, its thoughts echoing. "Senior, you know that kind of pill can only temporarily hold a sliver of life force in the dantian at best. To get immortal herbs you need luck. This time, I'm afraid even Senior can't turn things around." Yi Feng looked at Zhongqing with heartache and comforted her. "Sleep, Zhongqing. When you wake up, your body will definitely be better." Pulling the bed curtains closed, Yi Feng clenched his fist, his eyes blazing, and said through gritted teeth, "No matter who it is, even if I have to go bankrupt, I'll make you pay blood for blood." In a room at the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, there was the sound of breaking porcelain and cursing. "Useless trash, what do I keep you guys around for?" The subordinate kneeling down swallowed a piece of porcelain, his knees shaking, stuttering to explain. This subordinate didn't mean to alert the enemy. That little bastard saw this subordinate was going to deal with Yi Feng and attacked first. Didn't expect his skills were not ordinary, killing several of our brothers unarmed. Mao Lin, sitting in the chair, slapped the table repeatedly, yelling, "Still dare to defend yourselves! You all might as well die!" At this time, Mao Yi calmly advised, "Father, calm down, let them off." Mao Lin lowered his head gloomily and said, "Now, the higher-ups in the Chamber of Commerce all want to kick me out of the chairman's seat. I originally intended to kill and silence everyone, affecting the big picture. I'm trying to be cautious every step of the way, even sacrificing your younger sister. Isn't that all so you can smoothly take over the chairman's position?" Mao Yi clapped a few times and smugly said, "Father, rest assured it's just a mortal hold." Mao Yi grinned, pointing to the three guys standing beside him. "Adding these three Wuling fellas from the Rogue Heaven gang will help us directly take care of Yi Feng." Mao Lin stared at those three, a toothy grin spreading across his face as he replied to his son, "In that case, even Yin Xiang's precious daughter from the Green Mountain sect isn't a worry." "But Yingqiu tangled with him a few times," Luo Li said, "and she feels that Yi Feng isn't as simple as he seems." Mao Yi chuckled, replying to his dad, "Simple or not, he's just a mortal. What happens when you mess with cultivators? It's the law of the jungle, Pops. A mortal standing before a cultivator can't take a single hit. Who can break that rule? If he could break that rule, he wouldn't be sitting in this place hustling for a living." Mao Lin moved closer to his son, whispering, "Inviting these three must cost a fortune." Mao Yi chuckled, replying, "Dad, relax. They don't care about the treasures of us mortals. What they need is 100 young virgins." Mao Lin imagined the beautiful girls, and he began to sweat, thinking in his head, "These guys are animals." Then he blurted out loud, "Esteemed sirs, if you can solve this matter for us, forget 100 young virgins. I agree to 200. The three guys gave cold smiles and gazes, simply saying, "Very good. Accommodate us for now. We'll rest for a day, and that little bastard's matter will be settled." Inside the Baofeng Merchant Association's main house, a voice spoke, "We are so sorry for our lack of hospitality. I never would have guessed that Yixian Sheng would visit. To have you visit our Baofeng Merchant Association today is our honor. Bring the Snow Mountain top tea." Yin Xiang held a hot cup of tea. Placing it on the table, "Yixian Sheng, please have some tea." Standing silently for a moment, still not seeing Yi Feng reply. His face was full of murderous aura. Yin Xiang's face turned pale, thinking to himself, "Could I have done something wrong? Or has the Merchant Association offended Yin Xiansheng in some way?" After a while, Yi Feng finally picked up the teacup, calling out, "Association Head Yin." The old man quickly responded, "Yes, I'm here." Yi Feng thought silently for a while, continuing, "Can your merchant association kill people?" Yin Xiang didn't understand what was going on, so Yi Feng continued, "I'm saying I want to kill a few people, because someone almost killed my disciple." Yin Xiang said loudly, "What? In his head, he immediately thought, with Yi Feng's status, someone dared to make a move on his disciple. If this matter isn't handled well, and the immortal is angered, I'm afraid that the entire Peace River city is about to disappear from the map. Images of his entire city being engulfed in smoke and flames flashed through Yin Xiang's mind. Then Yi Feng asked, "So is there a way?" Yin Xiang's entire body was sweating, as if he had just come out of a sauna. Yi Feng added another sentence. "Of course there will be compensation. Just name your price." Yin Xiang replied quickly. "Yes, of course there is a way. May I ask, who attacked your disciple?" Yi Feng's eyes were blazing with fire, his face showing hatred. "It might be someone from the Peace River Merchant Association, but I don't have any evidence yet. I need you to investigate a little. There is only one condition for this transaction. I must have the head of the mastermind behind this matter placed before me." Although Yin Xiang was a little scared, he still tried to say, "Don't worry." Then, he escorted Yi Feng back. Yin Xiang told the bald head, "Prepare a horse." To the Green Mountain sect. Yin Xiang rushed to the Green Mountain sect. Recounting the frightening story to the Green Mountain sect's side, Lu Qingshan said angrily, "Impossible. This cannot be. His beloved disciple almost lost her life. How could Yi Feng not be heartbroken?" Lu Qingshan spoke as he walked. "You quickly return to the city. At any cost, you must investigate the truth for Yi Feng. My Green Mountain sect guarantees it." Yin Xiang clasped his hands together, bowing his head in response. "Yes, Green Mountain Darren." Inside the main hall, Qingshan and Luo Langshu stood amidst dozens of people, declaring clearly, "Xiansheng is a kind, gentle, and virtuous person, and does not want to affect the innocent people of Peace River because of this. But we absolutely cannot let Xiansheng suppress his anger, and let those people bully us and do whatever they want." Luo Li said angrily. "Hearing my father talk about this has made Xiansheng extremely angry." Zhu Yun also spoke up. "Xiansheng has done the Green Mountain sect a great favor, and moreover, his disciple was almost killed right in the Green Mountain sect's territory. We must give Xiansheng a satisfactory answer to this matter." Then she said sternly, "Xiansheng indirectly conveyed this message to the Green Mountain sect through the Baofeng Merchant Association. This is the clearest reminder. Don't let Xiansheng have to take action himself. At that point, even we won't be able to withstand this anger." As Zhu Yun's words fell, dozens of people shouted, "If you can't handle the karma, you're just wasting your time as a cultivator. Master's so kind-hearted, how could he be betrayed by jerks? We can't be as patient as he is. It's payback time. Damn it, if we can't ease Master's anger, I'm afraid the Green Mountain sect is as good as gone." Lu Qingshan couldn't keep his cool any longer. He jumped up and declared, "I don't care who ambushed young Master Zhongqing, not a single one of them will escape. Issue the order, activate the mountain protection formation, notify the 12 elders, the 18 protectors, dispatch the 36 heavenly generals and 72 earthly fiends, all 108 disciples. No one stays behind. Zhu Yun will lead everyone down the mountain." Lu Qingshan's eyes flashed with hatred. "I want to make those bastards who dared to touch Master regret being born into this world." All the disciples of the Green Mountain sect shouted in unison. Yes, the momentum was sky high. Such a lineup, even during the Great Sect Wars, was unheard of. Inside Pingjiang City, all business operations of the Baofeng Merchant Association suddenly ceased. All stores were tightly shut, and countless intelligence personnel were dispatched. Outside the city, Lu Qingshan and his disciples stood, reading the news from the Pingjiang Merchant Association. After reading, Lu Qingshan's face turned crimson. Inside a large room, everyone was gathered, drinking and feasting, when a subordinate ran in, shouting, "Chairman! Something big has happened." Mao Lin angrily slammed the table, grumbling, "Can't you see I'm drinking with the three lords? How dare you barge in?" The subordinate hurriedly reported. "The scouts report that the Baofeng Merchant Association is closing all its businesses because of Yi Feng and is preparing to attack the Pingjiang Merchant Association." Mao Lin, ignoring the beauties and heroes, quickly ran off, muttering, "What? If we're not careful, there'll be a bloodbath between the two merchant associations. Hey, one's missing." The red-haired guy with green earrings shouted, "Chairman Mao, the wine's not finished. Are you planning to leave us here to admire the scenery alone? That's very impolite." Mao Lin smiled amiably. "My lords, my son can accompany you for drinks." The problem is, the Baofeng Merchant Association and the Green Mountain sect are very... Before Mao Lin could finish, the green-haired guy interrupted. "The Green Mountain ancestor? Sure, he has some strength, but it's impossible for him to lower himself to a place like this. Moreover, Would the Green Mountain sect be willing to offend the three martial spirits for such a small merchant association? Mao Lin scratched his head in confusion, replying, "That's true, we have to rely on you three lords." The red-haired guy with green earrings casually picked up food with his chopsticks and said, "Of course! We'll just continue drinking and eating, and when your competitor arrives, he can only scream a little before he dies." Mao Yi, sitting next to him, flattered, "That's right, let's wait for that Yi Feng to come here with his people from the Baofeng Merchant Association and die. From now on, the Pingjiang Merchant Association is officially the overlord of the entire Pingjiang city." Inside the room, the music and dancing continued, and the three self-proclaimed martial spirits continued to embrace the girls and drink to their heart's content. Outside, Lu Qingshan's group had arrived, ready to slaughter the people inside the mansion. Thousands of black crows fluttered in the sky under the bright moonlight. Lu Qingshan's eyes turned blood red, and he firmly gripped the sharp knife in his hand, ready to fight. A subordinate rushed in, tripping and falling on his face in fear. Chairman, it's bad. Yi Feng's people are attacking the door," the red-haired guy with green earrings said disdainfully. "Chairman Mao, your subordinates are too gutless, aren't they?" Mao Lin, embarrassed, cursed. "Are you blind, you idiot? I'm busy accompanying the three lords for drinks. Don't suddenly barge in and disturb us. Besides, so what if they're attacking the door? With the three lords here, what's there to be afraid of?" The subordinate fearfully tried to explain. "But Chairman, they're ganging up on us. It's a large-scale attack." The guy wearing the iron mask shouted, "Shut up!" Then he slapped the subordinate, knocking him to the ground. He leisurely said, "Chairman Mao, your people don't seem to trust us very much, do they?" Mao Lin hastily waved his hand in protest. "How could that be? What does a small manager know? How could he see the power of the three lords? It's just that they saw that the previous ones couldn't threaten that Yi Feng, but they don't know that, in the eyes of the three lords, the more people who come, the more will die." One of the three arrogant guys slammed the table and said, "Forget it. I've lost my mood for drinking for now. Let's go deal with those flies first, and we can enjoy ourselves later. Remember to call more beauties later to treat us three brothers," Mao Lin happily replied. "Sure, there will be. Soon." Then the three self-proclaimed heroes, with arrogant faces, walked out triumphantly. Mao Lin looked at Mao Yi and smiled smugly. In his mind, he knew that this battle was sure to win. Not only could he solve the Merchant Association problem, but he could also eliminate the root of the problem and directly deal with the Baofeng Merchant Association. The three brothers, who called themselves heroes, walked and said triumphantly, "Let us three brothers see which ignorant, cheap bastard doesn't have eyes." They opened their mouths and laughed loudly. But as soon as they walked out the door, the faces of the three brothers suddenly turned black. The straw hero nature in their heads jumped. "What's going on? This battle is a little too colorful. Moreover, there isn't a single name with cultivation weaker than us." The three straw heroes were standing, unable to adapt, when a dragon carrying a person in golden armor arrived in front of them, roaring, making the three want to go deaf in both ears. The knife in Lu Qingshan's hand showed a strong killing intent, making Mao Lin exclaim in surprise, "Damn it! How are there so many people?" Despite the three straw heroes being stiff, Mao Lin still happily said, "But hey, no need to stress. Even if they're a crowd, we got three Wuling badasses right here. These guys are just small fries anyway. Am I right, my three big shots?" These three paper tigers, seeing the terrifying lineup, turned completely purple with horror. Their faces were about to pop out of their skulls, twisted with fear, thinking, "Is your mouth blind? Facing that kind of setup, can't you see it? Don't even mention the three Wuling of us. Even three Wu kings would probably bite the dust here. Today's matter is way beyond what we can handle." Mao Lin, oblivious, asked, "My lords, why aren't you saying anything?" Yoink! The red-haired, green-streaked dude slapped Mao Lin into the sky, and then let him drop to the ground for good measure. The three paper tigers bailed. They even added, "Zhao Gongzi is picking up the tab for today, all right? We've taken the compensation too. See ya?" The three of them did a 180 and waved goodbye. "Remember, if anything happens, go find Zhao Gongzi." Mao Lin blankly fell backward. "Who the heck is Zhao Gongzi? My lords, didn't you just promise to help us take care of these guys?" The three paper tigers didn't dare utter a word and quickly ran for their lives like they had 3 legs each, but a golden ray of light appeared, knocking the three of them backward. A crack appeared on the ground in front of them. Lu Qingshan, holding his sharp blade, pointed it straight at the enemy's face. "Looks like you three are involved in this too." The three paper heroes were scared for a few minutes, but then they calmed down and replied, "That's right, we are involved. So what? We are elders of the Zetian Bang in Nancha. You need to understand that even the Zetian Bang in its golden age wasn't something your tiny Qingshan sect could compare to. Lu Qingshan looked at the enemy, his eyes fierce. Even if it's declining now, a skinny camel is still bigger than a fat horse. If you mess with us, you have to think about it. Lu Qingshan pondered. It's true, it's hard to say if it'll trigger a war between sects. The three paper tigers smiled smugly when Lu Qingshan said that. The red-haired, green-earring guy, who was laughing and talking, realized that Lu Qingshan wasn't going to disappoint the enemy. He shouted, "On my order, the 18 Guardian Dharma remain here to defend this place. The rest of you, under the command of Zhu Yun, set off immediately. Within 1 day, wipe out the entire Zetian Bang in Nancha from me." The three paper tigers yelled in panic. "What? You're not only meddling in the affairs of Immortal's son, but you also want to destroy our Zetian Bang? How dare you do that?" Lu Qingshan's eyes turned bloodshot as he replied, "What's there I wouldn't dare do? Daring to offend Yi Xiansheng, even the Zetian Bang in its golden age, I will grind you all to dust." As soon as Lu Qingshan finished speaking, 3 people in golden armor came forward and arrested the 3 paper tigers. These 3 could only stand there and take it. Mao Lin, ignoring the blood from his nose and mouth, which was all over his face, said in fear, "Holy crap, those 3 Wulings don't even have the ability to resist, and they're just captured like that." Lu Qingshan's cold gaze made Mao Lin and Mao Yi kneel down quickly. Lu Qingshan looked at the 2 cowardly guys, Mao Lin and Mao Yi, and said, "You 2 are the masterminds behind the attack on Yi Xiansheng's disciple." Right? Mao Yi, hearing this, shriveled up like a scared turtle. He hurriedly shifted the blame to his father. "It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I had nothing to do with this. It was him. It was all him. It was all that old geezer's doing. It has nothing to do with me." Mao Lin was stunned, his blood pressure threatening to plummet. He could only stammer, I'm your father." Seeing Mao Yi sobbing like a kid who'd had his candy stolen, Mao Lin seemed to give up. He said, "You must be the Qingshan old ancestor of the Qingshan sect, right? Whoever did it will bear the consequences. I know what's coming to me, but I have one question. How did Yi Feng make you leave the mountain personally, even to the point of mobilizing the entire Qingshan sect's forces, which could lead to me kicking up a fuss?" Mao Lin asked, unwilling to accept his fate. "Just who is he?" Lu Qingshan gritted his teeth and replied, "If it weren't for him, the Qingshan sect wouldn't exist right now." Yi Xiansheng concealed his cultivation and became immortal to travel to this small city, to experience the life of ordinary people. And you, a piece of trash, almost killed his beloved disciple. Tell me, shouldn't you die? Shouldn't your Pingjiang trading company be wiped out? Lu Qingshan approached Mao Lin, his words like a punch to the ear. "The Xiansheng clearly gave you so many chances. If you'd seized them, you'd probably be above 10,000 people now. Looking at you, you're just a blind, stupid fool." Mao Lin choked with rage, spitting out a mouthful of blood. A thought flashed through his mind. So he was hiding his cultivation, becoming an ordinary person to experience the mortal world. "I received so many opportunities before. I could have cooperated with that person smoothly and established a good relationship, but I destroyed everything. So much regret." Lu Qingshan, knife in hand, pointed it straight at the faces of the 3 paper tigers. "You're next." A golden light shot from the knife, striking the 3 paper tigers. But unexpectedly, even with their heads separated from their bodies, they sneered, "Qingshan old ancestor, do you really think the Zetian gang is that simple? You can't kill us. If you have the guts, come find us at the Zetian gang. Just wait," Luo Langshu said nervously. "Shifu, these 3 are practicing evil arts. It's not like the style of the Zetian gang." Lu Qingshan looked up at the sky, a worried expression on his face, and replied, "I know. These 3, along with Mao Lin, are the masterminds and probably aren't related to the Zetian gang. But they dare to boldly lure me to the Zetian gang? Could there be something there that even I can't handle?" "Zhu Yun has already arrived at the Zetian gang. You 2 are responsible for personally taking Mao's father and son to the Xiansheng for him to decide. In addition, instruct Yinxiang to seal off the Pingjiang Association, not allowing anyone to leave." The 2 sisters, Luo Langshu and Luo Li, bowed their heads and replied, "Yes." Lu Qingshan rode the fallen lord, holding the sword and giving orders. 18 Dharma protectors. Follow me to the Zetian gang." Luo Langshu and Luo Li led Mao Lin and Mao Yi to Yi Feng's martial hall. Luo Langshu looked around, lost in thought. It's so quiet. This is really not like the martial arts hall, in my memory. Inside the martial arts hall, Yi Feng touched Zhongqing's forehead and thought, clearly the life-threatening danger is over. But he still won't wake up. This situation can't be optimistic outside. Luo Langshu bowed her head and reported, "Xiansheng, Qing Chubao Sheng has completed his mission. We have investigated the attacker of your disciple. It is the Mao family father and son. Please make a decision. The door opened, and Yi Feng stepped out, causing Mao Lin to tremble and kneel down. He said, "Yixian Sheng, it was all my doing. You are a generous person. My son is innocent and does not deserve your anger. I am willing to bear everything." Mao Lin lowered his head and gritted his teeth, his whole body covered in sweat. Luo Langshu and Luo Li looked at Yi Feng, slightly flustered, thinking that Xian Sheng wanted to take action personally for his little disciple, and was not afraid to reveal his identity, so he had to give up on hiding. Mao Lin cried out in fear and begged, "Killing me alone is enough, please." Mao Yi continued with an angry face, Yes, it was all him. It has nothing to do with me. I don't know anything." He hired assassins because he was afraid that the benefits and influence from the Bao Feng Trading Company would affect his position as president. Yi Feng raised his hand, his face devoid of emotion, signaling for silence. Then, his eyes turned purple as he said with a chilling aura, "Mao Lin, your blood is like mud, and your life isn't worth a penny. My disciple is just an innocent child. Harming him, your life isn't enough to atone for it." Mao Lin and Mao Yi were in tears, only knowing to bow their heads in guilt. A blade flew out from Yi Feng's sleeve. Yi Feng said, "I can only repay you in kind." As he spoke, Yi Feng's face darkened. He then used the blade to go straight for Mao Yi. Mao Lin cried out in fear, begging, "This has nothing to do with him," Yi Feng retorted with hatred. "My grievances with you apparently can't involve my disciple either." The blade was close to Mao Yi's face, tears and snot streaming down his face as he yelled, "Dad, didn't you say there was nothing in this world you couldn't handle for me? Are you just going to watch your son die? Didn't you always pat your chest and tell me you wanted me to live a happy and free life? Now you go causing trouble and want me to die in your place." Saying this, Mao Yi slammed his head into the ground, begging Yi Feng, "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. If I'm guilty, it's because my father taught me wrong. Please don't kill me, Mao Lin." Seeing Yi Feng about to kill Mao Yi, immediately stood up and ran towards a tree, shouting, "Immortal Yi, let me atone with my death." Mao Yunhe ran over from a distance, her eyes filled with tears, saying, "Father, no." Mao Lin and Luo Li suddenly turned around. Mao Yunhe hurriedly knelt down, begging Yi Feng, "Immortal Yi, please spare my father and brother. I'm willing to pay any price." Mao Lin stood quietly at the base of the tree, his head lowered in regret, saying, "Immortal Yi, please show mercy for the sake of my little daughter, Yunyure. I'm sorry, but you must protect your brother. I'll use this life to repay everything that happened before." With that, Mao Lin slammed headfirst into the tree, red syrup splattering everywhere. Yi Feng watched everything unfold, without a trace of emotion. Only Mao Yunye was sobbing, while Mao Yi cried and said, "Congratulations, Immortal Yi. The mastermind is dead. Can you let me go now?" Yi Feng walked closer to Mao Lin's corpse, saying, "I said, what I wanted was the head of the mastermind. This debt is still a bit of a bargain for you." Yi Feng swung his hand, chopping hard at Mao Lin's head, causing red syrup to splatter everywhere. In Yi Feng's mind, he thought, "If that day, instead of Zhongqing, it was me who fell into your hands, would you have let me off?" Blood splashed onto Yi Feng's face, and he slowly closed his eyes. Then, Yi Feng turned his head to look at the trembling Mao Yunye and said, "You are always welcome to seek revenge." Mao Yunye, with tears streaming down her face, replied, "Thank you, Immortal, for being impartial. Attacking your disciple was indeed unrelated to my brother. Now that my father is dead, the Pingjiang Trading Company has nothing to do with the Mao family anymore. It's all over. Yunye won't bother you again, Immortal." Mao Yi was now like a madman, clapping his hands and saying, "Sister, aren't we taking Dad home? Then who will buy me candy? You have to buy it. You have to buy it for me." From this moment on, the Pingjiang Trading Company was officially wiped out. In Yi Feng's mind, he was constantly thinking, "Zhongqing, I'll definitely find a way to wake you up." Lu Qingshan and the others were on their way to the Zetian gang when an accident occurred. A red light appeared, blocking everyone from advancing. This made Lu Qingshan angrily roar, "Zhu Yun, what's going on?" Zhu Yun quickly replied, "Senior brother, the Zetian gang isn't as simple as it seems on the outside." A stranger appeared, saying, "A puny Qingshan sect dares to attack my Zetian gang." Lu Qingshan took a deep breath. The soldier beside him stammered, "Shizun, this person is a martial emperor powerhouse. I didn't expect the water in the Zetian gang to be so deep." The group was a little apprehensive as they looked up at the person floating in the air. Listening to his bold words, Lu Qingshan looked up at the person and asked, "May I ask who you are?" The red-haired stranger softly uttered the two words, "Yebo," in his head. Lu Qingshan muttered to himself, "So it's him. hiding in the Zetian gang. In just one short year, he was able to rise from a martial king to a martial emperor powerhouse. With this level of talent, give him 5 years, 20 years. Who in this entire continent can stand against him? Ye Bei's eyes turned icy, his whole body radiating demonic energy. Looks like you know me. Well then, dying by my hand, you can at least die with some peace of mind, right? With that, Ye Bei launched his attack on Lu Qingshan. They were hit so hard, they went flying into the air. Lu Qingshan managed to say, Qingshan sect had no intention of offending you. It was the 3 elders of the Thief Heaven gang who offended a senior expert. Please, Your Excellency, distinguish between right and wrong. Don't use the power of the strong to suppress those seeking justice, and protect those who commit evil deeds. Ye Bei's eyes were still cold and devoid of warmth, burning with fighting spirit, and he retorted, You damaged my physical body. The 3 elders of my sect even went as far as shaking the very foundation of our sect to provoke me at my own front door. Now you want justice from me. According to my logic, those who overestimate themselves deserve to die under my, Ye Bei's, blade. Ye Bei unleashed a wave of attacks surrounding Lu Qingshan, leaving the old man gaping in shock. He immediately pulled out Jia Ding to counter, saying, Your Excellency is protecting evildoers for personal reasons. I will fight with all my heart for the senior expert. I hope you've considered the consequences. Lu Qingshan swung his blade, attacking Ye Bei, and a golden light erupted. Naturally, Ye Bei wasn't hurt at all, and even replied, Such attacks are useless against me. As soon as he finished speaking, a cut appeared on his face. With a red line of blood oozing out, he touched the cut, said in surprise, A mere martial king was able to injure me with magic. I get it now. It's that vegetable knife in your hand, isn't it? This kind of peerless divine blade isn't something for a waste like you to use. Only I, Ye Bei, am worthy. As he spoke, he manifested another soul from his eyes. Ye Bei advanced, launching an attack on Lu Qingshan. While parrying, the old man thought to himself, Even though I have a divine artifact, my body is only that of a martial king. There's a whole realm between us and a martial emperor. Just as he had this thought, Lu Qingshan was struck by Ye Bei's palm, causing him to cough up blood. As he fell backward, he also dropped the knife. Ye Bei swiftly grabbed the knife, held it up, and said, The knife is mine now. Lu Qingshan stood up angrily, saying, This was given to me by Senior Yi. You dare to snatch it away. If you anger the senior expert, the Thief Heaven gang will cease to exist. Ye Bei cast Soul Search, causing a memory to surface, showing an image of Yi Feng. Then he said, You keep talking about this senior expert. I really want to see if this person even exists. The soul search allowed Ye Bei to see all of Lu Qingshan's memories. Sure enough, there was such a person, but he didn't seem like much. I wonder what effect this knife would have if I slashed him with it. Ye Bei continued darkly, He probably has other good stuff too, right? How about I take a trip and borrow his divine weapons, and help my Thief Heaven gang rise again? With that, Ye Bei leaped into the air, leaving behind a single sentence, You bunch of useless things can live or die here as you please. Quick as lightning, Ye Bei arrived at Yi Feng's martial hall. As he walked, he observed his surroundings and said, According to that old ancestor Qingshan's memories, it's right here. Inside the martial hall, there was a sound like frogs mating. This sound came from beneath the well. Suddenly, the well lid moved, and a surge of lightning spread throughout the martial hall. The destructive power shook the heavens. Ye Bei walked over to a wall with 2 strange images. He looked at the images and asked blankly, So the signboard in front of the gate was fake, and even these paintings aren't like the ones in the memories. There's no spiritual energy, no martial intent fluctuations. Other than being hung there, they're just a few pieces of useless paper. Other than that pile of meteorites placed there being a bit interesting, I can't see any mystery in this martial hall. That old waste Qingshan was just deluding himself, thinking, This guy was so powerful. As I see it, he's just a paper tiger. Oh look, I almost missed the fancy doorstep. As he was walking, Ye Bei could feel a weapon resonating within him, a true expert's perfect aura manifesting around him. Yi Feng glanced aside and saw a glittering gold metal object. He said, But the owner isn't here. Taking it without asking is stealing. What to do? He said it, but he was already doing it. Yi Feng walked over and kicked the metal object hard. He started rambling. So you want to play pretend, act all mystical, and erect this broken-down martial hall? Fine, I'll play along. I'll destroy your martial hall. Wang Kai, lying inside, heard the commotion and instantly knew it was an enemy. The aura, it's a martial emperor. But then Wang Kai muttered to himself, Whatever, and went back to sleep. Yi Feng, hearing the deafening noise, came out to greet his guest, constantly saying, Coming to cause trouble. Are you? Yi Feng and Ye Bei's eyes met. Ye Bei wanted to say something. You're the owner of this martial hall. Today I'm here to challenge you, Yi Feng asked, slightly annoyed. Do you even know what challenging means? Ye Bei sneered in response. Challenging means a life-or-death duel. The loser's martial hall becomes the winner's. Yi Feng looked at Ye Bei with annoyed eyes. However, Ye Bei smiled scornfully. The weak are so easily provoked. Yi Feng exhaled a cold breath and said, Leave, I don't want to fight you. The statement shocked Ye Bei. His eyes blazed with fury. His hands started circulating inner energy, and his teeth ground together as he said, You've got quite the nerve. I told you, I'm here to challenge you today. I absolutely have to crush your face. Ye Bei transformed, turning into a fiend with sharp teeth. His battle intent was now amplified 1,000-fold. Seeing the opponent like this, Yi Feng thought with boredom, martial hall challenges, or martial gatherings, are basically just mortals fighting. Only free mortals can participate in these gatherings. If this is the case, then fine. If you want to fight, then let's start. Yi Feng's whole body exuded a dense, murderous aura, and his eyes turned a mysterious purple. He muttered to himself, When mortals fight, I am invincible. Ye Bei started bragging about his achievements. Ye Bei, since birth I've been a genius. At 30, I reached the martial emperor realm. I am a once-in-a-generation prodigy on this entire continent. Not many people can compare to me. He was so humiliated by that fact, he got angry. How dare this trash mortal, Yi Feng said first. Then let's start. Ye Bei's face was gloomy. His contempt even extended to the vegetable basket, a real drama queen. He jumped towards Yi Feng. He lunged at Yi Feng, unleashed his move, and taunted. You are not worthy. I'll let you have 2 moves, he thought confidently, not holding back at all, not even needing to probe his strength. Ye Bei shouted, Die! Then charged straight at Yi Feng, who was still standing there blankly without any guard. Yi Feng seemingly could see the attack. He calmly sidestepped to avoid the blow to Ye Bei's amazement and said, Flashy moves are so bad, martial arts only has 3 words, fast, accurate, ruthless. As he spoke, he swiftly delivered what seemed like a light slap to Ye Bei's face, sending him tumbling backwards. He didn't forget to add a sarcastic compliment. Good boy. Yi Feng glanced back with disdain and asked, Who are you trying to show those flashy moves with 100 openings to? Meanwhile, Ye Bei was lying flat on the floor, spewing blood from his mouth, and shouting in injustice. How? How can this be? He struggled to get up, not believing what had just happened, and asked himself, Ye Bei, I've never been humiliated like this before. Ye Bei angrily shouted, and used his ultimate move, Dual Soul Convergence, causing his body to be covered in a purple aura of power. Yelling his name, Yi Feng. He looked at Yi Feng with resentment in his eyes and shouted, You deserve to die. But before he could do anything, a fruit basket flew and hit Ye Bei in the face, stopping his ultimate move once again. Blood trickled from his mouth, and he couldn't help but be shocked. No way. The energy I worked so hard to gather. Yi Feng turned to Ye Bei and asked, Who are you staring at like that? As he spoke, he glanced down at Ye Bei with a stern look. Ye Bei's face turned purple, like he wanted to say something, but instead, he could only cough up blood. Yi Feng looked at this weakness and asked him with disdain, With your pitiful strength, you couldn't even beat old Wang, the guy who sells betel nuts next to my house. Who gave you the guts to come here and simp, huh? Ye Bei stammered. You. Yi Feng looked at him with pity and said, Can't even get the words out, huh? Swallowing his anger, he gritted his teeth and used his move, Celestial Soul Pearl, kill him for me. As he said that, he summoned a ball to attack Yi Feng. Hey, you'll be finished in one blow, Ye Bei arrogantly crowed. Forcing me to use my killer move, you're absolutely going to lose your life. In response to this so-called killer move, Yi Feng lifted his foot and said in a raised voice, A kick to your dumb face. He just gently raised his leg and shattered Ye Bei's little ball. Yin Bei hadn't even come to his senses yet, and his face had already started to turn pale with fear. Yi Feng asked, All you have is this trashy pearl and you want to kill someone. Is there something wrong with your head? Ye Bei trembled as he looked at his shattered pearl, then said shakily, You said it's a trashy pearl. In his heart he was terrified. He looked at the broken pearl and thought, Celestial Soul Pearl, a sect treasure that's not easy to find. Once it appears, it will seize souls. Yi Feng just looked at Ye Bei with a contemptuous expression and replied, You don't have a chance of winning. Oh crap, Ye Bei thought in fear. This guy is really a peerless master, just like in Lu Qingshan's memories. This is a solid steel plate, not just some impenetrable fortress. Ruin. Ye Bei started planning his escape and quickly stood up, trying to bolt. Before he could get far, Yi Feng gifted him a kick in the back, causing him pain throughout his body, and he fell again. Yi Feng turned around and said, I worship a principle in this life, so I should be kind to people. But people here do not include the enemy. Because being kind to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. As he watched Ye Bei crawling around, trying to escape, he thought, even though this guy is a total noob, I can't let him off just because he's a noob. Daring to mention the words simp quest makes him a life-and-death enemy. I don't dare to kill chickens, but killing people is quick. He stepped on Ye Bei. Anyway, this is another world, so I have to kill if I have to kill. After thinking it over, he, with a straight face, grabbed Ye Bai's hand and broke it into pieces, letting his miserable screams echo with each bone breaking. He was in pain, and thought, this guy's attack, even if I use all my cultivation to defend against it, it's useless, Mom. It hurts so much I can't beat him. Then he started begging, Senior, I was wrong. Please spare me. Yi Feng just glared at him with a murderous look and asked, spare you. He stomped on Ye Bei's face, causing him to scream miserably. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out. Yi Feng turned around, curiously asking Zhong Qing. Meanwhile, he eased the strength in his legs, and Ye Bei took advantage of this distraction, quickly crawling away with one hand like a cockroach. He revealed a badge that read, Thief Heaven Gang. Attracting Yi Feng's attention, Thief Heaven Gang. Ye Bei quickly hugged his arm, and his two legs ran straight out the door. Yi Feng looked at him running away and said, all right, I remember it. I'll spare you for now. In a few days, I'll personally come to the simp quest. Returning to the Thief Heaven Gang, Ye Bei returned, hugging his broken arm. To the astonishment of the disciples, if we wait until that guy comes, the Thief Heaven Gang will definitely be leveled. My decades of hiding and seclusion can't be destroyed in an instant. Now I no longer doubt Lu Qingshan's judgment of him. Being able to escape the secular world and enter the mortal world again, I don't blame myself for being blind. As Ye Bei thought, he drank medicine to recover his strength. At this moment, he began to turn his gaze to Lu Qingshan and the Green Mountain sect outside the barrier. But maybe Ye Bei still has a glimmer of life left. Lu Qingshan saw Ye Bei approaching with a gloomy face as if he wanted to massacre, and he began to worry. It seems that my Green Mountain sect will be destroyed here today. He stood in a posture of sacrificing himself, with the light of truth shining on him, and thought as his last words, I, Lu Qingshan, of the Green Mountain sect, will not regret it. Suddenly, Ye Bei laughed loudly and said, Old bro Qingshan, misunderstanding. It's just a misunderstanding. Then he ordered his subordinates, everyone, remove the formation. All the members of the Green Mountain sect had the same expression, their mouths agape, not knowing what had just happened with this face-changing act. The event that followed, while everyone was still trying to swallow what had just happened, was to open the doors of the Thief Heaven Gang, smiling and inviting the entire Green Mountain sect inside. Even if Ye Bei's strength was high, this action made people suspicious, as if he was putting the Thief Heaven Gang on the sharp point of a knife. Lu Qingshan and Zhu Yun had many questions in their hearts, but because they were wary of the more than 10,000 lives of the Green Mountain sect in his hands, they had no choice but to obey. They only heard Ye Bei give an order, go get the tables, let's throw a banquet. Lu Qingshan, full of suspicion, asked, Ye Bei, what exactly are you trying to do? If you want to kill, just kill. I'll think of Lu Qingshan as a coward. Ye Bei didn't care, just happily smiled, put his arm around Lu Qingshan's shoulder, and said, surprising him, Old bro, I really sincerely want to apologize to you and admit my mistakes to the Green Mountain sect. To show my sincerity, I'll drink first, Ye Bei said, then raised his wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. Lu Qingshan couldn't help but be surprised and thought, his eyes don't have any hostility at all, but that twisted smile is full of calculations. He began to wonder, although I have no way to see the truth, if the final outcome is death, then how should I deal with myself now? I should probably charge forward then. Rather than being toyed with in his hands, it's better to die in a cool way. True courage is not about dying gloriously for something, but about being despicable to live for something, he thought, and wanted to blame himself in his heart. Xin Ru was standing on the towering cliff. Ye Bei continued, to ease old bro's doubts, also bring those three brats up here. On his order, his subordinates brought forth the three martial spirits from before, bound and screaming miserably. The gang leader didn't let them say another word, before promptly sending them to meet their ancestors. He then nonchalantly said, I should have delivered these three heads to my old brother sooner. I hope you won't hold it against me. Lu Qingshan, sweating bullets, thought to himself, he could escape unscathed, even under the divine blade, yet he was casually slaughtered by him. Is this deliberate goodwill? Trying to curry favor? I need to see what his next move is first. After a moment, Lu Qingshan suddenly turned and smiled happily, compromising. Gang leader Ye surely understands the big picture. As the saying goes, it's better to resolve a feud than to prolong it. Let's consider the grudges between our two sects as scattered smoke. Ye Bei happily replied. Old brother, that's well said. Then we should eat a little, drink a little, and not stand on ceremony. Oh right, I have a great treasure here to present. Lu Qingshan was curious. What is it? He wondered. Then he saw Ye Bei snap his fingers, summoning someone. A maidservant brought in a tray full of things that looked like cigars. Ye Bei introduced. These are made by the alchemists of the Bandit Heaven Gang, using flower cane spirit leaves and many other precious materials to refine, called flower zither, or flower Z for short. Seeing the look of longing on Lu Qingshan's face, Ye Bei enticed him further. Old brother, I'm not exaggerating, but we only produce 20 of these a year. One puff of this will send you straight to the immortal realm. It's better than 10 days of bitter cultivation. Want one? A flower Z was lit. Lu Qingshan took a drag, his face showing intense enjoyment, and thought to himself, this Ye Bei, he's a martial emperor, yet he can casually bring out such treasures. The Bandit Heaven Gang must be rich beyond belief. He recalled his first impression of Ye Bei, remembering his wild and arrogant style and his ambition. What does my Green Mountain sect have that's so valuable that he would abandon his haughty demeanor? After thinking about it, Lu Qingshan began to change his attitude. Putting on an arrogant face and sitting with his legs crossed while still exhaling smoke rings, he asked, Gang leader Ye hasn't been clear, has he? How can I receive such a good VIT? Ye Bei replied. Old brother, are you saying this because I, Ye Bei, don't meet your standards? They began to look at each other with probing eyes, finally ending with a round of laughter and polite words, but with schemes still brewing in their hearts. Lu Qingshan thought, this guy is really tight-lipped. He won't release the Green Mountain sect. I'll just have to go along with him for now. Sooner or later, he'll show his true colors, Ye Bei thought. If my thoughts were so easily seen through by you, I wouldn't be the Bandit Heaven Gang leader today. Following that was an atmosphere of feasting and drinking in the Bandit Heaven Gang. After a while, while drinking, Lu Qingshan seemed to have started to get a little drunk. He began to hug Ye Bei's shoulders, slurring, Ye, old brother, tell me something else. Who in this world doesn't extremely envy your innate talent? In a short 30-odd years, you've already become such a monster. Seeing Lu Qingshan drunk, Ye Bei asked, Old brother, are you drunk? Someone, take old brother to rest. Ye Bei smiled gleefully as he watched the intoxicated Lu Qingshan, thinking to himself, that I, Ye Bei, could continuously break through to martial emperor strength in my 30s, obtaining the resources of the entire sect. Do you really think it's all thanks to talent? Life is complicated, and people's hearts are treacherous. In short, those who recognize the times are the heroes. After thinking, he summoned the intelligence officer. The intelligence officer appeared with a roll of documents and said, Gang leader, this is the intelligence report on the personality, hobbies, and vices of Lu Qingshan, Zhu Yun, along with the many elders of the Green Mountain sect. They're all easy to handle. But Zhu Yun, the intelligence officer whispered into Ye Bei's ear, causing him to glance at Zhu Yun and ask, What's wrong with her? The intelligence officer replied, She doesn't like handsome guys, but likes Soak Ko. According to the Feng Shui of our Bandit Heaven Gang, we can't find innocent candidates for someone with such tastes. And in Zhu Yun's heart, when she's drunk, she immediately thinks of cute younger brothers. Ye Bei only smiled calmly and replied, What's the rush? Aren't the words innocent and naive written all over the faces of our younger brothers? Ye Bei revealed a cunning face, plotting, There's a saying that as long as the villain looks good, morality will follow the face. The intelligence officer couldn't help but wonder, Gang leader, it's just a small Green Mountain sect. Do we need to treat them so seriously? Ye Bei replied with a serious face. Very much so, because they will be the ones to save our Bandit Heaven Gang. When the banquet ended, and in a room belonging to the Bandit Heaven Gang, Lu Qingshan began to wonder. He even returned the blade. Cultivating martial arts is originally survival of the fittest. Divine weapons are hard to come by. He should have taken it when he had the chance before. As for the blade, of course there could be someone stronger, or he was threatened by a powerhouse and didn't dare to keep it. He looked at the green blade on the table as he tossed and turned, thinking about how it was snatched away and now returned. Suddenly, Lu Qingshan remembered the night before and Ye Bei's words, and he started to panic, thinking, could it be that he went to see the senior? No wonder I felt his aura was unstable from beginning to end. It's clear that he was injured. Even when he tried his best to hide it, it would still be clearly revealed. He's seriously injured, Lu Qingshan thought happily to himself. Ye Bei must have found the senior's residence. then got beat within an inch of his life before running back. Now to save his life, he's trying to curry favor with me, even with the entire Green Mountain sect. Now everything makes sense. Compared to his life, what else is he trying to struggle for? Lu Qingshan smugly smiled to himself, but before he could be happy for long, that smile suddenly vanished and was replaced by a terrified face, displaying the words, "I'm dead meat." He started to think, what am I, Lu Qingshan, in front of the senior? Once the Green Mountain sect steps into the pile of shit that Ye Bei set up, won't we be dragged into it as a group? God damn it, this is a disaster. The entire lives of the Green Mountain sect will have to be used as compensation. Lu Qingshan decided to open the door and find Ye Bei with the intention of withdrawing, but the moment he opened the door, something unexpected appeared before him, causing him to blush. Old ancestor, we are servants sent to take care of you according to the order of the gang leader. Too beautiful. He put on a lustful face, his face flushed, smoke billowing from his nostrils, clasping his hands in prayer. O Lord Guanyin Bodhisattva, Lord of purity, gods above, please enlighten me. I don't want to. But in his head, he was thinking, I've hidden this fetish so deeply, no one knows. But motherfucker, Ye Bei, how the hell did you know I was into this kind of thing? Two girls took turns clinging to Lu Qingshan, whining. Grand Ancestor, you're a cultivator. Why are you chanting Buddhist scriptures? Are you losing your cool? Then why endure it? No, master, just give in. We'll definitely serve you well. Lu Qingshan gritted his teeth. Enduring. He felt he couldn't take it anymore. His face flushed, nose bleeding. He jumped through the roof, shouting as he leapt. Motherfucking Ye Bei, I curse your 30 generations. You're playing dirty as hell. He landed in a nearby pond to cool his head and exclaimed, Oh, FC King Physics. What kind of water is this? So cold. Elsewhere nearby, Ye Bei was standing with his intelligence, observing Lu Qingshan. He seemed displeased and said, Lu Qingshan seems to have seen through my intentions, the intelligence asked. Then what do we do now? Ye Bei nonchalantly replied, It's not worth worrying about. Old ancestor Qingshan only cares about himself. What's so great about that? Managing his disciples is what he should be doing. But can he do it? Ye Bei said with a scornful laugh. The intelligence changed the subject and asked, Gang leader Ye Bei, you said that person is really that terrifying. Ye Bei's face darkened as he replied. Him. Smiling, he described Yi Feng to the point that the intelligence's face couldn't help but show fear. He's not even human. He's a martial emperor or an immortal. More like a demigod. There's simply no way to know. That great being, impossible to measure. A day later, a loud shout erupted. I can't take it anymore. You two are like leeches. It's not that Lu Qingshan can't handle you two, but that Lu Qingshan must prioritize the big picture. As he shouted, he scared the two catgirl cosplayers. A man fearing women is absolutely unacceptable, Lu Qingshan yelled and jumped through the roof to escape again. The person on the roof repairing the hole he made last night cursed angrily, Motherfucker, can't you just use the front door? Lu Qingshan flew to Ye Bei and berated him. Ye Bei, you're too shameless. You're the one who offended that senior, and you want to trick me into joining you on the same boat, facing that senior's wrath together? Nice plan. My Qingshan sect will never be cannon fodder with your Zhaoshan gang, Ye Bei calmly replied. Old bro, you've been enjoying the pampering these past 2 days. I'm afraid you don't even know what's going on. It's not like before. You and I are now family. As he said that, he pointed down the hillside. After all, if you don't submit, there will always be people in your Qingshan sect who want to submit. In front of Lu Qingshan was a scene of Qingshan sect soldiers, each happily with a woman, and the inside of the Zhaoshan gang was like a Valentine's Day date spot. Lu Qingshan gaped, thinking, So you plan to use my entire Qingshan sect, including myself, as cannon fodder, and only I'm still clean. Uh-huh. Ye Bei pointed towards the bushes in the distance. Oh right, there's also your junior brothers and sisters. He rubbed his hands together with a satisfied grin. When fate comes, sometimes you can't stop it, even if you try. Elder Zhu unexpectedly met my 18-year-old younger brother a few days ago, and love blossomed quickly, and Zhu Yun is still embracing and cuddling Yi Bei's younger brother. Yi Bei's younger brother looked at Lu Qingshan glaring at him and Zhu Yun, and fearfully asked, Sister, does senior brother Lu hate me? His eyes are so scary. Zhu Yun laughed gleefully, cleared her throat mockingly. My senior brother has found his own love, and you're not even offering a congratulation? It's not just me. Many disciples and elders of my Qingshan sect have found true love in the Zhaoshan gang. It's a good thing that our two sects are forming a family now. We're all in the same boat, so we can share burdens together. Yi Bei proudly smiled, placed his hand on Lu Qingshan's shoulder, and exclaimed, Family, right? Meanwhile, Lu Qingshan trembled, thinking, In just 2 short days, the entire Qingshan sect has been won over by the Zhaoqing gang. If I insist on breaking this layered relationship, not only will I lose everyone's favor, but I'll also be resented by everyone. Truly a disgusting tactic. Yi Bei continued to apply pressure. Old bro, if that's how it is, then don't be upset anymore. With that, he clapped his hands. Since I can't stop it, then I might as well accept it. You think so, right? Suddenly, the 2 girls from before rushed out and clung to Lu Qingshan's arms. He finally compromised, with a resigned and somewhat enjoying expression, and said, "Let's talk. After everything is settled, old ancestor needs to go into secluded cultivation for a day. You two help me protect the law." With that, he carried the 2 girls and leaped away, leaving Yi Bei with a face full of satisfaction, because the plan succeeded. Somewhere in Pingjiang City, behind Mofu Mountain, Yi Feng was walking on a trail along the mountainside. He looked around and wondered, "To completely heal Zhongqing, I need a heavenly heart dew. I'm afraid it can only be found in large mountain caves or places with dense spiritual qi." Meanwhile, somewhere else in Mofu Mountain, a beautiful girl was sleeping under a tree, a book covering her face. Suddenly, Mao Mao shouted, "Young miss, did you fall asleep again while reading this book written by this idiot?" Mao Mao angrily looked at the girl and scolded her. "I think your sickness is really serious." But the girl just mumbled, "If you give me a chance again, I will tell you that I love you. If I must add a deadline, I hope it is 10,000 years. Poetry like this, what kind of person could write it?" The girl was hugging the book in her arms and humming the poem. Her name was Bai Piao Piao. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Piao Piao was startled and turned around. Mao Mao also turned around, wondering. No one has ever come to this place before. "Who could that be?" Piao Piao ordered. "Mao Mao, go check it out," Mao Mao replied. "Yes, miss." Yi Feng, standing behind the door, greeted. "Good afternoon. I'm here to gather herbs on the mountain. May I please stay for the night?" Mao Mao reported back to Piao Piao. "It's a mortal young man gathering herbs, and he says he wants to stay the night." Piao Piao worried. "It's dangerous for ordinary people to come to a place like this to gather herbs. Let him in." Yi Feng stepped in and thanked them. But the scene before him stunned him. A beautiful maiden was sitting and composing poetry. With a refined demeanor, he thought to himself, "This beauty has such an amazing aura." Yi Feng was suddenly inspired to write a few lines of poetry, which caught Piao Piao's attention. "No mountain, new rain. Grave history enters the tomb. Returning Sao and coming autumn. Quiet courtyard, silver screen, 3,000 qi. Beautyless stone clothes, playing the kin." Mao Mao just turned and said, "You idiot," then dragged Yi Feng away. Yi Feng replied, a little embarrassed, "The scenery was so beautiful I couldn't help myself." Piao Piao glanced at him, thinking, "There's actually a mortal in the mountains who can write such a good poem." In her eyes, Yi Feng appeared with a romantic, poetic aura, handsome and dashing beyond compare. She thought to herself and said, "Not exactly a vulgar mortal." After thinking, she expressed her gratitude. "Young master's poem is wonderful, this little lady." "Thanks you," Yi Feng returned the courtesy. "You're too kind, miss." It started to rain. Mao Mao opened the door and said, "Miss, everything's arranged. This wasn't the poetry of that young man. Miss, don't tell me you've taken a fancy to that mortal." On the table was a piece of paper with Yi Feng's poem written on it, rewritten by Piao Piao. Piao Piao replied gently, "Don't talk nonsense. I just feel that his poem suits this place of ours very well, so after the ink dries, you should make it look nice and hang it up." Mao Mao laughed at her from behind and teased, "You even want to hang it up? Have you fallen into the net of love?" Piao Piao closed her eyes and denied it. "Even if a mortal is good, he's still just a mortal, not from the same world as us. Besides, just one poem and you think I'd take him seriously. And yet," she said, hugging the poetry book to her chest, her face shy as she thought, "my heart has already moved to the scene of each piece of radish being skillfully chopped." Yi Feng marinated the seasonings and radishes with a perverted expression. About an hour later, the rabbit was roasting on a stick over the fire, emitting a fragrant smell. Yi Feng exclaimed, "Delicious!" As he spoke, he pulled a jar of wine from his bag. "Now, add a jar of good wine, and it's perfect." He took a happy sip, feeling refreshed, then looked at the moon and began to recite poetry. "Raising my head, I gaze at the bright moon. Lowering my head, I think of my hometown. This scene couldn't help but remind me of the time I spent with my brothers and friends." Suddenly, a voice praised, wonderful poem, wonderful poem." Piao Piao stepped forward with Mao Mao, praising profusely. "Such a soaring poem. Who in the mortal world could write it?" Yi Feng replied, "Li Bai." Piao Piao bowed respectfully. "So it's Senior Li Bai, Yi Feng. Realizing he'd been mistaken, quickly refused, "No, it's not." Before he could explain, Piao Piao introduced, "This little lady is Bai Piao Piao, and this is my younger sister, Mao Mao, Yi Feng." Embarrassedly thought to himself, "Forget it, explaining is too troublesome, I'm in too deep now." He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "Oh, I see. Hello, Miss Bai, Miss Mao Mao." He finished speaking, placed the rabbit meat on a plate, and invited them to try it. "Eat this," Mao Mao criticized him. "You're telling me to eat something so greasy? Besides, it looks so dirty, my miss wouldn't eat it." Piao Piao immediately lectured Mao Mao, "Don't be rude." After speaking, she picked up a piece of rabbit meat and tried it. "If it's made by the young master himself, Piao Piao." "Thanks, you young master." Mao Mao pouted sullenly behind her. "With the Mrs. Cultivation, she doesn't need to eat anymore. She still has to cooperate with this mortal's acting." Piao Piao suddenly praised, "Young master, this dish is truly a delicacy," Yi Feng replied. "You flatter me." Meanwhile, Mao Mao looked back with a stunned expression. Piao Piao looked at Yi Feng, unable to hide her surprise, wondering, "He doesn't react at all to my praise. I rarely praise others. In the sect, there are countless talented disciples, but they can't even stand straight from just one glance from me. But this mortal, can't underestimate him. Is he pretending?" Later, Mao Mao also curiously ran over to try a bite. Piao Piao thought to herself, "This mortal is a bit interesting." Ignoring Mao Mao, who looked like she wanted to take flight after eating, she suddenly asked Yi Feng, "What do you think of me, young master?" Yi Feng, with a mouthful of meat, replied, "Beautiful, celestial beauty, ravishingly gorgeous." Piao Piao followed up, "So does young master like it?" Yi Feng's straightforward answer made her face flush. Why'd he just blurt it out like that? She was curious. Yi Feng downed a gulp of wine, his face tipsy, and said, "A slender, virtuous lady is the gentleman's ideal." Piao Piao kept pressing. "That's a great saying. A slender, virtuous lady is the gentleman's ideal. But I don't understand." She turned to look at him. "If young master likes me, why not take a better look at me? You must have been lying just now." Yi Feng put the lid back on the wine jug, smiling. "That line just means I like the lady. It doesn't mean you're mine. Besides, there's also the saying, one should not look at what is improper." Yi Feng's expression was incredibly strange at that moment, making Piao Piao blush with embarrassment. After a moment of contemplation, she couldn't help but say, "I've learned a lot from young master today. Judging by the poem young master recited, you're not from around here, are you?" Yi Feng sighed, saying, "Perhaps not." Piao Piao continued, "So young master does have something on his mind. Can you tell Piao Piao about it?" Yi Feng flatly refused. "Nope." That sentence snuffed out Piao Piao's openness. Yi Feng looked at her, thinking to himself, "My past. If I had to tell it, it's very far away. It's another world, a very civilized place. Moreover, it's one of those super secret things you shouldn't know, including that garbage system." Piao Piao also stood up to take her leave. It was presumptuous of Piao Piao. "Young master, please sit. I won't bother you anymore." Suddenly she paused. She turned to ask Yi Feng, "By the way, young master, do you read books?" Yi Feng, gnawing on a rabbit leg, replied, "Don't read books." Piao Piao's face clearly showed disappointment. She turned and continued walking, thinking to herself, "What a pity, otherwise we could have become confidantes." The next day, suddenly Mao Mao shouted, Miss, something's wrong." Piao Piao was sitting in the study. Hearing the sound, she asked, "What happened?" Mao Mao rushed in, holding a book in her hand, and said, "I found a book. After Li Bai Shansheng left." Piao Piao was stunned for a moment. The hand holding the brush suddenly lifted. She angrily broke the brush in her hand and thought, "Just leaves like that," Mao Mao continued. "The important thing is that I discovered he stole your book," Piao Piao shouted. "What?" After placing 2 books on the table, Piao Piao said, "That's not right." Mao Mao asked her, "Miss, these 2 books are the same." Piao Piao calmed down, a smile appearing on her face. "It seems that this book might have been left behind by Li Gongzi. We misunderstood him," Mao Mao wondered. "But didn't he say last night that he doesn't read books?" Piao Piao just smiled and replied, "Li Gongzi must have something difficult to say," she thought to herself. "Unbelievable, he's just a mortal. Yet he has so much in common with me," Piao Piao continued. "Mao Mao, keep this book safe. Wait for the next time Gongzi comes to return it to him." At the same time, Yi Feng, on the way, just realized, "Forgot the book I use as a pillow somewhere on the mountainside." It was pouring rain. Chu Shiqiang and Sun Jiaj were trying to heal Wu Yongchong. "Old Wu, how are you feeling?" Wu Yongchong said with a trembling voice. "You, what are you doing? This grand formation not only seals cultivation but also blocks you from absorbing spiritual qi from heaven and earth. You don't have much power to begin with. No need to make a big deal out of this for a useless person like me. Chu Qiang and Jia Jie's strength was gradually depleting. They just smiled and said, "What are you talking about, us brothers? We're going to die sooner or later anyway. Even if we can't live for many more days, we won't abandon you." Old Wu Yongchong, was touched. "You guys," Jia Jia sighed and said, "It's not a pity that we die. It's just that I'm worried about Xiansheng." Suddenly, Chu Qiang saw the figure of someone holding an umbrella approaching. Chu Qiang laughed loudly, pressing hard on Wu Hong's abdomen, without noticing that the old man was bleeding. "Look quickly, Xiansheng, Xiansheng." Unexpectedly, it's Xiansheng, Yi Feng recognized from afar. "Isn't that old Wu and his brothers?" he thought to himself. "It's raining. What are they doing sitting there? Let's go say hello." But he was immortal, and couldn't see the formation around the three of them. What a coincidence. His foot was about to step into the formation. All three of them shouted loudly, "Xiansheng, be careful, there's a formation. Xiansheng, absolutely don't come here." Yi Feng couldn't hear clearly what the three of them were saying from afar. He only saw their figures standing and jumping around wildly. Yi Feng finally stepped into the formation. The three couldn't help but panic and worry. We're doomed. This isn't just Li Mozhuo's formation, but also the terrain of an ancient battlefield, plus a natural grand formation with who knows how many ancient arrays. Even though Mr. Strength is mighty, he didn't need to rush in. It's bound to cause some trouble. But Yi Feng just leisurely walked deeper, getting closer and closer to the three of them. To their astonishment, he leaned down and asked, "What are you guys doing sitting here?" The three just gaped, thinking, "So we've always underestimated Mr. Mr. is more terrifying and transcendent than we knew. He might even be strong enough to not even care about the level of this ancient formation." Wu Yongchong looked up, thanking Yi Feng. "Mister, we've been trapped here for a long time. Thank you for coming to save us." Yi Feng was puzzled. Trapped here for a long time. He looked at the three of them, looking at him with sparkling eyes, his face confused, and thought, but this isn't even a swamp or anything, just a few puddles. These three are really just old windbags. Oh well, since I bumped into them, I'll play dumb. He held out his hand towards the three of them, saying, "Let's go!" Startling all three, Zhuge scratched his face. "Mister, even though you don't care about this dangerous terrain, we're trapped in here. Are we just going to walk out like this?" After speaking, Zhuge thought, at least he should dispel the grand formation first, right? His face revealed utter disdain. "A dirty puddle. Do you think I'm going to carry you out?" he thought. "Damn old geezers, you're really old windbags to the death." The three were stunned by Yi Feng's words. A dirty puddle. I'm afraid only Mr. would dare to think of comparing this kind of dangerous place to a dirty puddle. Yi Feng grabbed Chu Qiang's hand and pulled him out of the formation. Without any effort, Chu Qiang's eyes and mouth were wide open. He turned back to look at Yi Feng, who was looking at him with a disdainful expression, and thought, he just walked out safely. Not only did he not even look at the formation, but even we can be immune to the formation by following beside him. What the heck? What level of cultivation do you need to do that? After safely bringing the three out, Zhuge thanked Yi Feng. "Thank you for saving us, mister." At the same time, he asked him for a favor. "Oh right, mister. Old Wu is injured. Please take a look." Wu Yongchong, hearing Zhuge ask Yi Feng for a favor, immediately refused. "Old Chu, don't say any more. Don't cause any more trouble for Mr. An injury like this is beyond saving. What's the point of bothering Mr.?" Zhuge looked at Wu Yongchong worried and said, "That's true. His dantian is completely shattered. He's a cripple now." Yi Feng leaned down to look at Wu Hong and said, "Let me see your wound. It really is a bit serious." Yi Feng started rummaging in his pocket. Wu Yongchong turned his face away in despair, thinking, as expected, his dantian is shattered. Even Mr. can't do anything. Yi Feng pulled out some grass from his pocket and said, "Even though it's a bit serious, it's not like there's no way." Everyone was stunned and exclaimed, "What?" After speaking, Yi Feng spat on the pile of grass and plastered it on Wu Yongchong's chest, then gave a thumbs up, confidently instructing, "Okay, hold it there and keep your hand over it." Wu Yongchong held the handful of grass on his wound, wondering, "Oh, that's a bit perfunctory. Is it really useful?" Suddenly, he felt his body getting stronger. He flipped around about 10 times, his body full of energy, and exclaimed, "My dantian has been healed." Wu Yongchong knelt down, crying tears of joy, thanking the mister. "Last time you gave me a divine rake, this time I'm in your debt again. I, Wu Yongchong, must repay you. Take me as your servant. I'm willing to go up mountains or into seas of fire." Yi Feng awkwardly replied, "You're too kind." In his head he was thinking, these people from another world really know how to be grateful, huh? But it was just a rake and some herbs. Is there any need to be so grateful? Yi Feng continued, "How about this? Can you help me with some work in the future? My martial arts gym is in the back, and there just so happens to be a piece of wasteland. I was planning to do some farming, plant some things." Wu Yonghong cried, Thank you, mister. I'm willing to die 10,000 times for you and not refuse." Zhuge and Chu Qiang in the back watched Wu Hong hugging Yi Feng's leg, bitterly thinking, "Old Wu can follow, mister. He'll be able to go to good places and enjoy himself in the future." Yi Feng struggled to pull Wu Yonghong off and then said goodbye. "All right, I still have to climb the mountain. You guys go back to Pingjiang City first." Wu Hong stood at attention, raised his hand to his forehead, and respectfully said, "While the other two were overjoyed, mister, how about we follow you too? On the way, we can get you anything or carry things for you." Faced with the three of them sparkling eyes begging to come along, Yi Feng thought in fear, "These three old farts can't even get through a dirty puddle, and they want to climb the mountain with me, son of a BTCH. Aren't they just going to be burdens?" He quickly ran away, annoyed, and shouted, "Forget it. You three should still go back. Following me is just adding trouble." But in Wu Hong's eyes, the sight of the figure running away rejecting them couldn't help but fill him with admiration. As expected of Mr. Singh, that back view is otherworldly. Perhaps the world's hardships can't even enter his eyes. Blue sky, white clouds, golden sunshine. Beside the mountain, on a tree branch, a crow asked, "How is the Tiangxin fruit doing?" The worm next to it respectfully said, "Reporting to Lord Blackfeather, the Tiangxin fruit is ripe today. The demon sovereign can come pick it at any time." The crow standing on the tree branch stared intently in one direction. "The demon sovereign is in closed-door cultivation these 2 days. He'll come pick it himself after he comes out in 2 days." The inchworm stood up. The crow turned its head back, sternly reminding, "This Tiangxin fruit is very important to the demon sovereign. You must protect it carefully for these last 2 days. You absolutely cannot let any mistakes happen." The worm obediently obeyed. "Yes, Lord Blackfeather." Yi Feng was currently rappelling down the rope, preparing to pick the Tiangxin fruit. The crow was startled, and loudly said, "Why is there a human appearing?" Yi Feng happily reached out, ready to pluck it. "This is great stuff. I finally found the heavenly heart dew. Zhongqing will be saved." The crow thought, "Can't let this happen," and rushed to cause trouble. "Hurry, stop that damned human." Yi Feng glanced back. There was a crow flying towards him like crazy. Yi Feng simply dodged to the side, and that stupid crow crashed straight into the cliff face. Its face flattened, and its nose bled. "How can a mere mortal dodge my attack so easily?" it thought. Yi Feng watched the crow spin around, dizzy. Where did this bird brain come from? The crow shook its head a few times, regaining its balance. It flapped its wings madly and yelled, "You bastard!" 2 tornadoes appeared before it, rolling forward, but those tornadoes were nothing but mosquito bites to him. He waved his hand a few times and they disappeared, Yi Feng said tiredly. "Does this crow have something wrong with its head?" The crow was stunned. It shrieked miserably, as if it was the first time someone had insulted it. "What, did I run into a tough customer?" It still didn't give up. It charged forward like a missile. "Eat my full-power chop," Yi Feng, furious, darkened his face. He couldn't take it anymore. Yi Feng flicked a small stone and knocked it down. Grumbling, he said, "Where did this annoying crow come from? Get lost." The crow finally fell into the abyss, and he was trying hard to pick the heavenly heart dew. The worm on the opposite branch was so scared that it curled up. The great Heiyu, actually killed by a flick. How scary. Moreover, this person wanted to snatch the heavenly heart dew. I have to report to the Yao Emperor. Yi Feng successfully picked the heavenly heart dew. He opened the paper and read, "The next item is the water spirit herb, in a terrain with water." Time passed. White clouds drifted lazily, and it was past noon. In a small cave by a stream, a voice rang out. "What? You said someone came to steal my heavenly heart dew?" The voice furiously smashed things. "Who is it? Who exactly is it? Take me to find him. I must kill this human." At this moment, Yi Feng arrived at the cave following the instructions. Just like the map described, there's a cave in this lake. I wonder if there's a water spirit herb inside. The worm led that person over, asking the crow lying unconscious on the ground, "Tell me, where is that human?" The crow weakly said, I, Yao Emperor. When I left, he was still here." The big turtle took a deep breath, full of anger. It stomped its foot hard and shouted loudly. It roared loudly and began to transform into an old man with sharp thorns on his head. The worm on the ground screamed in fear. The old man yelled, "A tiny human dares to step on my Banjies head. 18 Yao King's head." The old man roared incessantly. Suddenly, a foot stepped in. The old man's eyes flashed red. A group of people appeared on a distant rock, respectfully asking, "Yao Emperor, do you have any important matters to call us for?" the Yao Emperor said gruffly. There's a human in this mountain who not only picked my heavenly heart dew, but also killed Hey You. The old turtle lowered his head and said grimly, I want you to find this human's whereabouts within half an hour and bring him before me. I must deal with him myself immediately, the subordinates said in unison. Yes, Yao Emperor. Then the group dispersed in all directions to search. The old turtle lowered his head to look at the small worm at his feet and said, As for you... The worm fearfully waved its hand in protest. Yao Emperor is about to break through. I can protect you, give you. Sounding pleasant, the old man shrank his body and calmly said, All right, this emperor is indeed about to break through. The water spirit herb cannot have any problems. He calculated. First, follow this emperor back to the cave residence, and after this emperor absorbs the water spirit herb, I will deal with that damned human myself. The worm quickly replied, Yes, and jumped after the old turtle, disappearing back into the cave. The water spirit herb has matured and cannot be affected in any way. You and I must restrain our demon kick and follow my transformation into the cave. The worm obeyed. Yes, Lord Bagig. The old turtle went into the cave, disappearing into the water. Suddenly, a sound made him jump. That was close. Going deeper inside, the old turtle discovered that Yi Feng had been there for who knows how long, and was holding the water spirit herb, looking pleased. Getting this water spirit herb was such a waste of my time. The old turtle jumped and shouted, What the hell? Who are you, subordinates? Yao Huang shuddered, his body swaying with its 60 centimeters circumference. Yao Huang. He's the human who stole the heavenly heart dew. The Yao Huang next to him was equally shocked, following his gaze. What? Meanwhile, Yi Feng was humming happily. Doody-doody-doo. I was looking everywhere for this flower to bring home. Yao Huang raged. That damned human! To think he'd dare come to my lair! Focusing all his energy, Yao Huang unleashed a torrent of fire, roaring, and he was even planning to snatch my mature aquatic spirit herb. Behind Yao Huang, a fiery light coalesced into a demonic face, snarling. Unforgivable! Truly unforgivable! He roared, barely holding back a torrent of curses. But before anything could come of it, Yi Feng's foot landed squarely on him. This left Yao Huang in a state of utter bewilderment. Yi Feng, on the other hand, was a little surprised at stepping on something so big. Looking down, he realized it was a turtle, a huge turtle. The turtle, meanwhile, was frozen in place like it had been superglued. What is this power? But quickly regaining his composure, his eyes gleamed, seizing the opportunity. I, a dignified Yao Huang, am being stepped on by a human. How can this be? The second Yao Huang couldn't take it anymore. He unleashed his power, lunging at Yi Feng, who was still staring blankly. Die! You must die again. Yao Huang got another up-close and personal experience, as Yi Feng grabbed his tail and hoisted him into the air, leaving the turtle dumbfounded. You old turtle, still got some fight in you, huh? With that, he spun the turtle 180 degrees, flipping him onto his back. The Yao Huang was so shocked he spewed red liquid everywhere, his eyes rolling back in his head. After a few seconds of regaining his senses, the Yao Huang was shocked by Yi Feng's strength. Flames radiated from his body, his eyes burning like lasers. My immense power is completely useless against this human. Could it be? Has he reached the realm of martial saint or martial emperor? What do I do? Since becoming Yao Huang, this is the most danger I've ever felt. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream broke through the tension as Yi Feng spotted Zhao Sha, sending Yao Huang's thoughts scattering. Don't move! There's a centipede as big as my head! Before anything could happen, the centipede decided to play dead as the best course of action. Both Yi Feng and Yao Huang were dumbstruck, their mouths agape, as four eyes stared at Zhao Sha's dramatic performance. Thanks to Zhao Sha, Yi Feng's attention shifted from the Yao Huang to the centipede, leaving Yi Feng to wonder, how the heck did such a huge centipede die so suddenly? The Yao Huang was speechless at Zhao Sha's creative plan. Could it be that I, a true Yao Huang, have to resort to playing dead to save my life? Without a second thought, Geng Dai, the ignorant tiger, also started playing dead. Oh well, no one's watching anyway. Back to the turtle Yao Huang. Seeing the Yao Huang playing dead too, Yi Feng had an idea about making turtle dishes. This old turtle is already dead, but this old turtle is super nutritious. Have to bring him back to make soup. Can nourish my apprentice. At first, the Yao Huang thought he'd escape, but when he heard Yi Feng's words, he fainted right away. Looks like I wasn't exposed. I should be able to escape this guy. After stuffing the Yao Huang into his backpack, he opened the paper again. What's next on the list? Next is Yunluo flower. This medicine is not easy to find, can only go everywhere to try luck. As for Xiaosha, Yi Feng was scared and trembled after seeing him. That night, the entire mountain forest was filled with a sensational news report, causing chaos and commotion. Come out, everyone! There's big news! Everyone, come out! Uncle Yao Huang is about to be cooked into soup. Hearing the hot news, the other animals started gossiping and crowding around to hear the drama from reporter Xiaosha. Yi Feng Xiaosha, what exactly happened? Surrounding the centipede were a group of enormous, anonymous beasts, only their red eyes visible as they listened to Xiaosha's embellished tale. 18 Yao Kings. You must think of a plan quickly. That human directly barged into Yao Huang's cave, not only plucking the Yao Huang's aquatic spirit herb, but also taking the Yao Huang back with him, saying he was going to cook him into soup. Ugh, I even had to fight him for 300 rounds to barely escape with my life. Knowing that he couldn't save the Yao Huang, that's why he had to rush to report the news to you. The first to speak was Leopard King, who spoke up on behalf of the group, harumphing, "Enough with the lies. Even the Yao Huang was captured by that human. How could a tiny centipede like you possibly have the strength to fight him for 300 rounds? Hearing the truth, Xiaosha was speechless and froze, like it had been glued in place, unable to say anything. Hearing this, Xiaosha tried to continue exaggerating to defend himself. Eagle King, who was standing next to him, didn't bother to listen, and neither of them bothered to look down at Xiaosha. Actually, I was able to fight him for 300 rounds, because after the Yao Huang fought with him, he used up a lot of strength, so I was able to fight him more easily. Hearing this, Leopard King and Eagle King both looked down at the centipede with cold, sharp eyes, as if they wanted to beat him up. Just when he thought he was going to be beaten up, Leopard King and Eagle King changed their attitudes 180 degrees, leaving Xiaosha unable to react. So that's how it is. I was just too harsh with my words. Don't take it to heart. Everyone knows you tried your best. That's right, you tried so hard to save the Yao Huang, so everyone values you very much. The others also had the same expression as Leopard King and Eagle King, thought they were fierce tigers and lions, but turned out to be, "Hello Kitty waving, Xiaosha, you should still go heal your wounds. Let us take care of saving the Yao Huang." Xiaosha was happy and quickly excused himself. "All right, goodbye." After Xiaosha ran away, the others stayed behind. After Xiaosha left, everyone stayed to discuss the matter. All right, everyone. The Yao Huang being captured is a very worrying matter. Everyone needs to be determined. Eagle King volunteered to speak first. From what Yi Feng Xiaosha said, it is clear that this human's strength must be stronger than Yao Huang's, but probably not much stronger. Otherwise, Yi Feng Xiaosha wouldn't have been able to fight him for 300 rounds. Monkey King listened and agreed, agreeing with Eagle King, but also had some doubts about this matter. That's right, Eagle King is right, but even so, this person's strength must be something we can deal with. But what I'm even more curious about is why he wants to do so much to capture the Yao Huang, and even wants to cook soup. Those anonymous people also agree. Because it offends their self-esteem, this action is clearly to humiliate, provoke us, and even want to confront all the monsters in this Ink Palace mountain. Humans have always been revengeful, so let us deal with people's reasoning. Moreover, he also wants to cook the Yao Huang into soup, so there is no need to be lenient. Leopard King concluded, giving a representative conclusion, speaking the hearts of the beast kings. No matter what the reason, the purpose of this person is simply to slowly deal with all of us. We can report this matter to the Yao Huang in other territories and ask them for rescue, the group of beast kings said in unison. I agree. The rest were similar, agreeing, I agree too. Scene change. In the short span of a day, 18 Yao Kings contacted. There, they personally went and reported to the big boss at Mount Mofu. After all the king beasts gathered, everyone was radiating such terrifying killing intent. Of course, when faced with this human, the other Yao emperors temporarily put aside their grudges and assisted each other. There, the Yao emperor decided to issue a decree. All the Yao beasts in the Mount Mofu mountain range would unite. The decree issued from their nest. At this moment, the sun began to rise, marking the dawn and also the decree, ordering the absolute prohibition on the mountain. A sigh echoed through the sky. This cloud dew flower is really hard to find. Yi Feng angrily threw the map in his hand to the ground, cursing, "This damn thing is all blurry, where's the road? This swindler gave me a fake map. I curse you to have kids without skills." Suddenly a scene with countless figures in the distance caught his eye, causing Yi Feng to stand there in a daze, pondering, "Looks like there are quite a few people over there. I wonder what they're doing, but they probably know the way, right?" Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, drawing Yi Feng's attention. "Who's there?" Two men in blue, faces full of menace, rode their swords over, looking all cool. Yi Feng looked at them with some curiosity, thinking, cultivators, huh? Then he scratched his head, gave a silly smile, and said, hello, I want to ask for directions. Do you guys know the way out of this mountain range? One of them shot him a disdainful look and shouted, don't know. His domineering CEO coldness immediately made Yi Feng's mood plummet. He frowned. Did you have to be so tense I just wanted to ask for directions? That guy was as hot-tempered as a firecracker. Immediately raised his hand and summoned a flame palm, shouting, a mere mortal dares to talk back. Suddenly, a beautiful white-haired girl stepped forward to stop him. She was Li Renhao. Stop. Seeing the pretty girl, the two guys immediately became obedient and greeted her respectfully. Miss Lai, what's the matter? The two bowed respectfully, reporting to Miss Lai, we don't know where this mortal with eyes as blind as a bat came from to bother you. We'll chase him away. Li Renhao was a little curious, mortal. Then she looked at Yi Feng. His whole body exuded ordinariness. His face was blank, and he was still holding a turtle in his hand, she thought. He really is a mortal. Then Li Renhao gave him directions. Don't you know what fear is? This mountain is so dangerous, and you still came in? Follow that direction over there, avoid going into the woods, then you should be able to find a way out. Hearing these words, he immediately smiled happily. Thank you, miss. Yi Feng left, wondering, why did that girl say this place is dangerous? Aside from the occasional wild beast showing up, this place is pretty good, he shrugged, wearing an expression of speechless exasperation. Maybe cultivators are just relatively stressed. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed through the mountains. No human in this mountain range is to be left alive. Behind Li Renhao, a chaotic scene suddenly appeared. The cultivators were fearfully fleeing from the attack of the wild beasts, and screams echoed everywhere. So many Yao beasts! She couldn't hide her surprise. What's going on? A giant eagle swooped down towards her, raising its sharp claws. Human, you must die! She immediately drew her sword and slashed at the fierce bird, thinking, A Yao King. She was pushed back by a strong force, her feet dragging heavily on the ground. Looking at the disciples rushing towards the monster, she couldn't help but feel bewildered. What is going on? It was true that there were many Yao beasts inside the mountains on a regular day, but there had never been such a large concentration of them. Then Li Renhao turned to look at the disciples, some of whom were sent flying into the air. A domineering wild boar monster and a monkey wearing a hat sent everyone flying as they charged forward. This startled her. 2 more Yao Kings. The scene was now in complete chaos. The group was being brutally slaughtered by the monsters, and screams of agony echoed everywhere. Help! Li Renhao angrily dodged a snake lunging at her, shouting, Damn it! What on earth is going on? She grabbed the snake by the neck, causing it to freeze stiff. Li Renhao angrily used the soul-piercing finger, only to see a burst of flames from her eyes, instantly roasting the snake to a crisp. Her face was extremely tense. How? How could there be someone so terrifying? In just a moment she paused. The 3 eagles, boar and monkey, all charged at her with weapons. They shouted, You dare to be distracted while fighting us? This group is ganging up, how lame. On this side, a voice echoed on the mountain. Finally got out of this damn place. Yi Feng looked at the scene before him. There was a lake. His eyes lit up, his face showing enjoyment. Yi Feng immediately took off his clothes, throwing his yellow ducky briefs haphazardly on the basket, and immersed himself in the cool water of the lake, looking extremely content. Suddenly, a noise came, making him a little confused, only to hear a loud thud, something falling straight into the lake from the sky. Yi Feng panicked and shouted, What the hell is that? He looked down at the surface of the water that had just been shaken and wondered, Don't tell me a rock fell in. Suddenly, a female figure with a pair of floating, popped up. Yi Feng was stunned. Looks like a girl, he muttered. Yi Feng's face was a picture of extreme excitement, drenched in sweat, cheeks flushed red. Looking a bit like a pervert, he stared at the floating Li Renhao, speechless. A little sister fell from the sky. Yi Feng extended his trembling hand towards her. He started a crackling fire, and Li Renhao, who he'd fished out, lay unconscious on the ground. She slowly opened her eyes, greeted by the sight of Yi Feng casually grilling meat. She sat up and said, Oh, it's you. He looked at Li Renhao. You're awake. Yi Feng held out a skewer of grilled fish to her with a dazzling, angelic smile, gently saying, Here, have some fish to replenish your strength. Li Renhao replied blankly. You know I'm a martial cultivator, he patiently asked again. So, don't you want a bite? She hugged her soaked body and replied, This stuff doesn't do anything for me. Yi Feng pondered again. Fish is no good for you either. Then he put on a panicked expression, hugged the turtle hanging from the tree, and shouted, Don't tell me you're eyeing my little Baba. Li Renhao immediately froze upon hearing that. She gave him a blank stare, thinking to herself, I'm a dignified martial king-level cultivator. Why would I care about a turtle? How ridiculous. Changing the subject, she asked, You're a mortal. Aren't you afraid to wander into this mountain? Yi Feng replied while gnawing on grilled fish. What's there to be afraid of? Li Renhao advised. You should find a way to get down the mountain after you finish eating. Hearing this, he couldn't help but wonder. Li Renhao continued seriously. Because if you don't, you'll die. Something unimaginable to mortals like you is happening inside the mountain right now. Yi Feng ate calmly. Getting down the mountain is impossible for now. I still want to gather medicine. But what exactly is happening? On the contrary, I'm very curious. Li Renhao was puzzled. Gather medicine, huh? She calmly continued. All right. So you can understand how vast this world is, and avoid losing your life to that foolish thinking. Li Renhao began to explain. There are many Yao beasts in the Mofu Mountains, and the strongest have reached the Yao Emperor realm. The Yao Emperor realm is a lord of one region in the Yao world, and this matter originated from the owner of this thousands of miles territory we're standing on, the Beiju Yao Emperor. As she spoke, gruesome images of the monsters flashed. She continued, This Beiju Yao Emperor, although transformed from a turtle, has terrifying cultivation due to its long lifespan. Yi Feng listened attentively, nodding in agreement, thinking to himself, Sounds pretty hardcore. Li Renhao continued her story. But this very expert who commands 10,000 yaos has been captured by a human, a very, very strong human. This person has heaven-defying strength. He single-handedly charged into the Dongfu of the Beiji Yao Emperor, not only snatching away the Yao Emperor's treasures, but also capturing the Yao Emperor alive, saying he wanted to. He listened intently, munching on meat with gusto. Hearing this, Yi Feng looked a little scared. Wanted to what? Li Renhao shouted, her face paling. Said he wanted to take the Yao Emperor home and cook it into soup. Yi Feng also asked loudly, Cook it into soup? Then he suddenly paused, turned to look at the fainting turtle hanging there, and thought to himself, Didn't expect this expert to capture the Yao Emperor turtle to cook into soup too? That hobby is so much like mine. Li Renhao became increasingly serious. Precisely because of this, all the Yao beasts in the Mofu Mountains are furious, and the other Yao Emperors have joined forces. The entire Mofu has launched a kill order against that human. Because they couldn't find that human, the disciples of the Yujian sect, including me, have been caught in the crossfire. She slowly sat up. So as long as you are discovered by Yao beasts, you basically have no chance of survival, especially since you are just a mortal. Hearing this, he looked scared. Li Renhao turned her head, coldly left. Before leaving, still did not forget to say, So you still quickly go down the mountain. There are several Yao kings are looking for me. If you follow me, I am afraid you cannot survive. Yi Feng nodded in agreement. Then suddenly he happily reached into his basket, said to her, You still have injuries on your body, or else apply some herbs. I have these herbs. She smiled slightly. Thank you for your kindness, but Li Renhao flew away like a star in the sky, shouting back, Things of mortals are useless to me. Yi Feng watched the departing figure, stroking his chin, and thought to himself, Thinking carefully, this mountain isn't as scary as she described, is it? I haven't encountered any danger these past few days. If I did bump into something, it was just that little crow Yao beast that I slapped to death. And 3 days later, the forest floor was littered with the corpses of defeated monsters, lying everywhere. Li Renhao was now running away quickly. She hugged her injured body and said 2 words. Damn it! She looked around, thinking to herself, the entire mountain range has been sealed off by Yao beasts. There's no way to get out. Li Renhao hid behind a tree, where the ferocious monsters were patrolling. Now the entire mountain range, except for the mysterious expert whose whereabouts were unknown, perhaps only she was still alive. Seeing the monsters leave, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. I am a martial king. Can't escape either. That mortal maybe, after all, with a mortal body. Even if he encountered a small monster, I'm afraid that he can't avoid it. While she was sadly pondering, Yi Feng was carrying a turtle, leisurely walking by, singing, I dream of being Hokage. Li Renhao saw this scene, and her eyes widened, her mouth agape, as if she'd been visited by a ghost. A myriad of thoughts flashed through her mind. I had to rely on both strength and luck for 3 whole days to survive. And yet, he's completely unscathed, not even a speck of dirt on his clothes. Did the demonic beasts in this mountain not attack, or are they blind? He suddenly stopped, turning to see her hiding behind a tree. Yi Feng cheerfully raised his hand in greeting. Oh, it's you, radiating an aura of cleanliness and freshness. Seeing this, she seemed to not believe her eyes. What? is going on? Am I hallucinating? Li Renhao wearily sat down behind the tree, looking at Yi Feng, saying in disbelief, "Even though you're just a mortal, you can still survive." Hearing this, he felt extremely uncomfortable. "What are you saying?" Li Renhao replied. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything by it. I'm just a little surprised." Yi Feng angrily put his hands on his hips, but still let it go. "Oh." Then Li Renhao turned away, muttering, "I hope you can continue to be this lucky in the future." Yi Feng reached into his basket, rummaging for something, glancing at Li Renhao, who was cautiously looking around, thinking to himself, "This girl is a bit neurotic. There's nothing as dangerous as she says in this place. But she did have good intentions in reminding me, so I guess she's a good person." He took out a small red pouch. "I happen to have some homemade insect repellent, and it works really well. If you want, you can take it with you." Hearing this, Li Renhao was a little surprised and asked, "Insect repellent?" She looked at the red pouch in his hand. She thought to herself, "These mortal items have no effect on a martial cultivator like me. Although this mortal has good intentions, he's probably a goner anyway. I'll just give him a little face. Consider it a little consolation for him." Then she happily took the pouch from his hand, replying, "Okay, thank you." Dusk gradually fell on the mountain peaks. A large figure, seemingly the leader of the demonic beasts, stood watching the sunset, saying to his subordinates behind him, "Under the extermination order, except for one human martial king clinging to his last breath, all other humans have been wiped out." But just now, according to the little demon's report, he angrily shouted, "They discovered another young human." The faces of those below were extremely angry. The figure's shout echoed again. "Everyone must find this person quickly, regardless of whether he's the one we're looking for." The eagle leader's eyes were filled with resentment, yelling, "Kill without mercy!" Countless creatures flew out from the mountain peaks. As the eagles were flying and scouting in the sky, one of them suddenly noticed something. It followed the small figure on the ground. That's Yi Feng's centipede. The eagle immediately swooped down in front of the centipede, asking, "Aren't you supposed to be recuperating in your cave? What are you doing here?" The creature was startled by the sudden movement, panicking and shouting, "Eagle! Eagle King, why are you here?" It looked at the fierce figure in front of it, hiding the luggage behind its back, stammering, I, the Yao Emperor was captured. How could I be in the mood to stay in the cave and recuperate? I wanted to go out and see if I could find any trace of that human." The eagle's expression was stern. "Have you discovered anything?" The centipede was flustered. "Discovered something?" It immediately raised its hand, speaking with a confident demeanor. "I did make a discovery. I feel that human is very likely to be nearby." In its head, it was constantly encouraging itself. "As long as I don't panic, the Yao King will definitely not realize that I'm trying to escape." Space suddenly froze, only a cold wind blowing past. The eagle was so happy it almost cried. Immediately, he put his arm around the centipede's shoulder. "You are truly dedicated, worthy of having served 6 generations of Yao emperors," he continued. "That's right, according to reliable information from the base right here, there is indeed a human. As for whether it's the one we're looking for, we'll have to wait for confirmation. Follow me to see if it's the right one." Seeing this, the centipede was so flustered that sweat poured down its face. Okay. From the depths of the forest, a subordinate darted out, kneeling before them. "Reporting to the Yao King, the target is right ahead, but there's poison surrounding this human. We can't get close." Hearing this, the eagle's tone was a little doubtful. "Poison," he said to the person beside him. "Snake King, it seems we have to take action ourselves." The two of them flashed a forced smile. Looking at the centipede, Yi Feng Yao spirit. "You followed several generations of Yao emperors. Your strength must not be as ordinary as other Yao spirits. Let's attack together." The centipede confidently put his hands together. "Okay, let's go now." The demonic beasts hiding in the bushes saw Yi Feng sleeping, discussing among themselves. "There's no fluctuation of aura, he's just immortal." A command rang out, and the group of ferocious beasts rushed out, roaring, "Die!" Human Yi Feng looked at his companions being poisoned in front of him. Couldn't help but wonder, this poison isn't bad. The lower level Yao indeed have no way to approach. Where did a mortal get such strong poison? Suddenly, a familiar figure caught his eye. That back view. When he clearly saw Yi Feng's face, Yi Feng was instantly hit in his G-spot, clutching his head and screaming, "FCK!" He collapsed to the ground. They leaned down and asked, "Yi Feng, what the heck are you doing?" But then they snapped back to attention. Screw it. 2 thugs charged toward Yi Feng, who was still knocked out cold, activating gigantification jutsu. Just kidding, but imagine if they did. Lol. Suddenly, a wave of toxic fumes hit their noses. The two instantly coughed up blood, their souls scrambling in panic. What is going on? Yi Feng finally woke up, stretching and yawning. All around were dead and dying animals. Then he saw something. Instead of being surrounded by water, he was amidst a bunch of foaming-at-the-mouth creatures, leaving him bewildered. What the F? My stuff is seriously military-grade overkill. Yi Feng capped his homemade Realgar wine bottle, smugly looking at the animals before him. I thought it would only ward off some snakes, but I didn't expect this scale of carnage. But, alas, he was in fact mistaken. He picked up a snake and happily said, "Perfect. I didn't have anything to eat. I've been eating grilled stuff recently, and my mouth is getting tired of it. Time for some refreshing snake soup." The eagle lying on the ground trembled with rage. All he could think about was snake. Snake King, I can't just sit here and wait for death. The toxin faded, and a figure lightly darted across the scene. The eagle spotted the turtle hanging pathetically from the tree. His eyes widened. Wait a minute, that's him. Overjoyed, he burst into tears and desperately called out his name. Bo Ji U Yao Huang is. He thought, no way, this can't be real. Before the heartwarming scene could unfold, Yi Feng grabbed the bird. Oh, there's an eagle too? Tonight's dinner is going to be even better. At this moment, Yi Feng, the centipede, ran away in terror. He was frightened. This is just so scary. He quickly retreated, following the voice of his heart, running for his dear life. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him with a voice. Yi Feng, demon spirit, you're... Looking at the fierce monsters in front of him, he was worried. If they find out that Snake King and Eagle King are dead, and that he's escaped, wouldn't that be like Yi Feng slapping himself in the face? Feigning a dying breath, he weakly spoke. No need to say much. No need to ask much. Things are bad. I almost kicked the bucket. Hurry, run. He turned into a melodramatic female lead, falling into the CEO's arms. The leopard loudly asked. What exactly happened? Yi Feng painstakingly uttered each word. Right ahead. Me, Eagle King, and Snake King discovered that guy's whereabouts. The three of us teamed up to have a big showdown with him. That battle caused Eagle King and Snake King to lose their lives on the spot. Knowing that I couldn't fight him again, to prevent him from escaping, I had to use the last of my strength. Ran over here to report. The others were a little bewildered to hear that. The battle must have been fierce. The leopard was so moved that he shed tears. We are fortunate to have someone as devoted as you within this territory. You rest well, leave the next thing to us. They unleashed all their power, revealing their fiercest appearances. We will rescue the Demon Emperor and avenge both Snake King and Eagle King. All the beasts listen to the order. That guy has already exhausted his strength. Full power strike. Yi Feng suddenly spotted something in the bushes. He curiously took his shovel and approached the place. At this moment, the monsters charged over, only to see Yi Feng's basket there. Burning with anger, they shouted loudly, He's over there, Demon Emperor, my lord. They saw the turtle hanging, shaking with anger. The leopard leader yelled, On my order, quickly rescue the Demon Emperor. Suddenly, a familiar scent wafted over, and the monsters instantly fainted. Under the bright moonlight, Yi Feng returned, looking dejected. It's already night so quickly, and still no sign of the Yunlu Hua Ying. He was stunned by the scene before him. A bunch of wild beasts were lying neatly in a row, all unconscious. He shouted, Holy crap, no way! Looking at his medicine bottle, Yi Feng was a little scared. Did I accidentally create a super poison? I just wanted to make some Realgar wine. He looked at the beasts and muttered, Poor things. But immediately, Yi Feng flashed a sinister smile, drooling. But all this meat is good stuff, he pondered. But how am I going to carry all this down the mountain? What a waste of heaven's bounty. Suddenly, the system popped up with a notification, startling Yi Feng. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a new mission. A beam of light descended from the sky, revealing an adorable pig-head snake-body creature. The pig-head spoke cheerfully. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a new mission. Yi Feng was intrigued. What mission? Inwardly, he thought, this system hasn't shown up in ages. Has it finally had a pang of conscience and wants to help me become a cultivator? Or, make me a super rich guy in another world would be nice too. Good things never fall from the sky, especially when it comes from the system, the pig-head snake-body excitedly announced. Master the skill of cooking wild game. Yi Feng shot a fresh, vibrant glare at the pig-head system, making it feel doubtful. Is something wrong? Yi Feng didn't hesitate, and immediately replied, Yes. The system smiled and agreed. Then let's change it, Yi Feng instantly perked up, shouting, Can you change it? Sure. The pig-head emanated a dangerous aura. Okay. Then it settled. With a bizarre posture, his whole body radiated a glorious light. like the benevolent light of the 10 directions of Buddhas. He announced the mission. Master the skill of musical performance to a realm comparable to the gods. Yi Feng was speechless. The pighead thought he had the charm of Xinyang. He leaned in and whispered into Yi Feng's ear. The reward is a cute little pet mount. Yi Feng couldn't stand the clinginess any longer, and a curse echoed through the forest. I F your mom, and F your mom again. These missions are trash. Giving me a useless mission is one thing. Even the previous body cultivation and forging missions were hard enough for me to survive on. What's the point of musical performance? Am I supposed to pick up chicks with it? I'll crap on your pighead snake system. The pighead snake quickly fled like a ghost. Miraculously, it quickly dissolved into the air, leaving only a bit of dust, a wisp of smoke, and a punitive sentence. Failure to complete the mission will result in the retrieval of the martial arts hall, which will no longer belong to the host. Bye-bye, Yi Feng panicked. He angrily grabbed the broken instrument that the pighead snake had left behind. The mountains and forests echoed with mournful singing. A long, pale yellow skirt swaying hair. Somewhere in the sky, a shout rang out. If Li Renhao has any accidents, your Yu Jian sect will not be spared by the Liu family. The two people moving in the sky were Li Renhao's aunt, Li Jiahui, and the sect leader of the Yu Jian sect, Xu Mozhu. Xu Mozhu thought uncomfortably. At first, it was just a simple task to complete in the mountains, but really, not only did I come, but my disciple Li Renhao had to get involved in things like this. Xu Mozhu broke into a cold sweat, falling into thought. The Liu family was in Nancha and was one of the 3 great families, so they couldn't afford to offend them, Li Jiahui said sternly. According to Renhao's news, there are demonic beasts rampaging in this mountain. But on the way here, other than a few minor demons, the strongest was just this centipede. The great ant you mentioned must be 5 times bigger than the joint of a grown man's middle toe. The centipede was dangling on Li Jiahui's hand. But this centipede is really too funny. It pretended to be dead when it saw us. Well, taking it back is good too. It can be considered a priceless medicinal ingredient. The centipede was sweating profusely. I'm done for. I am going to be simmered with herbs. Too tragic. Suddenly, Xu Mozhu noticed something. That is, he shouted, pointing below. Over there are 100 demon, and over 10 bodies of demon kings. Li Jiahui looked down with a worried expression, thinking, with such a lineup, even if I, a martial emperor, were to fight them, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the advantage. She said to Xu Mozhu, no wonder there are no demon kings or demon spirits in this mountain. The reason is that they all died here. But who on earth caused this scale of destruction? The two people at the same time saw the silhouette of an idiot playing and singing under the tree, and beside them, the corpses of a pile of wild pigs and wild cows. It must be him, Xu Mozhu confirmed. Him? But he doesn't have any aura. He looks like a mortal. Looking at Yi Feng's current appearance, he really didn't look reliable at all. Xu Mozhu spoke. Listen carefully. Like a protagonist, how could he be ordinary? The music was hitting at the core, which, through the music of Yi Feng, were misunderstood by Xu Mozhu and Li Jiahui in shock. In the deep of the music, there was a hidden, powerful, profound meaning, so they looked down and sweat. Just based on the Guqin's intention within this music, it has to be at least a martial exalted, Xu Mozhu urged. All right, let's pay our respects. Pay respects to Yi Feng. Here, Yi Feng was still feeling dejected, thinking he needed more practice. Suddenly, those two figures made a move, catching his attention. Turns out they were cultivators. Yi Feng was filled with resentment, thinking about the system. If this damn system was even a little reliable, I'd probably be dominating the 4 seas by now. Tianxu Mozhu and Li Jiahin suddenly landed right in front of Yi Feng, looking puzzled as hell, kneeling on one knee and clasping their hands in reverence like they were meeting a great figure. Lin Jiahin, Xu Mozhu, we pay our respects to senior. While Yi Feng's expression had gone completely blank, Xu Mozhu and Li Jiahin were still seriously assessing him. Even at close range, they couldn't detect any fluctuations in his energy. Could he be just a mortal? They exchanged awkward glances. Impossible. Just based on the music, he made us deeply immersed in Guanxin's intention. A mortal couldn't possibly do that. Yi Feng scratched his head. Are you two mistaken about something? Senior, I'm just a mortal coming up the mountain to gather herbs. Perhaps Yi Feng's expression was too dumbfounded and ordinary. Xu Mozhu started to doubt. Could we be wrong? Is the young man in front of us really just a mortal? Just an extraordinary mortal who can play the Guqin? Before they could think further, they suddenly saw a dead turtle hanging from a tree. Li Jiahin exclaimed in a panic. That old turtle hanging up there, it seems to be a Yao emperor, Xu Mozhu echoed. This is indeed a Yao emperor, with strength on par with me, Xu Mozhu, and it's just hanging from a branch like that. Yi Feng gritted his teeth as he rushed out to block. Aren't you guys eyeing my little baba? I'm the one who brought it back. And I was even planning to make soup with it, to nourish my disciple's body. Got it. As expected of the main character's aura, what he thought was trivial became instantly divine in the eyes of others. Shu Mozhu and Li Jiahin were utterly shocked. A powerful Yao emperor, brought back to make broth for his disciple. How terrifying. The two of them immediately lowered their heads, not daring to look up. Senior, please forgive us. We wouldn't dare to covet the Yao emperor. Where'd the turtle go? Yi Feng smiled speechlessly. Are these two martial cultivators crazy? They're randomly calling a mortal like me senior? It's really weird, he explained. You two, I'm not any kind of senior. I'm just a mortal. Shu Mozhu and Li Jiahin took a small step back, whispering to each other. They were still stubbornly convinced that there were many old monsters concealing their cultivation, integrating into the mortal world to experience ordinary life. This person must be one of them. After they whispered, they turned back and continued to pay their respects. Sir, please don't be angry. We didn't mean anything by it. We just happened to be passing by, and were attracted by your music. Sir's playing is divine, so we couldn't resist disturbing you, Yi Feng. Misinterpreting their words, thought they also liked playing the guqin, and asked, You two like playing the guqin? He assumed he was right, and sighed. So that's how it is, he thought to himself. No wonder such powerful martial cultivators are treating me with such respect. It's because they were attracted by my music. Where the aura shines, there it is. Yi Feng, feeling a surge of vanity, held the guqin like a true artist, his eyes flashing with suggestive fire, said, You two are too kind. If you're so inclined, I'll play another piece. Shu Mozhu and Li Jiahin, as if bewitched, nodded like robots, their eyes sparkling with admiration. The music sounded like a funeral dirge, but Shu Mozhu and Li Jiahin heard it as a sacred hymn. Going so crazy they tore their clothes off like depraved wolves in heat, all in deep water, and they didn't turn back. Just listening to the music, they felt like they'd just finished a passionate love affair, panting heavily, their faces flushed, as if they'd just comprehended the truth. Thank you, sir. We'll never forget this piece of affection, Sir Shu Mozhu and Li Jiahin said, with tears in their eyes, praising Yi Feng's talent. Just based on one song, you directly helped us break through our bottlenecks, reducing our cultivation time. We have hope of breaking through to Martial Exalted in this lifetime. They shouted loudly, clasping their hands respectfully. Sir, if you need anything, you can absolutely use us, as long as we can do it, even climbing mountains or diving into seas. We'll agree. Yi Feng wiped his sweat and smiled. You guys are really too polite. First, put your clothes back on. Clothes magically appeared for them to put on, Yi Feng casually asked. By the way, there's so much wild meat here, but I have no way to bring it down the mountain. Do you two have any ideas? Shu Mozhu was doubtful again. With his strength, wouldn't it be easy to bring these Yao Beast corpses down with a wave of his hand? Why would he say these things? Li Jiahin pondered. He must have already seen through our identities and knows we have spatial rings. Li Jiahin's spatial ring wasn't an ordinary spatial treasure. Ordinary spatial treasures could only store inanimate objects. But this spatial ring could accommodate anything, including living beings. You guys don't have any way? Never mind then, Yi Feng said dejectedly. Li Jiahin, this big shot gave me such an opportunity, and I'm still hesitating over a mere possession. Li Jiaxin hesitantly stepped forward. Esteemed sir, then she presented a shimmering ring. This is a spatial ring. Perhaps you might find it useful. Yi Feng happily accepted. Perfect. Second bro will be sparkling, and the problem will be solved in no time. Meanwhile, Li Jiaxin was silently listening to Shu Mozhu's reprimand. This spatial ring is clearly a treasure of the Li family, and you just handed it over like that. This person, although his strength is formidable, also granted us such an opportunity. But for you to offer this supreme spatial ring is still somewhat unwarranted. Li Jiaxin sighed. A gamble. It could be a great opportunity. Suddenly, Shu Mozhu noticed something, pointing towards a small iron piece. Look, that piece of iron is a saint-grade treasure. The two of them looked as if they had spotted a ferocious beast, a saint-grade treasure, just taken out casually like that. Have you ever seen a martial saint or lower casually produce a saint-grade divine weapon? No, never. Yi Feng's dangerous demeanor made them suspicious, martial saint. The two of them kneeled down. This young man is much stronger than we imagined. Li Jiaxin clasped her hands, her eyes filled with admiration and tears. Respectfully offering him the spatial ring was completely worth it. Naturally, there's a great backer behind him. Shu Mozhu was weeping silently. Damn it, I wanted to suck up to him too. Li Renhao was meditating earnestly, radiating a fiery aura, when suddenly 2 black figures flew down from the sky. It was Shu Mozhu and Li Jiaxin. Li Jiaxin shouted, Renhao! She woke up with a start, replying, "Shifu, aunt, what brings you here?" The two landed. Shu Mozu spoke with his hands behind his back. "Ren Hao, what exactly happened in the mountains? You are a martial king, and in a one-on-one fight you should be able to protect yourself as long as you don't encounter a Yao Emperor. How did things get so bad that you had to call for help?" Ren Hao explained. "It's like this. I soul-searched a little demon. The demon underlings of Bo Jiyu, the Yao Emperor, were enraged and issued a kill order, searching for this human. This led to a riot of demonic beasts in the mountains. Shu Mozu and Li Jiaxin exchanged glances, a little nervous, trying to suppress their excitement with forced smiles. Shu Mozu tried to suppress his laughter and cleared his throat. "This Boji Uyao Emperor you mentioned, is it a turtle?" Liu Renhao was surprised. "How do you two know?" Li Jiaxin and Shu Mozu seemed to understand Yi Feng's desire to keep a low profile. The two of them immediately struck a proud and excited pose. "Because we've not only seen that turtle, but we've also seen the incredibly terrifying figure you mentioned." Li Renhao was a little flustered. "What? You two have actually seen that figure?" Li Jiaxin couldn't contain her excited smile. "If Renhao isn't hurt, then let's quickly descend the mountain. Maybe we can run into that senior." Li Jiaxin was desperately hinting. Shu Mozu pretended to understand, echoing, "You're right. It's never a bad thing to meet a high-level expert like that." The two of them were calculating. If the senior is in a good mood and gives our Renhao a great opportunity, that would be amazing. Li Renhao sighed and said, "Aunt Shifu, I know you're doing this for my own good, but I don't know that person. Forcing an opportunity is worse than not going at all. Right now, I have something more important to do." Shu Mozu and Li Jiaxin weren't happy when they heard this, and stared at him unhappily. Li Jiaxin gave him a sparkling look. "You silly girl, what could be more important than meeting that senior right now? Even if the sky were to fall, we could get a bit of protection in front of him and have a glimmer of hope." Shu Mozu also echoed, "If we can make that senior like you, and he gives you some guidance, it can save you from detours on your cultivation path. And if he bestows some things upon you, you won't be able to use up all the benefits in this lifetime." Li Renhao was dizzy from all the talking. Li Jiaxin quickly grabbed Li Renhao's hand and dragged her away, running forward at breakneck speed. "This isn't up to you," Shu Mozu followed behind, smiling excitedly. "If it weren't for this Li Jiaxin knowing how to be both tough and gentle." Suddenly, Li Renhao shouted, "Aunt, let me confirm that person's life or death first," Li Jiaxin asked with a straight face. "Who?" Li Renhao recalled. "Actually, a few days ago I ran into Immortal. Even though the mountains were extremely dangerous, he was calm as could be. The last time I saw him, countless Yao kings and Yao spirits were gathering in his direction. I'm worried." Li Jiaxin refused to let go, gritting her teeth and saying, "What's there to worry about? A mortal facing Yao kings and Yao spirits is definitely dead. There's no hope whatsoever." Li Renhao still had a glimmer of hope, but his luck was pretty good. Before he could finish, Li Jiaxin interrupted. "Before a life-or-death crisis, luck is just an illusion for the weak. You must remember that only strength in your hands can truly turn things around." They quickly landed. Shu Mozu turned his sparkling eyes towards Yi Feng's figure in front of him and shouted excitedly, "He's still there." "It seems our Renhao has a chance to meet this senior," Li Jiaxin instructed Renhao. "You must remember that this senior's strength is heaven-piercing, but his state of mind has already reached the stage of returning to simplicity. He even claims to be immortal." "Don't provoke him." Li Renhao seemed to realize something. "Wait, that person was heading this way before?" The stillness of the three of them made Yi Feng notice, and he turned to look. He didn't understand how they looked at his ignorant face and saw a saint. Shu Mozu and Li Jiaxin quickly kneeled down. "It turns out you two know each other. Greetings, senior." Ling Renhao froze for a good few seconds. In the town, the moonlight hung overhead. Wang Kai yawned loudly when suddenly a voice woke him from his sleep. "Pup! Get over here!" Wang Kai was scared shitless. "It's him, Bone Daddy. What do you need?" The words came from a nearby well. The well said angrily, "Call me Bone Daddy. Do I sound that bad?" Wang Kai panicked, quickly correcting himself. "Right, big bro, Bone Bro. You are absolutely, strikingly handsome, a generous and awe-inspiring figure in all directions, with an aura that pierces the heavens." It seemed those compliments calmed the well down. It asked again, "Pierces the heavens, huh?" Wang Kai narrowed his eyes, hope blossoming. He jumped around like a clown in a circus, wagging his tail obsequiously. "You don't even know, bro. Even before you came out, I was already captivated by your aura. I couldn't help but wonder, what kind of peerless demon could possess such soul-stirring power even before revealing their true form?" The well didn't say anything, probably won over by the flattering words of this talking dog. Wang Kai continued. Then, in that moment of thunder and lightning, when you appeared before me, I finally had a true epiphany. He stood in the middle of the earth, shouting heroically. Especially that demeanor of yours, that knowing when to bend and when to stretch attitude. Truly the model for the strongest Yao beast, the gold standard in the Yao beast world. Wang Kai's face lit up, as if a summer sun had burst into his heart, the light of truth shining through. Starting that day, I swore in my heart, in this life, I must become a demon like you. The well was clearly so flattered it was floating on cloud 9. It praised, Good, good, good. You really have an eye for talent. A friend like you is one I'll definitely make. If you ever need anything, just say the word, and I'll have your back. Wang Kai, with sparkling eyes full of admiration, said, Bro, this little brother is moved. The well commanded Wang Kai, Hurry and help me open this well cover. Someone's coming. My master's not home, so I'm taking you to work. Wang Kai enthusiastically rushed over, biting down on the well cover and opening it. Master's not here, so whatever you say goes, bro. Immediately, the well cover and Wang Kai were blasted away by a light, with sparks coming from inside the well. Lightning bolts carrying bones from all over the place converged. They gathered at a single point in the air. Wang Kai saw the whole scene and cried out in fear. Magic! Winds enchanté. The forearms and legs of a skeleton began to assemble. Followed by the head, a skull blazing with power appeared. Wang Kai looked up in admiration. This is too handsome, big bro. The assembled bones turned to look at the excited Wang Kai, when suddenly the head fell off. The skull cursed. It asked loudly, Where's my spine? Wang Kai was very obedient, immediately fetching a bone. I'm here. Master used it as a clothesline before. I brought it for you. With the last bone, the skeleton could stand completely. It was the skeleton of a dog, and somehow he found a cloak that looked as stylish as the Grim Reaper. Wang Kai again tried to curry favor. Bro, you're amazing again. I hate that I'm just a male dog, otherwise I'd definitely kneel before your black robe. Suddenly, the skeleton raised his foot directly towards Wang Kai, who closed his eyes tightly in fear, thinking the skeleton was going to kick him. A few seconds passed and nothing happened. He opened his eyes, and it turned out the skeleton wasn't going to do anything to Wang Kai. He just used his foot to pick up Wang Kai and fly higher to get a panoramic view of the city that the lazy author turned into thousands of identical rooftops. Wang Kai exclaimed in surprise. This is... Late at night, the eerie moonlight hung high overhead. Li Renhao suddenly realized. This face, that familiar figure. Li Renhao questioned his life and turned to ask Li Jiahin. Aunt, is this the senior you were talking about? Li Jiahin hurriedly said in fear. Renhao, what are you talking about? Don't be rude. Quickly greet the senior. Yi Feng's face darkened as he thought seriously. Li Jiahin and Shu Mozhu froze stiffly in fear. We're done for. Li Renhao was stunned. Could it be that Aunt and Shifu were both deceived by this brat? Yi Feng flashed a dangerous smile. Of course, all that danger was a lie. Truth be told, Yi Feng was just clueless. He chuckled, scratching his head. I received your kindness earlier, and I forgot the principle of give and take. In his mind, he was completely misunderstanding everything. Now, no wonder these two came back and even dragged a young one along. They're hinting that, as a senior, I need to return the favor to the junior. Even cultivators couldn't escape the mundane world. Zimozu hurriedly tried to butter him up. Senior, you don't need to be so polite with juniors like us. For you to even notice such a small trinket is already our honor, Li Jiaxin chimed in. Your words are truly a blow to us. One song from you is worth more than these items combined. Yi Feng smiled on the surface but was already on guard inside. As if I'd believe you guys. He waved a friendly greeting to Li Renhao. Young lady, we meet again. Li Renhao was stunned, Mr. A super expert. Isn't he just the mortal I ran into? There's clearly no cultivation on him. How did he suddenly become a super expert? Yi Feng smiled innocently, oblivious to the thoughts about him, and quickly turned to Li. Li Renhao suspiciously questioned Zimozu and Li Jiaxin. Aunt, Shifu, is the super expert you saw and the lucky mortal the same person? Did you misunderstand something about him? Zimozu vaguely realized. What are you saying, you met? However, the female lead's too powerful. They don't trust their old disciple's words. They trust a mysterious person they just met. Li Jiaxin sighed. Silly girl. It's just that your strength is too low. You can't see the depth of this senior. Take a good look at that turtle hanging on the tree. As told, Li Renhao immediately activated her shining eyes to see through everything. She exclaimed in surprise. That turtle! I saw it earlier. It was clearly behind. Zimozu was chewing on a tissue and sobbing. How come I don't have such an opportunity? As expected, the Li's family is too different. Same people. Why is the fate so different? Li Renhao was so astonished that her jaw almost dropped, Li Jiaxin added. That's right. That turtle is what you guys are talking about. It was actually the ancient demon emperor, a powerful demon beast, now hanging dead on Yi Feng's hand. Li Renhao was utterly bewildered. She collapsed, dazed. I finally understand. The reason he could survive in this mountain isn't just luck, it's that the beast riot in this mountain poses no threat to him. He probably thinks I'm a joke. It's a good thing it's just a joke, otherwise I'm afraid I wouldn't be better off than that turtle right now. Li Renhao hurriedly ran over, respectfully cupping her hands and bowing like her aunt and Shifu. My apologies, Renhao greets Senior. Yi Feng casually packed his things, replying, See, I told you there's no danger in this mountain, right? Look at me now, still perfectly fine. Li Renhao was mortified. Covering her face and turning away, Yi Feng only cared about his basket, happily thinking about how much he had gained. Zi Mozhu and Li Jiaxin whispered to each other. Senior's impression of Renhao isn't bad. This is a good opportunity, Li Jiaxin excitedly yelled, pointing at Li Renhao. Senior is truly benevolent and broad-minded. This little girl is my granddaughter. She's been intelligent since childhood, and her cultivation progress is already outstanding compared to her peers. Zi Mozhu also helped praise Li Renhao, making her blush and cover her face. That's right, Senior. Renhao is my only disciple I taught her. It's really effortless. She's truly a prodigy. But Yi Feng didn't care. Or perhaps he didn't understand. You're too kind. I have things to do. I have to go now. He dusted off his clothes and left, leaving the stunned faces behind. After dodging out of sight, Yi Feng's expression turned as if he had just stepped in human and animal waste, thinking, Holy crap, what does your disciple's talent have to do with me? Are you deliberately showing off in front of me because you see that I can't cultivate? Of course not. Li Renhao behind him had long been petrified from embarrassment. Li Jiaxin sighed. A powerful existence like this is normally impossible to meet. We finally saw a glimmer of hope and tried to build a connection. But we can't let you get any opportunity. So unfortunate. Li Renhao muttered. He wasn't immortal at all. What right do I have to regret? It's just that I'll never be able to see his scheming face with that faint smile again. Li Jiaxin regretted. It's useless to regret now. Suddenly, Li Renhao realized something wasn't right. That senior already gave me an opportunity. He gave me a sachet, saying it repels insects. Li Renhao described the bug-repellent bag Yi Feng gave him. Li Jiaxin became anxious. Where's that sachet? Li Renhao replied. At the time, I thought he was just a mortal, and didn't keep the sachet with me, so I don't know when I lost it. Li Jiaxin panicked. You lost it. Zi Mozhu hugged her head. Anything that Senior casually uses is a sacred item. For him to deliberately give you a sachet, it's very likely to be a sacred item. If you weren't my only disciple. Before the lamenting of the two people could even begin, Li Renhao had already burst into tears. If a top-grade treasure could stir up a bloody storm, then a sacred item could shatter the heavens. Li Jiaxin was so angry she spat blood. Lika Renhao, you need to know, it's not just you who missed this opportunity, but the entire Lika family, including the entire royal sword sect. Li Renhao despaired. I have to find it. I must find it back. Li Jiaxin painfully clutched her trembling heart. Sacred items are treasures that have reached the pinnacle of perfection. They won't emit any fluctuating aura at all. Only by looking closely can you sense the true meaning within. And there are so many mountain ranges in this manner. How are you going to find it alone? From somewhere, Zi Mozhu and Li Jiaxin burst with enthusiasm, confidently filled with seriousness. I'll immediately issue an order to mobilize all disciples of the royal sword sect to search the mountain for this sachet. I'll immediately notify the Lai family to patrol this entire... The ruckus in the middle of the night sent a flock of crows scattering. Absolutely cannot let the fragrant pouch fall into the wrong hands. In the dark, several groups of people hurried towards the ink-covered mountains. All the great immortal cultivation sects acted immediately upon hearing the news. Meanwhile, the guy who started it all, he didn't know jack squat. He was busy chasing flowers and butterflies. Yi Feng held up a glowing, azure flower like a trophy, declaring, I got the cloud dew flower. This mountain trip is a perfect success. My good-for-nothing disciples, I missed you all so much. Rewind to that night. Wang Kai and that Lu Banwei had already traveled a long distance. Wang Kai exclaimed in surprise. This is under the Qingshan sect. Awesome. We crossed millions of miles in the blink of an eye. Is this the legendary, close-at-hand Horizon's End? What kind of crazy speed is this? They landed in some random place. Lu Banwei flopped onto a rocking chair, lounging comfortably. I'll wait here. Wang Kai ran around him, trying to suck up. Bro's skills are truly earth-shattering. I can even see the master's silhouette in you. I think this is the legendary influenced aura. Lu Banwei was clearly ecstatic, but he still reminded Wang Kai, quiet. The show's about to start. Sure enough, 3 shadowy figures appeared on the moving clouds. The first one, Old Head Yi, also the loudest, Lu Qingshan, yelled at the person hugging him from behind. Ye Bei, stop groping me, you despicable bastard. Haven't you had enough of your dirty tricks? And you've been feeding this old geezer vegetarian food for days, Yi Bei said ingratiatingly. Qingshan, my dear old brother, you misunderstand. Xiao Zuo and Zhao, you are just in closed-door cultivation. Behind them, Zhu Yun wore an utterly speechless expression. Lu Qingshan had no intention of holding back. I believe you, that's why I'm leaving. And don't you shamelessly drag me into this. If the gentleman wants your life, all your plotting is useless. Speaking of which, it pisses me off. You should change your name to Devil-Hearted Yi. Yi Bei smiled to himself, thinking, all this talk, isn't it just because you're a lustful womanizer? Ye Bei put on a dangerous expression. Old brother, why would you say that? Say a few good words for me when the time comes. Suddenly, Ye Bei disappeared. The truth was that he fell downwards, at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Ye Bei trembled and propped himself up with his hands. In an instant, something robbed him of the ability to resist. His body contained a will that he could absolutely not resist. It was merely a wisp of aura. An invisible wave of murderous intent put immense pressure on Ye Bei, forming a vague, fearful dragon-shaped head in the air. Is it that black-robed guy? Ye Bei stood up seriously, a look of suspicion in his eyes. Is it aimed at me? The aura disappeared in an instant, allowing him to regain control of his body, moving freely without a trace. It's an enemy, he spoke. Who are you? Why are you stopping me here? That Lu Banwei sat on the chair and said nothing. Ye Bei was enraged. Attacking me for no reason, and now you're acting so disdainful? He went crazy, pointing directly at Lu Banwei, who was sitting, and shouting, Who are you looking down on? You think the Exploding Heavens Gang's Yi Bei is a pushover? Suddenly, a skeletal hand rose, pointing at Ye Bei, not knowing what's good for you. Instantly, all the bones in Ye Bei's body seemed to crack and break. He cried out in pain. The murderous intent of the person before him was terrifying and oppressively suffocating. Lu Banwei spoke. Do you know what you did wrong? Ye Bei had already broken his bones. To stand, he knelt and stammered, I know. He trembled before the murderous intent of the person before him. Relying on his martial emperor cultivation, he couldn't even see his shadow. Ye Bei asked, May I ask, Senior, have I offended you in any way? To make Senior stop me here? His eyes were filled with fear, Lu Banwei replied. You haven't offended me, but what's worse than offending me is that you offended my master. The pressure was even more terrifying than before. Lu Banwei sat proudly on the rocking chair as if it were a throne, his words like a stern judgment. You offended my master. So it is my duty as a servant to punish you. Ye Bei was scared shitless. You can dominate me. Standing above this terrifying skeleton. Dude, I'm afraid kneeling isn't fast enough. Who would dare to offend you unless I'm blind? Suddenly, Ye Bei seemed to remember something. Yi Feng's face appeared. Wait, I think I once had a... The other two immediately responded, landed together with Ye Bei, who at this moment had been scared to piss in his pants. Yi Feng is the master of this black-robed skeleton. He's even stronger than I imagined. Without heaven-defying power, how could he control this Grim Reaper before me? Grim Reapers, where? No Grim Reapers, only a senseless Lu Banwei and a derpy dog. Looks like you've realized it. Too bad it's too late. They are as ignorant as their master. I, as a servant, I, as a guard dog, must make you taste the most terrible punishment? Just like that. They took turns speaking like an ignorant version of the Avengers. Lu Qingshan worried, his eyes unblinking, speaking towards Zhu Yun next to him. Did you hear that? That's the gentleman's servant, don't mess around. Zhu Yun was also a little worried, but her demeanor was calmer. She asked, Should I retreat? Lu Banwei flicked his finger again, causing Ye Bei to tremble in fear. He babbled incoherently, tears and snot streaming down his face, shouting and begging, It's not too late, it's not too late, please, Great One, give me another chance. I went to a fortune teller, and they said I'm destined to be a lowly person who lives for 10,000 years. You can't defy the heavens. I can cook, clean, and warm the bed too. Lu Qingshan suddenly pulled Zhu Yun and knelt down. She asked in confusion, Senior brother, why do I have to kneel? Lu Qingshan anxiously explained. In this kind of situation, kneeling is instinctive begging. Zhu Yun was extremely unwilling. Can I not kneel? Lu Qingshan then shouted loudly. Shut up, Wang Kai is usually a stupid descendant. And when it needed to, it could be super intimidating. It shoved its bloodthirsty mug right into Yi Feng's face. baring its fangs and glaring, "You're being too damn loud," leaving Yi Feng no choice but to shut his trap. Yi Feng desperately turned to the two behind him. Begging for rescue, Lu Qingshan just turned away and said, "Fooling me is one thing, but you pissed off this senior and now want me to speak up for you. You've got some nerve. Zhu Yun tried to mediate. Senior brother, show some mercy. He's my brother-in-law now, after all." Lu Qingshan, hearing this, went from mild to wild. He slammed Zhu Yun's head into the ground to shut her up. "Lay off the happy herbs, will ya? Look at the situation. I only have one option. Turtle up and pretend I didn't see anything." Maybe Yi Feng was a proud dude himself. But when he ran into someone this overwhelmingly powerful, even his arrogance evaporated. "Senior, just think of me as a turd. Someone like me isn't worth your time. My blood's too filthy. How about you let me do the things nobody else dares to or can do? Just use me as a tool. I'm still useful, you know?" Lu Banwei, feeling like he'd shown enough dominance, laid down the terms. "If you want me to forgive you, shouldn't you offer some kind of sincerity?" Wang Kai chimed in, interpreting the deeper meaning. "My bro definitely means that I forgive you, but that doesn't mean my master will." Yi Feng clutched at this like a lifeline, desperately pulling something out. A storage ring. He pulled out gold, silver, jewels, and a gazillion other material things, Lu Banwei calmly asked. "Is that all?" Yi Feng panicked. "Senior, what else do you want?" Lu Banwei put on a threatening show. "Don't you dare bring out any of that yellow grade or trashy sect grade stuff. It has to be those rare treasures, like spirit treasures or something. Gotta bring me close to 1,000 of them." Yi Feng was in despair. This is an impossible mission. Spirit treasures aren't made by humans, they're created by nature, and they don't have ranks. Maybe some of them aren't for fighting, but for direct buffs. But to get that heaven-sent boost, you definitely can't compare them with treasures made by humans. Finding one of these treasures is harder than finding a three-legged toad on crack. Lu Banwei, having waited long enough, turned to Wang Kai and said, "He doesn't agree." Yi Feng, hearing this, frantically crawled over. I agree, but I can only try my best to find them. I'll do as much as I can." Lu Banwei nodded. "Right, a piece of trash like you can't possibly find that many anyway." Wang Kai suddenly had an idea. "Bro, the ladies? This is a golden opportunity," it thought. "Borrowing flowers to present to Buddha, I'm so freaking smart." Lu Banwei seemed to be considering it. Immediately, it decided. "Approved. Good idea. You really are talented. Who said this two-legged dog, Lu Banwei, was boring and didn't like pretty girls?" Wang Kai was thrilled to be praised. Lu Banwei stood tall in front of Yi Feng, who was miserably kneeling. It shoved its scary skeletal face close to Yi Feng, whose legs had turned to jelly with fear, and said, "Ladies. I want ladies. If you don't have enough spirit treasures, you can make up the difference with ladies." Lu Banwei threatened again. "I'm giving you 7 days to bring them to my martial hall, or else..." Even Wang Kai went from being a goofy-faced dog to a corrupted, wild wolf. Yi Feng laughed like he was dying but had just grabbed a hold of a raft. "That's great. If it was close to 1,000 spirit treasures, even if I died trying, there's no way I could do it. But 1,000 ladies? No problem," he yelled. Yes, senior, I'll definitely find enough ladies for you." Lu Banwei finally let Yi Feng go. Without saying much, Yi Feng quickly ran away. Lu Banwei also ordered the others to leave, with a threat. "Next time you come to the martial hall, don't come empty-handed." Lu Banwei's power was undeniable, and the two quickly left. Yi Feng ran so fast that he bumped into a passerby. In the sky, it was Lu Daxing. He angrily watched Yi Feng and cursed. "What the heck are you flying for? Can't you see there's someone here?" "Next time, I really have to give those clans some suggestions to make regulations for controlling sword flight, based on the cultivators level and dividing the airspace, and even setting movement hours." Suddenly, Lu Daxing noticed something. "Why is there such a strong aura fluctuation over there? Could it be some treasure has appeared?" "Oh." Lu Banwei slowly turned its head. Lu Daxing cursed under his breath in shock. "It's him." He quickly ran away like a sudden rainstorm, only to see Lu Banwei beckon with a hand. Lu Daxing was pulled back. He was dragged headfirst into the ground. Lu Daxing thought to himself, "Karma, I'm screwed. I should have looked at the almanac when I went out. No, I should have brought the almanac with me." He put on what he thought was his most pitiful face, with his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. "What a coincidence, senior! We meet again?" Lu Banwei exuded such a fierce aura that it could swallow people whole. Your guts are really something." "Looks like my lesson from last time wasn't enough." Lu Daxing frantically knelt down. "Senior, you misunderstand. I really was just passing by." Lu Banwei turned to Wang Kai and asked, "Do you believe him?" Wang Kai knew what to do and shook its head. Lu Banwei continued, "So, What should we do with him? Tell me. Then Lu Banwei and Wang Kai turned back to look at the sinister Lu Da. Sincerity, huh? Yeah, their sincerity was all about stripping the old geezer in front of them bare. Everything valuable, priceless, even a scrap of rag, would be taken away. As night fell and the moon reached its peak, two black shadows zipped through the sky on broomsticks. Shimei, what's making you so gloomy tonight? The two of them seemed like sisters, sharing the same red dot on their foreheads. The younger one, with purple hair, replied with a sorrowful face, "Don't even mention it. The author of my favorite series is dragging out the plot again. Now I have to wait another month. I've lost my appetite." Hearing her complaint, the other comforted, "I get it. This is called delay. And delay is truly evil," the Shiji continued. All right, don't be angry. How about we go eat drunken fragrant chicken at Drunken Fragrance restaurant tonight? The Shimei agreed. Fine, I want to eat to relieve my anger. Suddenly, a figure rushed towards them from afar at the speed of light. A scream rang out, followed by a bald young man with nothing on, covering his jewels, and crying hysterically. The two junior sisters saw it, and their jaws dropped. The guy zoomed away in a flash, continuing to wail. The two girls were left sweating buckets, feeling nauseous from the scene. On the other side, Wang Kai's eyes lit up. Bro, that's too handsome. He looked excitedly at Lu Banwei, who was wearing what was probably the unfortunate young man's clothes. I told you, this robe looks absolutely perfect on you. Hearing the satisfying praise, Lu Banwei turned around, his face full of glee. Let's go back to the martial hall and prepare a grand dance party. Wang Kai obeyed. Yes, sir. The next morning, the ceremony at the martial hall went smoothly. The female dancers lined up and danced on the stage. Lu Banwei and Wang Kai sat comfortably on their chairs, watching the beautiful faces. Lu Banwei couldn't hide his satisfaction, swaying to the music. Excellent. Wang Kai was below, massaging Lu Banwei's legs. He happily grabbed the pile of gold beside him. It really couldn't be better. Then he tossed the gold into the air, making the dancers cheer. Sing, dance. The girls quickly approached Lu Banwei, making him blush. One whispered in Lu Banwei's ear, "You're so good. A player like this, no wonder they say the more you play, the more corrupt you become." The other pushed Wang Kai aside like the coins in a pot. "Hey, I'll play with you." While Lu Banwei was enjoying himself, Wang Kai stood aside, using his dog-like reminder. Woof, it's getting late, let's end the party, in case Master returns. Lu Banwei's face darkened. Master. A moment later, his expression changed 180 degrees, lust rising and reason falling. Who cares about Master at this hour? As soon as he said that, Lu Banwei sensed something. He quickly left the two beauties beside him and ran away. Damn, what's he panicking about? The girl wondered. Just as Lu Banwei dashed off, dust flew everywhere, and Wang Kai seemed to have seen something too, his eyes wide with shock. A young man's hand gently rested on Lu Banwei's sweaty head, making him tremble. Call! Abba! Abba! Immediately after, the young man with a raging murderous intent swung his leg. Lu Banwei struggled, not knowing what to do. "I bet your grandpa." Yi Feng kicked Lu Banwei right in the face, his face twisted with anger. "I knew it. You're causing trouble again." Wang Kai inside was terrified, not daring to say a word. Outside, Yi Feng grabbed Lu Banwei. "You want to run?" In the next second, a purple light shone from Yi Feng's hand. "You Abba, you still Abba." He unleashed a flurry of punches on Lu Banwei. "You dare take my money and spend it right at the entrance of the martial hall. Even I haven't been this extravagant." He was so lucky he almost ascended to heaven. In the distance, the female dancers watched in fear. Is he going to kill someone? Who cares? When Lu Banwei's soul was about to leave his body, Wang Kai fearfully poked his head out. "Bro, it's not that I don't value loyalty, but Master's anger is something only you can handle in this entire world." After releasing his anger, Yi Feng noticed that the pot of gold and the dancers had disappeared without a trace. Yi Feng froze, shocked. Damn it, my money. Yi Feng was not about to let Lu Banwei off the hook. "Try telling me that. Now that it's gone, what are you going to use to pay me back?" Yi Feng gnashed his teeth, tears streaming down his face. As he threw another punch, the collision exploded. After Yi Feng finished applying some physical persuasion, he sighed and walked away, leaving Lu Banwei in a pathetic state with his head buried in the ground. Tears streamed down his face again as he lamented his fate. He remembered the days when his books wouldn't sell, and the martial arts academy was barely scraping by. All winter he could only rely on beans mixed with rice to eat. Though that was just enough to fill his stomach for the season, elsewhere two men walked together. One of them spoke up. "Master, are you really not going to heed my advice?" Lu Daqing leaned on his staff, walking and saying, If I listen to you, what am I supposed to do? It's easy for you to stand there and talk without your back hurting. No matter what your intentions are, I'm definitely getting that flame pearl today. Lu Qingshan, trailing behind, recalled the sight of Da Qing returning naked. He grimaced. What the hell? That old rogue dared to run back to the Qingshan sect stark naked last night, scaring all my female disciples, Lu Daqing continued. Besides, you were going on and on about how powerful this person is. If I don't go and meet him, wouldn't that be looking down on him? Take one more step forward, and you won't have a chance to regret it. Lu Daqing looked disdainful. So much nonsense. Are you planning on having me flatten this martial arts academy, grab the flame pearl, and then go back to your Qingshan sect and start a massacre? His eyes glanced at the trembling Lu Qingshan. Behind them, seeing Yi Feng, Lu Daqing cocked his chin. You're that Yi Feng, right? Yi Feng looked at the two men. While Lu Daqing appeared high and mighty, Lu Qingshan next to him trembled and bowed low. Yi Feng asked, "Who are you?" Yi Feng thought to himself, what kind of weird lineup is this? Upon receiving the question, Lu Daqing proudly pulled aside his robe, revealing a tattoo on his chest. Who am I? You'll understand when you see this. I don't mind telling you my name, Lu Daqing. He secretly felt confident in making the #1 pill refiner in Nanshe reveal his name before him, using 2 parts momentum to suppress you. Now, getting the flame pearl would be as easy as pie. But Yi Feng's final reaction was, never heard of you. In his mind, sporting a big white flower tattoo on your chest was something to be proud of. Yi Feng waved his hand dismissively. Old bro Qingshan, come sit. As for you, I don't know you. Go away. Lu Daqing angrily retorted. Good kid, I don't have time to waste here with you. I'm asking you, is the flame pearl on you or not? Yi Feng disdainfully picked at his ear. Flame pearl? Don't know. Hearing that, the guy completely lost it, summoning a ball of power. You dare play dumb with me? If that's the case, then don't blame me for not holding back. Yi Feng just casually asked. What are you going to do? Lu Daqing jumped into the air, enraged. What am I going to do if you don't hand over the flame pearl? Then I'm breaking both your legs right now and destroying this martial arts academy of yours. Suddenly, his eyes landed on the guy, with his head buried in the brick floor next to Yi Feng. Wait a minute. Taking a closer look, he immediately recognized the dangerous Lu Banwei from before. Panic flooded his heart. That black robe, he shouted. Holy crap, Lu Daqing knelt down before Yi Feng. Yi Feng was a little confused and asked, what's wrong with you? The guy kept his head bowed, trembling, stammering. I'm screwed, he yelled. Just wanted to add some humor. Show the senior a dramatic kneeling slide. He then extended his jade ring, his whole body anxious. This is the most valuable thing I have, and everything I've put my heart into, including the storage ring. It's the last thing I have. I give up, he loudly declared. Please, senior, forgive me. I want to offer a gift. Yi Feng still didn't understand. Lu Daqing continued. I'm really sorry. After which, with a, please, senior, gladly accept it, he immediately ran off like a dog was chasing him. This must be some big shot who appeared out of nowhere, indeed a super elder. What level of power is needed to trample that terrifying black-robed guy underfoot? I won't be coming to Chengpingjiang again. Lu Daqing's mood finally felt a little lighter. Oh, freedom. So full of life and hope, brushing against my face and passing like the wind. Suddenly, an arm grabbed him. Turn around. He was scared witless. Yi Feng appeared behind him with a displeased expression. You came here strutting around like you own the place, leaving all kinds of C's on the ground, then you toss out a storage ring. I think you've got some kind of serious problem. What exactly are you trying to do? Lu Daqing was sweating profusely, trembling as he replied, I really came to offer a gift. Yi Feng gave a cold "oh," casting a look of disgust at him. He angrily grabbed the guy's collar. Offer a gift, offer my ass. Everything you've done from the start has been abnormal. But looking back, it's clear you're not a good person at all. Lu Daqing was so scared he turned into a shy beauty. I. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them. Sir, Wu Yonghong, Chu Shiquang, and Sun Jia came to greet him warmly. Yi Feng turned to welcome them. It's you three? Why are you free to come here today? Lu Daqing was scared stiff. 3 martial sect grandmasters. A martial emperor in Nanshe was already a very high-level existence. And a martial sect grandmaster was even rarer than a phoenix feather or unicorn horn, something you couldn't find even with a lantern. But why were there 3 of them just standing at the entrance of this martial arts academy? Wu Yongzhong's voice rang out again. Sir, it really is us. Didn't you say in the mountains before that there was a plot of wasteland behind your martial arts academy that needed to be cultivated? You asked us to come and help. Lu Daqing was completely dumbfounded. Wasteland cultivation, Yi Feng happily replied. Right. Lu Qingshan turned his head away, thinking to himself. Clearly, the situation seems very impressive. But it doesn't seem surprising at all. Sure enough, Ming has grown up. The three of them were still talking to Yi Feng. So, the immortal sir is like that. My two old buddies also want to tag along. What do you think, sir? Yi Feng scratched his head, feeling awkward, thinking, these three can barely get over a puddle. Lu Daxing witnessed this and couldn't help but exclaim, what the heck? He couldn't believe what he'd just heard. He stuttered a few words, thinking to himself, a rogue cultivator is actually reclaiming Wasteland. Images of Chu Shiquang and Sun Jiaj flashed in his mind like a poster with the slogan, working man, working spirit, working is the man above men. Yi Feng looked at the sparkling eyes of the others. Of course, maybe they just want to earn money and have food. They're farmers, after all. Understandable. Life isn't easy. These thoughts ran through his mind. In this world of cultivation, who isn't eager to find a job? He thought of the vast land. That piece of land isn't small. It's definitely not enough. Just Wu Lao Tu working alone. Forget it. These three pitiful guys. Might as well go with the flow. Yi Feng nodded slightly. All right, let's go together then. The three were overjoyed upon hearing this. Great. Thank you, immortal sir. Thank you, immortal sir. Yi Feng looked at them, feeling a pang of sympathy. Such happy faces, but it's hard to ignore the bitterness lurking beneath the surface, finally having a support to rely on. Sure enough, difficult issues existed in every social structure. Then, he continued, as for the salary, I'll pay each of you 100 gold coins, whether you finish in one day or not. They replied quickly, no problem, no problem. The three of them understood tacitly. Gold coins are useless to cultivators like us, but we all know this one is a peerless expert experiencing mortal life, so 100 gold coins is just to fit in. Suddenly, Yi Feng said something that made the three jump. Okay, if there's no problem, do you guys have your tools? Understanding the panic on their faces, he turned away coldly and jumped onto Lu Banwei. All right, not a big deal. I have them, he instructed. The three of you just wait here to get them. They scratched their heads awkwardly. Sorry for the trouble, immortal sir. A moment later, countless noises came from the house. Each of the three was holding farming tools in their hands. They looked at the hoes and rakes with surprised expressions. Didn't expect it. All three emitted the light of a Saint Tier Dharma artifact, gathered together. Such an amazing sight, Yi Feng said generously. Each of you take one. They couldn't believe their ears. Give them to us. Is this a dream? Yi Feng replied calmly. If I don't give them to you, how are you going to work? Just use them for now. If you break them, I still have more. They were in a daze. Still have more. They thought to themselves, does the immortal sir have that many Saint Tier artifacts? Maybe it's true, it's just reclaiming Wasteland. But he's using 3 Saint Tier items. Wu Yonghong looked at Lu Daxing's fearful expression. Why am I asking and answering myself? And who are you anyway? Lu Qingshan also looked at him like a strange creature. What are you so surprised about? What's so strange about using Saint Tier artifacts for reclaiming Wasteland? Even the kitchen knives in the immortal sir's kitchen are Saint Tier. Yi Feng said to the three, all right, I have something to deal with. You guys go to the back first, take a look around, and you guys can decide when to start working. They replied in unison, yes. The three scurried off. Yi Feng turned to look at Lu Yadaxing. The honest people are gone, and this dishonest one is still here. He'd take this opportunity to make him suffer so much that he wouldn't even dare to think about being disrespectful. He turned and shouted angrily, what exactly did you come here for? Lu Daxing knelt down directly, his face pale with fear. Such power, why is it even more terrifying than that black-clothed guy underfoot? Maybe not directly, but it's more like a kind of innate natural power. This was truly a suppression that transcended even dimensions. Yi Feng's figure stretched his hand towards him. The sky and earth seemed to collapse. An attack transcending dimensions. Lu Daxing stuttered in fear. I. Suddenly, he had a brilliant idea. Opportunity is here. He immediately responded, explaining, Great immortal sir, actually, I was thinking about how to find a job. I heard others say you wanted to reclaim land. You must believe me, I'm just a playful person. I was just joking with you just now, Yi Feng replied suspiciously. I do think I mentioned reclaiming the backyard to some of the neighbors before. He thought to himself, this guy looks a bit crazy, but if it's for food, it makes some sense for him to come here. Besides, where else could you find a boss as good as me? Now it's 10 out of 10 points logical. But thinking carefully, he didn't remember having any connection with him. It was impossible to say that he was here to cause trouble. The situation reversed. Yi Feng spoke after thinking for a while. Well, if you came looking for a job, don't kneel on the ground. Don't use that kind of lame joke again. Luya Daxing nodded happily, again and again. Yep. Finally he gets to the hidden agenda, big man. He says, I rushed over here a bit, just like those three. Didn't bring any tools. What Chicha think? Yi Feng replies coolly. I got tools aplenty, but you see how it is. We're full up on land reclamation. Truth be told, only one kind of special job left. You sure you're up for it? Lu Banwei's eyes light up, super eager. Yep, anything's good. He's secretly thrilled, like he's opened Pandora's box based on curiosity, even if it's a plague inside. Or he has to shoulder all sorts of power, using good to achieve, can be touted as the one setting up the plan. To put it simply, he's talking about sacred items. Only a fool wouldn't take it. He puts on a sleazy face, voice all twisted. Big man, while you're free, why don't you tell me about this job? I can barely wait. Just then, some deadly logic flashes by. Zero investment, can enjoy without working, getting rich quick. Everyone's used to enjoying what's available, chewing over and over someone else's stuff. Some dead sage's property. Yi Feng coldly spits out each word. Cleaning manure. Okay, those words instantly make Lu Banwei break out in a cold sweat. Cleaning manure? Yi Feng's confirmation is like a stone statue. He's all capitalist, thinking to himself, it's kinda nasty, but those old guys like Wu are getting on in years. They might not be able to do it. Worst case, they fall into the manure pit and drown. Too dangerous. This Lu Banwei, though, not exactly young, but he looks sturdy as heck. Waste of talent if we don't use him. Meanwhile, Lu Banwei's silent, but he's got a different vibe. His eyes are spitting fire, full of intense fighting spirit. Cleaning manure. What's the big deal? Weren't those three Wuzong guys farming here just now? Thinking about those peerless, godly weapons like that shovel, he gets even more excited. If I can get a sacred treasure, a little manure's nothing. If word gets out, I bet countless experts will be fighting tooth and nail to come here and clean manure. So he's still convinced it's a rare opportunity. Having given himself a pep talk, Lu Banwei slaps his chest hard and says, Big man, don't worry, I'll clean that manure. Yi Feng, seeing this, says, Payment first then. How about 30 spirit stones to clean up the manure here? Any objections? He nods and smiles. No objections. But in his head, he's all smug, thinking, no need to say much. I get it. Just need to do these mortal rituals. Yi Feng, seeing him making stuff up in his head, reminds him, but I'm warning you now, if you agree to this, you can't leave until that manure's cleaned up. If you clean for a day or two and then run, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lu Banwei's still super confident, repeating, Yes, definitely gonna clean it up. Definitely gonna clean it up. Senior, hurry up and get the tools. I'll start now. Seeing him so eager, Yi Feng can't help but rub his eyes and stare. This guy, even though he looks annoying, he's really enthusiastic about cleaning manure. He laughs and says, Okay, follow me. Lu Banwei's just been waiting for this line. Tears well up in his eyes as he thinks about his bright future, with everyone cheering him on. The sacred treasure. Maybe Lu Banwei's gonna get it today. I'll reach the pinnacle of life. But seeing Yi Feng turn and head in the opposite direction from the house, he snaps awake, blankly asking, Big man, isn't it in there? Yi Feng turns around with a smile, making him not know whether to be hopeful or disappointed. Not in there. It's here. Follow me and you'll see. And so, they arrive at a place in the manor, where an old man's voice rings out. Not many young folks want to clean manure these days. Young folks are all about that virtual reality experience. Lu Banwei, carrying 2 buckets, innocently listens as old man Wang next door happily says, Later on, if Wang needs someone to clean manure, I'll come find you too. The money ain't much, but it'll buy you a meal. He forces a smile, holds up the buckets, and asks Yi Feng, Is it this? It's not right, I don't have manure buckets at my place. Harsh reality, including a pile of stinky manure that makes Yi Feng pinch his nose. Look over there. That's your job for today. Making Lu Banwei scream in his heart, Why? Why isn't reality like I imagined? Looking at the pile of gooey stuff that smells like puke, he shudders even more. How long has this mother shafer been piling up? It's gonna become a mountain. Yi Feng, wearing a gas mask, comments, This pile of manure looks kinda fat. Old man Wang smiles brightly. That's right, don't waste it. Finally, carrying buckets full of essence, Lu Banwei, like a young woman tricked by a scammer, sobs and runs off to dump the stuff, complaining in his heart, I'm not reconciled. But now there's no chance to resist cleaning manure. The meaning of life is in staying alive, said Great Master Wei, studying under Lu. Switching from this stinky scene, Qingshan scratches his head and calls Yi Feng immortal master. Seeing his flustered look, Yi Feng crosses his arms and says, Don't need to explain. An honest guy like you is no match for that hoodlum, right? "Oh bro, my disciple Zhongqing's still recuperating at Baofeng Trading Company. Can you help me bring him back from the trading company? I need to brew medicine first, and I can't split myself in two." Qing Shan seriously takes on the job. "Immortal Master, don't worry, I'll go do it right away." And he vanishes like the wind to Baofeng Trading Company. Luo Langshu comes out to greet him. Inside, Zhongqing's wrapped in bandages like a mummy, being carefully taken care of by several girls. Too bad he's still unconscious. During this time, the disciples have taken extremely good care of the Immortal Master's disciple. Hearing Langshu's report, Qing Shan gives her a thumbs up, praising, "Good! No wonder you're my favorite disciple, you're just like me." Langshu's not so optimistic. Looking at the still unconscious Zhongqing, she says, "But Shifu, Zhongqing's injuries don't seem to be getting any better. During these days, Yinba has even invited all the famous doctors in the city, but it's no use. But he's the Immortal Master's only disciple." Qing Shan's got a headache after hearing this. "Even if I had 100 ways, there's no way to save him. I initially thought it might be because Zhongqing was a heaven-defying genius, but after he got injured, I realized he's just trash. Useless." He couldn't help but feel puzzled about why an all-powerful, heaven-defying dude like the Immortal Master would take in such a disciple. It's totally contradictory. But even thinking that, Qing Shan decided to just forget about it. "It's not like you and I can figure this stuff out. Let's just get him back to the martial hall first." At the martial hall, there were Lan Shui. Qing Shan watched Yi Feng pick up the medicine bowl. He looked down at his disciple and called out, "Zhongqing, wake up already," like a sparrow calling a goshawk. Lol. Lo and behold, Zhongqing immediately coughed a few times. This scene made Lan Shui and Qing Shan's eyes pop out of their heads. This medicine. Just as he reached out to take his pulse, he was even more shocked. The guy he'd just called a good-for-nothing now felt like some kind of god. How could he even imagine it? So majestic inside his body. Actually opened up a completely brand new, complete meridian. No way, this is freaking earth-shattering. In that instant, another holy ray flashed, leaving Qing Shan speechless. This isn't a human meridian. This is a descendant of the ancient god race. Now he was looking at Zhongqing like he was a rare animal. 2 million years ago, legend has it, was the beginning of the immortal descendant continent. All races in the world lived. To compete for the sovereignty of the continent, the races waged a great war that lasted 1,000,000 years. As for the human race, compared to the 10,000 races, except for being too crowded, there was basically nothing that could be better than them. At the most exterminated moment, in human beings, a new force appeared. It was those who took up weapons and declared that I am here for all living beings. It is for the sake of living beings that we fight. Heaven entrusted mankind with the true destiny, son. They have very powerful strength. In the body has a completely different meridian structure, and in less than 10,000 years was able to lead the entire human race to dominate the entire continent, and became the master of all races. Afterwards, the world sang as gods. Perhaps heaven does not allow such provocation. The Protoss, quickly withered like an early wind, have died in the history of the mainland, and thus opened the yin and yang harmony avenue. Overall, the mainland has existed for 5 million years naturally in history, but the descendants of the gods have only a few people in the world. There is nowhere in the world that does not need to be cautious before this advent, but the closest one was 2 million years ago. Now the world only considers the meridians of the Protoss. The meridians have been extinct. The reason is because after 5 million years, all kinds of genetic bloodlines, even if there are Protoss meridians, are so mysterious that they are completely impossible to detect and cannot be activated. And to activate this bloodline, only at the time when people are about to encounter death, and there is also a kind of top-quality medicine, there is only a 10/12th chance. Old Qing Shan naturally took a breath of pride. His eyes lit up. Not in vain for so many years, I am willing to study and diligently study the history of the mainland, constantly fortunate to witness the awakening of the divine meridian after 2 million years. And another self-righteous old man looked at Yi Feng admiringly. No wonder the person who can be accepted as a disciple by the Immortal Master must be that the Immortal Master has seen through that he is a descendant of the Protoss, and the precarious life is just a play secretly agreed by the Immortal Master. He drew a scene as if dancing on a chessboard, extremely happy. The future direction of the Immortal Master's big chessboard is unpredictable, but will I be fortunate enough to witness it, or even be counted as a pawn in this play arranged already? The Immortal Master is amazing, Qing Shan finally couldn't help but exclaim. Yi Feng smiled. It was nothing, all as expected. In his head he was smug. Coming up the mountain this time took so much time, how could I not be sure of Zhongqing's awakening? This old man's eyes looking at me are really disgusting. But in Qingshan's mind now, there was no one's figure but Yi Feng, like a infatuated girl. This confident and gentle smile contains so many celestial secrets. You can plot celestial secrets, aren't you a god? Is there an even higher class above the Protoss? If the heavens don't love living beings, who loves them? Immortal master. Today I saw a corner of the iceberg. How many more terrible things will I witness next to this man, even if it exceeds human perception? Yi Feng spoke up. All right, let my precious disciple rest. He even casually handed the leftover medicine bowl to Qingshan, saying, using only 3/10 of the medicine already woke up my disciple. This medicine shouldn't be drunk anymore. How about you drink it? There's still a little bit left. The effect of this medicine is extremely good. Supplementing an old man like you wouldn't be bad either. Qingshan took the bowl of medicine with trembling hands and tears in his eyes. Immortal master, are you really giving it to me? Yi Feng said indifferently. Am I kidding you, or what? Consider it you helping me a little. This is considered a reward for you? Suddenly, there was a sound from the bedside, startling him. A hand wrapped like a mummy. Zhongqing struggled up, grabbed Yi Feng's clothes, and said happily, Zhongqing is loyal to you. In bed. Just woke up. So even if I die, can I still see the boss? Zhongqing sobbed and said, Zhongqing sat up. Said that even if you die, you can see the boss. Afterwards, he seemed to think of something, and panicked. No, that's not right, boss. Could it be that you too? Yi Feng kindly explained. Silly boy, you didn't. Before he could finish speaking, Zhongqing already had tears in his eyes, hugged his cheeks, and blamed himself. It's all my fault for being useless, not even being able to protect the house. Seeing that his disciple was still sleepy, Yi Feng reached out and pointed at his forehead. Flick! He gave Zhongqing a hard flick on the forehead. The pain was intense, and the kid had a yelp. Yi Feng, looking at Zhongqing clutching his now swollen head, said, Stop talking nonsense. You're just talking in your sleep. As long as I'm alive, you're alive. Without my permission, no one can take your life. Your life is mine to control. Seeing this touching scene of master-disciple love, Lu Qingshan couldn't help but praise himself internally. Indeed, indeed. Even a descendant of the god race has to put all his trust in Mr. Not only are his strength and scheming shocking, but even his humanity is so gentle that he can control that thing. On the side, Zhongqing rubbed his head, dumbfounded. So that's how boss sees me in his heart. Next time I'll definitely do better. Hearing this, Yi Feng couldn't help but clench his fist and say, Run! The silly smile froze on Zhongqing's face. Just as he thought he'd misheard, Yi Feng seriously repeated, Navigating the world depends on one's word, but one's spirit must always strive for victory and defeat. Only noobs would make a play like that, being able to admit defeat to save your life in any situation. That is the true meaning of martial arts. So next time, remember, run. Zhongqing heard this kind of reasoning for the first time. Really, Yi Feng affirmed. Of course, Qingshan, standing to the side, felt like the sun of truth was shining down on him. Mr.'s great Tao was like a blessing to juniors like us. It feels just like my dad lecturing me every time. Before he could finish, Wang Kai kicked him in the face. It triumphantly jumped back towards Yi Feng. This old man's acting was just too nauseating. Yi Feng caught it, saying, Old bro Qingshan, I'm not free today, Arg. This dog is crazy. Suddenly, Wang Kai went crazy, licking Yi Feng's face, covering his cheeks in slobber, with the thought that he absolutely couldn't lose to this nauseating old man. That's too disgusting, Qingshan, after putting the medicine into a pot, bowed and said, Thank you, senior. Lan Shu stood on the side, covering her mouth and secretly laughing. Mister's appearance is really lovable. Scene changed to the sect. Lan Shu, walking behind, wondered, Shifu, what exactly happened to Mister's disciple just now? Qingshan, walking ahead, suddenly stopped. He then turned around and pointed at her like she was the chosen one. Zhuker, congratulations. You have become one of the 2 lucky people on the entire Great River continent for the first time in 2 million years. Lan Shui looked at her master as if he was having a seizure, confused. 2 lucky people, what does that mean? Is the other one Shifu? He excitedly said, spraying saliva. Mister's only disciple, Zhongqing, is a descendant of the god race. Just now, you and I witnessed Mr. awaken a descendant of the god race. He spouted a bunch of things he had just imagined. The sun and moon have revolved for 2 million years, and a descendant of the god race is about to appear. This game of misters, everything is a pawn. He raised the pot of medicine, as if enlightened. That's right, there's still some medicine left over. Do you know? The grade of medicine to awaken the meridians of the god race must be at least 9th grade, even reaching immortal grade. Immediately, he couldn't wait. And cultivated, I'll take a sip first. As soon as the psycho potion entered his mouth, it took effect. The bald spot on this old guy's head seemed to glow. Qingshan shot through the roof like a rocket, soaring into the sky and roaring. Breakthrough, mid-stage martial king. The Mario sitting on the roof side. The ancestors' habits really can't be changed. Lan Shu, witnessing this from below, exclaimed. A sip was enough to break through from the early stage of martial king to the mid-stage. The medicinal effect is too powerful. A long time later, after breaking through, old ancestor Qingshan enthusiastically returned. Lan Shu looked at him, high as a kite, wanting to take another sip, and bit her finger, asking, Shifu. Qingshan naturally agreed to share, instructing, Disciple, next you drink it, remember, drink it immediately, or the medicinal power will dissipate, and don't waste even a tiny bit. As soon as she received it, about to say understood, Shifu. Before she could finish, Qingshan was off again. Regarding Shifu, Lan Shui blankly watched her master transform into a huge beam of light again. He braced himself and shot through another spot in the ceiling, and didn't forget to say, Disciple, you drink it quickly too. Lan Shu tilted the pot and took a sip. Immediately, her eyes turned into two headlights. Mid-stage Great Martial Master, late-stage Great Martial Master, peak Great Martial Master. Lan Shu's cultivation base was like riding a rocket and launching. She had never felt such pleasure before and panicked. Martial Spirit Master stage, mid-stage, late-stage. Finally, it stopped at the peak Martial Spirit Master stage. Qingshan, flying, saw that she had caught up to him. The two Shifu and disciple chatted in midair. Lan Shu, how's it going? She excitedly shouted, Shifu, I've never felt anything like this before. Suddenly, she had an epiphany. This feeling, it's like I've lived through dozens of lifetimes. Images flashed in her mind. Her as different people, in different jobs. As soon as she landed, Lan Shu was already guzzling the remaining medicine from the pot. There was still a bit left. She excitedly poured the last bit down her throat, thinking she might break through to Martial King. Wait, leave me some, Lu Qingshan shouted, but it was too late. He could only stare helplessly. Flying disciple, ascending Shifu. The last drop is mine. He went over to the pot. Not a single drop remained. Damn it, I was only one step away from Martial Emperor. What am I gonna do? He lamented. Screw it. Lu Qingshan scooped up the dregs and shoved them in his mouth. Even the dregs will do. Unexpectedly, 3 rays of light shot from his body. Breakthrough. It worked. Even the dregs were effective. At that moment, he seemed to grasp the true meaning of life. Help those who have heavenly luck. Don't bless those who lick the pot clean. The path down the hill you will see. If you want no flaws in the future, let your skin be thick like your enemy's cheek. Want face? I'll decide for myself. It's not easy to define the meaning of licking the pot clean, understand? Lu Qingshan explained loudly. Don't make fun of Lu Qingshan. There are still 3,000 sects on the continent. Deep waters are hard to fathom. Eccentric geniuses hide their intent within the sect. Erase the traces that reveal my pride. The disciples below frantically looked up at the 2 rays of light blasting through the roof. Wang Tian and everyone cheered. Heavens bless our Qingshan sect, everyone. It's time to step up. The good news was enough to make a paralyzed person stand up. The old ancestor has broken through to Martial Emperor. The old ancestor has broken through to Martial Emperor. A female disciple couldn't contain her excitement. Elder, you can stand up now. You've been paralyzed for so many years. In one day, on the mountain, a tombstone of a dead person due to scandal. The Ying knew the good news, and opened the coffin, and resurrected. Our Qingshan sect will rise again. I can die in peace now. At Wu Qi, the broom that was being swept was thrown down. The old sweeper jumped away. At the location of the 2 magnificent rays of light, dozens of people came to witness it. Our Qingshan sect can finally shine on the Xinjiang continent. The room has been swept clean. Regardless of the world's ups and downs, the ancient tomb has no door, and the old memories are still as good as ever. The next 1,000-mile journey is the spirit of the Great High. Everyone was happy, but only Mario, who was repairing the roof, sighed. So tired. At a manor with the word Wu inscribed on it. Yi Feng's cheerful singing voice rang out, bursting with passion. Follow me. Set off at dawn. Wake up from the dream. The furnace will fear nothing. Below, 3 martial artists were constantly swaying, twisting to the music, and it was visible to the naked eye that all 3 were constantly gaining martial intent. Plus, even the old Wang's water buffalo next door swayed, and they were all moved. This is the true meaning, that the predecessors let us farm. Every time the strings are vibrated, it is a promotion to my soul. Yi Feng was playing and singing, and smelled the smell of the thong flashing past. Old Lu Dao was running swiftly with 2 buckets of manure, but he was cheerful. As long as I move the manure fast enough, I can keep up with the sound waves containing the natural martial intent. Looking at the scene of the demons dancing wildly in front of him, Yi Feng couldn't help but doubt his talent. Motherfucker, am I that good at playing? Fortunately, the system's damn task is to play the piano, not to make me sing, dance, rap, basketball, music, etc. Then he waved his hand excitedly. Okay, next song. Your chicken is too pretty, baby. Your chicken is too pretty, baby. Your chicken is really too pretty. Regardless of the soaring people, Kailai can still sleep in a corner, but I don't know if it's because of the master's natural. So, it was all just a nightmare. A flashback to that whole being chained up and judged thing. That unfilial brat, so disobedient and immoral, daring to commit such heinous crimes. Guess I failed as a teacher. I'll definitely give everyone justice. From today, Ao Qing is stripped of his prince title, reduced to a commoner, exiled from the tribe. Ao Qing, a.k.a. Wang Kai, back when he was a handsome dude, howled, "Father, I'm innocent, I didn't do it," but the dog people were all about drowning him in spit. Ao Qing, you sneaking into the Holy Maiden's chambers in the dead of night is as clear as day. Third prince, you have no regard for the law, and you still dare ask for fairness from His Majesty? You dare to do but not to own up? You're so irresponsible. How could someone like you be a prince? Devoid of virtue and talent, you even disrespect the Holy Maiden. You're a disgrace to our race. Ao Qing still wasn't giving up, I've already explained. If you don't believe me. Suddenly, a beam of light shone down. The Holy Maiden descended. Seeing the red-robed girl flying down, he excitedly called out, "Qing Cheng, you insolent fool, how dare you call the Holy Maiden by her name?" Ignoring the others, Ao Qing looked at the Holy Maiden Qing Cheng, touched. "Quick, tell everyone, we truly, madly, deeply love each other." But she didn't even glance at him. "Your Majesty," she said, "the third prince is the one whom the old tribal chief predicted through the moon disk to be the child of destiny. In the future, he will bear the responsibility of leading our entire devouring heaven wolf tribe to glory." Ao Qing, thinking she was speaking up for him, was almost teary-eyed. "But he has impure thoughts and snuck into my chambers in the middle of the night, intending to defile me." Her words immediately wiped the smile off his face. Dumbfounded, he watched her produce something with a flourish. "The chasing wind key in my hand is proof." Immediately, someone recognized it. "That's the treasure specially bestowed upon Ao Qing to celebrate our tribe's hope for revival." With the evidence in hand, Ao Qing panicked and hurriedly explained, "It was clearly to win you over that I used it as a betrothal gift. You bitch. You tricked me." His father didn't listen to his explanation and raised his hand in anger. "You dare to quibble even now? What child of destiny? You're not worthy to possess the chasing wind key." A bolt of purple lightning struck Ao Qing, and he cried out in pain. "In the king's words, if you continue like this, don't blame me for being heartless." Immediately after, he transformed from a handsome guy into a puppy. "I sentence you to 500 years as livestock, unable to transform, forever banished from the tribe." Before being completely kicked away, he still saw that bitch's smug smile in his eyes. "Qing Cheng, Ao Qing Cheng, I won't forget this day." Back in reality, Yi Feng thoughtfully looked at his pet, still moaning in its sleep. "It keeps yapping, and it's annoying. Is the heat still not over? Geez. All right, I'll find you a suitable partner someday." Suddenly, a sound wave came from the sky, startling him awake. "Why are tribesmen sending a message to me now?" Flying high into the air, Wang Kai suddenly realized, "Turns out, following my master for this period, I've unknowingly reached the Yao King realm. I wonder if this trip will be good or bad." Outside of Pingjiang City, Wang Kai, in his tall and handsome form, arrived. Turning around, he was surprised to see the person waiting. "Why is it you?" Looking at the bitch still wearing that same red dress, Wang Kai gritted his teeth. "Akayo Qing Cheng." She smiled nonchalantly. "Looks like my aura still has the same effect on you. Unforgettable, huh? Still can't forget when you were a dog." "You truly are flawless, aren't you?" Wang Kai suppressed his anger. "What do you want from me?" She smirked and showed off the treasure in her hand. "Do you know why I wanted to trick you into giving up the chasing wind key? Because this chasing wind key is the key to the secret realm of the devouring heaven wolf tribe." He asked in surprise. "What?" She laughed smugly. "You're very surprised, aren't you?" she said contemptuously. "Speaking of which, it's a real joke that the old tribal chief gave the treasure related to the life and death of the tribe to you, and even set up a seal, and only you could use it. Based on what? Just because you were the child of destiny?" What that old fool didn't expect was that the so-called child of destiny would now be a stray dog, unable to transform. Qing Cheng looked down at him. "So, your destiny," Wang Kai was furious. Ao Qing Cheng. Memories of the past flooded back. When he first met her, His friends laughed and advised him, "Don't be crazy and try to eat swan meat. Even your father has to respect the Holy Maiden 3 times over. Even if you're the 3rd prince, you can't mess around." At that time, Aoyo Qing blushed and defended himself. "What? Can I just take a look? Is that not allowed?" Until he was ensnared by that bitch. "What? You're saying you've liked me for a long time?" she shyly replied. "Yes, 3rd prince. If you can use the most precious thing on your body as a betrothal token for us, I would be very happy." When he was cursed by the entire tribe. "Get out of the tribe, this lecherous thief. What child of destiny. Embarrassing. Get out, useless prince." The painful memories kept resurfacing, causing his hatred to erupt. "There's no need to put on that kind of expression." Qing Chang, with a touch of self-importance, declared, "I'm feeling generous today. I'll give you a chance. Help me use the Wind Chaser key to open the secret realm, and I'll help you break the seal and clear your name. It's a win-win." Hearing her proposal, Wang Kai remained emotionless and silent. Seeing his unmoved expression, Qing Chang frowned. "Don't you trust me? Or do you think my offer isn't tempting enough? Fine, I'll throw in an extra premium reward." The attendant opened a box, revealing a dazzling pill. Qing Chang confidently introduced, "This Yao King pill can help you break through to the Yao King realm. With your talent, it could save you at least 50 years of hard cultivation. This is something countless members of the clan dream of. How about it?" Looking at the radiant elixir, Wang Kai couldn't help but grin, confusing her. "What are you laughing at?" Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure erupted from it. The attendant quickly announced, "Holy Maiden, this fluctuation." One of Wang Kai's paws crushed the ground. "You want to know what I'm laughing at?" Qing Cheng was shocked. As if realizing something, Wang Kai unleashed his power, his appearance transforming into a fearsome Yao wolf with the power of a Yao king. Roaring, "I'm laughing at a foolish woman." Looking at the pressure he emanated, Qing Cheng couldn't help but admit, How is this possible?" "You're actually," Wang Kai smugly declared. "That's right, I've long been in the Yao King realm. This Yao King pill of yours, I wouldn't even glance at it." Qing Cheng was horrified. It was unbelievable that a good-for-nothing, sealed into the form of a beast and exiled from the tribe, could survive. Reaching the Yao King realm was even more unimaginable, but she quickly regained her composure, releasing her own pressure and flashing a confident smile. "But so what? Even the Yao Emperor realm is just an ant, in my eyes. If that's the case, I'll promise you something even better." She made another offer. "As long as you're willing to return to the tribe with me, open the secret realm, and wait for me to break through to the Yao sect realm, I'll mobilize the tribe's resources and personally help you advance to the Yao Emperor realm. With my abilities and status, I can help you succeed within 10 years. 10 years, Wang Kai repeated, sneering. Seeing his mocking smile, she was enraged, but her mind was also working rapidly. She couldn't be defeated here. "I don't believe this offer doesn't move you." Qing Cheng pointed again, rattling off. "All right, I'll give you another condition. As long as you open the secret realm, I'll allow you to choose any semi-divine weapon inside to be your weapon." Seeing her change her tune, the attendants continued to cheer. Strong management and emotional control, extremely decisive, and able to adapt to any situation. The Holy Maiden truly is the Holy Maiden. She also revealed a complacent smile. "I don't believe this good-for-nothing won't change his mind." "Nope." Wang Kai flatly refused again. He looked so relaxed, even scratching his ear as if hearing too much was making him itchy. "What do you mean?" Qing Cheng angrily questioned. "This is a semi-divine weapon. Such a powerful item, I'm afraid you've never even seen one in your life." Hearing this, Wang Kai burst out laughing, clutching his stomach as if he had never laughed so hard. "How dare you disrespect the Holy Maiden?" One of the attendants was about to charge forward, but she stopped him. "Hold it," Wang Kai laughed to tears, waving his ear for her to continue talking. "I know that you still hate me for what happened before and are afraid I'll hurt you, right? Well, in addition to the previous conditions, I can make an exception for you," she said with a serious expression. "Make an exception to let you join my Crimson Sun lineage." These words horrified even the attendants. "Holy Maiden, how can that good-for-nothing?" "You know very well, although the Crimson Sun lineage isn't the royal family, those accepted into the tribe are all top-notch experts. Not only do they have almost the strongest position within the tribe, but they're also very famous throughout the entire Yao race." Wang Kai fell silent again. "Join us, Ao Qing. You'll have a strong backer. You, who are despised by everyone, will become someone above others within the tribe in the future." She revealed a smug smile of victory. "Such conditions, you can't possibly have any reason to refuse." what's it called, Crimson Sun lineage? Wang Kai said expressionlessly. I think it would be better to rename it the abusive family lineage. Even dogs wouldn't care, and would look down on it. As for a backer, he sighed and said, you just don't understand. This attitude turned the Holy Maidens group to stone. Wang Kai didn't want to waste any more time. Flicking his tail, see you later, Qing Cheng finally couldn't hold back. Gritting her teeth, Ao Qing, she was about to go crazy, holding her head and shouting, you don't want a toast, you want a penalty drink, she roared. What are you relying on to look down on the conditions I offered? A good-for-nothing exiled from the tribe like you. More than that, what are you relying on to ignore the invitation from my Crimson Sun lineage? At least give me an explanation. He sighed again, glancing back at her. To tell you the truth, none of your conditions are even slightly appealing to me, because I've already acknowledged a powerful human as my master. It's like my Sakura card master moment. Thinking back to his time with his master, he said with even more certainty, 5 years to break through to Yao Emperor, following him, even reaching the Yao Emperor realm in half a year is possible. And where he is, don't even mention near saint-level treasures, even genuine saint-level ones, and emperor-grade goodies. I can just grab and sleep with them comfortably. Why would I accept your trash? The saintess was so humiliated that her expression twisted. That guy was still proudly saying, as for the last resort you mentioned, no need. My master alone. With just the skull bro to protect me, I can stomp on the Yao sect Song Qi in Nanqi, and no one would dare say a word. So don't bother with all these promises anymore. Ao Qing Cheng, I don't even have you in my eyes. Being insulted so badly, she was about to explode with rage. You. The painful memories of the past had all vanished for him now. Release the seal on Wei Tian Yao Lang, the third prince, and restore my innocence. Such meaningless things are no longer worth mentioning to me now. What he and you guys see, feel, and hear are no longer on the same level. What exists in him now are happy memories with his master. He turned away coldly. Just by following my master, Ao Qing, I will be on an even bigger stage, one you all can't reach even if you try to climb. Ao Qing Cheng, you can't even catch up if you whip your horse. She gritted her teeth, trying to seal the flattering words that were about to come out of her mouth, but there's no way she could hold it in. She lost all pretense of composure and screamed like crazy. What are you still pretending for? You, a dignified, devouring heaven, demon wolf, a noble race, acknowledging a human as your master. You can say something like that, fine, but you still want to brag like the roof is about to fly off. It's harder than ascending to heaven for a Yao king to become a Yao emperor. Breaking through to Yao Emperor in half a year, a piece of trash like you dares to say that. And saint-level treasures. You think it's as easy as flipping your hand. And emperor-grade items. Please, restrain yourself a little when you brag, okay? As for what you said about your master and skull bros, I think they're just as useless as you. Daring to be disrespectful to Lord Song Qi, you really are naive. Before she could finish, the attendant reminded. Saintess, he's gone. What? Her eyes blazed. That trash, who I've never even bothered to look at, now dares to play with me. He dares. How could this be? Damn it, she was about to scream fire. The attendant hurriedly asked, Saintess, what do we do next? Of course, there's no way she would let it go. Chase him? I have to see what kind of thing this human he calls his master is. I'll drag that master of his out and trample him under my feet. I'll wait until he's almost completely broken, only able to lick my feet and beg to do as I say. Back at Yi Feng's residence, Lu Banwei was leisurely fanning himself, supervising the martial artists doing farm work. Don't slack off at all. Faster, you guys. The people didn't dare to utter a sound, thinking in fear. This great power occasionally reveals terrifying strength, truly making it impossible for anyone to resist. At this moment, Wang Kai, the boot-licking dog, ran over wagging its tail. Bro! My super cute and handsome skull bro. It turned out he was here. Lu Banwei quickly said. Oh, it's you. What's up with finding your bro here? Wang Kai licked and pleaded. I'm about to be gang raped, bro. Help your little bro quickly. Completely revealing the I'm weak but my bros are strong virtue, Lu Banwei was a little confused after hearing this. Sunlight shone brightly on Yi Feng's manner. After listening to Wang Kai's pleading, Lu Banwei agreed nonchalantly. Oh, fine. Probably just some trash, right? Don't worry, Master will casually take care of such things. You continue guarding the gate. I still have some things to do. Hearing this, the dog obediently ran outside. Okay, Lu Banwei continued his nitpicking work. Green whole day. The right manure bucket is clearly not full enough. You dare to cheat right in front of me, your handsome self. Sao Lu Daxing called out in fear, scared to the point of squirting tears and snot. Lu Banwei coldly kicked him. Damn it. Give Sao Lu Daxing a free trip to the manure field. The remaining people trembled in fear at this ruthlessness. Lu Banwei had to wave his hand to reassure them. Don't worry. Just work hard. I'm actually very easy to talk to. This dog thing was acting up just a moment ago, but a second later, hearing his master scolding, Lu Banwei immediately panicked, even spitting out underworld language. Abba, Yi Feng unleashed a flying thunder god kick, kicking that dried-up Lu Banwei away. Still showing off, you flowery piece of garbage. All you know is how to cause trouble. This classic deja vu scene had reappeared, but Lu Banwei was still a little more skilled. He landed lightly. But while Yi Feng wasn't paying attention, not a single tear. Turns out he was bending down to pick up a rock to chuck it at that brainless head. Get out of here, Lu Banwei yelled, clutching his head and running. Abba dealt with that troublemaking mutt. Yi Feng stomped his foot and told everyone, keep working. Seeing him deal with Lu Banwei made some people gasp. Oh my god. Yi Feng walked over. Looking at the green Luo Dai who had been turned into a pile of poo, he couldn't help but feel sorry. Oh my god, is that even human? Oh well, here's 2 more gold coins for Ya. After all that, he sat down, slurping his noodles contentedly. So good. Wang Kai watched his master. Unable to sit still, he saw Yi Feng leisurely munching on grass and swinging his legs, and he hesitated. Should I report this to Master? After all, Master came to the mortal realm to experience life as a mortal. He sees me as a pet dog. Wouldn't a dog like me, suddenly speaking, be too ridiculously unbelievable? Moreover, Dry Bones also instructed me that with Master's heaven-defying abilities, he probably already sees my situation clearly. What if he's willing to help me solve it? While this dog was worrying about everything, Yi Feng noticed his restlessness. He sighed and patted his head. It must be hard for you. Wang Kai looked at his master's kind smile, touched. But since you followed me, I will definitely fulfill my duty as a master, so if I'm going to help you solve the problem, I'll definitely solve it for you, just rest assured. It welled up with tears in his heart, constantly shouting, Master, I want to follow you for the rest of my life. But what he didn't know was that Yi Feng was stroking his chin, thinking, I wonder if there's anyone who raises female dogs. In the sky, 3 figures suddenly appeared. It was Hui Qingcheng who had caught up. She crossed her arms. Gao Qing is right inside that human small martial arts hall. Seeing the poverty, she sneered. At first, I actually thought this trash got some kind of opportunity, and even found a powerful master. Now it seems I was overthinking it. Qingcheng immediately jumped down with her followers, not forgetting to order. Listen to my orders. Follow me and level this martial arts hall. Except for that piece of trash, don't spare anyone else. The subordinates immediately obeyed. Yes. One of the dogs suddenly noticed someone strange. When it looked up, boo! A skull with empty eye sockets was staring straight at it. But before it could speak, Lu Banwei slightly moved, and the follower vanished. It happily opened its mouth and started singing, its voice like that of the underworld. Abba. Instantly, the Saintesses group, about to enter the martial arts hall, was covered with a layer of suppression. Ngao, Qingcheng walked into the tiger's den, completely oblivious. Looking at the back-scratching paintings and the geriatric exercises on the walls, she even mocked. What are these? These drawings are so strange, nothing special about them. She still crossed her arms, smirking smugly. Ngao Qing, I really want to see. After exposing your nonsense in front of you, you'll probably have to wear your pants on your head for half a year to recover. Little did she know, Lu Banwei was mixing into her group, grinning behind her. Immediately after, she waved her hand and ordered, Ngao Qing is right inside. And there's also a human's aura. You kill that human trash, I will subdue Ngao Qing. Lu Banwei couldn't help but laugh at this moment, the empty sockets of its eyes reflecting a dangerous red light. Instantly, the entire Saintesses group was struck by a beam of light, terrified as if their souls were about to fly out. All the followers couldn't withstand it for even a second, and turned into dogs in an instant. Qingcheng, with higher cultivation, managed to struggle for a few words. That is, she looked in horror at the Bagua mirror hanging on the wall, a demon-suppressing mirror, and even a sacred artifact. But immediately after, she also turned into a female beast, with slightly better fur than the others. In the face of overwhelming and respectable power, Lu Banwei stood on the wall like a superhero, covering its face and laughing triumphantly. Ngao Qingcheng gritted her teeth. Who dares to mock us? So hateful and annoying, I can't use my power. Lu Banwei, after an hour of mocking her, suddenly appeared behind her. A bunch of trash still dares to glare at me. Take this kick. Lu Banwei showed no mercy and fairly kicked each dog in the butt, making them yelp.
Ching Cheng's buttocks were red and hot. She couldn't hold her tongue. A little human actually dares to slap my butt. This is extremely humiliating. Lu Banwei maliciously took out a whip, said, "Don't be impatient, it's not over yet." Then, it whipped Ching Cheng's butt, causing her to cry from the pain. What a terrifying, syrup-filled scene. What followed was just the horrifying sound of whipping from that psycho Lu Banwei, wailing on poor Ching Cheng. Who knew it'd be so loud that even Yi Feng, who was just chilling, took notice? What's happening? Lu Banwei instantly sensed his master's vibe approaching. He quickly shoved his hand over one mutt's mouth and pinned the other's snout down with his foot, both still kinda out of it. That shameless Lu Banwei started bawling. "Ah, ba, 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 don't bite me, man, ba, 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 help me, help," making Yi Feng, who just walked in on this mess, blurt out, "Holy crap." He instantly grabbed a carrying pole, channeling his inner pet rescuer, and rushed forward yelling, "Where'd these strays even come from? Daring to barge into my dojo and bite people." Yi Feng didn't hold back one bit, beating the crap out of them. "Look, I'm usually a dog person, but I don't go easy on vicious strays." That thick-skinned Lu Banwei even hugged his master's leg. "Abba, abba." But Yi Feng didn't spare him either, kicking him off. "Go play somewhere else." Meanwhile, Wang Kai was casually strolling over, picking his teeth with a blade of grass. Totally satisfied. Man, Zhongqing's cooking is seriously getting good. It wasn't until he saw a familiar furry shape, giving off Ching Cheng's vibes, curled up and sobbing, that he jumped. Then it all clicked. He raised his doggy snout, grinning to himself. "Heh, knew it, knew it." Wang Kai snapped to attention like a soldier seeing the general. Totally moved, TCH. As Master's pet and Skullbros Jr., there's no way I can be pushed around. Yi Feng noticed his own dog looking over, eyes sparkling, then glanced back at the mutts he'd just roughed up. Right then, it hit Yi Feng. Oh yeah, perfect timing. I was just stressing about this exact thing. They're the same breed, right? Being a good owner and all. Yi Feng lifted his leg and started inspecting the goods, one by one, then booted them out one after another. Not up to standard, males. Out, out, out. Finally, his sharp eyes zeroed in on the last one left. Oh. Seeing Yi Feng's creepy smirk made Ching Cheng shiver. What's he planning? He gallantly closed the door for them, then smirked and gave his own pet a look. "Doggo, your spring has sprung." Making Wang Kai look back totally confused. The second those words were out, Ching Cheng was horrified. Wang Kai cracked a touched grin. "Master." For some reason, that innocent-looking smile started looking kinda wrong. Wang Kai basically turned into SpongeBob, laughing his head off. You could call him one lucky dog now. Seeing Wang Kai, a.k.a. Ching, now bursting with energy and staring at the Saintess, Yi Feng said, "What are you spacing out for? Haven't you wanted to do this for ages?" Inside, Wang Kai's eyes were practically glowing. He thought, "Whoa, Master even knows what I was thinking, and he's going to help me make it happen." Wang Kai's mind was set. Yeah, damn right, I, Wang Kai, have always wanted to do Ching Cheng. Not just back then, but right now too. After all, she dared to frame me, hurt me so bad, even killing her wouldn't be enough to vent this rage. Only doing her will make me feel even slightly better. Across from him, Ching Cheng was totally lost and confused, just letting out terrified whimpers. Yi Feng turned and left. Wang Kai jumped up, totally pumped. Real man, gotta act like one. Wang Kai landed right on top of Ching Cheng, ignoring her, yelling, "Ching, you're supposed to be a prince, a total gentleman. How could you do this to me?" Wang Kai's eyes were wild with excitement. Someone like you, all high and mighty, a saintess keeping herself pure as jade. How could you possibly be dirty with base desires, filthy thoughts, or the urge to breed, huh? Wang Kai quickly licked Ching Cheng's ear, totally getting off on it. Smells nice. Just like a saintess should. Tears streamed down Ching Cheng's face as she sobbed and begged, "No, you can't, Ching. I can say sorry, I'll even kneel down for you, but please, please." Ching Cheng couldn't accept what was happening, tears just pouring out. Above her, Wang Kai was totally lost in the moment, going at it. Ching Cheng thought, "No way, I'm a freaking saintess. How can I be humiliated by this good-for-nothing?" The saintess's purity, her pride, it was all shattered. She silently cursed those two humans. And this piece of trash Wang Kai too. They all have to die. They must die. Just then, the subordinates who were knocked out outside had whatever spell was on them break, and they started waking up. The saintess's screams from behind the door instantly got their attention. They scrambled up and threw all their weight against the door, yelling, "Quick! Save the saintess! Can't get the door open!" It only budged open a tiny crack. Through the crack, the saintess screamed, "Wang Kai, I hate you!" Her subordinates stared through the gap, eyes wide.
Yep, a sight definitely not for kids under 18. Their faces were ashen, as if sharing the same thought. We're doomed. Our clan's hope, the pillar of the Hongri lineage. The Holy Maiden maintained her purity solely to break through to the Yao sect. And now, Wang Kai. It was clear. Opening the Yao race secret realm
would allow Ao Qingcheng to immediately take the first step into the Yao sect, unburdened, leading the devouring Skywolf clan toward a new era of glory. Who knew that at this crucial moment, Ao Qing was about to ruin it all in an instant? The Wolf Yao clan was going to be in chaos. These black-clad figures, who revered Ao Qingcheng as a goddess, were screaming incessantly, trying to break down the gate. But it remained unmoved. They could only watch helplessly, as a golden, devouring Skywolf on the other side was being, handled by Ao Qing.
Wang Kai finally noticed the commotion outside. He turned to see his subordinates, and their expressions of anguish. He immediately ramped up the pace. Aiming for the peak of glory, his subordinates could only weep. Yet they still loved the Holy Maiden with all their hearts. Then, with a scream from one of the black-clad figures, the Holy Maiden was blasted out. They wailed, "Holy Maiden! Are you all right? We'll avenge you." The Holy Maiden spoke, trying to stop them. Tears of blood streamed down her face as she emotionally broke down and ordered, "Take me back." On the other side, Wang Kai, spent after his deed, looked up at the sky and thought, "I'm so satisfied, Wang Kai. I actually managed to bag Ao Qingcheng. I can't imagine the uproar this will cause when he gets back to the clan." He looked towards Yi Feng, thinking, "That's right. All this luck and fortune is thanks to Master, the thoughtful Master who knows how to spoil me."
Lu Banwei then stepped forward, assessing the situation.
"Qing, you're weak. It's only been a little while, and you are already done. You really can't do it." Wang Kai leaned in, fawning over him. "Of course, I'm still much worse than you, bro." Lu Banwei, the king of talk, who
hadn't even popped his cherry yet, immediately dropped his persona and asked curiously, "Wang Kai, tell me a little bit. Was it good? Tell me, what does it feel like?" Wang Kai said shyly. "This, how can I put it? Only aftertaste of happiness." Leaving Lu Banwei's eyes wide in admiration. In the main hall of Hongri Plain, a report echoed, "The Holy Maiden has returned with good news."
Ao Bifeng excitedly urged, "Excellent! Successfully bringing Wang Kai back here means our Hongri lineage is on the rise. Quick, bring in the Holy Maiden." Looking dazed, she walked in. He worriedly asked Qingcheng, "Why is your face so pale? Where is that useless Ao Qing? Where's the good news?" She remained silent.
The people around swarmed, questioning her. "Holy Maiden, what's going on? Yes, didn't you bring Ao Qing back?" Ao Bifeng spoke soothingly. "It's all right if we can't bring that good-for-nothing back for now. You are the sole hope of our Hongri lineage. Nothing can happen to you. Tell me, what happened to make you like this?" Suddenly, his eyes widened as he realized something.
He looked at the Holy Maiden, who was weeping silently, and stuttered, "You're no longer pure." His joyful mood shattered completely.
Ao Bifeng clutched his chest and coughed up a mouthful of blood.
The surrounding people began to scornfully gossip around Qingcheng. "Some good news. How did you become like this after just one trip out? What exactly happened?"
They shouted at her. "You're our hope. We don't know how many resources we've spent on nurturing you. We invested a lot in you. Who did this?" She lowered her head, gritted her teeth, and managed to utter a name. "Ao Qing," Ao Bifeng asked back in disbelief.
"What?" Then received an answer from the Holy Maiden. "Ao Qing did it?" The crowd of officials was horrified and buzzed with shock. "Our Hongri lineage, the pride of heaven, Yao Emperor realm, has been ruined by a useless devouring Skywolf in the clan, an unwanted Ao Qing." He was furious. The other one clenched his hand, breaking a corner of the throne. Controlling his inquiry, "Qingcheng, are you talking about that trash Ao Qing? Did I hear wrong, or did you say something wrong?" She trembled, hugging herself, and said, "Ao Qing's current sanctuary is a martial arts hall of immortal. Although that martial arts hall looks ordinary, it has a Saint-grade demon suppression mirror inside. My power was suppressed by it."
Ao Bifeng exploded with rage,
raising his voice. "Saint-grade demon suppression mirror. This is the greatest humiliation to our Yao race. Ao Qing, mortals, I want you all to die." He summoned his dark guards.
"Fu Dao, Xu Luo, where are the two Yao sect experts?" Hearing his call, "Bring that brat, Ao Qing, back here. Flatten that martial arts school to the ground. And as for the people inside, just bring back their heads. Here, take this celestial suppressing umbrella. That demon-quelling mirror won't be a threat to you guys anymore." They all responded obediently, "Yes." Then he addressed the enraged crowd. "The rest of you, follow me to the Devouring Heaven Hall. That's where the Devouring Heaven Emperor, Ao Zhong, handles clan business. It's also his, bedroom. Speaking of which, at this very moment, the Devouring Heaven Emperor, aka Ao Qing's dad, Ao Zhong, was trying his best to, well, let's just say he was trying to boost the population. My dear, all 3 of our sons are useless. How about we make another one? He was talking to Ao Qing's mom, Yun Wan King. She was not having it. She threw off the covers, slapped Ao Zhong across the face, and yelled, "You have 3 sons, but I only have 1, Qinger. You know Qinger was framed? And you still punished him and exiled him from the tribe? If anything happens to him out there, I'm not letting you off the hook." Ao Zhong tried to explain, all helpless-like. Honey, there was no other way. You know the Hongri, Crimson Sun, lineage has been watching us like hawks. It was a necessary move. Besides, Qinger hasn't improved and hasn't experienced any tribulations. I am also taking this opportunity to train him, seeing his beloved wife pouting angrily. He went over and hugged her, sweet-talking. My dear wife, I swear, as soon as things stabilize in the clan, I'll bring Qinger back. But the chance that, he said with a serious look. And you don't want Qingir to have more younger brothers and sisters? Yun Wan King blushed and said, You better keep your promise. Just you wait. Ao Zhong immediately tore off his clothes, revealing his true form, and pounced. Just as he was about to arrive at the shore, a shout came from outside. Devouring Heaven Emperor, come out here right now. Talk about a mood killer. Ao Zhong cursed under his breath. Damn it. The Hongri lineage isn't just trying to get my Qingshi exiled. They're trying to suppress the entire imperial family, so I can't even make babies. No wasting time. The Devouring Heaven Emperor immediately acted. He was determined. How can I let you achieve that? I'll show you what it means to be a golden boy in the village of fighting for opportunities. The clan ended too quickly and abruptly. Leaving Ao Qing's mother speechless, Ao Zhong walked out with a dark face. A burst of aura from the Sage of Time made the troublemakers wary. He said, Bifeng Yao sect, this emperor is currently handling major clan affairs. Why are you leading so many people to disturb me for no reason? Ao Bifeng pointed and accused Ao Zhong, shouting, Under the bright light of the clan, I'm afraid there is nothing more important than your son's matter. Where is Ao Qing? The deposed heavenly emperor arrogantly glanced down and replied, My son, Ao Qing, Ao Bifeng, I think you have nothing to do after eating, mister. Xiao Sa turned his back and said, Everyone knows that my son has long been exiled from the tribe. If you want to find something to do, can you find a better reason? Adyo Bifeng replied. Do you know that your rebellious son has broken the chastity of the saintess of our Devouring Heaven Wolf clan? Ao Zhong was stunned to see his wolf face. Asked again. You said Ao Qingcheng. Receiving Bifeng's angry reply, Yes, deposed heavenly emperor laughed and said, Ao Binfeng. Everyone knows that you have the heart of a wolf and are always thinking of ways to make things difficult for us, but can you find a reason that others can believe? Saying that waste of a boy Ao Qing bored a well in Ao Qingcheng. Even dogs don't believe it. He was only thinking about his wife just now for a few seconds, making sure his wife didn't like it. It's better to coax his wife than to get involved with these old men. Ao Bifeng burst into anger and shouted, I'm not kidding with you, causing Ao Zhong to ask in confusion, Are you telling the truth? My son really drilled a well in Ao Qingcheng? Seeing that the other party gritted his teeth and remained silent, Ao Zhong suddenly realized. He laughed and exclaimed, My son is so awesome. He is really following in the footsteps of your father. He is worthy of being my son, Ao Zhong. Seeing Ao Zhong's reaction, the troublemakers began to question Ao Zhong. You can still laugh. Qingcheng is the saintess of the Devouring Heaven Wolf clan, bearing the future of the clan. Your son has broken her chastity, which means destroying the hope of the Devouring Heaven Wolf clan. The deposed heavenly emperor's face darkened when he heard this, and he asked, This emperor is not dead yet, so you are talking about the future here. You really think of Ao Qingcheng as a golden lump. I think she is the future of the Hongri lineage. After all, who doesn't know that you want to rely on Ao Qingcheng to turn the Hongri lineage into the imperial lineage? That Bian Feng raised his voice and retorted, Since ancient times, the position of Devouring Heaven Emperor has been held by people with talent. Qingcheng is the leader of the younger generation of Devouring Heaven Wolves. Even if she leads my Hongri lineage to become the imperial lineage in the future, it will be a matter of course. Ao Zhong replied humorously. Then you can wait until I die and talk about it later. Unable to refute him, the Hongri tribe began to shout for an explanation again. Zhao Zhong, this sect doesn't want to argue about these things with you. You must give us an explanation for that waste Ao Qing today. Yes, Wei Tianhuang. If you want to cover up for your son, I'm afraid you won't be able to convince the public. The saintess is the belief of the tribe. We can all feel her pain. Her smile is protected by us. Ao Zhang twirled his ears and replied contemptuously.
Explain. I want to ask you for an explanation. My Qing pair is as pure as something from heaven. I just know that Ao Qing Cheng of yours seduced my Qing pair.
The other person's face darkened and replied, You, Ao Zhang, you can actually say that. Qing Cheng has the inheritance of the Hongri lineage. I know that before entering the Yao sect, if she breaks her body, all her efforts will be in vain, so how could she do such a stupid thing? Moreover, she is the leader of the younger generation. Whether it is her strength, appearance, or talent, she is too awesome. She doesn't even care about the countless talented young people in the clan, so how could she take a fancy to your son? Ao Zhang proudly replied,
That's not accurate. Although my Qing Shinger's strength and talent are only average, he inherited my good looks, which are a bit too delicious. It's possible that your Ao Qing Cheng is obsessed with the peerless beauty of my Qing Shinger, but that's impossible, and furthermore,
she's so strong it's not like my son can do anything. Before that question, Ao Bing Feng gritted his teeth and said angrily, You! He pointed his finger directly at the deposed heavenly emperor.
So you're saying you want to just let this slide and forget about it? He questioned.
Ao Zhang was silent.
Recalling the image of Ao Qing being exiled, he kept saying, Father, I'm innocent, I didn't do it. At that time, Ao Zhang couldn't speak up. He secretly explained in his heart, Your father believes you, but the Hongri lineage has been wanting to find a weakness in us for a long time. If we don't punish you, our royal family's position will be hard to maintain, and will only fall into a more difficult situation.
It's cold at the top.
I'm also forced to do this, Chingoker. At that moment, he raised his hand and used his magic to transform Ao Qing into a dog.
In his heart, he thought, I couldn't protect you well back then. This time, I definitely will.
Then he spoke. That's not true. Ao Zhang immediately turned on his top-tier acting skills, saying, Although I don't like you Hongri lineage, you are still a pillar clan in our devouring heaven wolf race. I can't just let this slide. Then he concluded, So, although this matter is a great loss for my Qingdar, for the sake of our tribe's unity, I can only choose not to pursue it. Ao Bifeng's face turned red with anger.
You! He grabbed himself, restraining himself, screaming in his head. This is infuriating. Calming his anger, he told himself to endure and prioritize the bigger picture. Swallowing this insult, today I'll repay it tenfold in the future. He turned and left, not forgetting to make a vow. Good, I'll remember what you, devouring heaven emperor, did to my Hongri clan today. In his heart, he told himself that this wasn't the time to act. Ao Qing's crime wasn't solid yet. Acting now would just give Ao Zhang a handle, branding the Hongri lineage with the crime of rebellion. The group left.
Ao Zhang couldn't help but exclaim, I really didn't expect my most underestimated son to do something that even I, Ao Zhang, admire. He really drilled Ao Qing Cheng comfortably. He was lost in thought. This time, my son directly shattered the Hongri lineage's plans, causing their spy to collapse on their own.
He's truly a hero of our imperial lineage. A young man, surrounded by beauties, approached and called out,
Father. Ao Zhang immediately scorned him. TCH. The second prince, Ao Tai, was stunned and asked, Father, why did you say that? Although I can't compare to that. Ao Qing Cheng, I'm still the most outstanding of your three sons. He closed his eyes and replied, Outstanding? You dare call yourself that? You should learn from your brother a little. That's more like it. Hearing this, Ao Tai was stunned and loudly questioned, What? Ao Qing? Father, whether it's talent, cultivation, or scheming, I'm far above him. Moreover, he's just a useless guy who was exiled from the family. What qualifications does he have to be compared to me? Ao Zhang couldn't take it anymore. He slapped Ao Tai hard across the face and shouted, Shut your mouth! If your brother is trash, then you're not even worth trash. What's more, you want to be compared to him? First, you need to have the ability to drill Ao Qing Cheng, then you can talk. Not just wasting your thoughts on trivial things like makeup and women all day long. Ao Tai covered his face, his eyes wide with shock, and asked, Father, you said Ao Qing drilled Ao Qing Cheng, and how could that be? In his head, he speculated. Could Ao Qing be making a comeback?
Yi Feng and the others were still peacefully at the martial arts gym. Yi Feng lay sprawled on a chair, saying, This life is like salted fish, so salty. Next to him, Ao Qing was sneezing continuously.
Yi Feng lowered his eyes and said, The dog's nose is twitching. Looks like it's gonna rain. Then he stood up. Chu Shiquang and Sun Chiake were shocked. Yi Feng, dressed in a chicken leg costume, pretended to be graceful and said, Although the story of borrowing an umbrella at Westlake is just a legend, rain will always come unexpectedly, catching people off guard. He pointed at the sky for them to look. Ao Qing couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Every time the master puts on this outfit and holds that umbrella, he automatically transforms into an extremely weird and strange person, saying things that no one understands.
Chu Shi Kuang looked up, seeing dark clouds gathering.
Yi Feng changed his costume in a second, went to give the two of them items, and said, I know it's going to rain, so here's an umbrella to shield you from the rain, and this cosplay suit I created can also keep you dry, and rain boots, here you go. The two of them were embarrassed to accept, and asked in return,
Master, that's not what I meant. Besides, if we take these, what will you use?
He turned his head smartly and said, Me. You don't need to worry about me. When I really need it, I'll naturally have it. I can just buy another umbrella. They didn't understand what naturally have it meant, and assumed that Yi Feng was an extremely powerful person.
Sun Chia-Ke looked at the other two and said, Do you really think the master doesn't know that there are two powerful figures right above us? The master probably intends for us to cooperate. In the dark clouds,
two of Ao Bifeng's hidden guards were secretly observing the martial arts gym, and discussing with each other, What do you think? Seems pretty normal, but since he was able to kill Ao Qing here, we can't underestimate him. Take another look below.
Yi Feng picked up a zither and said, Everyone, you've done a great job. Rainy days make people sad, so I brought a song from my past life.
Farewell, the lyrics rang out. Chu Shikuang and the others secretly exclaimed, The master's zither playing actually contains such intense zither intent. Compared to martial intent, zither intent can definitely nourish the state of mind more. And only when the mind and spirit are united can one reach the peak of martial arts. It must be that we've been acting too flawlessly lately, earning the master's favor.
Lu Da's eyes were green and he sniffled, thinking,
Did I also receive it? All the filth accumulated in my heart these past few days has been dispelled.
The two dark guards looked down, confused.
The date-faced guy said, Forget about that mortal and the black-robed nutjob for now. Let's grab that stubborn one. What are these martial sect and martial emperor guys doing? The other one chimed in. Don't sweat it, humans, am I right? Always doing weird stuff. The main thing is they're aiming for the sleeping Ao Qing. That useless bum. Get moving. A moment later, Xinquang and the gang were sprawled on the ground like fresh out of school grads. Blissfully sighing, they said, This kind of blessing is just too much. Being born here was the best. Getting a saint-grade treasure is one thing, but we also got to gain insights, and even had our mental state and techniques boosted.
Looking at the blissed-out dudes on the ground, Lu Dao was green with envy. Clearly, we're all working for Mr., but those three always snag the good stuff. My work is the hardest, most tiring, and dirtiest, and I get zero benefits.
He trembled, tears welling up. I used to think I wasn't worth anything, but at this moment I finally understand the feeling, Lu Dao said. This feeling is really exciting and made me want to cry.
Ignoring the cheers from behind, Yi Feng, who had just been congratulated by the system for his music skill having advanced to world class, mused, Persistence pays off. So much practice, and it finally leveled up. At this rate, he can smoothly complete the system's mission and maintain the martial arts school. The dark guards began to take action.
From the aura they were giving off, the three guys were all early-stage martial sect.
They struck a clumsy pose and threw the concealing umbrella high up in the air.
The umbrella opened, helping them to overcome the demon-suppressing mirror, the date-faced guy said. The two of us are mid-stage Yao sect. Even though it's 2 against 3, we have higher levels and a semi-saint concealing umbrella. Basically, in the same rank, we Yaos are still stronger than humans, they said in unison. Life and death are sealed. They made the first move. Draw ground as a prison. Giant bolts of lightning simultaneously struck down, surrounding the martial arts school like a jail. Wu Yongshang shouted in panic, The martial arts school is sealed off by this black umbrella. It's even suppressing our cultivation.
Chu Xinquang, furious, grabbed his sword and yelled, You want to die? But Yongshang grabbed his belt and stopped him. Xinquang, both embarrassed and enraged, loudly said, What are you doing? It's come to this, and instead of attacking together, you're stopping me, Yongshang seriously replied. Old Chu, open your eyes and look. The two looked warily at Yi Feng, who was still casually sitting and strumming his instrument. Mister just stopped you from calling out those Yao sect guys right above us. Isn't that a warning for us not to act rashly? First, this is Mister's territory. We have to see what he's got planned first. How can we overstep our bounds?
Little did they know that Yi Feng was thinking, instead of practicing just one type of music, switching between different styles, like soft or tragic, is less energy-consuming. Which song can strongly shift emotions? Seeing no movement from below, the two Yao sect members made a heart shape with their hands and unleashed a palm strike, saying,
So they're just 3 cowards. Guess their cultivation is suppressed by the concealing umbrella.
They said that since it was like that, what are they waiting for? then summoned a giant energy ball. Seeing the massive ball above, the martial arts school members panicked. Xinguang said in horror, "This energy strike. If we don't dodge, we'll be severely injured, if not killed. Mr. is still not moving. Old Wu, should we dodge or not?" Yang Chong, though bewildered, firmly said, "I believe in Mr." The two guys released their attack, all three of them. Shi Kuang, Yang Hong, and Zhug simultaneously looked at Yi Feng. "Mr." He then said, "Got it." He nonchalantly said, "How about a emus from T-size guitar version? How will the mix of modern and ancient sound like? My friends, open your ears and concentrate on listening." The three of them were terrified. They screamed, "Why is Mr. so carefree? This energy strike might just be an itch for him, but we aren't like Mr." Yi Feng plucked a string, and suddenly everything seemed to... Every note shattered the Jiatiansan's formation. The sky cleared, and the energy bridge gradually dissipated. The three of them had sparkling eyes, raising their hands in unison, thinking, "Why are we always in tears?" "Because of the love we have for this land," Lu Daxing, who had been watching the whole time, exclaimed in amazement. Even under the suppression of cultivation by the quasi-divine Jiatiansan, just a piece of music could break a full-force attack from those two Yao sect guys. What level of heaven-defying cultivation must be behind this? Oblivious, he accidentally stepped into the pile of dung below. Yi Feng, still playing the zither, smiled to himself as a string snapped. "How unlucky. A string broke, but I can still play." The two Yao sect members were utterly terrified, speechless. As they vanished, they managed to say, "Terrifying. We were being subjective. The true powerhouse is him." It really started to rain, causing him to pause. "It's really raining." The ownerless Jiatiansan fell, and he caught it. Lost an umbrella, but found a new one. He laughed. "I said whatever comes will definitely come," Wu Yonghong asked. "Do you two understand now?" Sun Jiaj immediately replied. Before those Yao sect members even arrived, Sir had already predicted what was going to happen next, Chu Shiguang added. "I vaguely heard Sir saying, 'Watch carefully, this is my method for probing the future.'" Yi Feng, unaware of all this, turned around and ordered, "It's raining, quickly, let's go inside the martial arts hall for a bit." He suddenly noticed Lu Dajing, the byproduct of the digestive system, standing awkwardly in a corner, saying that he should still stay outside to take shelter from the rain. Inside the main hall, an ominous atmosphere prevailed. The assembled subordinates were discussing, "Qing Cheng has a special physique, capable of cultivating Hong Ri's secret technique. We should have just waited for the secret realm to open. She could have broken through to the Yao sect realm in one go, potentially becoming the next heir to the Phage Heaven Emperor." Ao Bifeng grimaced. "Unexpectedly, there's a problem with her body. Now I fear she's run out of ways to break through into the secret realm. Years of scheming and effort have gone to waste." A Yao elder spoke up. "It's not as if there's no other path. Wait for Tu Lugo and Fu Dao to bring back that good-for-nothing Ao Qing, and we'll force him to admit before the entire clan that he violated the Holy Maiden. In this way, we'll create public pressure on the royal family and force the Phage Heaven Emperor to give the entire clan an explanation." "Hit where it hurts." Ao Bifeng crushed the armrest, smiling slyly. "That's right. By forcing Ao Zhong to hand over the position of Phage Heaven Emperor as the only option." Suddenly, someone rushed into the hall to report, kneeling down and exclaiming, "Reporting to all the lords, Tu Luo Yao sect and Fu Dao Yao sect. Their destiny tablets have all been shattered." The great hall was stunned. For the Guardian Heaven Yao Wolf clan, anyone who reaches the Yao Emperor cultivation level will have a destiny tablet. An intact tablet means life. A cracked tablet represents its owner's demise. The messenger's head suddenly exploded. Ao Bifeng was furious, shouting, "Qing Cheng being humiliated is one thing. Putting aside the Hong Ri lineage, although powerful, their highest level combat power is still at the Yao sect realm. Each one of them is a pillar, and now two are broken at once. Ao Qing, Ao Qing, this old man refuses to believe you can't even step over this threshold." He waved his hand and ordered, "Hong Ri lineage, Yao emperors and above, listen to my command, depart immediately. I want to see just what kind of person is next to Ao Qing." At the martial arts hall, the sky was clear and sunny. Yi Feng and his group were still sitting peacefully, chatting and laughing happily. Lu Qingshan arrived at the school's front gate. Yi Feng led everyone out, stretching and saying, "Although the rain has stopped, the ground is still wet. Don't work just yet. Besides, we have Brother Qingshan here, just enough people to make some hot pot." Yi Feng held up his space ring and said to everyone, "Let me see if I have any meat to eat." He summoned a bunch of strange beasts from inside the ring and asked, "How about a whole roasted goat again? Or maybe hawk soup? We could even do wolf porridge. What do you guys think?" The others stood there, dumbfounded. "That's a lightning hawk? That's a emerald green snake? That's a sky-devouring wolf.
They were all horrified, thinking, holy crap, my eyes can't keep up. I don't know whether to be scared or impressed. A storage ring containing such extraordinary things. Did he rob the entire back mountain manor to get these demonic beasts? And they're all demonic spirits and demonic kings. Yi Feng innocently and blankly said, these animals have interesting nicknames. Suddenly remembering, he retrieved something from the storage ring as he spoke. I also have a turtle here, but after it's stewed, everyone can only have a sip of the soup. I want Zhongqing to nourish her body.
The three people looked like they were seeing Jesus. That's a demonic emperor, old man Qingshan thought.
These guys are at least martial sect experts, and I'm just a little bro who just entered martial emperor. Now I want to drink soup made from that old turtle that broke through to demonic emperor decades ago. This isn't a case of the strong get the spoils, but following the senior's word is law. Ignoring old Qingshan, who was secretly marveling, that's right, this style suits the senior's status, Yi Feng said to everyone, choose whatever you want. These wild game meats are all top-notch ingredients. Yang Hong quickly replied, thank you, sir, let's make hawk soup, he added.
Roast the wolf's head and legs. Yi Feng assigned tasks. Okay, that's settled. I'll be the head chef. You guys prepare the ingredients and wash the vegetables. Everyone diligently worked. In the shadows, a huge centipede was hiding and thinking. Surviving a disaster brings good fortune.
Yi Feng opened the lid of the soup pot and said, the soup seems ready. At this moment, a fragrance wafted out, making everyone drool.
They screamed in their minds. This flavor that shoots straight to the nose isn't the flavor of mortal food. It's cultivation. Cultivation. What kind of trick is this? Even though it's an old demonic emperor turtle as an ingredient, it would only have effects after a few days of consumption, giving a little boost to cultivation. But after passing through Sir's hands, it's not enough to call it a miracle pill. Yi Feng relentlessly urged from behind, what are you doing? You're drooling. He half opened his eyes.
Pretending to be generous, he said, all right, everyone grab a small bowl, but you can only have one sip each. The old guys rushed over like babies seeing their mothers, as if they wanted to sing, ice, this person is my mom, this person gave me life, gave me a home, which made him feel disgusted. Chu Xingkeng and Wu Yongshang suddenly noticed the shiny pot, thinking, wait, this big pot is also a sacred treasure.
Old man Qingshan put his hands on their shoulders from behind and said, hey, calm down, don't act like you've never seen anything like this before. The two thanked old Qingshan while thinking, looking at this guy's eyes, he's definitely not in the kitchen for the first time, which shows he has a lot of relationship with Sir. Lu Qingshan grinned upon hearing this, thinking, so what if your martial sect, even if your cultivation is much higher than mine, you can't withstand my understanding of the senior? Don't you still have to be polite to me? Yi Feng didn't care, and raised a spoonful of soup, asking, do you want more of this soup? Then the four people silently drank the soup.
Yang Hong's eyes lit up as if he had been enlightened, shouting,
Ayo, that's so yos. From inside, he clutched his stomach, marveling. My cultivation is continuously rising from my dantian, and at this rate, I'm afraid I'm about to break through to martial venerable. Yi Feng impatiently chased them away.
Quit the ruckus. You're disturbing Zhongqing's rest. Go scream somewhere else. Wu Weihong immediately bowed to thank him, making him shout, don't stick your butt up like that.
Then the group of people ran away in a mess. Yi Feng happily saw them off. Get lost, you bastards.
Lu Daiqing then returned. Seeing the group leaving, he sneered and said, run. When you're all gone, it's my time to shine in front of Sir.
He, the only one who didn't get to drink the soup, said narcissistically, like me, the one who works the hardest is the one who laughs last. I've set a goal to clean up every bucket of poop. I will definitely not act recklessly in front of Sir again. I'm no longer the old Lu Daiqing.
The four people used Qinggong, following Lu Qingshan, who was shouting loudly, quick, don't keep the senior waiting, let's seize this time to break through. Quickly to my Green Mountain sect. My Green Mountain sect has a formation that can adjust the speed. Let's quickly go there to break through.
Yi Feng watched the group disappear, wondering, do they all have constipation and stomachaches? Is there something wrong with my soup? He put a bowl of soup down and said, dog, try this. One lick. And Ao Qing's eyes lit up.
Yi Feng saw that he had also ran away, wondering, is it because this turtle is too nourishing, and he couldn't hold back?
He suddenly remembered Zhongqing, who he had confined inside for rest, and panicked, thinking, I just gave Zhongqing some to drink. Don't tell me the whole bed is full of poop now. An hour later, the four people had returned. Standing in front of the martial arts hall, Wu Yonghong said, Green Mountain brother, this time, we borrowed your precious place so that the three of us could break through from the early martial sect to the early martial venerable in one go. Thank you so much. Lu Qingshan replied, it's nothing. If you want to thank someone, we should thank Sir. I even broke through from the early martial emperor to the late martial sect in one go.
This kind of classic experience is the first time in my life. They were all full of energy, Xinguang said. It's also our first time, Jiage replied. In fact, not many people can have a first time like this. The group shared the same thought. All of this is thanks to Sir's gift. Unnoticed, a gate appeared in midair. Whatever the gate expanded to, died. On the other side of the gate were Yi Feng and the demon emperors of the Hongri clan. They aimed for Yi Feng's martial hall, saying, "Right before my footsteps lies a life-or-death battle." At this moment, Yi Feng was checking on Zhang Qing when he breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing nothing amiss, Lu Dai the Green used his big, round, sparkling eyes, bursting with hearts, to express his admiration and amazement. This was Dai the Green, who, while looking towards the group of four, Lu Qingshan, Wu Yanghong, Chu Shiguang, and Sun Jiaj, sensing the incredible power emanating from them, wondered, how did those guys go out for a trip and break through to this extent? Immediately after, Dai the Green continued to lament. Within the Binjiang territory, except for inside Mistress Martial Hall, this combo is probably the strongest king-tier powerhouses. Hearing these words, Wu Yanghong turned to look at Lu Dai the Green, filled with pity for Dai the Green's fate, saying, "So pitiful, he must be feeling a mix of emotions right now, but Mr. must have his reasons for being so strict with him." Lu Jingshan nodded in agreement beside him. Then, Yang Chong turned and pointed at Dai the Green, encouraging him, "You will definitely have hope." Jiaj then turned to encourage him as well. "That's right, keep it up." And Chu Shiguang also enthusiastically motivated him. "Dai the Green, believe in yourself, believe in justice." Lu Dai the Green froze up like he was sprayed with hairspray when he received such encouraging words. Helplessly, he opened his mouth to look at the three people, while Lu Xingshan observed the whole situation and opened his mouth, as if to comfort him. "I told you not to come, but you wouldn't listen. Mister didn't say anything. You should just keep doing your job of cleaning up the poop." Ending the conversation, the group of four, Lu Qingshan, Wu Yanghong, Chu Shiguang, and Sun Jiaj, left, turning around and striding away gracefully, leaving behind Dai the Green's lonely and helpless back, and the thought, what exactly did I miss out on? The group of Lu Qingshan had just stepped through the door when they stood straight, raised their hands to their foreheads, and performed a standard military salute to Yi Feng. Brother Tu, who was carrying a bowl and plate of meat, turned around to look at them and said, "The hawk meat and grilled wolf leg are done. You guys help clean up and bring the table in the living room to the backyard." After assigning the task, he happily told everyone, "Let's have an outdoor hot pot." Outside in the yard, the hot pot boiled vigorously, emitting thick steam, and all five people sat at the table happily. 1, 2, 3, cheers! Yi Feng emptied his cup in one go. He said, "It's not like we just met. Let me go first." Lu Qingshan and Wu Yongsheng exclaimed and thought, "Mr. is too down to earth. If we could have even a fraction of that kind of return to simplicity state of mind, our achievements wouldn't just be what they are now." At this time, above the sky of Binjiang City, the sky was dark. The wind was blowing violently, and streaks of purple light streaked across the sky, making everyone extremely frightened. Heavens, look quickly! Hordes of Yao beasts are emerging. I'm afraid there will be an earthquake. Everyone continued to affirm. Clearly they have a clear target, and the killing intent is extremely intense. Whose house is about to be wiped out? Above the sky, a person wearing a black hood spoke. Lord Bi Feng. According to Qing Cheng's tracking methods of Ao Qing, he is not currently inside the martial hall, Bi Feng angrily said. A single Ao Qing isn't even worth anything. Then Bin Feng pointed down at a small, beautiful tiled roof house below the ground and said, "The reason he can dance until now is all thanks to this martial hall. So let's solve this martial hall first, and then it won't be too late to clean up that Ao Qing." The response was a loud, "Yes!" At the spot where Yi Feng and the others were sitting and eating hot pot, suddenly a gust of wind swept through, carrying a few leaves flying in the air. Chu Shiguang and Sun Jiaj were a little startled, as if they had discovered something. But the only thing that the food-loving soul named Yi Feng sensed was the food. This small wind suddenly rising up makes this hot pot even more delicious. Sun Jiaj's expression suddenly became cold and handsome, mysteriously saying something out of the blue. "They're here." Hearing this, Chu Shiguang also became serious, wondering, what does Mister's words mean? Wu Yonghong looked dangerous, replying, "Shiguang doesn't understand, but it shouldn't be our turn to interfere." Lu Qingshan, who was still happily chewing meat at this time, said, "Following Mister and having meat to eat is our good fortune for 3 lifetimes. Bi Feng, hearing these words, wondered. They haven't noticed yet. At the same time, thinking in his head, being able to eliminate Shura and Fu Dao shouldn't be acting so weak. Immediately afterward, Bi Feng crossed his arms imposingly and said loudly, "Take the Heavenly Wolf formation to wreak havoc. Wait for my orders. Attack together. We must give those guys a fatal blow." A group of people wearing mysterious gray cloaks and red pants behind them began to circulate their chi, responding clearly to the words, "Just now, yes." A spot the size of a thumb appeared on Bifeng's forehead, shining brightly. His eyes widened, and his mouth showed a treacherous smile like a thug. Bifeng said confidently. "With such a strong lineup, don't even mention these guys. Even if there is someone among those humans who has half a foot into the martial sound realm, they can't stop us." Feeling it wasn't enough, Bifeng ambitiously added, "Those guys must die. Without knowing why, go die for Shura and Fu Dao." Bifeng raised his right hand, starting to give the order. "Everyone into position. Get ready." Before he could finish the sentence, immediately in front of Bifeng were the images of the three people, Wu Yongsheng, Zhu Xiquang, and Sun Jiaj. The strong momentum was so fiery that it looked very scary looking at himself. Bifeng, who was talking halfway to the word attack, was so scared that he wanted to fly away when he saw that image, gaping his mouth and exclaiming, "Holy shit!" Looking at the three people emitting a pillar of light that pierced the sky, Bifeng thought in surprise, "Martial Saint, already seen, and there are three." Bifeng was stunned and bewildered. "Excluding those three, there is another one equal to me. A martial ancestor." After careful consideration, among the 36 stratagems, running is the best strategy. Bifeng then told the bloodthirsty people to prepare to strike and retreat. But the group of people who were preparing to strike were more self-satisfied, looking at Yi Feng's group and laughing. "Receive your death, including the place where you are sheltering. Accept our hungry clan's gift to heaven." With the food already at their mouths, they suddenly dropped. The group of people turned their heads in surprise to look at Bifeng, wondering, "Retreat?" Bifeng at this time anxiously turned his head to look at the group of them, angrily shouting, "What are you standing there for? Retreat!" The group of people turned to angrily question Bifeng. "You can't say that when the pants are already off, it's okay not to fight Yi Feng's group." The entire group of people with vigorous momentum all vomited blood. He suffered a backlash. Several mouthfuls of crimson blood sprayed straight down from the sky. Unfortunately, a drop of blood landed directly on Yi Feng's face. Completely drunk, he raised his hand to wipe the blood off his face, reminding, "This rain is the same. Don't let it dampen your spirits." Then, he excitedly continued, "We should eat a little, drink a little, let's party, let's relax." Upon hearing this, Sun Jiaj raised his cup, laughing loudly, and said to Yi Feng, "Whatever the honorable sir says goes. We must obey." But at the same time, Yang Hong, Jiage, and Xiquang all shared the same thought. "He can say whatever he wants. How dare we argue back? And how could we possibly pursue these stray dogs any further?" In an open space, Bifeng's group gathered. His subordinates asked him in unison, "Lord Bifeng, what exactly is going on?" Each person asked about the retreat. "That's right. Didn't Lord Bifeng say we were going to attack straight in? Why did we end up retreating?" One man, still with blood on his mouth, demanded an explanation. "We all suffered a backlash because of this. Please give everyone an explanation." As if things weren't chaotic enough, a wolf in the crowd angrily accused Bifeng. "You shouldn't have dampened everyone's spirits like that." Hearing this, Bifeng retorted, "You guys are really too shallow." Bifeng began explaining to everyone, "Of the 5 people inside, 1 is unfathomable, and 1 is equal to me in strength as a martial grandmaster. Moreover, there are 3 martial venerables." Then, with a worried expression, he continued, "If we fight, I'm afraid our Hongri lineage will be left with nothing." Hearing these words, the people behind him were shocked awake. Then, Bifeng darkly plotted, "We can only stay away from this martial hall, but as long as we go around to the back and capture Ao Qing, our goal will be considered accomplished." After listening, the people behind him could only sigh in admiration. Lord's plan is too amazing. According to the report, after tracing using Qing Cheng's tracking method, Ao Qing's approximate location is now inside the 10,000 Great Mountains, outside the Monfu mountain range, which is very far from this martial hall. Bifeng laughed loudly upon hearing the report. "Very far is great." Immediately, the Hongri group began to implement the plan. The whole group flew up, preparing to move. Even though the Hongri lineage ran into a brick wall during the attack on the martial hall, their goal this time was only to capture Ao Qing, so they still had absolute confidence. After all, they had gathered the entire lineup of the Hongri lineage. How could they not capture a useless piece of trash like Ao Qing? Impossible! As Bifeng's group moved toward the 10,000 Great Mountains, they encountered a golden ray of light. Bifeng was shocked, thinking, "This is bad. There's a terrifying force in these mountains." "It seemed like everyone had stepped out with their left foot today," Bifeng said helplessly. "I don't know which expert in these mountains is breaking through to Yao Venerable."
One of the people next to him immediately turned to ask, Lord Being.Feng, should we advance or retreat? Being.Feng pondered in silence. Even though I am a peak Yao Grandmaster, only one step away from becoming a Yao Venerable, that one step is like the difference between heaven and earth. If there is a Yao Venerable expert in front of us, I wouldn't have any chance of fighting back. Ahead, there was a human figure in a cross-legged posture, with 4 tails behind its back. At the same time, Being.Feng's voice was full of caution as he spoke. No need to go head-to-head. After that Yao Venerable powerhouse finishes breaking through, it won't be too late to go up the mountain and hunt down Ao Qing. After a night of undercurrents, the moment the certain expert successfully broke through to Yao Venerable, the powerful aura of a Yao Venerable instantly spread throughout the mountain. Being.Feng's group knelt on the ground at the foot of the mountain. Then, Being.Feng raised his head and said, The time has come. Investigate where Ao Qing is inside this mountain. The reply was a loud yes from the person next to him. The person who spoke held up Ao Qing's underwear to his nose as if to sniff out his location. After sniffing, that person pointed firmly forward, telling everyone, He's there, Lord Being.Feng. That trash is in the valley ahead. Hearing this news, Being.Feng shouted to everyone, All right, lead the way. We must find and capture Ao Qing in the shortest amount of time. The time for the hunt has come. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole group flew into the mountain. As soon as they entered, they encountered a white wolf with gold at the tip of its tail, and on the tuft of fur on its head, lying curled up on a rock. Being.Feng said happily, Ao Qing, unexpectedly, you can't escape after all. Seeing that the wolf didn't move at all, Being.Feng sneered, continuing, Little wolf, still pretending in front of me. Not bad acting skills. We can't even tell if you've wet yourself yet. Immediately afterward, Being.Feng clenched his fist, raising it to signal. Chop off his limbs. Keep a breath in him so he can go back and be punished. I'll count to 3. The people behind him gradually prepared to act. At this moment, Yi Feng's group was playing rock, paper, scissors. As soon as the words rock, paper, scissors were uttered, 2 hands showed a paper and scissors. Lu Qingshan angrily asked, My paper lost again! With the alcohol flowing, Lu Qingshan said to Wu Yongchong, who was laughing gleefully, Are you against me today? All right. This time I'll let you know what's up. Then, Lu Qingshan said with a red face, recounting, Back then, when I was a reckless youth, I didn't force the girls of the 8 villages within 10 miles to love me. Who dared to say they didn't love me? After saying that, Lu Qingshan's face turned sweet, with love rays shooting in all directions, but I didn't care about them at all. The person I liked was Kui Kui of the Yihong brothel. Hearing this, Chu Shikuang shouted loudly, Liar! And Yi Feng helplessly thought, This old brother gets carried away as soon as he drinks a little alcohol. Lu Qingshan, hearing what Chu Shikuang said, replied, I won't hide it from you. Once, all 36 girls of the Yihong brothel came to me. I handled them all in one night. Wu Yongchong, Chu Shikuang, and Sun Jiaj exclaimed in surprise, What? Tell us quickly, tell us. Just like that, the Qingshan old ancestor, under everyone's enticement, recounted his youthful spring dreams from beginning to end, from head to toe, from vague to detailed. In the quiet of the night, 5 figures huddled together. Qingshan truthfully said, I still loved Kui Kui the most, but she said she loved rich young masters and not poor guys. Damn it. Wasn't it just about appearances? I wasted all my father's fortune on her for nothing. After telling the story, Chu Shikuang immediately waved his hand and stood up loudly, saying, I've been listening for so long, and I see that your stories are all related to women. I'm different. I cultivate every day. How about I tell you about my cultivation? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone else except Yi Feng raised their hands to stop him. No, we all have our own cultivation stories. Yongchong once again had a terrifying thought. Could this idiot be into men? Lu Qingshan suddenly turned to ask Yi Feng, Honorable Sir Yi Feng, I wonder if you have any stories you can tell us. The other 3 people looked at him with curiosity and anticipation. He said slowly, Meh. Then, he put down his cup on the table and continued, I don't really have any special stories here. Then, he rested his chin on his hand, saying thoughtfully, If you want to talk about it, maybe it would be in another world. The other 4 people seemed to not have anticipated this move, asking in surprise, Another world? Yi Feng replied, Yeah. Then, Yi Feng thought, well, it's just drunken rambling anyway. But the other 4 weren't so chill. They were sweating bullets, confirming, he's definitely an immortal, no doubt about it. We were just speculating before, but this time it's set in stone. They kept diving deeper into their theories. Even the strongest martial emperor on Shanjiang continent couldn't possibly travel between worlds. Only a legendary immortal from the upper realms could do that. In their imaginations, Yi Feng appeared in a white robe, holding a magic staff, riding the clouds. Being acquainted with an immortal? That's bragging rights for life. Even if I die tomorrow, I'll live on in the stories of my descendants. Remember, back in the day, our ancestor used to work for an immortal, and even had dinner with him. Imagining the 5 of them side by side, this legendary aura swirled around each of their heads, sending them into ecstasy.
What ancestor-level glory is this?
Snapping out of their thoughts, they were incredibly excited.
Xing Kuang urged. Immortal Sir, please continue, Sun Jiaj chimed in.
Yes, Immortal Sir, could you tell us what kind of world it is? Tell us stories about that world.
Yi Feng crossed his arms and said, Fine, consider it a story I'm telling you guys. Anyway, after drinking so much, I'm just talking nonsense.
Then, he recalled images of the modern world with skyscrapers, cars, airplanes, and satellites, and told the 4 of them about it.
It's a different kind of civilization. The people of that world are very intelligent and very powerful. What they create, if brought here, could destroy Xinjiang continent as easily as flipping a hand.
Immediately following that was an image of a massive mushroom cloud rising into the sky. Yi Feng continued. Just now, it could even wipe out all life on the entire continent. Hearing him, his 4 audience members felt chills down their spines, thinking in fear. The upper world is truly on a different level. It's a world that mortals can't even fathom. Their brainwaves were completely out of sync with his. After all, even though Xinjiang continent was vast, no one had ever heard of anyone who could destroy the entire continent, let alone wipe out all life.
Wu Yonghong asked Yi Feng.
Immortal Sir describes it so casually, it must mean you held an extraordinary position in that world. He casually answered the question. Me, I barely counted as an average person. Truly different wavelengths.
Hearing Yi Feng's answer, the 4 of them froze in shock, thinking, What? An existence as powerful as Immortal Sir barely counts as an average person in that world? Just how strong are the people in that world then? Are they all immortals?
They immediately slumped down and knelt. Wouldn't we be like grains of sand in that world then? Lu Qingshan asked curiously. Did Immortal Sir have any legendary stories there? Yi Feng was a little startled by this. Then, he darkly replied, I have no legendary stories of universal salvation. I have some random stories, of course.
He remembered the image of his phone flooded with messages from pretty girls, and proudly recalled his reckless youth, relying on his good looks to juggle multiple relationships, chatting with girls thousands of miles away. The other 4 had another chance to broaden their horizons, exclaiming in shock, chatting with girls thousands of miles away.
They seriously considered the story he had just told. Traveling thousands of miles only takes the time of 1 incense stick for us, but Immortal Sir simultaneously contacted several girls from thousands of miles away who were in different locations. They couldn't help but curse. WTF, what kind of trickery is that? Space manipulation. While the others were still stuck pondering the new story, he happily thought,
As expected, the essence of humans is to be a smart-ass meme-reading machine at heart. After thinking, all 4 raised their hands in admiration. This trick, Immortal Sir, is too terrifying. Yi Feng greatly enjoyed the praise, pretending to be humble. It's nothing terrifying, it's just basic operations in that world. Isn't it just a phone?
Hearing this, the 4 of them were so happy that they were in tears. Confirming that Immortal Sir isn't immortal was now absolutely certain. He tightened his grip on his wine cup. To tell the truth, I was considered a player back then. He raised his cup and took a sip. Then Yi Feng happily continued.
Those things only happened when I was 18, staying up all night with my phone, waiting for messages, secretly checking their stories and guessing what they were thinking. But I really liked it back then. I might have been a scumbag, but who doesn't have a youth, right? Wu Yongshang asked curiously.
What is player? Yi Feng explained. It's like dating many girls at once. Hearing his explanation, the others happily understood. So that's it. So Immortal Sir was indeed a player. Yi Feng regretted saying that, thinking, I really shot myself in the foot.
Somewhere else, a tiny figure was holding a butterfly, monologuing.
Player. The eyes hidden under the hood suddenly flashed a red light.
Then the skeleton soared into the sky, happily thinking, For a long time I have been searching for the perfect description of my temperament. Now it has finally appeared. Lu Banwei's mood soared to the 9th heaven. The term player is moving to the depths of the soul.
Lu Banwei's eyes glittered with starlight, continuing to ponder its destiny. Did it choose us or did we choose it? I don't understand. Then he decided. But from now on, I will take player as my name, and it will be linked to each other in the 10,000 mountains. At this moment, Biao Feng raised his hand to command.
The Hongri group rushed forward, along with a stream of purple power light, aimed straight at Wang Kai, a.k.a. Ao Qing, who was sleeping. Just then, Wang Kai suddenly opened its eyes. Following that, flames blazed from its eyes and mouth. looking at the Hongri group.
This light made Beak Fang pause for a moment. Then Beak Fang shouted.
The scene before him petrified Ao Bingfang, thinking in fear. Yao Venerable. This is the aura of Yao Venerable descending. In Bingfang's head was a big question mark. Holy crap, how did Ao Qing suddenly become a Yao Venerable?
Without delay, Bing Fang ordered,
"Retreat." The group who was preparing to attack were once again stunned, dazed, and taken aback. What? Retreat again? Then they angrily shouted, "It's best to kill." But before they could finish their sentence,
everyone screamed in pain instantly, and they all fell on their faces. The pain was described as being run over by a car.
Wang Kai got up at this moment, his eyes shining brightly, and a golden light radiated around him. It growled, causing those lying on the ground to widen their eyes and exclaim, "Yao Venerable, running away is still the best plan." Everyone turned tail and ran for the hills. Turns out the expert breaking through in these mountains was him.
Behind the Hongri group, Wang Kai jumped towards them. His fighting spirit was burning hotter than Fifai. He zoomed over, bursting with arrogance. "You guys like to play, huh? I'm game." Less than a second later, a huge force slammed into the ground, sending rocks and debris flying. The running crowd got launched into the air, then crashed back down to earth in agony. The ground was now littered with the bloody bodies of Hongri's group. Bin Fang, terrified, knelt on the ground, bitterly cursing, "Damn it! Damn it!" Bin Fang was utterly unwilling to accept this. For our superpowered team to get ambushed at the martial hall was bad enough, but to suffer losses at the hands of Ao Qing. Wang Kai, at this point, grinned menacingly, his eyes still burning bright red, looking utterly savage. Wang Kai in front of them was terrifying. A golden crescent moon mark on his forehead, matching the gold streaks in his fur, sharp teeth bared, red eyes blazing, and an aura of terrifying power radiating in all directions. Bi Fang was utterly bewildered, clearly a piece of trash, suddenly transformed into a Yao Lord. The dog's face was a picture of bewilderment, followed by a resigned expression. This world, Big Fang couldn't cry, he could only laugh. What a battlefield! The golden light was transforming into a powerful and majestic beast. People were lying motionless on the ground. How could Ao Bi Fang ever imagine that the exiled trash from the tribe would break through to become a Yao Lord in one go? Ao Qing raised a claw-high, golden light forming a massive claw, and lunged at Ao Bi Fang. He could only open his mouth in terror and wait. A thunderous explosion made trees fly everywhere. After the earth-shattering blast, there was a huge claw print on the ground. Ao Bi Fang could only think, "Oh crap," and tried to run. He barely took a few steps when a pink paw appeared in front of Ao Bi Fang. Surrounding the pink paw was a golden glow. Ao Bi Fang clutched the yellow scroll in his palm tightly, whispering, "Ao Qing." Wang Kai was a little surprised. With a single kick, Ao Bi Fang went flying back to where he came from, shouting loudly, "We won't let you get away with this." Ao Qing casually said, "If it weren't for my cultivation just breaking through and not being stable yet, did you really think you could escape from the palm of my hand?" After chatting to himself, Ao Qing's cheeks flushed red, and he thought about his master. Master really cares for me. Such a big pot of turtle soup, and he even let me drink it. Especially the essence of the medicinal ingredients at the bottom of the pot. It was truly heaven-defying, actually making me break through directly from Yao King to Yao Lord. Ao Qing recalled the ambush just now and thought, this situation must be the calculations that Master saw in advance, including the situation of being attacked by this Ao Bingfang guy. The timing was accurate to the moment when he was merely someone that everyone in the tribe looked down on. But today he not only ate Ao Qing Cheng, but also became an existence that the entire tribe coveted. In Ao Qing's mind, the image of his master appeared very cute. Ao Qing said, "All of this is thanks to Master. The stronger my cultivation, the more I can feel the strength of my master." Meanwhile, elsewhere, a circle of scarlet magic light appeared, causing the people around to cheer, "Lord Bifeng is back." So many people are missing. But since Lord Bidfeng personally made a move, he must have smashed that martial hall to smithereens. One of them continued casually. So Ao Qing must have been captured by Lord Bifeng as well. As soon as the man finished speaking, a punch flew straight into his face. Ao Bifeng clenched his fist, gritting his teeth and saying, "Who are you? Spouting nonsense all the time. That damned Ao Qing has grown to the point where he's beyond our control, and wasted my 1,000-year-old teleportation scroll." Ao Qing Cheng looked utterly bewildered. "What? Ao Qing?" He, Ao Bifeng, shouted to everyone on the other side. "Back to the main hall, in the main hall." Ao Bifeng roared. One of the subordinates, scratching his head, asked, "The Pao Zun pill.
You want it now? Ao Binfeng, trembling with rage, hissed. We need to live. Before Ao Qing returns, we have to wipe out the royal family. If I consume the Panzun pill, even if I can't become a true Yao Zun, it'll be enough to make me a semi-Zun, a Ba Zun realm expert. Enough to defeat Shi Tianhuang. Another subordinate piped up. But Bi Feng Daren, our Hongri clan only has one Pozun pill. If you take it, what about our promising juniors? How will they break through in the future? Ao Qing Cheng, standing off to the side, was totally freaked out listening to Ao Bifeng. Stop your yapping, Ao Bifeng snapped. If we don't hurry up and annihilate the royal family and get the resources from the secret realm, with Ao Qing's current Yao Zun strength, we're dead. No doubt about it. If we just depose Shi Tianhuang, we'll figure out how to deal with that little punk. Qing Cheng seemed to consider this for a sec. Ao Biongfang immediately went into seclusion. Thanks to the Puzun pill, he successfully broke through to the Semi-Zun realm. After coming out, he immediately led the Hongri lineage, lightning fast, straight for the royal family, kicking off a civil war. In less than half a month, Shi Tianyao Lang's vast territory had been split in two. One evening, in a certain room, Ao Zhong, all bandaged up, sat around bored and asked, Lao Jin, now the clan's in a civil war, and that Ao Bifeng has broken through to the Semi-Zun realm. If I turn myself in now, the Hongri lineage will get exactly what they want. Jin Lao just stood there silently, listening to Shi Tianyao Lang go on. Even though you've been in seclusion for hundreds of years, you're the strongest diviner in the clan, and we need the leading mountain skill. The royal family's in danger. What's the best way out of this mess? Jin Lao seemed to be listening quietly, but then drool started dripping from his mouth, and he even started snoring. Ao Zhong went ballistic. Hey, wake up! Suddenly, a golden light surrounded Jin Lao. Ao Zhong gasped. This aura. Divination's begun. There's nothing I can do but wait. 3 hours later, Ao Zhong was totally bored, sprawled out eating snacks and reading. Finally, Jin Lao let out a massive shout. Shockingly, Jin Lao's face transformed into that of a super handsome young man. The divination is complete, he announced. Ao Zhong was sweating bullets but managed to say, Jin Lao, you've worked hard. They sat facing each other. Then Jin Lao said, The only one who can save the royal lineage now is your son, Ao Zhong repeated. My son. Ao Zhong immediately started thinking about his kids. Those brats? I don't think any of them can handle this situation. If I had to pick the most likely, it would be, Ao Zhong blurted out his answer, the eldest son. But Jin Lao shook his head vigorously. Ao Zhong tried again. Then it's the second son. Jin Lao shook his head again, even more emphatically. This time, Ao Zhong panicked and shouted 2 words. Ao Qing, Jin Lao calmly replied. Correct. In Ao Zhong's mind, the kid I have the least hope for is actually the savior of the Shi Tianyao Lang clan. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Ao Zhong threw a punch straight into Jin Lao's face and snarled, You're full of crap? Are you senile or something? Jin Lao cried out in pain and asked, Ao Zhong, what are you doing, Ao Zhong? Was radiating murderous intent, he angrily replied. The whole clan knows my third son's a good-for-nothing, and you're calling him the savior. Do you think I'm an idiot? Jin Lao grimaced and yelled, You're confused. But Ao Zhong didn't care, he went on. Okay, sure, my third son may have wooed Ao Qing Cheng and ruined the Hongri lineage's plot, but this situation is way beyond him. I thought you actually had some talent, but it looks like you're no different from my fool of a father, just as delusional. Guards, take him away. As 2 soldiers dragged Jin Lao away, he kept cursing. You don't believe me. You'll doom the entire royal lineage. You'll become a sinner of the Shi Tianyao Lang clan, Ao Zhong. One day you'll come crawling back to apologize. You'll regret this, Ao Zhong nonchalantly replied. Regret? I'll kill myself first. A high-ranking official standing behind Ao Zhong said. Lang Huang Daren, even if you don't believe Jin Lao, Qing Diangxia carries the royal bloodline. We should still summon him here to face this situation with us. Ao Zhong wearily closed his eyes for a moment, then answered. Fine. You handle it. One morning, at the martial arts hall, Yi Feng, pen in hand, wrote a few lines and said to himself, My music and painting are almost maxed out. Completing the quest is within reach. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange-looking beast from the system appeared and shouted, New quest? This system gave Yi Feng a bad feeling. His face darkened as he lifelessly responded with one word, Okay. The strange-looking beast of the system said, Oh, can't you have a better attitude when you see me? When you need me, you call me system, papa. Otherwise, I'm just an automated system. Remember? Yi Feng shot the system a sideways glance and cursed, Yeah. The system continued cheerfully. Raise cooking, rice wine, tea art, and sculpture to realms comparable to the gods. The reward for the quest is gaining the Guanghuang,
The punishment for failure is losing the martial arts hall.
Yi Feng was trembling with rage. He complained.
Again, the system, with a cute face, said, "Release the emotions you have now, and focus on feeling this esteemed one's love for you."
Yi Feng, pissed, threw a punch straight at the system and yelled, "Get lost!"
The system, still being a pain, replied, "All right, remember to keep at it."
Yi Feng muttered, trying to comfort himself.
This system said it would reward me with a top-tier expert, but then it was just a broken skull at our meeting. It's totally doing this on purpose. This Halo thing, though, sounds kinda interesting.
Suddenly, a notification popped up in front of Yi Feng. Cooking, returning to simplicity, rice wine, minor achievements, tea art, extremely good practice, sculpture, utterly pathetic. Yi Feng smugly praised himself. Didn't realize I was so outstanding. Wonder what this Halo reward is all about. Time to wait and see.
Wang Kai, chilling outside, overheard Yi Feng and thought, "There's nothing a spicy stick of konjac can't solve. If one isn't enough, then two." Suddenly, Yi Feng yelled, "Wang Kai!" A spicy konjac stick flew out.
Wang Kai quickly leaped and caught it in his mouth.
Yi Feng told him to try the spicy stick.
Snuggled in his mouth, Wang Kai felt something strange. He thought, "No way, I barely stabilized my Yao Venerable realm, and now it's solid. This spicy stick, impossible. It even slightly boosted my strength. With a few more of these, I feel like I could take on a mid-stage Yao Venerable powerhouse."
Yi Feng, standing in a corner, suddenly noticed a spicy konjac stick in his mouth. He marveled inwardly. No wonder it's a god-tier snack from Huaxia. Truly a perfect delicacy, I've decided. I'll use my cooking skills to make it famous across this continent. A voice came from outside the gate. "Excuse me, is anyone home?" This stranger knocking made Yi Feng pause and ask, "Who is it?" Yi Feng went to open the door, saw an old man, and then stared at him before asking, "You are?" Before the old man could answer, 1,000 thoughts raced through Wang Kai's mind. "Yunba, get out of here. This is not a place you should be. I'll meet you outside the city later."
Surprisingly, the old man, Yunba, seemed to read Wang Kai's thoughts, turned around, and mumbled apologies to Yi Feng.
"My apologies. I must have mistaken the place."
Yi Feng went back inside but said to Wang Kai, "Go on, stop hanging around here. Go do your own thing." Wang Kai quickly ran off, thinking to himself, Yi Feng really does know about my relationship with Yunba.
Outside the city, in a forest, Wang Kai quickly landed.
Yunba bowed to Wang Kai and said, "Your Highness." Wang Kai stood still, not replying but had his own thoughts. In the tribe, this guy was the only one who never looked down on me. He's always been like this. Using this familiar tone to address me, Wang Kai solemnly asked Yunba, "Why are you here?" Overwhelmed with emotion, Yunba choked back tears and said, "Something happened to the tribe. Ao Bifang led the Hongri lineage in rebellion. The royal family can't resist. The situation is dire. Third prince, please come home with me."
Wang Kai's eyes were no longer calm but filled with rage. He growled, "Home, Yunba, that's not my home. This martial hall is my home." Wang Kai sadly turned away and said, "Whatever the reason, that old man knew I was framed but still banished me from the tribe, almost killing me. I have no feelings for that place anymore." Yunba tried to persuade him. "Are you just holding a grudge?"
"Actually, after Lan Huang found out about you getting framed by Ao Qing Cheng, he already changed his view on you. You don't need to rely on that broken martial hall anymore." Hearing Yunba badmouth the martial hall, Wang Kai angrily transformed into a beast, his eyes glowing as he roared at Yunba,
"Shut your mouth, I'm warning you. If you dare say another bad word about the martial hall, you will die." Yunba collapsed to the ground in fear, repeatedly begging for forgiveness. "Yo, your highness, I was wrong. I was just being nosy. It seems your cultivation has—"
Wang Kai calmed down and casually replied, "Just Yao Venerable, nothing big." Yunba was even more frightened and trembled as he asked,
"Just Yao Venerable, third prince. Oh, I feel like you've changed." Images of Yi Feng and the skeleton flashed through Wang Kai's mind, and he calmly replied,
"Being by my master's side has unconsciously raised my state of mind several levels. I used to think Yao Venerable was super strong, the strongest in the neighborhood and all, but that's not true strength like my master and Skullbro. That's real strength." Yunba switched to flattering mode. Wang Kai, no wonder. "Elder Jin said you are the third prince, the savior of the royal family. Please come back to the tribe with me. As long as you take action, the Hongri lineage will collapse."
Wang Kai was annoyed and angrily replied, "I said I won't go back." Yunba continued to beg. "Third prince, Yunba has never misjudged. You were born to be something more than a useless nobody. Unlike the others in the tribe, you can't abandon your family, especially your mother." Wang Kai felt a twinge of emotion, but then he turned and left. saying, "Go, I won't go back. But I'll ask my master for something that might help you get through this crisis."
Wang Kai went back to the martial hall and stared at Yi Feng, drooling all over the ground. Yi Feng saw Wang Kai and the plate of food on the table and thought Wang Kai was hungry, so he threw him a handful of spicy sticks.
Wang Kai quickly caught the spicy sticks and ran off as fast as he could, hearing his master say, "But remember to share the spicy sticks with the pouch. They'll still taste good if you keep them for later." A while later, in an alley, Wang Kai handed the spicy skewers to Yunba. He held them, puzzled. "What's this?" Wang Kai sat down and explained. "That old geezer? He was in such a pinch, he had to eat 2 of them."
Yunba didn't believe it. He popped a skewer in his mouth, thinking suspiciously, could this really turn the tide for the royal family?
After eating the spicy skewer, Yunba felt super comfy inside. Amazing, Yunba evolved from a Yao spirit to a Yao king. He stuttered in shock. "No way." Wang Kai turned to leave, muttering, "It's just some of my master's tricks. Don't get too worked up. Hurry and take this back to that old geezer. Remember to find a bag to put it in. My master said it has to be eaten from the bag." Yunba was deeply grateful,
tears welling up. He clutched the skewers, thinking, in my hands lies the future of the entire race. At the palace, Yunba went to pay respects to Shi Tianhuang,
but Aozhong blocked him, asking, "Weren't you supposed to bring Aoqing back?" "Where is he?" Yunba continued to explain to Aozhong. "The third prince has something important and couldn't return, but he asked me to bring back a miraculous treasure to turn the tide. Please, Lang Huang, take a look."
Yunba offered the treasure to Aozhong, but Shi Tianhuang asked indifferently, "A miraculous treasure to turn the tide is this." Aozhong's face darkened. He closed his eyes and sighed. "Aoyun, I know you and Qing Shengsheng are close, and you usually protect him, but if you're lying to this emperor because you're supporting him, what crime is that?"
Yunba's face fell, and he continued to persuade. "Lang Huang, please be discerning. Your servant wouldn't dare. This really is a treasure to turn the tide." Aozhong snapped. "That good-for-nothing son of mine, do you think I don't know him? What miraculous treasure could he have you bring back? Don't say another word. Considering your usual loyalty, I won't punish you this time."
Yunba spoke sweetly, but Xin Tianhuang was too stubborn to listen, so he retorted, "Lang Huang, I really didn't lie to you, and the third prince isn't the good-for-nothing you say he is. I seem to recall a noble helping him reach the Yao Zun realm."
Aozhong was surprised, then said, "Aoyun, your bragging is even worse than that old geezer Jin's."
Aozhong exuded thick killing intent, stepped down, and threatened Yunba. "Listen here, you're just a small-time butler. Think you can play games on my head just because you're old?" Yunba kept begging Aozhong, "Lang Huang, I'm not lying, just try it once and you'll know." Aozhong stood close to Yunba, reached into the paper bag, and grabbed a spicy skewer with a threatening look. "All right, if it's not what you say, I'll execute you." Yunba was terrified, but in his heart he chanted incantations. Outwardly he replied firmly, "Let Lang Huang decide." Aozhong took the bag of skewers and shoved one in his mouth, grinding his teeth,
thinking angrily, "So, you've got a death wish. I'll grant it to you then." After eating the skewer, Aozhong felt like his mouth was about to explode. His face turned dark. His whole body started to heat up. His face was changing colors like a different person. Aozhong's eyes blazed with fire, and he roared fiercely, "I just took one bite. I can't handle this immense energy." Outside the camp, a blue dragon appeared in the sky. Coiling around, Aoyun said quickly, "Lang Huang, you have the divine dragon's essence within you." Aozhong, as if burned by fire, asked irritably, "Where's my wife?" Aoyun quickly replied, "Reporting, Lang Huang, the Lan Huang consort is in the inner palace." Suddenly, Aozhong shot up high, blasting a hole in the roof of the camp, shocking everyone. Inside the camp, Yun Wen was frightened to see her husband's tattered clothes, and asked, "Husband, what happened?" Aozhong retorted irritably, "Don't ask so much, just lie down." Over half the night passed. The entire Wei Tian palace was in chaos. Besides Aozhong's constant aura, the queen's bedroom occasionally heard the sounds of walls breaking. A long while later, Aozhong got out of bed and said happily, "This treasure actually helped me break through to the Half-Zun realm. It's even comparable to the Yao Zun realm's battle power back then. Aoqing, my son, the guy who can bring out this world-turning item is too damn cool." Ignoring everything around him collapsing, Aozhong didn't care but thought, "But really, how strong does someone have to be to turn my good-for-nothing son?" After that, Aozhong looked around, muttering, "Feels like something important is missing." His eyes landed on his wife, lying there drained. He yelled, Someone, quick, save the madam!
Soon, the imperial physician arrived to examine her. Reporting to Lan Huang, he said, "The madam is fine. A few days of rest and nourishment will restore her." Ao Zhong breathed a sigh of relief. "Good, that puts my mind at ease. Where's Ao Yun?" The three soldiers who saw Ao Zhong from afar rejoiced in their hearts, muttering, "Half-sage, our royal family is saved." Ao Yun entered the camp to see Ao Zhong. "Your Majesty."
Holy crap! Unexpectedly, Ao Zhong laughed smugly. "Ao Yin, you've done a great service," Ao Yin humbly replied. "Lan Huang, I didn't do anything. It's all thanks to the third prince."
Just as they were celebrating, a soldier rushed into the camp with an urgent report. Reporting to Lan Huang, "The Hongri lineage is attacking."
Ao Zhong's face turned cold as he looked at his subordinates and commanded, "Do those rebellious scoundrels really think Ao Zhong is still the same?"
Ao Zhong from yesterday? Everyone, prepare for battle. A series of signal flares shot into the sky.
At this moment, on the Weitian Plains, the Hongri lineage and the Huang clan lineage each gathered an army of 100,000, facing each other across the divide, ready to fight each other at any second. Beast Taifeng, who was forced to fail at the martial arts center and under the pressure of Ao Qing, couldn't wait any longer. Today, he wanted to completely wipe out the Huang clan lineage. The two enemies faced off, their eyes blazing with hatred. Ao Taifeng said, "I didn't expect you, Ao Zhong, to actually dare to fight me. Let me remind you of how you were scrambling to escape a few days ago. If you take the initiative to surrender with the people of the Huang clan lineage, you might still be able to save your life today." Ao Zhong gritted his teeth and replied, "You're crazy, trying to trap me to death with one move." Both sides charged into battle. Ao Taifeng launched an attack, and Ao Zhong immediately countered. At this moment, Ao Taifeng's face turned slightly pale as he stammered, "How are you also a half-sage?" A sinister look appeared on Ao Zhong's face as he replied, "You think only you're allowed to break through? From a young age, you and I have never given way to each other."
The two fought fiercely. Ao Taifeng attacked, and Ao Zhong retaliated strongly. After a round of fighting, the two stood facing each other.
Ao Zhong said with a fierce aura, "You and I were never meant to be on the same boat. Today is the day you leave yourself here." Ao Taifeng gritted his teeth and took out a box from his body.
Seeing the box in his opponent's hand, Ao Zhong's face turned green, and he exclaimed with some worry,
"That's the crazed burst pill." A brilliant red sphere lay in the box. Seeing the murderous look on Ao Taifeng's face, Ao Zhong had a few small thoughts. "You're actually willing to sacrifice the foundation of the Hongri lineage. You should know that once you consume that, even if you defeat me, you'll have to sacrifice half your life." But Ao Taifeng didn't care about those words, and quickly swallowed the red pill, saying, "As long as my Hongri lineage can unify the tribe, Ao Taifeng won't regret dying. I originally thought I could defeat you as a half-sage, but you, who's willing to risk your life, have also broken through. If I don't take this opportunity to execute you and the Huang clan, the moment Ao Qing returns will be the end of my Hongri lineage. I'm at my wit's end." While Ao Zhong was being careless, Ao Taifeng sneakily moved behind him and launched a surprise attack. Fortunately, Ao Zhong's subordinates saw it and shouted loudly, "Lan Huang, behind you!" But it was too late. Ao Taifeng used his internal energy to unleash a huge palm strike towards Ao Zhong, sending Ao Zhong flying dozens of meters away and crashing into a nearby rock. "That hurts." Ao Zhong sat there, gasping for breath, blood still on his mouth, leaning his back against the large rock behind him, and thought to himself as he looked at Ao Taifeng showing off his strength, just increasing his power to near Yao Sage level won't give him the victory. Ao Zhong raised a hand and struggled to deploy a defensive formation. However, before he could deploy the formation, Ao Taifeng delivered a fatal kick to Ao Zhong, causing him to fall backward and spit out a mouthful of blood. He still managed to curse, "You motherfucker are cheating." So unmartial virtue. The situation at hand was very critical, Ao Taifeng said contemptuously. "Talk martial virtues. We are existences like water and fire. Less nonsense, go to hell." Ao Zhong looked at the opponent preparing to attack and take his life, and his whole body froze. A few seconds later, Ao Zhong took out a bag of spicy turnips, grinding his teeth and muttering in his head, "Are you kidding me? This violent energy pill only works for a limited time, about 15 minutes. Moreover, there's also the diamond shield. At most, I'll only be seriously injured, not dead. These spicy turnips that can help my royal family rise so high don't have any weaknesses. Now is the time to save face. Or are you still waiting for what's later?" After thinking, Ao Zhong then threw out a golden circle to defend, that is, the diamond shield,
with passive defense. It is a top-quality treasure that is not afraid of being attacked if it is too weak. As soon as the circle of defense appeared, Aozhong became pretentious. That's it? Big guy, hit me if you dare. Come on, just jump in and try. Taifeng stood watching the golden circle of defense and said to himself, Diamond shield, huh? Useless? As he spoke, his hands formed strange hand seals. Taifeng's hands formed hand seals, and his mouth repeated the mantra many times. How many millions of sesame packages can be sold? Everyone around was surprised to see this. Taifeng's whole body flew up high. The soldiers below looked up in worry, saying to each other, if this one move comes down, none of us can escape. I don't want to be roasted meat. A fireball summoned by Taifeng was floating high above, making the whole atmosphere extremely chaotic. The hot air from the fireball was terrifying. The soldiers below ran away in chaos and shouted, Run! Run! We'll lose our lives! Taifeng was happy to see the soldiers below running away, and he said with a smile, Today the tribe will change dynasties. My Hongri lineage will become the new royal family. Aozhong, you come from the Huang clan, but you are also considered a stepping stone for my Hongri lineage to rise. The old subordinate next to Aozhong saw the fireball getting closer and closer, and worriedly advised, This attack looks like the diamond shield won't defend against it, Wolf Emperor. There's no shame in running now. You don't need to face someone you can't possibly beat. Wolf Emperor, don't you understand? Aozhong stood still, muttering, Can't possibly beat. Aozhong held the spicy stick snacks in both hands and said, I don't understand. But a very strong aura spread around him. Seeing the aura surrounding Aozhong, Yi Feng was horrified. His eyes widened, and he blurted out, This aura, Yao venerable cultivation. How is it possible? My Hongri lineage has to defy the heavens. Using the berserk pill at the cost of having my lifespan to briefly jump close to the Yao venerable realm. What is that thing of yours? How can it directly turn you into a Yao venerable? At this moment, the aura surrounding Aozhong grew thicker and thicker. In Aozhong's mind at this moment, there was nothing but the spicy taste of the spicy stick snack he had just eaten. Aozhong had a happy face. Enjoying it, he said. The taste is not bad. Ignoring Yi Feng, who was full of worry and sweat, Yi Feng sweated profusely, stammering, Impossible. This is impossible. Aozhong's eyes were full of clear triumph. He laughed and said, Nothing is impossible. Today is your death day. A beam of red light was released by Aozhong, piercing through the dazzling golden light, directly attacking Yi Feng, sending him flying high. Yi Feng's whole body was red, and he resentfully asked, What exactly did you eat? Aozhong stood below, looked up, and replied with a smile, That's a snack my kid got from the immortals and Buddhas. That expert gave him a spicy stick snack. Yi Feng seemed to go mad when he heard the word spicy stick snack. His body turned bright red and disappeared. The soldiers shouted, Lord Yi Feng! In despair, Aozhong looked up at the sky and said, Completely gone. Looking down at the ground, he suddenly saw a group of enemy soldiers kneeling and begging, Wolf Emperor, spare us. We surrender. Willing to live and die for the Wolf Emperor. Aozhong looked at the soldiers begging and smiled happily, saying to himself, Those who know the times are heroes. After this battle, the internal troubles of the devouring heaven monster village are almost gone. A new era is about to begin. But if we become one with our friends, we will become even stronger. Ao Qingcheng, holding a staff, looked into the distance with sad eyes and said, It shouldn't be like this. When exactly did it start? Did we miscalculate from that moment? She was extremely disappointed. One morning at the martial arts school, 2 lines of words were pasted on the door, making 3 people curiously look, admire, and discuss with each other. So that's it, just a normal set of words, nothing special. Suddenly after saying that, the 3 people laughed like they were possessed, and the voices were chaotic. It was unknown who was speaking. You'd think we would say that. It would be strange to say that. Ignoring everyone, Wu Yangsheng showed off his knowledge in front of the immortal's calligraphy. The great Tao to simple has been accomplished. Next, Zunjiage flattered, I really didn't expect that each word contains a different aura. The flattery career has not ended. The third person, Chu Shiquang, spoke up. And the most wonderful thing is that just looking at the words gives you a different state of mind, and the understanding of the true meaning is also very different. Those who have good intentions will benefit greatly, but those who secretly harbor sinister plans will go crazy. In Chu Shiquang's mind, he remembered his past, when he had disobeyed his mother. It seemed that he had learned his lesson now. Yi Feng heard the noise outside the door and came out, and saw 3 people praising the words on the paper so much, so he said,
If you guys like it, I will write some for you guys, can write a few. Mao said this. But in his head, Yi Feng was thinking, after completing these sentences, his calligraphy would finally be comparable to God's.
After hearing Yi Feng's suggestion, Chu Shiquang waved his hand repeatedly. Immortal, you have already given each of us more than 10, Zun Jiage continued. The land planting hasn't finished yet. I'm afraid we won't have time to look anymore.
They cheerfully refused, but in their heads, the three of them were thinking differently. It's definitely not because the paintings of the immortal contain the grand Tao, which is too profound, but because we can't even understand the poems of the first painting. Moreover, even if we wanted to, I'm afraid it would backfire and we would go crazy. Yi Feng stood in a corner thinking for a moment, then replied, That's right. After all, your energy is limited. I won't force you. The inner voices of the three of them shattered into words. As expected, we were still seen through.
Zhongqing had been listening to the conversation, so he approached and called,
Boss, my body is healthy, and I can help out with the land outside. However, Yi Feng went to pat his shoulder reassuringly. For you, I have other arrangements. Our martial arts school has not had a single disciple. It is truly missing a signboard. I am preparing to train you to become a young knight with extraordinary kung fu. In the distance, 3 people were looking at Zhongqing with envy in their hearts. We also want to be pampered. We also want to be extraordinary. In the martial arts field, the 2 men stood facing each other with swords in hand. Yi Feng said, My teacher's swordsmanship is comparable to God's. There are only 3 moves. Zhongqing listened and asked, May I ask what are the 3 moves, Shifu?
Yi Feng quickly performed 3 moves, chop, cut, slash. At this time, Zhongqing seemed to be highly focused,
eating with a blank look, thinking, Can't say it's exactly the same, can only say there's not the slightest difference. Yi Feng, sword in hand, lecturing non-stop. You must remember, the myriad changes can't be separated from these 3 stances. If you master these 3 stances, the blade in your hand will also have its own squad.
The wooden tree behind Zhongqing suddenly got chopped into many pieces. Startling him, Yi Feng, engrossed in his lecture, continued, As long as you're fast enough, your opponent won't be able to recognize how many moves you've used. They might even think you only used 1 move. Zhongqing raised his hand in agreement with his boss.
So that's the secret, boss. You're definitely the fastest in the world. As for me, I'll try to be the second fastest. Yi Feng, speechless, retorted, Kids are so easy to teach. A girl with a fiery figure rushed toward Yi Feng, pointing and shouting, Look, Yi Feng's home. Let's go find him, Yi Feng. Bewildered, watched the person who spoke and said, A familiar face from a long time ago.
Yi Feng stood facing the 3 girls, calmly asking, Why are you all here? To find me for a game of Dao Diju. If it weren't for the fact that the money hidden under my bed is dwindling, I might actually be able to accompany you. The girl in the fiery bodycon dress scolded with all her might. Lu Banwei from your martial arts gym is at our Dihong brothel. He eats and drinks freely, ordering 7 or 8 girls at a time. He has no money but still loves to play. He keeps playing like that, then disappears, just ups and leaves. Yi Feng and Zhongqing stood dumbfounded, neither of them knowing who Lu Banwei was. Yi Feng asked in return, What Lu Banwei, are you mistaken?
Unable to keep their cool, the 3 girls all turned on their loudspeaker voices and blasted Yi Feng with their accusations. It's Lu Banwei, no mistake, and he said your name himself. That's right, he said his name was Lu, because he does extremely magnificent things, so he's called Lu Banwei. You can never forget this kind of self-introduction after hearing it once. At this point, Yi Feng was speechless. All he could do was hold up an umbrella to shield himself from the substantial amount of artificial rain falling on his head.
Zhongqing was still thinking, his face blank as he said, But there really isn't someone like that at this martial arts gym. In his mind, Zhongqing thought, Why do they look so interesting?
Yi Feng stood alone, arguing with the 3 girls. Do you think kids know how to lie? A horrific scene unfolded. The image of the charming girls vanished, revealing 3 women with beards and bulging muscles on their legs. The 3 of them angrily said, This is clearly trying to evade debt. Do you think it's easy for us to do business? It's really tough. You're right, calling beauties without paying is no good. Yi Feng's face was now full of horror, and he muttered in his mind, What kind of evil magic is this? Then, unable to restrain himself, Yi Feng spoke up in response. So there's no such person. My martial arts gym still has a proper and upright style. As soon as Yi Feng finished speaking, a black shadow flew past the 3 women from Dihong brothel, and they saw it. They shouted loudly, It's him! Hurry and catch him! Lu Banwei, if you have the guts, don't run. Yi Feng froze for a few seconds,
watching Lu Banwei. Then his whole body began to turn purple with anger, his teeth grinding together. Each word was spat out with a murderous aura. You will definitely die. Yi Feng's face was full of anger. He cursed in his head. So Lu Banwei is that damned troublemaker. A slipper flew off Yi Feng's foot, accompanied by the shout, "You bastard, die for me!" It was too late. Now the slipper was flying in one direction, while Lu Banwei had flown onto the wall and was running away somewhere else. Yi Feng was so angry he choked, cursing, "You son of a prey!" The people from Dihong Brothel stood close to Yi Feng's face, unhappily. The matter of the money. What are you going to do about it? Yi Feng had to go get his own money to pay for the debt that Lu Banwei had caused. Tears flowed down, and a voice spoke in his heart. I was planning to buy some wine. My savings have been sucked away by that damn thing's debauchery. Yi Feng wearily went to search for his shoe, constantly cursing. Hateful. Hey, where's my shoe? The shoe was stuck in the wall, as if dead. Behind the wall, Lu Banwei was now in the form of a multi-legged insect. He was panting incessantly, placing his hand on his chest, stuttering. My heart! My little heart! I thought I could escape as soon as I got out of that spatial ring. But I didn't expect this martial arts gym to be filled with terrifying fluctuations everywhere. After surviving this crack, I still have to be forced to watch all kinds of punches and kicks and fluctuations. Poor me legs. I'm so scared I can't anymore. After crying his fill, Lu Banwei saw the shoe in front of him, and a bold thought popped into his head. I didn't think this turn of events would lead to this. The inside of this shoe is actually its own space. This can isolate a bunch of martial intent fluctuations in the gym. It's truly a perfect protective circle. Then, Lu Banwei thought, high risk, high reward, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Quick-wittedly, he hid in the shoe, personally causing the shoe to fly out, into Yi Feng's sight, making him happily say when he saw the shoe, found it. Only an hour later, Lu Banwei's miserable cries rang out in great despair, accompanied by the sound of whips and Yi Feng's teaching, "Do you know you're wrong?" Wu Yongchong stood hiding in a corner with two of his friends, saying, "This is the only time we can observe the situation of the Skull Grandmaster being beaten up since birth. It can be called a unique image." Chu Shiquang also added, "The Skull Grandmaster is so strong he has nothing to fear, but he 100% cannot escape every move of Teacher Yi. Teacher is truly invincible." Sun Jiaj spoke in response. "All right, it's my turn to speak. I admire the Skull Grandmaster for this spirit of not fearing death." A red glow appeared in the sky, probably a dongfu of some big shot that popped up from underground, or maybe some supreme treasure was born, Sun Jiaj said, his face thoughtful. "So what do we do now?" Wu Yongzhong asked, worried. "If it were before, we'd definitely want to join the fun, but now, following Mr. Those things don't really matter anymore," Chu Shiquang said. "But I'm afraid there aren't many benefits," Sun Jiaj, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Wu Yangchong pointed at Lu Daxing and said, "Sneakily relying on this point, that manure-carrying guy is smarter than you guys, huh? What treasure could compare to following Mr.? Besides, did you guys forget Mr.'s style? Today the winds are changing. What we need to pay more attention to isn't those petty gains, but Mr.'s attitude." In the snow-filled Suyu Mountain Manor, someone's loud voice echoed, "Beneath the radiant light, Martial Saint's mansion opens. This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity." A young man stood, facing a group of cheering girls. Next to the young man was a subordinate, yelling at the top of his lungs, "Fifth young master Cheng Kong has decided to leave the mountain himself. Everyone, make way." The girls, not bothering to hold back, went wild. "Young master, we love you, Cheng Kong. Fly safely, we'll follow you forever." At Tianjian's sect, a group of people were looking at a veiled girl and gossiping. The sect master actually sent a week-old female disciple. Well, Peng Xianer is the most talented disciple of our sect. Inside a palace in Fengyun Valley, a subordinate was bowing, listening to his master's question. "Linba, how far along is that matter?" Linba quickly reported. "We've informed Xingshan sect, and believe we'll have an answer tomorrow." At the same time, the phenomenon in the heaven and earth lasted for 3 days, causing the sky to no longer be clear. Inside Qingshan sect, Qingshan old ancestor sat at the head, frowning as he listened to Zhu Yun's report. Reporting. "Senior brother, we've investigated and found that beneath the radiant light is a dongfu left 10,000 years ago by a martial saint named Liu Haliu," Qingshan replied. "At this moment, the forces in Nangsa have arrived one after another. In Pingjiang City, there's a master every 10 steps." Zhu Yun hesitated before slowly saying, "Among them, we need to be wary of Suyu Mountain Manor, 5th young master Chang Kong, Fengyun Valley's holy maiden Yun Xiangke, and Tianjian sect's new genius female disciple Peng Xianjie," Lu Qingshan said cautiously. These sects are getting serious, Zhu Yun continued his report. However, a day ago, Yun Xiangke sent a message saying that because our Qingshan sect is the local sect, we have many conveniences, so they want us to fully cooperate with Fengyun Valley and split the goods evenly after finding the Dongfu. Please, senior brother, make a decision.
Lu Qingshan's face was now covered in sweat, his teeth grinding, as he said angrily. The martial saint's tomb. The treasure inside is enough to turn Pingjiang City into a huge storm. One slip up and the sect will be destroyed.
Lu Qingshan stood up abruptly, hurried a few steps, and said, I need to ask Mr. for his opinion before deciding. Zhu Yun nodded in agreement. At the martial arts hall, Yi Feng was looking at the dark red sky and said to himself, Pingjiang City has been a bit too quiet lately. This phenomenon in the heaven and earth is said to be from some Dongfu. Suddenly, he heard Lu Qingshan calling from behind him. Yi Feng turned around and asked, Quick, what do you think? This question surprised Lu Qingshan. In his mind, he thought, Mr. really knows my intentions for coming here.
At this time, Lu Qingshan's face showed embarrassment as he replied, Mr. is joking. My brain will never have any good ideas. I, on the contrary, really want to know what Mr. thinks of this matter.
Yi Feng said indifferently, This kind of Dongfu looks lively. Getting involved to understand situation should be good too. After hearing the answer, Lu Qingshan thought secretly, As expected, Mr. doesn't care about this kind of Dongfu at all.
But I can't just stand by and watch. A sect that doesn't advance will decline. After thinking for a moment, Lu Qingshan decided to tell the truth. Actually, I'm not lying to Mr. I want to go over there and take a look.
What does Mr. think? Yi Feng asked back 2 words, you. Then he shook his head repeatedly. Seeing Yi Feng's expression, Lu Qingshan broke out in sweat. Thoughts raced through his mind. Since befriending Mr., he has never said anything clearly, but everything that happens around him is predicted by him. Nothing is not calculated beforehand. He shook his head at me, and my heart is extremely panicked, knowing that he's reminding me of something. Again and again, I still don't understand from his eyes. Unable to restrain himself, Lu Qingshan said as if he wanted to cry, Qingshan is ignorant. Please explain clearly, Mr. Yi Feng awkwardly picked up his wine jug, looked at the other party, and said, Just give up on it. An old geezer with 1 foot in the grave, you'll clearly lose your life. Qingshan's face paled in fear, thinking, Lose my life? Even with my half-martial venerable realm, that place is still a great tribulation of life and death.
Lu Qingshan turned to a corner, dejected and mumbling. This time, all the sect's masters are coming. If I encounter such a great tribulation? Yi Feng looked at Lu Qingshan and thought to himself, this old geezer really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Stuff from those cultivator guys. You're just a dumb old geezer trying to show off, huh? You won't even know how you died.
Lu Qingshan thought sadly and dejectedly about various things, then bowed to Yi Feng and said, Thank you for the reminder, mister. Qingshan has some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Yi Feng happily picked up his wine jar and replied, Thanks for the wine.
Lan Shu was waiting for her shifu outside the martial arts hall. Seeing Lu Qingshan appear, Lan Shu immediately whispered in his ear.
After hearing this, Qingshan's eyes widened and he asked, You said they've arrived. In an open space, 2 figures appeared,
introducing themselves. Ming Yu, I'm here to make a deal.
Yun Xiangke said clearly, I'm sure that Qingshan old ancestor knows my intention for coming here,
so I'll get straight to the point.
Before she could finish speaking, Lu Qingshan was already drenched in sweat, waving his hands in refusal. Holy maiden, wait, my Qingshan sect already has an idea about this matter. Why don't we go inside and sit down and I'll give you a definite answer.
Elder Lin, standing behind Yun Xiangke, was radiating murderous intent. What's this? Is your Qingshan sect trying to turn down a good offer from my Fengyun Valley?
The pressure from Elder Lin made the disciples gasp in shock. Well, look at that, a martial venerable, Lu Qingshan thought, standing in front. This is blatant intimidation. Just a martial venerable, thinking you can teach your grandma to suck eggs. You think I'm some naive newbie who's never seen the world. Thinking this, he confidently said, Elder Lin, no need to be so polite. You came bearing such a weighty gift right off the bat.
Elder Lin was taken aback, staring at Lu Qingshan as he unleashed his own astonishing pressure. Half venerable, Lu Qingshan declared, tilting his chin in pride. Although my Qingshan sect is just a small fry, I, Lu Qingshan, am only 1 step behind you. Lu Qingshan's grandstanding made Yun Xiangque and Elder Lin think incredulously. Down here in the boonies, finding a martial emperor would be a blessing, and he's actually a half-venerable. Seems like things aren't as simple as they look. We should be careful.
Playing along, Lu Qingshan raised his head high, looking smug. Now you're a bit scared, aren't you? We have Mr. Immortal guarding Pingjiang, so don't even think about trying to bully us.
Even the most powerful force is nothing, but who is Mr. Immortal? I, Xuan Fu. Might be a bit lacking, but I got lucky and stumbled upon a great opportunity. Even a pig could become an immortal with that. Me becoming a half-venerable is just normal.
Yun Xiangke spoke ingratiatingly. Since ancestor Qingshan has such cultivation and Elder Lin and I can advance together, and Qingshan sect is the local power, it's very convenient. If we cooperate to seize Jiangyu's cave residence, we'll have a much better chance than anyone else.
Suddenly, Lu Qingshan sternly refused. My Qingshan sect won't participate in this.
Hearing this, Yun Xiangke frowned and asked with a gloomy face.
Oh, does ancestor Qingshan mean you've already partnered with another force?
Lu Qingshan said bluntly. This juicy piece of meat, Jiangyu's cave residence,
my Qingshan sect is determined to stay away from it. It's been a long journey for you to personally come to our doorstep today, and Fengyun Valley has always taken care of my sect. So I'll give you a piece of advice. This is a muddy puddle you shouldn't get involved in. As he spoke, he brushed past her with a cool demeanor. Even so, Yun Xiangke didn't want to give up, she thought to herself. He's not the only sect around here, but a half-venerable combat power is very persuasive. Yun Xiangke continued to persuade. I can currently guarantee 20%, and can increase it to 30%, 40%. But Lu Qingshan ignored the temptation and continued to leave. Yun Xiangke continued. I mentioned in the letter before that if we succeed, your Qingshan sect will receive 20% of the benefits. Once again, Lu Qingshan ignored her. Yun Xiangke couldn't bear it any longer, and she shouted angrily, Ancestor Qingshan, I advise you to be content.
Surely you don't care about the future of Qingshan's sect.
You're thinking of sharing equally with Fengyun Valley. I'll give you ____%.
Standing in front of the big door, Lu Qingshan still said leisurely, Miss Yun, it's windy outside. If you're willing to be a guest, why not come inside for some tea? If you're still talking about Jiangyu, then I have nothing to say.
Yun Xiangke had a sullen face and flew away with Elder Lin. As she flew, she said with contempt, You're so scared and hesitant. Even being a half-venerable is useless. Let's go. At this time, outside Pingjiang City, a centipede was carrying luggage and running away in a panic. It couldn't help but think, Fengyun Valley, a maiden city, a small Pingjiang city, has gathered the top forces of the south. It's not hard to guess that there will be a bloody storm. I want to get as far away as possible. Suddenly, a tremor shook the area, sending the little centipede flying in a panic. What's going on, Mamma Mia? Don't screw me over. Even more unexpectedly, a bizarre object fell from the sky, appearing right there, freaking the centipede out even more. What kind of toy is this? Holy moly, gotta die, arg. This toy, on closer inspection, is that Jiangyu's grave? The centipede stared intently at the massive object before it, thinking, so many powerful auras are approaching. What the heck? Am I some kind of magnet for attracting big events wherever I go? Finding the surface no longer safe, the centipede burrowed underground to escape. I've never been here before. I've never been here. The surface is too dangerous. I can only try to survive downwards. Earth escape technique. Out of the frying pan, into the fire. The centipede barely had time to realize it had dug too far and crashed straight into a dongfu. Holy Canadian bacon, how did I get here? Before it could even catch its breath, it was targeted by a dozen traps. Luckily, the centipede was quick. It had to find a temporary hiding spot and breathed a sigh of relief, having just escaped death's door. That was dangerous. Really dangerous. I almost died. Just now, I used up 18 of my 1 billion substitute technique clones. If I use up all 99,999,999,982 clones, I'll definitely ascend straight to heaven. This world is just too treacherous. I'm determined to stay put. I'll stay still, even if I die of old age in this place. Outside, the people from Yangxiankui stood before the entrance to the Dongfu. We must seize the initiative. Elder Lin glanced at the group of people in the distance and said softly to her, It's not certain. They've arrived too. Peng Xiang'er walked over from afar and spoke up. So, the holy maiden is sneaking here alone for the first time to slurp up some soup. Ji appeared from nowhere, mockingly looked at Yangxiankui, bright-eyed at the sight of profit, but putting on such a lofty attitude. How fake, how fake. He sidled closer to Peng Xiang'er. Pay her no mind. No man loves this kind of woman, so she's pretending to be something she's not, just to save face. Hearing him mocking Yangxiankui, Elder Lin couldn't contain her anger and snapped, Control your dog. Chang Kong walked over, preventing the impending clash. It's good that you guys are making noise, but the door hasn't even opened yet. You all should save some energy first. Yangxiankui exclaimed in surprise. Fifth Chang Kong. Even you guys came. Still no sign of the Imperial Sword Sect, Chang Kong said calmly. Forget it. They're always high and mighty. With so many people coming, it's normal that they wouldn't want to join the excitement. One less opponent is fine by us. Suddenly, several great heroes, out of nowhere, landed near the group, putting them on alert. Elder Lin asked softly, "When do we move?" Young Xianquei said calmly. "No need to rush. In times like these, let those impatient fools go first." One of them rushed forward and struck the door with his palm, overturning Cloud Hand. But nothing happened. How can this be? I'm a dignified martial emperor. With a full-force strike like that. Seeing the situation, everyone was stunned. No matter how many times they tried, the stone door wouldn't budge. Yi Feng chuckled to himself, thinking, "It's a bit unexpected, but there's no real danger." Peng Xianxier's group was also buzzing. "We came all this way, and we can't even get in? This door is rock solid. It must have a formation on it," someone added. "I heard the Zhui Shan clan is good with formations. Especially Elder Fifth Formation with his forbidden arts. Maybe he can figure something out for us." Kang Kong walked over to the Formation Elder. Understanding the hint, the Formation Elder started examining the stone door. Yi Feng spoke up. "Elder Fifth Formation, how's it looking?" The Formation Elder wore a dark expression. "Getting into this door is harder than ascending to heaven." Hearing this, everyone was collectively shocked. "What?" The Formation Elder explained. "This is the Yin-Yang Grand Formation. Besides the heavenly gate on the surface, there should be an earthly gate underground. First solution, brute force it, but we need someone with attacks that transcend the realm." Everyone fell into contemplation. This was the Martial Saint's tomb. The formation was definitely set up by him. No one here was strong enough to break it by force. The Formation Elder continued. "Another method is to send someone into the earthly gate to open the mechanism from the inside. The stone door will then open automatically. But the earthly gate has its limitations. It's a one-time deal, and it can only allow one person in. Furthermore, the mechanism inside is guarded by many layers of formations, making it harder than finding a needle in a haystack. The key to enter the earthly gate is to have the Pangmen's secret art of wood evasion. Without it, there's no way to find the earthly gate." Everyone immediately got annoyed. Although this secret art has its uses, it wasn't easy to master. Most people focused on their cultivation, who would waste time learning an earth evasion technique that doesn't help much in combat. Actually, there is one person, Noah Beast, that knows earth evasion. But that guy is sleeping in his cave. Peng Zhanhe glanced at Wu Ji and said, "On that note, Wu Ji, I remember you know earth evasion." This made Wu Ji's expression freeze, stuttering, I. Everyone pointed at him. "All right, stop yapping. You go down there, kid. Yeah, you go into the earthly gate." Wu Ji's face went blank, thinking, "Damn it, my strength is just enough to watch the show. Any random person could squish me. Never thought I'd get dragged into this kind of thing." Wu Ji panicked and knelt down. Stuttering, he said, I can't do it. I really can't. Don't make it hard for me. No matter what you think, I absolutely won't go." "Xianqi, you're the one who brought me here. Help me say something." He looked at Peng Xianjie with a terrified, tearful expression. She avoided his gaze and thought with disdain, "This guy is no different from the pigs I had in the first place." Peng Xianjie spoke up. "A real man can't say no. I used to really like you. Even overlooking our past grudges and bringing you along." Hearing these words, Wu Ji couldn't hide the excitement on his face. "Xianyi still likes me. This is enough for me to die for her. I even thought that she still brought me. I must die under her peony skirt." Peng Xianyi gently lifted his chin, whispering, "So, you absolutely can't let me down. After all, if you want to be Peng Xianxi's man, you need to show some skills, right?" Wu Ji's face flushed red, as if he was hypnotized by her words. "Your man, Peng Xianxi, threw another move. Don't even ask. You gotta figure out the meaning of that yourself." Yi Feng got hyped immediately. "All right, I'm off." Before diving headfirst into the ground, he even shouted back, "Xianxi, wait for me. I want to be your main man." Peng Xianxi just gave him a look of pure disdain. "Idiot," she muttered. "Fifth Array Elder, what are the odds?" The Array Elder shook his head. Chang Kong thought to himself, "This, whatever his name is, dude, is seriously weak. A few layers of the Earthgate's mechanisms, and he'll probably be visiting the afterlife before he even gets through the door," Yin Shanke mused. "Well, at least someone's trying their luck." Inside the cave residence, Bei She was freaking out. "Finally, I've recovered enough for 1 billion doppelganger techniques. Plus, what if those grave robbers see me and think I'm a living fossil? I'm getting more and more scared. They might even start worshipping me. Or worse, use me as some kind of ingredient for alchemy. Gotta hurry and try these buttons. Maybe there's secret switches or something. Yeah, I definitely need to get out of here." And with that, Beng Yisha started creating multiple clones. "First, let's use 10,000 deaths to test things out." His face paled.
He lamented inwardly. 1 billion minus 10,000. That's way too much. Outside the cave residence, the stone door finally opened.
What? He succeeded? That was kind of fast, wasn't it? The most surprised person right now was Peng Xianyer. Her eyes widened in shock. That loser actually got through the earth gate and opened the stone door. The crowd surged forward into the martial saint's tomb. Faced with this kind of opportunity, everyone was going crazy.
Cheng Kong spoke up.
Elder, what's our plan now?
The array elder said calmly.
It's all right. The key to this yin-yang grand array is actually the Earth Gate. We have to go through the Earth Gate first. So most of the array's restrictions and mechanisms are set up there. The Heaven Gate, on the other hand, isn't too dangerous. Let's go. With that, they all quickly entered. Inside the Heaven Gate, the group was fighting like crazy. I saw it first, then I'll chop off your damn hand. While the others were fighting fiercely, Cheng Kong calmly thought about the 3 treasures inside. The stuff in the main hall is just king grade or emperor grade at best. Only after going through countless corridors will we see the martial saint's true treasures.
What do you guys think? Yuan Shanke asked.
No need to say more. The 3 of us each have our strengths. To avoid unnecessary casualties, we should cooperate for the greater good, Peng Xianjer added. I can do the math. Splitting it 3 ways is better than what those guys will get anyway.
Cheng Kong grinned wickedly.
Then let's join forces and move forward. Everyone charged ahead, skillfully dodging layer after layer of traps. When they reached the depths of the cave residence, they were struck dumb by the sight of 3 treasures placed solemnly on 3 small platforms. They were all astonished.
Cheng Kong spoke up. A saint-grade celestial binding rope. Even Elder Zen was taken aback. This rope was famous 10,000 years ago. Legend has it that when used, it can not only bind saints, but even a martial emperor wouldn't easily escape.
Yun Xiankui was surprised. A saint-grade wind cloud brush, Elder Lin continued. It's also an item that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years.
It was once the treasured natal weapon of a wolf-race demi-emperor. Peng Xianxie couldn't hide her surprise either.
A saint-grade god-demon arrow. The person accompanying her also spoke. It has a very deep history. Records show that this item had several owners tens of thousands of years ago.
Peng Xianyer was astonished. This Jiang Yu, I'm afraid he only has half a foot into the martial emperor realm. He's just a martial saint. How could he possess 3 saint-grade treasures? Elder Zhen pondered. But that place is probably the core of Jiang Yu's tomb. Suddenly, a voice echoed from somewhere. That's right. Judging from these fluctuations, that side really has some good stuff. Along with that were the excited laughter of several disciples. Brothers, let's charge. With so many treasures, even getting just one would be satisfying for life. Yun Xiankui and Cheng Kong were both in battle-ready stances, but were stopped by Elder Zhen and Elder Lin. Peng Xianjer spoke up. Hold on, our only opponents are Snow Mountain Manor and Yunjian Palace. Those miscellaneous names, even if they get something, they won't be able to take it out of the tomb. Let's just watch them struggle for now.
Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, and the people who had just rushed forward screamed continuously. Their bodies were being corroded by black smoke. What is this? Seeing this, Elder Zen said grimly. If my guess is correct, this tomb contains very heavy yin energy. Over time, the 3 saint-grade treasures have absorbed a lot of yin energy. This yin energy will lash out at anyone who approaches them.
Yun Shenquei asked worriedly. Then what should we do now? Elder Lin said. I'm afraid we can only wait. Wait for the yin energy to dissipate on its own. Peng Xianxie worriedly thought.
Although it looks like nothing's happening now. When the yin energy dissipates, I'm afraid we can't avoid a scramble. At that time, what you get will only depend on yourself.
At the Earth Gate, Little Death was looking at the big, round, dense buttons on the wall.
Are these just decorations? I don't see any use for them at all. Or do I have to press them in a different way? I told you. It happily ran and pressed on a few buttons, causing hidden arrows in the wall to shoot out towards it, causing it to panic endlessly. A large pillar of light, like a pillar, shone straight down because the gate of the city was shining a beam of light into the sky. Lu Qingshan saw the shocking shock and said, the movement is too big. The people who are qualified to come here are at least martial kingmasters. Among them, martial emperors and martial sects are not a few. Looking at the scene in front of him, he asked Zhu Yun, what exactly happened inside? Zhu Yun immediately reported. According to the report, 9 out of 10 people died.
Suddenly, a black Yao Qi flew from behind the 2 of them.
That huge Yao Qi alone faced those in the city. Lu Qingshan, what is that huge shadow? Elder Lin pushed Yun Xianke aside and shouted, Miss, be careful.
Tears streamed down Yun Xianke's face as she watched him get attacked. She cried out in agony,
Uncle Lin. As she landed, Yun Xianke saw his body falling straight to the ground. Yun Xianke hurriedly picked up his body.
Choking with sobs, she called out. Uncle Lin, Elder Lin, had already lost an arm.
He still tried to say, "Miss, are you all right?"
Good. Around them were those who had been killed by the demonic energy, some seriously injured, some with limbs severed. Lu Qingshan looked at the rampant demonic energy from the side.
At that moment, he realized that Immortal Sir's predictions were indeed accurate. Great! Luckily I asked the Immortal Sir beforehand. Otherwise, I would probably have kicked the bucket in there too. The Immortal Sir is indeed an Immortal Sir. Yun Xianke's face darkened as she looked at his back and asked,
You must have known this would happen, right? Lu Qingshan put his hands behind his back and replied,
That's right, I knew there would be danger, so I didn't want to participate, but I did give you a heads up about this.
His eyes were shining brightly. She continued to ask from behind him, Then how did you know there would be danger inside? Lu Qingshan said loftily. A senior expert told me, you don't need to ask anymore. Not a single word can be said about him. After this initial clash, the group was furious and temporarily retreated, and the news here completely spread out, and more cultivators flocked to Pingjiang City. The three great sects increased their manpower even more, making it a matter of necessity.
Everyone knew that when the mechanisms in the tomb automatically used up the 3 saint-grade treasures, when the yin energy dissipated, they could take those treasures back without much effort. Of course, before the mechanisms disappeared, living people didn't dare to step near the martial saint's mansion, a treasure trove with no owner. The wind grew stronger in Pingjiang. Suddenly, a voice rang out in front of the city gate. I say, it looks very dangerous inside, doesn't it?
It was Wang Kai and Lu Banwei riding on the clouds above.
Lu Banwei looked at the city.
He chuckled wickedly and said, the gold coins in here should be enough for us brothers to indulge in the Yi Hong brothel for 3 months.
A mass of demonic energy gathered in the sky. Wang Kai was frightened. That demonic energy has killed so many martial artists. Now it's flying towards us brothers. It doesn't know it's gonna die. It wants to eat you guys. Lu Banwei raised his hand. Gathering a stream of Ling Qi, he crushed the black demonic energy with one squeeze. He happily said, When all is said and done, isn't that money? With money, there will be girls. Having a girl or two around ain't a big deal anyway.
Bam! Then they both went inside the treasure vault.
Wang Kai asked Lu Banwei, But hey bro, how did you know there were gold coins in here? Lu Banwei replied, Tell me, is there anything in this world your bro doesn't know? Wang Kai got all excited. That's right. Who's my bro? He's the existence that charms countless young ladies.
Lu Banwei said, while that's true, whether we're human or dog,
we gotta keep it humble, you know? Wang Kai barked in agreement. Woof. Inside, their eyes lit up at the scene before them. A mountain of shiny gold coins. Lu Banwei lay down in it, laughing. Ching! Your bro's rich. Wang Kai barked excitedly from the side. This is the first time I've seen so much money.
Suddenly, a rope flew from afar.
Wang Kai panicked and warned. Danger! Lu Banwei disdainfully grabbed the rope binding him and said, A raggedy rope dares to stop me from robbing. He calmly snapped the golden rope.
Throwing it aside, Wang Kai was amazed. As expected of my bro, destroying a holy grade weapon with a wave of his hand.
Without stopping, 2 more items flew to attack. Lu Banwei sighed and said, There's seriously a lot of stuff. Then he bent a staff with a punch and grabbed the incoming thing with one hand, throwing them aside.
Wang Kai got even more hyped. Ugh, what kind of reckless and arrogant attack is this? So domineering. My admiration and love for you grows day by day, year by year, like the endless rolling river.
Suddenly, the surroundings shook. Lu Banwei shouted, Crap! A formation diagram on the ceiling trapped them both. Wang Kai cried out, Bro, this place seems to have a formation. It looks super powerful. It doesn't seem easy to break. Do you have a way, bro? Lu Banwei closed his eyes and thought, Yeah, I definitely have no way to break it. Great, because I don't know much about formations anyway.
Wang Kai was shocked. Even you can't do anything.
Right after, Lu Banwei kicked the ground under his feet and said, Well, that doesn't mean there is no way. Wang Kai looked up and saw the formation had shattered.
2.
OP, Wang Kai was so excited he teared up, losing control of his words. Wants to offer cigarettes to the big boss. Wants to warm the bed for the big boss. Wants to clean the toilet for the big boss. Lu Banwei now smoked a cigarette, looking like a carefree playboy. He summoned a few bags and said, Abba, nothing to worry about. Just wave and poof, ching, put all the money in the bags. Don't miss a single cent.
The sisters at Yi Hong Courtyard better be waiting. This time I'm booking the whole place. Lu Banwei laughed loudly.
Wang Kai was moved and said, This isn't just money, it's dignity.
Wang Kai swept all the money into the bags, saying, A brave dog fears no difficulty. Lu Banwei nodded. That's right. Courage is the most important thing to stand on top of the universe. Our slogan is, Wang Kai shouted loudly, cause trouble, cause trouble, cause trouble. Lu Banwei was satisfied. Perfect teamwork. Lu Banwei threw something for Wang Kai to eat. He sighed and said, "This stuff looks pretty tasty." Wang Kai smacked his lips, assessing the flavor. "Not bad at all," he said. Lu Banwei asked, "So there are still over 2 sacks of this stuff left. You want to take a couple of bags back as dog food?" Wang Kai eagerly said, "Bro, that'd be awesome." Lu Banwei generously replied, "Don't mention it, we're brothers." A little later, they officially cleared everything out. Looking at the books scattered on the floor, Wang Kai asked, "What about the leftovers? These books, what kind of stuff is this?" "Some kind of cultivation manual." Lu Banwei waved his hand, saying, "Burn it. This stuff is way too trashy. If this garbage got out there, it would only harm people." He snapped his fingers, and a huge fire erupted. Wang Kai sighed and said, "There's also a cracked stone door here. What if there are some treasures inside?" Lu Banwei replied upon hearing this, "Oh, in here. Besides the dead guy beside the door, there are only 1 or 2 pieces of junk, not even a single gold coin. Forget it, let's go." Seeing that the mechanisms in the tomb were about to disappear, the major sects were secretly gathering their strength again. The headquarters of the 3 major sects have also sent a second wave of super strong reinforcements. Grabbing the martial saints' treasures is the main goal, letting the cultivators fight each other. The smell of gunpowder filled the air. A great battle was about to begin. On this side, carrying a jar of wine, Lu Qingshan stood in front of the entrance and said, "That Yongxian palace is quite something." That single sentence immediately made us my men recall what Yun Xiangke had said. Lu Qingshan, Windcloud Valley has 2 other martial venerables on their way here. Now that the mechanisms in the tomb are dissipating, there's only a little time left. Before that, we don't have to worry about anyone getting here first. So I'm once again inviting you. What do you think about it? Lu Qingshan thought. At the end of the day, I might not need the cultivation technique or medicine inside the tomb, but a sect's future depends on nurturing generations. She invited me to cooperate in treasure hunting, yet I have to run here and ask Mr. Yi for his opinion. Meanwhile, the system's voice rang in Yi Feng's ears. "Congratulations, host. Your calligraphy skill is now comparable to the gods." Yi Feng frowned. "What's with the mount reward? If it gives me another one of those skeleton nags, I'm afraid I won't rest in peace." "Far away," Lu Qingshan shuddered. "Rest in peace." He sensed someone nearby. Yi Feng blurted out, "Look at you, old man. You come empty-handed." Lu Qingshan meekly handed him a jar of wine, hesitatingly saying, "This is to thank you, Mr. Yi, for your previous advice." Yi Feng took the jar, puzzled. "Previous advice? What advice?" Lu Qingshan thought. "The martial saint's tomb. Mr. really doesn't care at all," he said. "It's about the ancient matter I discussed with you. Just as you predicted, a huge mess happened, and many people died. I didn't go because of your reminder and barely saved my life." Yi Feng smiled proudly at the explanation, thinking, "Did I even need to think about it? A cultivator's tomb is usually nothing simple. When mortals like us want to join the fun, trouble is bound to happen." Lu Qingshan sighed inwardly. So calm and indifferent. "Truly a master." And he said humbly, "Mister, the truth is, I came to ask about the tomb again. Now that the danger inside has already happened, if I go in again, will there be no major dangers left, right?" Hearing that, Yi Feng sighed. "Ugh, heavens." Lu Qingshan was startled. "Mister, what does that sigh mean?" Yi Feng frowned, pointing at the old man. "I respect you as an elder, yet you keep yammering on about that Jiang Yu's tomb. Still thinking of going in to loot good stuff, EH? You can't go to that tomb." Lu Qingshan panicked. "Mister, do you mean there's still danger inside?" He was horrified at Yi Feng's next words. "Either way, you won't come back in one piece." Yi Feng thought, annoyed. This old coot is really dense. An old bag of bones like him going in is just asking for dozens of coffins waiting for him. Then he turned his back and continued. "Look at your rickety old self. Don't even dream about it. Even if there really isn't any danger inside, you won't get a thing. It's definitely been snatched up by others already." At this moment, Lu Banwei and Wang Kai jumped onto the roof. Lu Qingshan still sat in confusion. "Not getting good stuff because others snatched it up." "Mister, your meaning is..." Yi Feng snorted. "The meaning is just that. What else could it be?" In his mind, he was thinking, "You don't even know the danger about those cultivator tombs. An old man like you can't even run as fast as others. You can't snatch, can't fight. If there is any good stuff, wouldn't it be taken by others?" As if he understood, Lu Qingshan cupped his hands and bowed to Yi Feng. "I understand now. Thank you for the reminder, mister." Lu Banwei and Wang Kai were sneaking behind Yi Feng when he suddenly turned his head, feeling uneasy. Inside the storage room, Wang Kai and Lu Banwei were digging. Wang Kai asked, Bro, is it safe to steal from this place? Lu Banwei replied. The most dangerous place is the safest place, relax, Wang Kai then asked. So, are we rich now? He replied. Of course. We're top-tier tycoons. We can take all the young girls in Pingjiang City out.
Wang Kai continued. Actually, bro, there's always been a question, Lu Banwei asked. What question? Wang Kai said innocently. This is what I've been thinking about. When you go to the brothel, how do you deal with the bony tail? Lu Banwei threw the shovel to the ground and shouted, Wang Kai, you dumbass. Lu Banwei sat on the mound of earth, dejectedly saying, Do you know that if you give birth to a son, he might not have an anus? Then Lu Banwei happily recalled the beautiful young women, saying, Besides, am I a vulgar person? What I want is the feeling of being surrounded by the girls. Do you understand that kind of feeling?
Wang Kai Ahmed, as if he understood a little, Lu Banwei picked up the shovel and said, Hurry up and dig. Tonight, I still need to go find that feeling, Wang Kai said. Okay, bro. Suddenly, Wang Kai looked towards the door in shock. The storage door was kicked, flying by Yi Feng, slamming straight into Lu Banwei. He screamed in pain. Then Lu Banwei turned back angrily and asked, Who dares to ambush me, this daddy? Seeing the person in front of him, Lu Banwei hurriedly hugged the money bag, shouting, Abba, Abba. Yi Feng, with a dark face, said with a chilling aura, Trying to hide your head but revealing your tail? Is your body worth as much as that sack? Get the hell out of here. I kept hearing weird noises earlier. Thought it was rats. Lu Banwei, terrified, kept yelling, Abba, Abba. Yi Feng angrily punched him, flying, yelling, Speak like a human, damn it. Hurry up and deal with that money business. Then he opened the sack and looked. These are sacks of gold coins. Must be tens of thousands. Lu Banwei fell to the ground, quickly explaining. This money, I picked it up in the mountains. It'd be a waste if we didn't take it. Wang Kai even chimed in with a woof, in agreement, but he coldly said, A waste, huh? In his mind, he thought, in this other world, unexpectedly finding treasure in the mountains is considered a normal thing. This brat follows that skeletal weirdo around all day, and usually has a bit of humanity, so he should be honest. Then he picked up the sack of gold coins and said, I believe you that it's a waste to leave it, so thanks to you two for adding to my family's income, but I can't just take it from you for free. Then he threw a single copper coin to Lu Banwei and continued, Hurry up and take it, save it up and use it, don't cause me trouble, and don't forget to buy some tasty food for your canine bro. Lu Banwei cried buckets, saying, Oh, only 1 cent, Yi Feng asked. What? You think it's too little? Lu Banwei couldn't say anything, and could only resignedly cry and say, No objections? Then he happily carried the sacks of gold coins, and happily said, Picking up money is so fun. At Qingshan's sect, in the council hall, Yun Xiangke was still trying to persuade Lu Qingshan. Can you reconsider? Our Fengyun Valley, including Yang Mu and Elder Yang Sen, are both martial venerate realm cultivators. It wouldn't be difficult for us to combine our strength and put those treasures in our pockets, but Lu Qingshan firmly stood his ground, saying, I'm afraid Qingshan's sect doesn't have the fate for it. Let's just forget about the collaboration, recalling the warning. Anyway, if you go, you definitely won't come back in one piece. Lu Qingshan's face darkened, saying, This time, the danger is even more terrifying than last time. The items inside have already been taken by someone else. Yun Xiangke was shocked upon hearing this. What, last time? The illusory realm almost caused the martial venerate experts from the southern great sects to lose their lives there? If it's even more dangerous, it'll be impossible to get in and out. So who could have gotten there first and taken the treasure? Suddenly, another voice interjected, pretending to be a ghost. It was Yang Mu. He was a martial venerable from Fengyun Valley. He scoffed. What's all this prophecy nonsense? Last time was just a fluke because everyone was caught off guard. This time, those traps inside the Mei Ying tomb are all gone. Plus, we have our combined power. You telling me we still can't take down one dead person's tomb? I think you're just lying through your teeth. It's okay if you don't go yourself, but you're making it sound so dramatic. Could you have some other intention? Lu Qingshan heard those words. He stood up from his seat and said, All right, to treat good intentions as wolfish hearts. Then I have nothing more to say. He slowly walked down the stairs, stood next to Yun Xiangke, and said, Miss Yun, I hope you remember the previous lesson, based on the relationship between our two sects. I've said everything that can be said. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. He walked towards the door. Yang Mu contemptuously said, If you don't want to ally, then don't ally. You're making up excuses and nonsense. Yang Sen said from the side, Ms., we don't need to pay attention to Lu Qingshan. When the three of us go in, things will fall into place. With the two of us here, the sacred object is as good as in our hands. Yun Xiangke pondered for a moment and then made a decision. No, we're not going. Last time was too heavy a lesson. If it weren't for Uncle Lin sacrificing himself to save me, I would have already been a wandering soul in that tomb. I absolutely can't fall into the same pit twice." She clenched her fist and continued. "They'll be at the tomb in half a day. Let's watch from outside.
Let's see what kind of big shot this Cheng Pingjiang is hiding, and if it's really possible to foresee all the dangers lurking in the Martial Saint's tomb."
Soon, countless experts gathered at the Martial Saint's tomb. One person made the first move. This slight movement caused everyone else to rush forward. Countless figures soaring into the air, heading towards that stone gate.
The folks from the various sects are already going at it hammer and tongs just to get into the vault.
"Get out of my way, you son of a..."
Kill one, and another pops up.
"Come on, let's kill. They're fighting." Someone laughed loudly and said, "Treasures, here I come." So ruthless, going straight for the kill with every move. Among the Snow Mountain Manor folks, one of them, Fifth Formation, said, "Young master." But Chang Kong calmly replied, "No need to rush." He looked to the side and said, "Oh, the people from Fengyun Valley aren't going in. What's the plan?" Yun Xiangquei simply warned. "Inside that tomb, there's a great danger, even more terrifying than last time." Chang Kong chuckled and asked, "What's wrong?" "Still scared witless from last time," Peng Xianquer disdainfully said. "Can't even overcome such a small thing. I'm going first." Yang Mu couldn't take it anymore and yelled, "Shut your trap, you mutt!" Chang Kong remained indifferent and said, "Yun Xianquei, even if we are great sects, a saint-tier item inside could help us advance." By one stage, Chang Kong didn't say it, but if someone with your strength doesn't even dare to go in, people will only laugh at Fengyun Valley from now on. Chang Kong folded his fan and walked straight inside. Yang Mu said to her, "Miss, don't be foolish. There's still time to change your mind. With our strength, we can at least get a Saint-Tier item," Yun Xianquei said. "Say no more, let's just wait a little longer." Her heart was in turmoil. Will Lu Qingshan's words really come true? Do I really have to believe him? Even trust someone I've never even met, not even knowing if he's a real immortal or a fake, sacrificing such a great opportunity for Fengyun Valley for nothing? Inside, the other sects moved aside. Someone shouted, "Damn it! They're the people from Snow Mountain Manor and Heavenly Sword Sect. They're getting ahead of us." Peng Xianwei took the lead and shouted, "Saint-Tier item, we must have it." From the sky, a sharp sword appeared, swinging down. It was Peng Xian, leaving him struggling to defend himself. Chang Kong, yelling like a maniac, "Screw the noise. Getting the sacred treasures is what matters now." Peng Xian courier shot back, "True, but the sacred treasures belong to our Heavenly Sword sect." Then, they both jumped back. Chang Kong unleashed a barrage of round objects at Peng Xianquer. She blocked them all with her sword. From behind, Formation Elder and another person appeared. They clasped their hands together, preparing a technique. "Young master, we'll assist you." But right behind them, Elder Lin rushed in, sword in hand, retorting, "You're fighting me." Right now the situation is Chang Kong attacking Peng Xianxie. He yelled, "Heavenly armor." She also yelled, "Heavenly sword." Over on the other side, Formation Elder shouted, "Formation of great heavenly might." His companion also focused on casting the formation barrage of thunder grenades. The other side yelled just as loudly, "Eternal sword Dayo swordplay. Heavenly sword descends the mountain." After a tense moment, Formation Elder was injured. Chang Kong was also injured and coughed up blood. Peng Xianxie then said, "Sorry you guys lost. The sacred treasures are ours." On this side, Chang Kong and his comrades, totally exhausted, replied, "Damn it. If it weren't for so many of us being injured." Outside, someone sighed, "Miss, are you really going to pass up such a golden opportunity?" It was Yang Mu, anxiously looking at the vanishing immortal mausoleum. "See for yourself, there's absolutely nothing happening in the tomb. So where's this danger you mentioned, huh?" Yun Xianquei crossed her arms, retorting coldly, "If you all want to enter, you'll have to step over my dead body." Next to her, Yang Mu and Yang Sen muttered in unison to themselves, "This miss is really out of her freaking mind." Inside a room, 3 stone pedestals stood alone. Suddenly, Peng Xianquer and her comrades rushed in from outside. She shouted loudly, "2 elders, 3 sacred treasures. We each take 1. We must take them all." Elder Lin replied, "All right." Then Peng Xianquer saw on the ground that a sacred treasure had been shattered to pieces. Peng Xianquer was so shocked that she shouted 4 words, "Crunchy peanut brittle." Peng Xianquer couldn't believe her eyes and asked, "What? What happened? What the hell happened?" Behind her, Elder Lin and his comrades were also very surprised. Following them, Chang Kong stepped forward and shouted, "Peng Xianjie, drop the sacred treasures in front of you." Peng Xianjie's group all turned to look at Chang Kong with gloomy expressions. Chang Kong still didn't understand anything and rushed forward excitedly. "Looks like the Heavenly Sword sect is nothing special. Good opportunity, 2 elders. follow me to snatch the treasures. Chang Kong stepped forward and, seeing that the sacred treasure was no longer intact, also put on a face like Peng Xianxier's just now and blurted out, "Crunchy peanut brittle." Because they were so shocked, Chang Kong's group plunged straight into the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. Afterwards, Chang Kong knelt on the ground, blaming Peng Xianxier. What the hell happened? Why did it turn out like this? Peng Xianxier, standing behind, retorted, "You ask me. Who should I ask?" Chang Kong continued dejectedly, "If I don't ask you, who else can I ask? You guys were clearly the first ones here. I can't accept this reality." A blindfolded guy from Chang Kong spoke up. "This was clearly destroyed by someone," the bearded guy added. "Young master, calm down. Instead of dwelling on these irreplaceable sacred items, it's more important to figure out who has the strength to destroy sacred items barehanded." Hearing that, Chang Kong was stunned and questioned, "When did he even get here? What's the purpose of destroying the sacred items?" Peng Xianxier picked up a fragment and replied, "Exactly. This place had countless elixirs and cultivation methods, but now it's turned into a pile of ashes." Seeing this, Chang Kong was so heartbroken that tears streamed down his face as he looked at the fragment. He stammered, Tai, ancient chaos art, sacred grade cultivation method, also burned to a crisp," Chang Kong lamented, clutching his face in utter despair. "Motherfucker. Who the hell did this? Which sperm cell floated up to the brain and destroyed these treasures of heaven? Is it due to twisted humanity or a complete lack of morality?" He blamed himself. Life is truly unpredictable, just like what Huang Huahong teaches. Couldn't even lick anything. On the other side, Yun Xiankui and Yang Mu also looked surprised. A red-haired guy was walking out with his two companions, saying as he walked, "Damn it, this turned into a joke. A master actually got here before us, so many people, couldn't even lick a single hair. Suyue Mountain Manor still got something, though." Hearing those words, Yun Xiankui asked, "What did Suyue Mountain Manor get? Those 3 sacred items?" Then, the red-haired guy laughed and replied, "What are you thinking? Those 3 sacred items were destroyed and turned into 3 piles of trash long ago. As for what the 5th Chang Kong and Peng Xianxier got," he shouted, "a pile of dog sht." Yang Mu and Yang Sen were extremely shocked when they heard that. Yang Mu repeated, "Dog." Yang Sen also finished, "Dog sht." Yun Xiankui smiled slightly and said, "As expected, what Lu Qingshan said was really accurate." In her heart, she thought, "This also means that that person's prediction was true." Suddenly, there was a violent tremor that surprised everyone. In a certain room, that group of people also exclaimed, "This tomb is strange. Can you feel it? It's like a pressure surpassing all living things." Then, they shouted together, "Run quickly!" From the room with the tomb, a large beam of light suddenly erupted, carrying terrifying power. Everyone was terrified and shouted, That's Chang Kong and Peng Xianxier landed on the ground from somewhere." He spoke up, "It's the martial saint's coffin inside emitting pressure, causing the tremor." Hearing that, Yun Xiankui added, "In other words, this powerful aura before us is the real deal, Jiang Yu the martial saint." Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky, its entire body enveloped in a radiant glow. That person spoke up, "The younger generation is indeed impressive. Don't be nervous, everyone. This humble one is Jiang Yu." Down below, the crowd erupted in cheers at Yi Feng's appearance. "Yi Feng, the martial saint," someone shouted. "Holy crap, I actually met a martial saint," Yun Xiankui thought to herself in the back. So the real Yi Feng showed up. What exactly is Lu Qingshan's great danger? Is this a calamity or a blessing? Right now, it's like trying to see flowers through the fog. Yi Feng, the martial saint, spoke. "Enough talk. This old man passed away 10,000 years ago, but before my passing, I had one regret, no one to pass on my teachings. So I left this tomb, hoping that after 10,000 years, I would find someone worthy to inherit my legacy." Peng Xianxier blushed shyly upon hearing this. She thought to herself, "I originally thought today's treasure hunt was a complete failure, but who knew I could make a comeback here?" Chang Kong was equally flushed, thinking with excitement, "A martial saint's legacy. How can those measly holy artifacts compare to this turnaround?" He then asked, "May I ask, Senior, how can one obtain your legacy?" Yi Feng, the martial saint, replied with a smile, "It's not difficult." Yi Feng produced a zither and said, "For the first half of my life, Yi Feng wielded a sword, but my swordsmanship talent was ultimately too lacking. So in my old age, I diligently practiced the zither, and finally, I entered sainthood through music. After achieving sainthood, I could no longer find a zither score in the world that moved me. So whoever among you can produce a piece that pleases me can obtain my legacy." The red-haired guy shouted, "Zither scores! Again with the zither scores, Chang Kong retorted mockingly.
But obtaining a zither score doesn't necessarily mean you know how to play. Besides, you entered sainthood through music. Who here has zither skills that can even reach your ears?
Yi Feng conjured up something that looked like a treasure and said, "Not necessarily. One can discern a person's musical talent simply by looking at the zither score. Zither skills won't be prioritized over that. So if I successfully sense talent from someone's zither score, not only will they receive my legacy, but this emperor-grade zither platform will also be a gift."
The crowd below, including Chang Kong, Peng Xianyer, Yun Xiankui, and their companions, were utterly astonished. One of them exclaimed, "An emperor-grade treasure on the Xianjiang continent? That's absolutely a supreme existence. Even 10, 200 holy-grade items can't compare." Yang Mu said anxiously to Yun Xiankui,
"Young miss, you often play the zither in your spare time to cultivate your mind. Why not take this opportunity to try?"
Suddenly, Yun Xiankui took a step forward. Yun Xiankui said awkwardly, "The matter of the holy artifact being snatched by someone else has already come true. I think the next prediction will probably be right at least 80% of the time. From the Martial Saint's tomb manifesting to the Martial Saint showing up, from injuring so many experts, yet no one got any benefit. This is terrifying when you think about it." Behind her, Yang Sen asked, "Young miss, so what are your plans?" Then, Yun Xiankui turned and left, replying, "We're not going. Not only are we not going, but we must leave this place before the emperor-grade item beguiles us. The young miss can actually resist because of a prediction. This decision is truly decisive." Yi Feng placed one foot on the treasure. Yi Feng lowered his head and said, "Each of you only has 3 chances to play. After 3 tries, you're disqualified." From somewhere, Mao Mao appeared. In her hand was a zither. She shouted, "I'm first."
Then, Mao Mao played a piece of music. Peng Xianyer listened to the music while assessing the situation. It seemed like hoping to profit by muddying the waters was impossible. Elder Kong transmitted a message to the Tianjin sect. "Quickly gather the most famous zither scores and bring them here immediately. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Use any means necessary." Chang Kong also gave an order, "Inform the sect. Collect the best zither scores in the world and bring them here. We can't be a step slower than the Tianjin sect. If necessary, steal them from others." Got it? Just like that.
Yi Feng remained in the sky, allowing everyone from everywhere to compete. Several days passed, and all the cultivators present had taken a turn. But no one could make Yi Feng open his eyes. Then, the Tianjian sect and the Shuishan Villa brought zither scores.
Peng Xianher and Diwu Changkong chose 2 pieces to perform, but it was the same. There were no results. Yi Feng kept his eyes tightly shut. Outside Pingjiang City, the number of people gathered grew larger and larger. But from beginning to end, they couldn't even make Yi Feng's eyelids twitch.
Music filled the air. The notes of music echoed above Yi Feng's head. Yi Feng, at this moment, was also holding a guitar and commenting on the music of others. "No soul, man." Yi Feng thought to himself, "This is the first time I've felt it." It turned out he was wearing a guitar. Around him, crowds were enjoying his performance. He happily thought, being a street performer is a satisfying thing. So awesome. The people around him were clamoring, "Mr. Yi, play another song. I can't eat if I don't hear it every day. When are you starting a concert? I'll invest." Wu Yonghong sighed. "Mr. Na's musical skills are truly too profound, containing a great dabo. Even someone at our level can't comprehend a 10,000th of it." And Sunjage next to him added, "If your cultivation is a bit lower, you might only be able to hear a single song, only knowing it's pleasant to the ear, but not understanding anything."
Someone else spoke up. "This kid's music is truly impeccable. Personally, I think it's much more enjoyable than that bookish guy who paints and writes. His identity used to be a disciple of the Qingshan sect. Yu Wuji."
Before I could even use Earth Evasion, I somehow got stuck. "Guess I'll just blindly stumble around this place for a bit." Heard someone playing music. "Gotta wait till I get back to that Martial Saint's tomb." And BAM! Yi Feng appears. Turns out, this daddy needs sheet music to snag his inheritance. This is all freaking destiny, man. All I gotta do is copy it. Maybe I can turn the tables on this whole mess. I'm definitely getting that Martial Saint inheritance, he thought, chuckling gleefully to himself. Afterwards, Yung Wuji stepped out of the alley, and bam! He bumps into Lu Daxing carrying a shoulder pole. He yells, "Damn it, you lowly mortal, can't you see your daddy's passing through? Get out of the way." Without a word, Lu Daxing reached out and grabbed Yu Wuji's head, making him jump. Then, Lu Daxing slammed Yu Wuji's head into the ground, grabbed his hair, and said in a dark voice, "Thank goodness this is an empty outhouse. Yu Wuji could only beg for mercy. I'm Paso
Bovary, sorry. Finally, when he was released, Yu Wuji hurriedly ran away, muttering angrily to himself, "I'll definitely kill you. One day I'll walk freely throughout the entire Pingjiang territory." Meanwhile, Yi Feng was still floating in the air. The crowd around was amazed. One person spoke up. Even calligraphy and music didn't work. Another replied, "Who dares to try now? The loser this time is the holy maiden of the demonic sound sect, Shu Qinhua." She hugged her instrument disappointedly and walked away. Suddenly, a voice rang out, surprising everyone. "I want to give it a try." Peng Xianhe crossed her arms and asked, "Where have you been?" Yu Wuji smiled awkwardly and replied, "I just went back to get a song I wrote a while ago. Had a little accident on the way." Peng Xianhe was surprised by his words. She asked again, "You can write music," a passerby added. "Who knows? Maybe there's a chance. After all, Yu Qiang was the one who opened the heavenly gate last time." Yu Wuji chuckled insincerely. "You're too kind. Too kind. I'll give it a try then, Xianjie. Would I lie to you? This is definitely something I wrote. I definitely won't let you down this time." Then, Yu Wuji placed his instrument on the ground. He sat down and began to play. He thought gleefully, "I crammed this sheet music on the way here, easy peasy. Xianjie, your daddy about to snatch the martial saint's inheritance." Yu Wuji began to play clear, melodious notes. These notes reached Yi Feng's golden ears, moving him slightly. This sound reminded Yi Feng of Michael Jackson, so he opened his eyes wide in surprise. The crowd below was utterly stunned. They exclaimed, "No way! Martial Saint Yi Feng actually opened his eyes to listen. Even if it was Shu Qinhua, it would be praiseworthy for the martial saint to open his eyes after she finished." Another person shouted, "Looks like the martial saint's inheritance might be snatched by Weijie." Someone else sighed, "No, it can't be. How can you pull a 90th minute equalizer like this?" Yi Feng then exploded like a super saiyan. He shouted, "The music is too damn good. Extraordinary. Truly extraordinary. You're not bad either. You helped this saint break through the final layer of my bottleneck. Next, this saint will pass on the inheritance to you." Yu Wuji was overjoyed when he heard this. Yu Wuji shouted happily, "Martial saint's inheritance. Martial saint's inheritance. This daddy, Weijie, actually got the martial saint's inheritance." Everyone around was happy for Yu Wuji, congratulating him. "Yu Qiang, congratulations, congratulations. Yu Qiang is truly amazing. Not only did you open the heavenly gate in the beginning, but now you've become the inheritor of the martial saint. Yu Qiang, congratulations on embarking on the path to the peak of life. Don't forget your brothers in the future." Yu Wuji smiled gleefully in response. "Easy, easy." Peng Xianjie was furious. She thought to herself, "I originally planned to use this trash for a bit and send him to see his ancestors a few decades earlier, but I didn't expect this trash to not only open the heavenly gate, but also become the inheritor of the martial saint." Then, Peng Xianjie spoke up. "Weijie, I now announce that you have officially joined the heavenly sword sect." Yi Feng turned around and winked, exclaiming, "Oh." Then Yu Wuji put on a perverted face and said, "Maybe, but Xianhe, you need to be my woman first, yo?" Peng Xianhe was furious when she heard this and scolded. Yu Wuji thought to himself, "This daddy Weijie finally has some capital today. I'll be set no matter where I go in the future." At that moment, Yi Feng landed from the sky and said, "Disciple, tell me, you must have the sheet music in your hand, right?" Yu Wuji quickly replied, "Of course, Shifu." He handed Yi Feng a scroll. After reading it, Yi Feng praised, "Good, good, good. Truly a divine melody." Yu Wuji cupped his hands and replied, "Reporting to Shifu, this is the tearful work of your disciple, created through several nights of effort." Yi Feng looked at him and continued, "I heard that the 2 heavenly gates, the first set up, were also broken by you. Worthy of being my good disciple, come closer to Shifu, and Shifu will pass on the inheritance to you." Yu Wuji was extremely happy at this moment, and replied, "Yes, Shifu." Unexpectedly, Yi Feng grabbed Yu Wuji's head tightly. Then Yi Feng put on a somewhat scary face, grinning widely as he said, "Let Shifu pass it on to you." Then, an extremely strong pressure from Yi Feng descended on Yu Wuji's head, causing him to widen his eyes in pain. The onlookers freaked out, yelling, "What is this? This isn't inheritance, it's body snatching." Cheng Kong panicked, shouting, "This Jiang Yu isn't looking for a successor or anything. He's just looking for someone whose body suits his soul. We've all been tricked." Elder Lin said worriedly, "We shouldn't stay here, let's go." Peng Xianhe, already turning to leave, replied, Okay. But they'd barely taken a few steps when they were blocked by a wall. Everyone cried out in shock, "What? The exit's sealed?" Jiang Yu, still actively trying to possess Wu Yuji, laughed triumphantly. This plan was set in motion 10,000 years ago, all for this very day.
Jiang Yu was giving off some serious Sukuna vibes, raising his hand gleefully. My quest to become a realm breaker is just a little lacking in nutrients, so consider yourselves stepping stones on my path.
Jiang Yu appeared behind a disciple from the sect, saying, "Become the nutrients for my body snatching."
Instantly, the disciple was drained of all life force, shriveling up as the old guy touched him. Someone screamed in horror. A martial venerable turned into a skeleton in the blink of an eye. Another cried, "What do we do? Think of something. I don't want to die." Looking at the martial saint clutching Wu Yuji's neck, someone yelled in a panic, "I just came for treasure. I didn't want to become a dried-up corpse."
Elder Zen was sweating bullets, terrified.
At this moment, below a martial emperor, he was basically invincible. Don't even mention us. I'm afraid even the martial saints here have no power to resist.
Suddenly, Jiang Yu said, "That's not right." The veins in his hand bulged as he squeezed Wu Yuji's neck. Then they all heard him say in a panic, "That's not right. That's not right. This isn't how it's supposed to be. Tell me, did you write the music score yourself?"
Wu Yuji could only beg, "Spare me! Spare me! Please, sir, have mercy." But the old guy shouted, "I'm asking you." Just then, Wu Yuji confessed tearfully, I didn't. The music score wasn't written by me at all. Everyone around them was suspicious. What? He didn't write the music score? Peng Xianxie frowned in disdain. I thought I was wrong about him. Turns out he's just a useless bum. Then, before everyone's eyes, Jiang Yu sent Wu Yuji flying into the sky and ordered, "Take me to him!" The poor guy could only say, "Yes, yes, yes." Elder Zen watched him go, saying, "He wants to snatch the composer." Chang Kong on the side didn't understand. "But why does he need to snatch the composer?" Si Qinhua explained from the side. "Because we use music to cultivate, which is different from traditional cultivation methods, and someone who can create such a profound piece of music must have top-tier talent. Music composition of this level. For us, the talent could be compared to ordinary cultivation talents that are very important, and after snatching the body, you can inherit the original owner's talent." After the explanation, both Chang Kong and Xianhe understood.
"So that's how it is." On the other side,
a hand was making a chess move.
Yi Feng smiled smugly.
"You've lost," Lu Qingshan admired. "Mr. is indeed amazing." "I lost again," he pouted, saying, "You can't blame me. I just started learning." Then, he thought to himself, although my carving skills aren't perfect yet, they're not bad. I wonder how long it will take to reach the level of the gods.
He noticed the paper, sighing inwardly. It's probably different than this old Go board. Using paper as a substitute isn't a good solution.
Then, he said to him, "Hey, old man, you should be more familiar with Chengpingjiang than I am. If you see any good wooden or square stone tables, get one for me." Qingshan guessed upon hearing this. "Mr. wants to carve a Go board." Then, he hummed in reply.
Suddenly he stroked his chin, musing inwardly. After all, Mr.'s meat cleaver is a saint-grade artifact. The national seal is also a saint-grade artifact. And more importantly, the Go board will probably be at least a saint-grade artifact. Maybe even higher grade than saint-grade.
He said, "Mister, this might not be easy to do," Yi Feng simply replied calmly. "No rush. It will definitely be done." Outside, Jiang Yu dragged Wu Yuji by the head. He asked, "Tell me quickly, where is that person?" he said, shaking his head. "Over there, in the martial arts gym over there."
The old guy rode his instrument straight towards Yi Feng's martial arts gym. Qingshan, in the room, recognized something.
He said immediately, "This is..." In his mind, he was thinking of a powerful aura appeared outside, heading straight to the martial arts gym.
Yi Feng was still relaxed. What's the rush? What good is it to go out now? Wait for this idle guy who has nothing to do. He squirted hairspray while asking, "Mister, your meaning?" He frowned, thinking, this old man is really a motherfucker. It's about to rain, and he still wants to go out. Is he the type to pull his pants down and think about going to the toilet when the poop is already falling? Qingshan thought sentimentally. As expected of Mr. Even with a strong enemy attacking outside, he can still be cool and aloof, as if nothing happened.
Suddenly he blushed and looked away, pondering, I wonder how Mr. will deal with the enemy outside in a moment. It seems like this is the first time I'll get to see Mr. take action. It really makes people look forward to it. On Jiang Yu's side, he was standing in front of the martial arts gym. He suddenly noticed 3 ordinary, small fries guarding the place. Someone shouted, "Dead!" It turned out to be 2 people secretly following to watch the live broadcast of the battle. Elder Zhen said, "How did 3 martial venerables suddenly pop out of a small Chengpingjiang?" Chang Kong said inwardly, "What's even more shocking is that they're all holding saint-grade artifacts in their hands. Judging from their appearance, They seemed to be protecting this martial arts gym.
The formation elder was sweating bullets. But sadly, against Yi Feng, even 3 martial sovereigns were useless.
Yi Feng scoffed. 3 nobodies dare to block my path. Then he waved his hand and shouted, "Get lost!" The 3 martial hall protectors were blown away by the force, suffering injuries in the process. Yi Feng sneered mockingly. Just ants. But he was shocked to see the 3 of them standing their ground despite his power. Enraged, Yi Feng jumped in to attack, seeking death. But then he saw 2 buckets being thrown at him. He dodged. The 3 looked over and saw an old geezer with a yoke, smiling. "Uncle carrying dung, thanks." Chang Kong on the side was stunned. Another martial sovereign. The formation elder frowned. This martial hall seems to be more than we imagined. Normally, even the 2 of us sects wouldn't dare offend them casually. But we are facing Yi Feng. That Yi Feng was furious. These ants dare to block my path. Die. With those words, a burst of energy erupted like a volcanic eruption, shooting straight into the sky. Inside the storage room, Wang Kai said tiredly, "Bro, there's a lot of commotion outside." Dad, Nan just clicked his tongue dismissively. "Just some trash causing trouble. Ignore him." Wang Kai clicked his tongue too. "Okay, bro." At this moment, Qingshan was sweating, and Yi Feng asked, "Old man, why are you staring at me like that?" While the old man was trembling, thinking, a half-emperor, with his strongest attack. As if realizing something, Yi Feng smiled kindly. "Ha! Seems like you're surprised to see me carving this pistol." Then, Yi Feng casually aimed and fired a shot.
Seeing the shooting stance, Qingshan thought in astonishment, "What the heck? I clearly saw an invisible energy emanating from that strange object of the senior, piercing through the window and shooting out."
Then he dashed outside, leaving behind a sentence. "Senior, I'll go out first." Yi Feng was confused, speculating in his head, is this old geezer having diarrhea? When he got outside, he was horrified. That energy, not only that, the 3 nosy guys were also shocked. What? Yi Feng's energy is dissipating. My attack. He looked down, horrified to realize that one of his legs was gone. At that moment, he screamed in terror. His face contorted. That Wu Ji was thrown straight to the ground, wailing in pain, and Yi Feng was shocked in his head, thinking in fear. There is a power unlike anything in this world attacking me. In his mind, he only had one thought. Run. I have to run. But before he could do anything, another force attacked him from behind. Yi Feng cried out in agony,
finally vanishing in resentment. "I waited 10,000 years, and this is the result I get," Yi Feng whispered. "Just a little bit more, and he would have vanished into ashes."
The onlookers were startled. A dignified martial saint, no, someone who was close to being a martial emperor, a half-emperor, just vanished like that. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed such a thing could happen.
Chang Kong's face was distorted as he repeatedly said, "Expert? What a freaking expert! There's a super expert inside this martial hall. Holy crap! The formation elder was helpless. Did you even need to say that?" Qingshan was shocked at the sight. To think, just sitting inside and raising a hand.
That was the first time the master made a move. Truly terrifying.
Suddenly, he saw a wooden table, exclaiming in surprise, "The material is wood. Look at me. That's exactly what the master said before."
"Master, the Jiangyu ancient tomb outside Pingjiang City has..." Yi Feng didn't even let him finish, already annoyed, yelling, "Why are you telling me this, old man? I'm just a mortal, a simple mortal. This stuff belongs to cultivation. I'm not interested in ancient tombs or cave dwellings. Are you trying to irritate me to death so you can snatch my martial arts gym?"
Qingshan hurriedly clasped his hands, blaming himself. "How foolish of me. The master is living here in seclusion to experience the ordinary life. This time was only because that Jiang Yu woke up without washing his face and came here to cause trouble, forcing the master to act. Fortunately, the master isn't angry." Then he said to him,
"Oh right, master. Since you needed a chessboard, I've already prepared it," he happily thought. "Not bad. This old man says he doesn't want anything, but he's actually very efficient," Yi Feng said, extremely satisfied. "Then I'll trouble you. Please move it to the backyard for me," Wu Yonghong asked from outside. "Brother Qingshan, was that the master who made a move just now?" He smiled and replied, "That's right, it was the master. Are you all okay?" Qingshan nodded in agreement. The master is truly powerful. Then he instructed the 3 others. "But everyone, don't mention anything about ancient tombs. The master only wants to live a normal life. Every time he acts, it's out of necessity. Moreover, I was careless just now and disturbed the master, making him a little unhappy." The 3 of them heard this and said, "Understood. Thank you for the reminder." Then he asked the 3 of them, Come, quickly help me carry this emperor-grade zither platform in for the master." The master wants to make a chessboard. Then they shouted in unison, 1, 2. In front of the gate were the 3 eavesdroppers, Cheng Kong gaping in surprise. Look at this. What are you guys doing? They watched the 4 people carrying a table and fell silent. The others didn't care, Qingshan said. 1, 2, 1, 2, just follow the rhythm. Cheng Kong stepped forward respectfully and said, Greetings, seniors. I am the 5th young master of Snow Mountain Manor, Cheng Kong. These 2 behind me are 5th formation disciples of our manor, and the sanctus of the Devil's Sound sect, Shu Qinghua, formation elder, thought to himself, Young master has finally returned to his normal self. The 4 people said in unison. Cheng Kong happily thought, their attitude is a bit better now. Then he asked, May I ask, seniors, what are you doing? Young Sheng replied on behalf of the group. The master wants to turn this thing into a chessboard. We are planning to bring it inside for him. The 3 of them were shocked upon hearing this. What? An emperor-grade zither platform, used as a chessboard? Shu Qinhua asked hesitantly. May I ask who the master you are referring to is? Is he the one who made a move just now? Then, that peerless zither score, could it also be from that master? Qingshan replied smugly. Of course, in this world, who else besides the master could have such style and grace? Another person appeared, announcing, Fengyun Valley, Yun Xiangke, greetings, everyone. Then, she looked at him and said, Senior Lu, is that him? Qingshan nodded. Yes. Qinhua's face flushed slightly, and she said quickly, We wish to pay respects to that master. Could the seniors please inform him? He replied calmly. Paying respects to the master is your freedom, but there are a few things I must remind you. The master is a peerless expert. Whether it's his cultivation or his realm, it surpasses your imagination. The reason he resides here is to return to simplicity and experience the lives of ordinary people. He even does everything himself and never interferes with matters of cultivation. Therefore, when you pay your respects later, it's best to abide by the master's rules and avoid asking about anything related to cultivation. Yuan Xiangke bowed. Thank you for the reminder. Afterwards, the 4 continued to carry the table. Qingshan said, Wait a moment. Yi Feng paid attention to Lu Qingshan. He respectfully announced, Master, there are some people outside who say they want to meet you. Probably because they admire you, he replied. Want to meet me? All right. Wait for me to put on a set of clothes, then I'll go out and take a look. Outside, Xiangke said nervously. So I'm finally going to meet that foreteller. In my heart, I believe that he can be considered my indirect lifesaver. Qinhua's eyes sparkled. I wonder what that musical composer looks like. He must be a handsome man, right? Cheng Kong sweated as he guessed. He was able to destroy the peerless Jiang Yu with one strike. He must be an elegant but dignified expert, right? But when that figure stepped out, everyone was stunned. Cheng Kong's face darkened, and he said, He is that person. Looking at Yi Feng, the words came out. You, musical composer. Qinhua pursed her lips. This is completely different to what I imagined. Qinhua happily thought. Outstanding aura, plus a super handsome appearance, and able to create divine melodies like that, it must be someone like him. Xian Kui was stunned. I originally thought this peerless expert would be an old man in his 60s, but he's unexpectedly so young. Then they hurriedly bowed. Greetings, senior, Yi Feng cheerfully said. You're too kind, you're too kind. In his heart, he was slightly disappointed. I thought some farmer or street butcher had found me. Dressed like that, they must be some big shots. Afterwards, he asked, Did you guys come looking for me? Qinhua stepped forward and called out, Senior. Then, she eagerly introduced herself. This junior is Shu Qinhua. We heard the melody composed by you, senior, and we were so admiring that we had to come and see you. Yi Feng smiled smugly. These guys are really enthusiastic. In his heart, he guessed. It must be because I've been singing every day in front of the shop lately that I've gained some fans. Once you're outstanding, you can't hide it. Then, he happily said to everyone, Guests are guests. No need to be so polite. Come inside and have a seat. Everyone said in unison, Thank you, senior. Outside, Yu Wuji poked his head in for a peek. Am I dreaming? He couldn't believe that this kid, Peng Ying's good-for-nothing childhood sweetheart, was actually a peerless expert. Even the Qing Shan old ancestor has to be respectful to him. Speaking of which, the old ancestor did say that his super-divine cleaver was also bought from a senior's shop. If that's the case, then everything makes perfect sense, damn it. Recalling the words he said in front of Yi Feng. You've been following me for so long, and you still haven't cut off those messy relationships from before. He immediately wanted to run away as fast as he could. I need to take the chance to scram now. Get out of here quickly. Suddenly, he startled as he saw Qing Shan approaching with a blazing aura. Yu Wuji could only call out, Old ancestor. Qing Shan said in a deep voice. Traitor of Qing Shan sect, Yu Wuji.
I originally intended to give you a way out, but you didn't know what's good for you, and even brought trouble to Senior. Ching Shan held the cleaver with a face full of killing intent and proclaimed, "Trash like you isn't worthy of living in this world. Go to hell and repent." The others' jaws dropped as they trembled. They looked at the radiant treasures piled up in the martial arts shop, and they couldn't help but be shocked. There are really too many treasures inside this martial arts shop. This kind of peerless expert is truly unheard of, Yi Feng said calmly. Don't just stand there. Sit. Sit. At that time, Chang Kong hadn't calmed down yet, so he was still a bit surprised. Any item emits an aura of at least the saint grade or higher. Suddenly, something rushed through his body, causing him to turn pale. He stammered. That Miss Yin Xiankui, heard his call and hurriedly stood up. Yes, Senior, he said awkwardly. Could you pass me the piece of paper right behind you? Yun Xianqi took the paper out and was stunned. The others also curiously peered in to see. The paper had a drawing of a strange creature with red eyes that emitted a fierce pressure, causing her to sweat profusely. A Qilin. Moreover, this Qilin has spiritual intelligence. It has life. A painting of this value could probably crush even emperor-grade treasures. Yun Xianqui trembled as she respectfully handed it to him. Senior, here. Before she could finish speaking, Yi Feng had already taken it and smiled brightly. To be honest, excuse my manners, but my stomach is a little uncomfortable. With that, he tore the paper into 2 pieces and cheerfully said, Sorry for the interruption. I can't entertain you any longer, everyone. Feel free to look around. These actions directly frightened everyone out of their wits. He dashed away, leaving behind a group of people who were collapsed on the floor in agony. Si Qinhua cried, A divine painting that can compare to an emperor-grade treasure, and he uses it to wipe his ass, Yun Xianqui also said with tears streaming down her face. Such a waste of heavenly creations. Suddenly, the group regained their composure. That's right, there's more than just one painting. There are many more in the drawer, aren't there? Senior said we could feel free to look around. This shouldn't be delayed. Chang Kong opened a scroll. This level of artistic conception is something I've never seen before. In the scroll was a painting of a bootleg version of Pokemon. Even so, the group still looked up with a greedy expression. It's clearly a landscape painting along with divine beasts, but it really feels like it's sucking us into another world, a thought popped up in his head. There's also a powerful artistic conception in that painting. Just a glimpse seems to give us quite a bit of insight. Wu Zhen looked at a piece of paper and exclaimed in a fluster, Everyone, look at this one. The others came closer to look, and vaguely saw Yi's bright spirit, along with a few lines of poetry. Holding the sun and moon in my hands, plucking the stars from the world, no one is like me. Stepping on the azure sky, shattering the Qiangkun. I am the only one throughout the ages, causing everyone to stare blankly. Could this be a realistic depiction of this senior? Si Qinhua gave a forced smile. Everything in this place is too shocking. Yun Xianqui also covered her face and shook her head, lost in thought. We come from great sects, but now we're no different from country bumpkins. At this time, Yi Feng had also finished his business, and he happily walked in with a satisfied smile. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Under everyone's astonished eyes, he put his wet hand on the paper on the table and wiped his hand on it. The group once again had to scream in horror. Shu Qinhua saw him throw the paper into a ball and throw it into the trash can, and couldn't help but stiffen up. Senior, may I ask about this paper? Yi Feng calmly replied. They're just some practice papers, nothing important. I was planning to throw them away anyway. I usually use them as toilet paper or to wipe my hands. Gotta make good use of them, you know? His words were casual, but enough to leave everyone gaping in astonishment. Chang Kong, sweating buckets, watched him scratching his head in the distance, secretly calculating. So in other words, every time this guy goes to the bathroom, plus hand wiping, he uses 2 pieces of paper that are comparable to emperor-grade treasures. What the hell kind of logic is this? Even if we gathered all the treasures from all the major sects in Nansha, I'm afraid their value wouldn't equal even 1 or 2 sheets of this guy's paper. Going to the bathroom just now was like wiping away one of our entire sects, damn it. The more he thought about it, the more heartbroken he became. Suddenly, Yi Feng's face lit up and he called out, Oh right, Zhongqing, do we have any spicy strips at home? Bring a plate over here for me. As soon as he said that, everyone was confused and blank. Chang Kong whispered, Spicy strips? What are those? Wu Zhen honestly replied, I don't know, young master. Without making everyone wait long, Zhongqing walked in. The terrifying pressure made the others even more shocked. What the hell? As soon as this little kid got close, the blood in their bodies seemed to stop flowing. Chang Kong gritted his teeth and struggled to endure it, speculating, "It must be his bloodline that's suppressing us. Even though I can't see his cultivation level, he must be at least a martial saint or martial emperor."
While the others were still in shock, Yi Feng forgot to introduce him. "This is my only little disciple. He looks young, but he's actually 16 years old."
Zhang Qing smiled gently, his round eyes looking at everyone, holding several plates of spicy strips in his hands. Chang Kong, who called himself the Heaven's Chosen, immediately went berserk when he heard Yi Feng. He really didn't want to believe it. "What do you mean 16 years old? When I was 16, I was still running around playing in the mud." Yi Feng smiled. Please, have a little something to eat. I don't have anything good to offer. These are just some homemade snacks. You can all try them."
As soon as the first spicy strip entered their mouths, everyone became energized.
This shtick, which looks like a normal snack, is actually equivalent to a top-grade medicine. Yun Xiankei's face flushed red, thinking in disbelief. This place really is full of treasures everywhere. Obviously, everyone felt the effects of the snack, but out of politeness, they didn't dare to touch a second one. As she thought this, she looked at everyone, who were covered in sweat, looking extremely embarrassed. Yi Feng was eating and looking at everyone blankly. Everyone wasn't continuing to eat, and it really didn't feel right. Once again, his words surprised everyone. "I'm sorry, that was a bit sudden. This dish really isn't to everyone's taste. I should quickly throw it away, Wang Kai, come here." As soon as he called out, a figure rushed over, making Xu Qinhua's eyes widen. "Wait a minute, what's with this demonic aura hitting my face?" she thought, then turned to see Wang Kai. But from the perspective of the others and the painting poetry duo, this was a heaven-devouring demon wolf, and still a demon lord. Yi Feng grabbed 2 plates of spicy strips from the table and tossed them to it. To everyone's horror, Wang Kai, here you go, Wang Kai obediently caught each one. After finishing a gluttonous feast, Yi Feng smiled and praised. "Good dog, you ate so cleanly. Go play." Wang Kai wagged his little tail and looked at him with his bright eyes. Looking at the scene before them, the others were full of regret, blaming themselves. "If I had known I shouldn't have been so polite, I should have eaten more." Yi Feng looked at the gloomy scene before him. Couldn't help but wonder. The atmosphere's a bit tense. What's wrong with everyone? He had to speak up. "Oh, right, everyone came because they admire my reputation. I was originally going to play a few songs for everyone to express my gratitude. But unfortunately, I broke a few strings on my zither, so there's no other way. I'm really sorry." Hearing him say that, the atmosphere became even more tense, leaving Yi Feng unsure of what to do. Everyone sighed and pondered. They originally thought they could get some opportunity, but now it seemed there was no hope. By chance and by surprise, the group awakened. Wait a moment. Everyone tried their best to infer. This is not as simple as it seems. Everyone go full 200% brain power. This exalted expert has treasures all around his home. He has everything he wants. How could he be short on something perfect like a few zither strings? That's right. We rushed here like a swarm of bees, just wanting to somehow get some opportunity from this, sir. Even after eating the spicy strips, after observing the paintings and calligraphy, we didn't show any expression. This obviously made the sir unhappy. The spicy strips were even directly thrown to the dog to eat, which I fear is because of this reason. Their reasoning was reasonable, in depth, so everything was right, except for the painting and calligraphy. Quickly raising her hand, "Sir, I happen to have a heavenly silk thread. If sir needs it, I will try to bring it here as soon as possible." Chang Kong stood on the side, scowling. "Damn it, that woman beat me to it." Yun Xiankui thought deeply. Heavenly silk thread. But that is the treasure that guards the heavenly demon sect. Their heavenly demon ancestor used the heavenly demon zither, which is only made from a small section of the heavenly silk thread on the zither. Even like that, when the heavenly demon zither... Yi Feng grinned. "Well then, many thanks, Miss Xu. Of course, I can't just take from you for free. Seeing you dressed so stylishly, you must be an artist, right? How about I paint a picture for you as a gift?" Aside from Xu Qinhua, who was clapping her hands in glee, everyone else was so shocked their jaws dropped. "What? You said you'd paint whatever she wants?" Xu Qinhua was practically buzzing with excitement. "Really? Thank you, mister." The others could only hang their heads low. Damn that Xu Qinhua. Xu Qinhua smiled, her eyes crinkling. "This humble girl will take her leave first. I'll bring the heavenly silk to you. Only after you, mister, are satisfied will I dare come and collect your calligraphy and painting." Yi Feng replied happily. "All right, that's too much trouble." As Xu Qinhua cheerfully waved goodbye, he watched her go, thinking, "This little miss is pretty cute. Making friends with her wouldn't be bad." Chang Kong also said in a low voice, "Mister, we shouldn't disturb you any longer," he said casually. "Okay, take your time leaving." The group moved heavily, like lost souls. Yun Xiankui and Cheng Kong thought despondently. Such a huge opportunity, and the heavenly demon sect snatched it. So unwilling. Suddenly Cheng Kong thought of a plan. "Elder, how about we find a house right next to the Mister's martial arts gym? As neighbors to this Mister, as long as we spend enough time, we can definitely obtain the Mister's good fortune."
Wu Zhen agreed. This is a good method. A house by the lake, enjoying the moonlight first. Young master is truly a genius.
Hearing this, everyone rejoiced at the same time.
Feasible, Uncle Wang. Knock, knock. A knock on the door rang. When he opened the door, he saw several pairs of eyes staring at him. He asked softly, "What business do you have with an old geezer like me?"
Cheng Kong spoke first.
"Old man, you're lucky. We've taken a fancy to your house. We want to buy it. You can name any price. We can satisfy you." Uncle Wang pointed at himself in disbelief. "Buy my house."
He gave a forced laugh.
"What's so good about an old geezer's room like mine? It's old and dark, not suitable for young masters and young misses like you," Cheng Kong continued. "Old man, why do you say that? Your place, whether it's the direction or any other aspect, it's top-notch." "We've already said, old man, just name your price. We can accept it."
He waved his hand and sighed.
"Forget it," he said silently. "I don't have many years left. Money is meaningless to me. Plus, I've lived here for so many years and have feelings for this place. You guys should try looking for someone else."
Cheng Kong and Yun Xiankui exchanged glances.
Uncle Wang opened his eyes wide, sensing the murderous intent radiating from the group.
Cheng Kong said in a deep voice, "Old man, to be honest, we are cultivators from the Yun Xian sect." Continuing, "If you don't want money, we can give you longevity pills, or even a luxurious mansion." He still didn't budge. "You guys should just leave." Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. Yang Mu said angrily, threateningly, "Old man, if you won't do things the nice way, then don't blame us for getting rough."
Uncle Wang grabbed his hand and turned around, said sternly, "This old man might be old, but I still have some strength."
Then, he threw a punch, sending him flying before everyone's stunned gazes. Panic was written all over their faces. "What? This old man? He's hiding his cultivation." They looked towards Yang Mu, who was sent flying and crashed hard into a tree in the distance, then looked at Uncle Wang, filled with murderous intent. Bullying an old man is not a good way to behave. Everyone trembled and knelt down. "This aura is no less than Jiang Wu, the martial saint. We've run into a landmine." He chuckled softly.
"Just let it go." After speaking, he stepped into his yard, leaving the group rooted to the spot outside the gate. Yun Xiankui spoke up. "What do we do now?" Wu Zhen frowned and said, "Absolutely don't act rashly. Looking at this person's actions, he probably doesn't intend to do anything that would endanger our lives. It's just that the matter of wanting to buy this house, I'm afraid we should stop here."
Yang Sen spoke.
"Not necessarily. We just had bad luck this time, kicking an iron plate. At most, we can switch to another house," Yun Xiankui continued.
"Elder Yang Sen is right.
As far as I know, the butcher's meat shop across from the mistress' place is also very suitable. Let's try going over there and taking a look." Suddenly, a voice rang out. I think I heard my name. When the group looked back, they were terrified to see the burly butcher glaring at them. "Did everyone want to buy pork?" Uncle Wang shouted back. "Butcher, come and sit down. Don't pay attention to those people. They are just passing by." Looking at the butcher, they couldn't help but shudder. Yun Xiankui looked at the butcher and said, "Do you guys feel it? That butcher is exuding a murderous aura."
Cheng Kong, eyes bugging out as he stared at the cleaver in the old man's hand, panicked. That pig-slaughtering knife in his hand was radiating an invisible killing intent. It was probably a Saint Tier artifact, no joke. They gaped at the two old geezers. Judging by this one's vibe, he was even stronger than the previous one. All these powerhouses just kept popping up and congregating in this tiny Binjiang city. Any one of them could stir up a storm in Nangsa. Night had already fallen.
Wu Zhen, Cheng Kong, Yun Xiankui, and two others walked together on the dark road. A voice piped up. "That pig butcher and the old fart, they had the same idea as us. They just got here earlier. They must be enjoying the benefits from the immortal sir, to be so powerful." They approached a shop that was still open, light spilling out. Cheng Kong glared inside.
"There's still a beef noodle shop open. Let me lead the charge." Faint pig squeals echoed. He turned his head around. His eyes were now a deep shade of purple, and his face was swollen beyond recognition. What on earth had he encountered? The chef grabbed his head, flexing his strength. "This noodle bully is even more terrifying than that pig butcher," he cried. Son of a BTCH, what kind of species are here? Everyone is just aiming for the face. How come Binjiang City is full of martial emperors, goddammit? Chang Kong wailed. At the cliffside, Shu Qinhua bowed respectfully and said, Shifu trusts me. Sect leader Shu Qinzhu stood before her, crossing her arms and replying, My dear disciple, this man can kill Jiang Yu with one strike. It's accurate to say he is a martial saint, or even a martial emperor-level expert like you. So, promising him the heavenly silkworm thread, wasn't that too impulsive?
But Shu Qinhua argued, It's not like that, Shifu. This immortal sir isn't just a martial emperor. He casually creates something that contains a very powerful martial intent. This is simply not something a martial emperor can do. What's more, his brushstrokes are heaven-defying.
This made Shui Qinzhu turn her head to confirm again. Heaven-defying, Shui Qinhua described. That green-robed man with the sly face. He relied on Xuan paper to create calligraphy and paintings comparable to emperor-grade treasures. But more importantly, he uses such precious things as toilet paper.
This made Shu Qinzhu even more speechless. Toilet paper? Shu Qinhua blushed and said, To put it bluntly, it's for wiping. Wiping his butt. Shifu, I didn't lie, and I already promised that senior I would tell you this. This made her Shifu speechless. Shu Qinhua continued, That senior also promised that as long as I give him the heavenly silkworm thread, he can agree to create a painting for us.
She then bowed her head and pleaded, Shifu, you should bring the heavenly silkworm thread. Shu Qinzhu pointed at her and rebuked. The heavenly silkworm thread is our sect's most important treasure. Can it be brought out casually? First, take me to meet this so-called expert. If he's really as magical as you say.
The situation surprised her. Shifu, what are you saying?
Shu Qinhua said, Shifu, if we don't do well, our demon sound sect will lose a great opportunity. Shu Qinzhu crossed her arms and said, So if we don't give him the heavenly silkworm thread, he'll destroy our demon sound sect? Besides, let's be real. The heavenly silkworm thread is already close to being an emperor-grade treasure.
What kind of opportunity could surpass the value of the heavenly silkworm thread itself? The third day, at some man, Yi Feng was standing and suddenly said, Oh, it's Miss Yun. What brings you here today? Come in, come in.
Yun Xianke thanked him.
Immortal sir, I heard you say last time that your zither string broke, so I went back and found this Hongtu thread.
She opened it, revealing a golden coil of thread. Yun Xianke said shyly,
This Hongtu thread is probably inferior to the heavenly silkworm thread that Miss Shu Qinhua mentioned. I even don't know if the immortal sir would find it to be okay.
She closed her eyes and continued, But this is my sentiment. I hope the immortal sir can accept it. He thought to himself, This kind of quality is probably trash to the immortal sir, but this is the best substitute I can find. Seeing this, she stammered and replied, This is truly sudden. Holding her hand, he excitedly said, You're too kind. I, Yi Feng, must accept Miss Yun's sentiment. She looked at his hand in surprise and thought, The immortal sir is holding my hand. She said, Really, the immortal sir? He gave a thumbs up, saying, Miss Yun has consideration. It's such a heartwarming thing that this sister, though looking arrogant, still keeps in mind what I said last time and even takes the initiative to bring it to my door. Yun Xianke pressed her hand to her cheek and bashfully said, If the immortal sir doesn't dislike it, it's too good. He couldn't understand her attitude. His face turned ugly. Sweat poured out, and he thought, Could this sister be interested in me? This expression reminds me of my roommate's face when he got licked by a dog and when he gave a gift to his goddess and she accepted it. At this point, his face dropped. Looking depressed, looking at himself in the mirror, he admiringly said, Hey, I am indeed somewhat handsome. Yun Xianke bowed to thank him. Immortal sir, I must go now. She turned and walked away. When he suddenly called out, Oh, wait a minute, this made her turn her head around, and he handed out a scroll of paper, thinking, I always feel like something is bothering me, and saying, Last time I saw you also liked calligraphy and paintings. It just so happens I have a set of decent calligraphy and paintings. Here, I'll give it to you. This made Yun Xianke happy beyond description. She covered her mouth in surprise and stammered, I am immortal sir. Then she received it and thanked him. Immortal sir. He waved his hand. You're too polite, reciprocity after all. Holding the painting, she thought, I originally only wanted to establish some relationship with the immortal sir, but I didn't expect the immortal sir to be so righteous. This painting is a heavenly destiny. She ran off. He bid farewell and thought, I can go back to practice zither now.
In the afternoon, sunlight shone down.
Two people, Shu Qinhua and Shui Qinzhu, stood in front of his house. She said, Shifu, we didn't bring the heavenly silkworm silk. Isn't it really bad to just visit like this? Her Shifu, who was afraid of the cold, said, This child, we're not here to cause trouble. What's so bad about it?
Besides, if I hadn't come to see him first, how could I decide whether to give him the heavenly silkworm silk? This made her sigh and say, Shifu, you have to trust me. Just bring the heavenly silkworm silk directly. She looked up at the plaque.
Shui Zhuzhuo thought, judging by the martial intent from the plaque, the guy is indeed an expert. But that alone isn't enough reason for me to bring our sect's treasured heavenly silkworm silk as a gift. Even if your strength is strong enough, for the sect leader of the Misty Demon sect to travel thousands of miles to pay a visit is already enough to bring glory to this place. Then she said, Let's go in. Shui Zhuzhuo was so confident, which made her disciple behind her feel depressed.
Suddenly, the door opened, and Yi Feng stepped out. Surprised to see him, Shu Qinhua happily said,
Sir, this is my aunt. She wants to come with me to meet you this time, he said in surprise.
Oh, so you guys are quite proactive. He looked at the sect leader appraising Ly. This person has a decent temperament, but there is no hint of being a strong cultivator.
Stepping inside, he said, It's cold outside. Come in and sit down. Behind him, she whispered to her Shifu, Shifu, why isn't your attitude more respectful in front of this gentleman? Shui Zhuzhuo replied, Disciple, are you sure you haven't mistaken the person?
Shifu then said, This one really doesn't look like a master at all. If it weren't for this plaque, I'm afraid I would have turned around and left by now. This made her disciple say in surprise, Shifu, you can't see the depth of this gentleman's cultivation, because his cultivation is too high. As they walked, she said, Shifu, you must adjust your state of mind and suppress your cultivation when you enter, otherwise.
Before she could finish, her Shifu replied, You don't need to say more. I have my own way. The two stepped inside, passing a wall with strange drawings.
Suddenly, as if seeing something terrifying, Shui Zhuzhuo's eyes widened, and countless shadows appeared unexpectedly.
It was as if countless hands were grabbing her hair and body, making Zhuzhuo unable to move. Seeing her Shifu suddenly turn around angrily, Shui Zhuzhuo thought, This strange power can actually suppress me. Then she said, Disciple, what exactly is going on? She worriedly replied, Shifu, I told you, you must suppress your cultivation well when entering, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. Then she asked with concern, Are you all right? Shui Zhuzhuo angrily thought, Is it my fault again? She said to her disciple, Disciple, quickly follow me inside.
Outside, the gentle breeze swayed the trees and leaves in the golden sunlight. Inside the house, there was a broom, a bed, a dog food bowl, and a bagua mirror at the door.
Shui Zhuzhuo looked around, frowning and thinking. Along this path, the daily necessities, from large to small, from mortal grade to emperor grade, everything is available. This is too exaggerated.
Stepping inside, he politely said, Please, have a seat.
Then he took out a white cloth, wiping it while saying, My hands are a bit dirty. I need to wipe them a bit.
Zhu Zhuzhuo's mouth dropped open in surprise, thinking, That's landscape Xuan paper. It seems bottomless, but he's using it like toilet paper. She pulled a face and said to Shu Qinhua, Disciple, tell this expert that we came in a hurry this time and didn't bring the heavenly silkworm silk, but I'll call the elders in the sect to deliver it here as quickly as possible. This made her disciple quite surprised. Walking in front of Yi Feng,
Shu Qinhua started to explain, Sir, we came this time intending to bring you the heavenly silkworm silk, but unfortunately, there was a small accident, so we didn't bring it. But don't worry, I will definitely bring it here as quickly as possible. Sir, what do you think?
But he raised his hand to stop her, saying, You two are really too polite. But looking at you two, thank you for your kindness. I've already found something else to replace the strings.
So there's no need to trouble you two anymore. After he said that, she was surprised, saying, What? Both of them looked at him in surprise. Speechless, he continued. If you two had taken it out sooner, I might have been able to use it, but thank you both anyway. Shu Zhuzhuo's face darkened, thinking, Taken it out sooner? Isn't this clearly blaming us for being slow and not seizing the opportunity to deliver it in time?
Their attitude made him a little unsure of what to say.
He laughed and waved his hand, saying, Oh right, the Wang family next door said they're making spare ribs. I have to relive a bit of the past. If you two don't have anything else, come sit again next time.
Shui Zhuzhuo unexpectedly thought to herself, This is an order to leave. The two went outside.
It was snowing at this moment. It seems the sir has become impatient with us. Then she said, Well then, sir, we'll take our leave first. She said to Shui Zhuzhuo, Shifu, it's snowing. Looking up at the sky, watching the snowflakes, tears streamed down her face. Shui Zhuzhuo said, the weather is cold, but my heart is even colder. Suddenly, a person walked in front of them, saying, this damn winter is really making people uncomfortable. But what is the sir doing? It's already time, and he hasn't arrived yet. As they brushed past each other, Shui Qinzhu suddenly stopped dead in her tracks and yelled, Wang Daoxin? The man flinched, whipping his head around for a quick glance. He said, Shui Qinzhu, is that you? With his hands behind his head? He turned back and continued, it's been, 10 years? Didn't think I'd run into you in this tiny Pinjiang city. Staring him down, Shui Qinzhu said, the guy who used to be famous, everyone knew him, the #1 rogue cultivator in Nangxia and my mortal enemy for hundreds of years, he suddenly disappeared a few years ago. No one knew where he went, so he was hiding here. Xu Qinhua stood there, shocked, taking a glance at Wang Daoshan. Then Shui Qinzhu lunged forward, a purple aura crackling in her hand as she shouted, I won't let you escape again. But Wang Daoshan stood his ground, only chuckled, and a blazing red aura engulfed the space. Revealing a skull, Shu Qinzhu cried out in terror. Such domineering pressure. It's a face of fire, grinning. It's the martial emperor. Shui Qinzhu collapsed to the ground, and Xu Qinhua rushed to her side. Master, Wang Daoshan remained standing, saying, not easy running into an old friend at this age, huh? He glanced at her, saying, but this old codger's pretty busy. Doesn't have time for old times. The mister is waiting for me. He chuckled and left. Xu Qinhua helped Shu Qinzhu up, asking, Master? But Shui Qinzhu remained on the ground, trembling, she thought. We were once equals, but now he's reached the martial emperor realm, inspiring awe in others. And here I am, still dawdling at the half-saint level. I don't even know if I can break through to martial saint in this lifetime. It's a question mark. Thinking this, tears streamed down her face as she grimaced. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. What is it that allowed him to leave me so far behind? What is it? Then, tears continued to fall. She turned to Xu Qinhua. Is it that locked martial hall? She looked at her master and called out, Master, looking ahead. Shui Qinzhu continued, it's that martial hall. It's that young man with an air of hidden talent. He turned a half-saint into a dragon in just a few short years, becoming a force to be reckoned with on the entire Xinjiang continent. Then she said to her, Disciple, I think I'll return to the sect for a while and lie low. Then, both of them left. Meanwhile, Lu Banwei was holding Yi Feng up in the air and walking with Qing to make money. Go, go, this year we're definitely going to make it. Inwardly, Yi Feng screamed, Damn it, why is this happening? I should be hiding underground. Not here. He shook Yi Feng back and forth, making him cry. Lu Banwei said, Hey customer, which do you like, this grave-dug find or Qing? Qing responded, Definitely B. Yi Feng was bawling like a baby. You tell me how awesome I am, Lu Banwei. Can't play with women. End up playing with a grave find? Really? Am I that broke? The fox said. It's all my fault, it's all me. But Lu Banwei just sighed in response. What's the use of saying that? It's all fate. Hearing this, Qing asked. But brother, what's this Father Nan you were talking about? Lu Banwei replied. I heard it from the boss. Those workers also often praise the boss as Father Nan. It's probably not much different from the concept of handsome guy, Qing said with interest. Then brother, you're definitely a Father Nan. After that, the two skipped along, saying as they went, He gave me knowledge. He gave me everything. Don't worry about not having money. At worst, we'll find another place to make money. Lu Banwei replied, Qing, you have to let me pick up my confidence again. We'll go rob and make money again. Yi Feng was being tormented to the point of tears, thinking, it was hard enough to escape from the martial hall, and now I've been caught by them again. When will this end? In a small alley, Peng Xianher and the Heavenly Sword Sect elder landed on the ground. Peng Xianher spoke up. According to our spies, a hidden master annihilated Jiangyu right here in this city. Moreover, Fengyun Valley, Demon Sound Sect, and Snow Mountain Villa have all paid their respects to that unparalleled expert, and it seems like they've all gained quite a few benefits. The elder heard this and replied, Young miss, those major sects are deliberately blocking information. Even our spies can't find out exactly who that peerless expert is. After that, Peng Xianyer and the elder took off at full speed. Peng Xianyer said, We can't let those other sects monopolize the opportunity. We have to quickly figure out who that person is. Suddenly, Peng Xianker noticed something floating in the sewer. Peng Xianyer and the elder approached for a closer look and realized what it was. Peng Shanyer exclaimed in shock.
This is... The elder looked and said, "It seems to be the corpse of that young man named Yu Wuji."
Peng Shanyer pondered something and continued. "I originally thought I was really mistaken, so I gave up my hatred and let him be my subordinate like a dog. Turns out he wasn't even qualified to be a dog. It's a fitting end." After that, Peng Shanyer and Elder Lin left. She was still saying, "But his corpse is right here," which proves that we're not looking in the wrong place. The unparalleled expert who killed Jiang Yu must be somewhere nearby. Upon reaching the street, Peng Shanyer spotted Yi Feng passing by. She pointed at him and shouted. Yi Feng stopped and turned around, a huge question mark hanging over his head. He was thinking, "Who is this woman?" Peng Shanyer ripped off her face covering and shouted, "Peng Village, Peng Ying. Remember that name?" Hearing her introduction, Yi Feng immediately recognized her. Then, Yi Feng put on a terribly awkward face and replied, "Oh, it's you." This attitude made Peng Shanyer furious. "What kind of reaction is that?" she snapped. Yi Feng then noticed the elder's missing leg and continued, "Looks like things aren't going too well for you guys." Suddenly, Yi Feng pointed at Peng Shan and shouted, "Wait a minute, you stop me, don't tell me you want to get back together with me." Hearing that, Peng Shanyer trembled with rage. "What nonsense are you spouting?" she retorted. Yi Feng turned his face away, crossed his arms, and reproached her. "You're so pragmatic, aren't you? You see, I have a little money, and you want to come crawling back? I need to make something clear to you. I never chew on leftovers." Peng Shanyer was now so provoked that she was on the verge of going crazy. She gritted her teeth and cursed. "You good-for-nothing Yi Feng. Who wants to get back with you? Can't you see what the situation is right now?" After that, Yi Feng turned around and left. Not forgetting to wave goodbye, he said, "Oh, you don't want to get back together? That's a relief. I'll be going then. The amazing braised ribs are waiting for me back there." Peng Shanyer wanted to devour Yi Feng alive at this point. She tightly gripped her sword, aiming it at him, thinking to herself, "Yi Feng, I want you dead." But the elder quickly stopped her, saying, "Stop! He's just a mortal. Killing him is as easy as crushing an ant." "But have you forgotten where we are?" Peng Shanyer agreed with these words. "That reclusive, peerless expert is nearby. If you make a move on him here, you'll likely displease that expert, and will gain nothing but lose everything. You're right. We'll let him go this time. Let's continue searching for clues about that expert." On the other side, Lu Banwei was extremely bored, sighing repeatedly as he called out, "Ching." At this moment, Lu Banwei was sitting on a stone platform in front of a graveyard. Lu Banwei said that earning money wasn't as easy as he had imagined. Before him was Wang Kai, wagging its tail madly. "Da-ji-yi, wait a moment. There's a grave not far away. I'll go dig it up and see." Just then, Peng Shanyer and the elder arrived at this place. As they walked, Peng Shanyer said, "We've come to such a desolate place, and we haven't found any valuable clues. If he's a reclusive expert, his behavior will definitely be different from ordinary people. It seems we need to ask someone nearby." The elder saw Lu Banwei sitting alone, playing with a rope, and said, "It just so happens there's a mortal here. Hey you shorty, answer a few questions for me." Lu Banwei, who was putting the rope around his neck, didn't hear anyone talking to him from behind. Peng Shanyer was angry at being ignored. She scolded, "It was bad enough meeting that good-for-nothing earlier. I didn't expect that even a bug-brained kid playing with insects wouldn't pay attention to me." Immediately, Peng Shanyer held her sword to Lu Banwei's neck, threatening him, "Are you looking for death?" Lu Banwei was puzzled by the commotion. Suddenly, Lu Banwei emanated a surge of power that enveloped his body and said, "This father is bored, WTF, so someone is bringing joy to me, huh, Peng Shanyer?" And the elder exclaimed in shock, "Ah." Then, Lu Banwei turned his face around, his eyes filled with extreme anger. Lu Banwei asked, "How should I deal with you guys?" Yi Feng was extremely frightened beside him. Peng Shanyer and the elder were terrified. At this moment, Peng Shanyer thought to herself, "A dark and unfathomable aura. This guy isn't human." The elder stammered in fear, I hear, senior, misunderstanding, I'm truly sorry." Then, without saying a word to each other, they both turned around and ran away, their faces pale with fear. Peng Shanyer and the elder ran and wept, both screaming loudly. At this moment, Wang Kai returned, its face dejected. "Da-ji-yi, that grave has nothing, not even a hair." Lu Banwei didn't care about graves at all. He pointed at the two of them and said, "Ching, you came back at just the right time. It doesn't matter if that grave has anything or not. Let's seize the time to catch those two." Peng Shanyer and the elder were trying to run as fast as they could, running far away. Suddenly, a fiery light appeared in Wang Kai's eyes. Wang Kai transformed into a giant wolf and pounced towards Peng Shanyer and the elder. She screamed in fear, "Yao Venerable,
The two of them were scared to death at this point, and Lu Banwei ran up from behind like a demon, laughing mockingly.
Peng Xianhe turned to the elder and asked, "What should we do, elder?" The elder, drenched in sweat, replied, "We must remain calm. Trust me, there's always a way." Peng Xianhe felt reassured, hearing that. Okay, good, that's good. In her heart, she couldn't help but admire. He really lives up to being an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect. A martial venerable expert is truly on another level. Suddenly, the elder knelt down in front of Lu Banwei and shouted, "Great senior, spare our lives. Have mercy on me, a disabled person, and spare our lives." Peng Xianhe trembled as she witnessed this scene and asked, "This is the method you were talking about," the elder shouted. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Enduring a little humiliation is better than throwing away our lives. Moreover, there's no one here,
so we don't have to worry about disgracing our Heavenly Sword sect." Although Peng Xianhe was extremely frightened at this moment, she was still hesitant. She thought to herself, "I've endured so many hardships for cultivation. Now that I've finally become someone important, I have to kneel down to someone." Eventually, Peng Xianhe still knelt beside the elder. Lu Banwei was overjoyed, laughing loudly. "You too, hand over all your money," the elder stammered.
"Great one! A Huang grade medicinal pill," Lu Banwei retorted angrily. "What kind of garbage is that?" The elder quickly offered more. "A Zong grade, this time it's a Zong grade. 2 great ones, please accept it," Lu Banwei then roared furiously.
"Motherfucker, are you messing with us?" The elder panicked. "Ah, no, no." Then,
the elder took out a sword and said, "Great one, don't be impatient. This is a super VIP accessory of the Heavenly Sword sect's Saintus, the Qinghong sword, which has reached near Saint grade. Please, senior." Before he could finish, Lu Banwei smashed the precious sword into pieces with his hand and cursed. "Show off!" Lu Banwei's actions shocked Peng Xianhe beside him. Seeing that Lu Banwei didn't like anything, the elder burst into tears, begging for mercy. "Even the most precious Qinghong sword is given to you. I don't have any better treasures." Wang Kai suddenly appeared, a ring in its mouth, and said, "Let me see your storage ring." Then Peng Xianhe and the elder quickly left, leaving behind a battlefield of precious items. Wang Kai looked at the mess and said, "Ah, these two are really too poor, not even a spirit stone inside." Lu Banwei turned to leave, saying, "Bad luck, really too unlucky, I don't want to waste time with them."
Then, Lu Banwei and Wang Kai revealed their true colors, blocking Peng Xianhe and the elder. Peng Xianhe exclaimed in shock, "You, what do you want?" Then the two, a demon and a dog, charged and started fighting fiercely.
Peng Xianhe and the elder were beaten until their faces were disfigured. Afterward, Lu Banwei and Wang Kai left. Lu Banwei said, "Qing, when will I be able to bathe in a sea of gold, enjoying my youth?"
Lu Banwei held Yi Feng in his hand and plucked off its legs one by one. With each leg plucked, Lu Banwei said, "Possible, impossible, possible, impossible." Lu Banwei plucked off half of Yi Feng's legs when it finally woke up,
crying, "Big brother, spare me, don't pluck anymore." Lu Banwei frowned and asked, "Aren't you very good at playing dead? Why not continue?"
Yi Feng turned purple, crying and begging, "I was wrong, I was wrong, I was wrong, I beg you." An enlightened and divine, awe-inspiring, terrifying, etc., a handsome and magnificent big shot, to spare my life. Lu Banwei covered his mouth, shyly saying to Wang Kai, "Qing, I never thought I'd run into such an eloquent monster."
Yi Feng was overjoyed upon hearing this, continuing, "The word perfect is engraved on your face, motherfucker. The first time I saw you, I was moved by your aura. A small centipede like me is cowardly and timid, not daring to talk to you, but in my heart I've always thought so." Lu Banwei was very satisfied with Yi Feng's words, so he put it on the ground and said, "Very sensible. Since you're such an eloquent monster, go ahead. I won't make things difficult for you." After taking a few steps, Yi Feng's expression turned serious, thinking about something. Then it turned back and shouted, "Two brothers, let me follow you too and work like a horse."
Lu Banwei turned around and asked, "Yi Feng, what can a tiny centipede like you do following us? Go away, go. If you don't leave, don't blame me for changing my mind."
Yi Feng clenched its legs into fists and confidently asserted, "Useful. I'm useful. I know where there's money. I can take everyone there."
Lu Banwei, not believing it, came closer and asked again. "Is this true?" Yi Feng excitedly replied. 100% legit, motherfucker, I swear. Moreover, there are many good treasures. I'm most familiar with this stuff."
Lu Banwei happily tossed Yi Feng up and said, "Good little one. As long as you can help us rob money, I'll make you a little brother."
Yi Feng also replied,
"Okay, greetings, big brother. Behind them, Wang Kai was looking at Yi Feng with a side eye, judging in its heart, sycophantic bastard. Then Yi Feng ran in front of Wang Kai and greeted, "Ah, hello, dog bro. Dog bro's aura is also moving." Yi Feng praised Wang Kai in an adorable manner. "Worthy of being a top-tier demon following Big Brother, you'll be Big Brother's person from now on. Please help me a lot. Dog bro."
Wang Kai put one of its paws on Yi Feng's head, causing it to turn dark.
Turns out Wang Kai wanted to pat Yi Feng's head, Wang Kai replied. "Little one, you're not bad indeed." Yi Feng happily smiled and replied, "Ah." Then, with Lu Banwei leading the way,
Wang Kai and Yi Feng followed behind. Lu Banwei announced, "Brothers, me, a gun, a dog, and a centipede are setting off to rob for money." In another place, sunlight shone on a statue of a girl, and a voice rang out, "Boss, I've practiced those 3 things well. What should I practice next?"
It turned out to be Yi Feng and Zhongqing talking. Yi Feng continued, "Next, I'm afraid I'll have to take you to Mount Mofu to learn from experience." Zhongqing happily replied, "That's great, boss. When do we set off?" Yi Feng smiled and said, "Let's go tomorrow then." Zhongqing excitedly raised her hand and replied, "Okay, boss, I'll go take care of all the housework first, and the pile of clothes from these 2 days."
Yi Feng crossed his arms and looked at Zhongqing, thinking to himself, "This child, besides practicing, really has quite a lot of work to do every day, and in this world, washing clothes and cooking are mostly done by women."
Then he imagined a scene of many girls waiting to serve him, thinking, "After taking Zhongqing to practice at Mount Mofu, I'll look for maids to try. Would you like dinner? Or me?" A girl with orange hair said, "Master, welcome home, meow." Another girl dressed as a small cat was also beckoning. He thought about it and felt a little excited. People and beasts were strewn dead all over the road, a truly horrifying scene. Suddenly, a girl's voice cried out, "It's all my fault. It's all because I was blind. It's all because I was so emotional." Then a man's voice soothed, "Don't cry anymore. It's useless to blame yourself now." It was none other than sect leader Yang Tianyu of the Yujian sect. Beside him, Li Shuhua, the family head of the Li family, added, "That's right, no one could have predicted things would turn out like this." The girl still grieved, thinking, "Indeed, no one expected things to become like this." During this time, our Yujian sect and the Li family launched a great war with the Yao beasts for days just to find that pouch.
We lost more than half of our numbers. After all that effort to find the pouch, its value exceeded even our expectations.
Mine isn't just a high-grade product. It's an emperor-grade treasure. Just as we were celebrating, Song Ke, that bastard from the south, suddenly attacked. Not only did he cause heavy losses for both sects, but he also stole the pouch.
A man's voice echoed, "It's because we underestimated Song Ke." Someone next to him chimed in, "We thought he was just a Yao venerable, but we never imagined he'd already reached the semi-saint realm."
A young man spoke up.
"Even if we had more than 10 martial venerables, and even with family head and sect leader Yang being late-stage martial venerables, we're no match for that guy."
This was none other than Li Chenghao, the young master of the Li family. He continued, "Now we're trapped in this canyon, surrounded by countless Yao beasts.
If this continues, complete annihilation is just a matter of time." Suddenly, a disciple rushed over to report, "Family head Lai, sect leader, esteemed elders, it's bad. Just now, the patrol team in the sect had a small-scale conflict with the Yao beasts outside the perimeter.
We interrogated a Yao king and learned that Song Ke is using a handbook to break through to the Saint Realm." Li Shuhua exclaimed in shock. "What?" Yang Tianyu yelled.
"Once Song Ke breaks through to the Saint Realm, he'll be beyond our ability to handle. Now is no longer the time to fight over that emperor-grade item. Everyone, prepare to break through the encirclement." Suddenly, a humanoid head sprouted from above. Along with the Leopard King and Eagle King, they flew down, causing everyone to look up in horror. Everyone shouted, "It's Song Ke!" Yang Tianyu looked up and yelled, "That's his avatar. Even so, it can still possess such powerful aura. Song Ke, the pouch is yours. We'll leave the Mofu Mountains." Song Ke's green-skinned avatar opened his mouth and said, "Leave. You entered my mountains and killed so many of my children, and now you want to leave. Leave your lives as compensation."
These words sent shivers down everyone's spines. Yang Tianyu yelled, "Everyone, listen to my orders. The sect leader of the Li family and I will hold back Song Ke, martial venerable elders, hold back the remaining Yao venerables, the remaining disciples, take the opportunity to retreat." Then the battle began.
Thorns sprouted, attacking everyone. Yang Tianyu and Li Shuhua drew their swords and chopped them down. The Eagle King also swooped down to attack. Seeing their resistance,
Song Ke's avatar said, It's useless. Dealing with you is as simple as crushing ants. The ground sprouted with thorns, sending everyone flying. They cried out in agony. Yang Tianyu looked up, angrily said, Song Ke, countless corpses have already fallen below, with vines sprouting everywhere. Looking at the people lying all over the ground, a difficult problem was posed. Our disciples have lost at least a quarter. Sect leader, what now? Yang Tianyu thought with a pale face. Song Ke's strength exceeds our predictions. Once his main body breaks through to the Saint Realm, we won't be able to escape. A voice spoke out. Big bro, it's right ahead, right ahead. At this time, Lu Banwei, along with Qing and Yi Feng, were heading towards the people fighting. Yi Feng said, That place is where I once followed a Yao emperor to bury a treasure trove. That old geezer liked collecting these kinds of toys. There's a lot of gold coins there. Qing sniffed and said, I seem to smell gold coins too. Lu Banwei laughed heartily and said, I feel it too, he said happily. Let's go, Qing, rush with me. The brilliant gold coins are waving to us. Then the three jumped up joyfully, cheering, We sing, we dance, causing Yang Tianyu and Li Shuhua's group to feel depressed. The group looked at the three of them with confusion. What the hell is this? Are they idiots? Can't they see the situation? Seeing this, Song Ke's avatar ordered, Tiger Demon Venerable, go deal with them. Hearing this, Tiger Demon Venerable walked towards Lu Banwei's group, scornfully said, A little killer accompanied by a devouring heaven Yao wolf and a human in black armor. Who are you? How dare you be so bold in front of Senzu, daring to make so much noise? Seeing a tiger coming, Lu Banwei was a bit surprised. Then, Lu Banwei and his crew passed by the Tiger Demon Lord without even a glance. This pissed off the tiger, and it turned around and roared, You want to die! No sooner said than done. Qing slapped the beast, sending it sprawling under his massive footprint. It couldn't even lift its head, practically on its way to meet its ancestors. Qing, fuming, yelled, What kind of idiot dares to block my way, pissing me off? Then came the cheers. Cousin Dog is too awesome. Cousin Dog is mighty. Yi Feng grinned from ear to ear, clapping and cheering. Now this is what I call latching onto a VIP, diamond-grade thigh. Lu Banwei chimed in. Qing, great job. You truly are my good little bro. Let's go. Let's keep finding gold coins. The Eagle King looked down from above, sweating buckets, thinking, The Tiger Demon Lord is one of our most prominent demon lords, and he got squashed with one hand. Li Shuhua thought, These guys are a disaster. Didn't expect the devouring heaven wolf to have that kind of strength. Song Ke's clone was speechless seeing the Tiger Demon Lord like that. Lu Banwei walked over to the digging crowd, crying and clutching his head. Damn it, where's the money? Where's my money? Then, turning purple with rage, he grabbed Yi Feng and squeezed hard. You dare lie to me, Yi Feng, terrified, stammered. Bro, I wouldn't. It really was buried here. Qing, walking over to the recently dug area, said, I can definitely see signs of gold coins being buried here. It's just that they seem to have fallen into this crack. Hearing this, Lu Banwei was so mad he was steaming, and roared, Who in the world did this, the bastard? Get out here, Yi Feng, from behind, said, The scope of this crack, and then looked up at Song Ke's body. Tempoise. Because of that zombie face thing in the sky, Lu Banwei's world went dark, and he shouted in disbelief, pointing upwards. So it's you, that zombie-faced thing, who lost my gold coins. What? Hurry up and get down here, compensate me for my money. Hearing this, Li Shuhua's and Li Chenghao's group, along with the ponytail guy, were shocked, stammering and mumbling. He's gone mad. This infuriated Song Ke's clone, and its eyes glowed. It opened its mouth and roared, How dare an ant who doesn't know the immensity of the heavens speak to this ancestor like that? Lu Banwei grabbed a vine, fuming. At least I dare to be a pain in your ass. What I hate most are toys like you. Qing and Yi Feng stood behind him, looking up, then chased after the vine, yelling, Get down here! This action caught Song Ke's clone off guard. Then, it was pulled down with force, smashing its face into the ground, creating a loud noise. Where Song Ke's clone's face hit, dust flew up, forming a deep indentation in the ground. Seeing this, one cow and another were shocked and said, How could this be? Grandson Shen is being dragged around by a human. Yang Tianyu, standing nearby, put up his hand to block the gust of wind, and shouted in surprise, Holy SHT! Can't you see the thing with horns and glowing eyes flying up there? Song Ke's clone raised its head, furious. Damn you, you lowly human! Lu Banwei, still not calmed down, frowned and said, Compensation. Hurry up and pay me the compensation, you bastard. Then another strike landed, sparking fire, sending dirt and rocks flying, and creating a powerful gust of wind. This caused the group and the tiger to hug each other, crying and screaming for their mothers. I'm so scared, Lu Banwei, still obsessed, said. Damn it, say something. Hurry up and pay the compensation. You hear me, bastard? You're not talking anymore. I want you dead. At this moment, Song Qi's clone's head had 3 deep dents, and smoke and dust filled the air. Lu Banwei stood nearby, while the Leopard King and Eagle Queen were running for their lives. Flying up, sighing sadly, Lu Banwei said, "This guy would rather die than compensate me." Leaving the crowd standing there with their jaws dropped in disbelief, "Oh really? Is it legit?" Yi Feng replied. "Legit, like 200%. Let's hurry. It's right at the mountain peak over there." Then the 3 of them skipped off, laughing and saying, "Ching, bro's all cheerful again." Charge, making the guys in the back, who were still applying hairspray and hadn't reloaded, not understand what was happening, stammering, "What the?" and watching the 3 leave. Who the heck are those 3 immortal big shots? Then looked down at the dead vines on the ground, thinking that everywhere they passed, not a single blade of grass survived, and the sun was already setting. Suddenly, a sound like something being chopped echoed in the forest, startling crows to fly away in a panic. A forest tiger's head, cleanly severed, rolled onto the ground. Yi Feng stood in front of Zhongqing and praised. "Not bad. Your training is on point." Zhongqing scratched his head and grinned. "Thanks for the boss's encouragement." He hummed, and then asked, "Looks like I have to take you to a place where the wild beasts are even more ferocious than out here. Are you scared?" Zhongqing replied with a confident grin. "Not scared." Seeing that, he said, "Very good, full of spirit. Let's go then." Saying that, the 2 walked towards the setting sun, and he said, "From today onwards, you have to call me Shifu." She followed, replying, "Okay, Shifu." Before they knew it, the moon was high in the sky. Yang Tianyu and Li Shuhua looked at the animal corpses that had been chopped up and said in confusion, What happened here?" Underneath the ground, tigers, eagles, bears, and elephants were all sliced in half, lying on the ground. A questioning voice rang out, "Why are there corpses of Yao venerables all along the way?" Li Chenghao continued, "Moreover, they were all defeated while their forms were still intact," the white-haired girl replied. "It can be seen that the opponent is a super expert. Maybe it was done by those 3 from before." Yang Tianyu looked up, face covered in sweat, and said, "Although I don't know which holy being did it or what their purpose is, this couldn't be better for us." Then pointed to the glowing pouch on the branch and said, "Look, the pouch is right there." Then the group jumped down, saying, "We're close. Whew, so Song Qi didn't notice. I'm afraid the destroyed clone had a huge impact on him." Looking at the pouch hanging suspended from the branch, "He's definitely not in the mood to deal with us right now. Quickly go and take the pouch, then leave this place." Suddenly, the tree trunk moved, making the group startled and retreated. Unexpectedly, a dazzling light erupted from the tree, making Yang Tianyu angrily say, "Not good. Song Ke has broken through to the saint level. Damn it, did we miscalculate?" The group stood there, Li Chenghao said. "If not, take advantage of the fact that his attention hasn't noticed us yet. Leave as soon as possible is better," Li Shuhua said. "No, Song Ke hasn't really detected us now, but if we move slightly, unleash our cultivation, he will detect us. We're afraid that we won't even have a chance to escape from the mountain range. He will be caught up by him after breaking through the saint level." Hearing that, Li Chenghao asked, "Then what should we do now? Fight to the death?" Li Shuhua replied in front, "Look carefully. There is a piece of stone on his body with a different color from the surrounding area." "Indeed, there was a green stone on that tree," Li Shuhua continued. "That place is his tree core. We just need to break it, taking advantage of his unpreparedness. Song Ke's strength will be greatly reduced. By that time, we can't help but have the strength to fight." Yang Tianyu heard this and replied, "The tree's heart is similar to the demon core of other demonic beasts, both of which are important objects equivalent to the Dantian of humans. The importance is beyond doubt. Isn't that something that is not so easy to break?" Li Shuhua looked down, frowning, and said, "We must think of a way to get it. We have sacrificed so many elite disciples for the pouch. At this time, transporting cultivation to run away will also be immediately detected. We must bet once." Then, he held a piece of paper with notes and threw it high, emitting a light that surprised everyone. Yang Tianyu said, "This is Li family's hidden treasure, the hidden array." Then the group was covered by a layer to hide, Li Shuhua said. "The scope of the hidden array is limited. Although it cannot be used to escape, it is best for us to ambush and wait for the opportunity to attack." Then a group of people sat around each other, he continued. "The space is limited. You quickly change your posture, squat closely behind me. Such a space is barely enough." Then a face appeared on the tree, looking down below, looking surprised. Then the eyes glowed angrily, thinking, "Human ants! Think I don't know you are hiding there, stupid stealth technique. See how this ancestor takes power to break it, you kids."
Then the whole face gradually turned red, its eyes glowing. Then there was a question.
What's going on? In front was Yi and Zhongqing standing there, thinking, why is there such an invisible pressure appearing for no reason?
Go over, Yi said. This place is really weird. Looks gloomy. Not even a wild beast is seen.
Zhongqing replied.
Yes, Shifu. It's really a bit strange, Yi replied. Forget it. Let's go see what's in front. There was a lot of noise here just now. Maybe some big wild beasts. Looking at the group hiding in the hidden array, Song Ke contemptuously thought, humans, first let you have a way out. Wait until I get rid of this oppressive power and come to collect you.
After not seeing any wild beasts, Yi Feng said to Zhongqing, there are no wild beasts. Otherwise, let's stop here today. Let's rest right here. Zhongqing also agreed. Yes, Shifu. These two were lost in thought. While Li Shuhua's group was hiding nearby, he looked at the tree and suddenly said, this tree is seriously huge. We wouldn't even have to worry if it rained. Which scared the hidden group, making them sit inside the formation even more alert.
Yang Tianyu, Shuhua, and Li Chenghao were dumbfounded, exclaiming, what the heck is going on?
Seeing the two laying out blankets and bedding to sleep, the hidden group praised them inwardly. They dare to camp out right in front of Song Ke. Just who are these two? Are they deities from some realm? Or maybe just two ignorant mortals who don't know the immensity of the heavens and the earth? Zhongqing was already asleep, completely oblivious. Seeing this, Yi Feng thought depressingly. Sleeps like a rock.
Suddenly hearing a noise, he turned to see what it was. The people inside the stealth formation were sweating, thinking, he can see us. Then Yi Feng walked towards them, scaring them even more. Yang Tianyu said, damn it, he's coming over here, Li Shuhua added with forced optimism. It's definitely a coincidence. This stealth formation can block all sight.
The old man sat there still trying to reassure himself.
There's absolutely no way we can be seen from the outside. Then Yi Feng arrived, leaning in to whisper in his ear, good evening, everyone. Are you all having a group pee break here?
This sentence caught the group completely off guard,
leaving them utterly speechless. Li Shuhua's jaw dropped, his eyes wide. What?
Stuttering. Li Shuhua, W.E. Yi Feng waved his hand, laughing. It's okay, meeting is fate. We're all dudes here, no need to be shy.
Then he leaned down and asked, I came to ask you guys something. Do you have any spare paper? And is there any space left to sit? But Yi Feng's question left the group speechless and frozen, unable to retort. Seeing this, Yi Feng dejectedly turned to leave. Oh well, it seems you guys don't have any paper either. Guess I'll have to hold it in a bit. Then he left, waddling with his butt clenched like a penguin.
Afterwards, he waved his hand and said,
after you finish, I will come join you guys for a bit, causing Li Shuhua and Yang Tianyu to be utterly shocked. A master? He's definitely a master. He can see through the stealth formation.
Sitting inside the formation, Yang Tianyu asked, what should we do now? Li Shuhua replied, forget it. We can't possibly escape this senior's strength right now. Since he invited us, perhaps he'll ensure our safety inside that formation.
This stealth formation can only move within a small radius. Otherwise, it will lose its effect.
After sitting for a while, Li Shuhua couldn't take it anymore. He was dying to pee, opened his mouth wide, and lowered his head wearily. Yi Feng, sitting far away, saw this and said, you guys should still pay attention. Squatting like that for so long, not only will your legs go numb, but the main thing is that you'll easily get hemorrhoids. Hearing this, Li Shuhua replied, thank you for your protection, senior. Yi Feng laughed outside. Don't be so polite. He looked over and saw that his disciple had woken up and asked, oh, Zhongqing, do you need to pee? She replied, yes, and then walked towards the big tree.
It was Song Ke. She's planning to pee here. Seeing this, Song Ke's face paled, thinking, this brat isn't planning to pee on this ancestor. Then, a stream of nutrient-rich liquid was released. Zhongqing felt relieved and raised her head in satisfaction.
Zhongqing stood peeing under the tree, looking utterly delighted.
Song Ke sensed something was wrong. That kid is peeing at my feet? This was an unbearable humiliation for a man. You hateful little brat. He found the kid extremely annoying. Enraged, Song Ke's branches and roots stood on end. He summoned spiritual power, planning to send the kid on a trip to the Western Paradise to seek enlightenment and achieve early Buddhahood. Die, you mortal trash! Turn to ashes! A beam of red light appeared, attacking towards Zhongqing.
After a moment, Zhongqing noticed it. Ama! She discovered the rock on the tree. Her face went blank, and she innocently asked, Yi Feng, Shifu, there are some special rocks on this tree. Yi Feng was even more clueless now. True to the saying, like master, like disciple, he sleepily asked, which ones? As fate would have it, Yi Feng stretched and sneezed, and a burst of tornado-like force erupted from his adorable nostrils. It happened to completely obliterate Song Ke's attack. Heading towards his face, bam, bam. Song Ke's eyes rolled back, so terrified that he wanted to hug his roots and run. He stammered, What kind of godly technique is this? Yang Tianyu, Li Chenghao, and Li Shuhua, who were sitting in a group, jumped in fright and almost peed their pants in shock. One of them couldn't help but exclaim, Did you guys just see that? This senior just sneezed and dispersed Song Ke's attack.
Yi Feng was still oblivious, just feeling an unbearable itch in his nose. He wondered, the weather seems a bit chilly, or maybe I'm allergic to pollen. Zhongqing, after peeing, suddenly felt a chill in her heart. She shivered slightly. So cold.
The group that had been hiding like cowards just now boldly stepped forward. I'm not afraid of anyone now. They laughed loudly. With this senior protecting us, we don't need to hide anymore.
Yi Feng finally realized something and ordered, Wait a minute. He went to observe the wood and sighed. This wood is truly strange.
Yi Feng ordered his disciple Zhongqing, Give me the knife. She immediately obeyed. Yes, Shifu. Then he took the knife Zhongqing handed him, preparing to deal with this lovely tree. Yang Tianyu and the others grimaced, quickly asking, What is this senior planning to do?
Song Ke silently cursed Yi Feng's ancestors for 3 generations. Sweat poured down his face like a shower, even though trees aren't supposed to sweat.
Yi Feng grinned slyly.
If I were to carve with this material, I guarantee I'd create a masterpiece. Who knows? It might even advance my carving skills by leaps and bounds.
Song Ke was determined not to let Yi Feng carve out his heart. He hastily mobilized 200% of his power. Song Ke's eyes shone like car headlights, and he screamed himself hoarse. Don't even dream about it. Watch me, your grandpa. Use my full circumference to stop you.
Yeah? Whether it's 200, 300, or whatever 100%, it's all useless.
In the blink of an eye, Song Ke's withered life was successfully carved. Yi Feng reached out and received Song Ke's heart with great care.
He examined the piece of wood, looking quite pleased.
With this toy, I can bring it back and carve some good stuff, damn it.
The crowd just now were gaping. They even thought they hadn't cleaned out their ears. Calmly asked again, The purpose of chopping Song Ke's tree heart is just for carving? This is too exciting. Song Ke cried his eyes out, almost throwing a tantrum to let that guy know what's what. He lamented his fate. Your grandpa worked so hard, just broke through and leveled up, and now I'm directly downgraded to a semi-saint.
Just then, cheers echoed from afar.
Take off. Yi Feng turned around curiously. Yang Tianyu recognized the voice of the song. Isn't that the sound of those guys from before?
It's them, Lu Ge and his 2 little brothers, Ao Qing and Yi Feng. They skipped along merrily, singing, We're rich, we're rich. We, Qingye brothers, are finally rich. They were happy, but Yi Feng's face was like a withered, bitter melon, with huge ellipses appearing. The crowd affirmed, as expected, it's those 3. Yi Feng has a compassionate heart, but his temper is as hot as hell. He ran over. Lu Ge and the others panicked and tried to stop him. Senior, you absolutely must not stop them. Get out of the way and let them pass. Looking at those 3 brats, who were really annoying, Yi Feng didn't bother listening. He pulled and broke the head of Lu Ge off, sending it flying away with a whoosh. That guy screamed in panic.
Why is my head flying like this? I'll catch it. Lu Ge managed to catch his demonic head in time. Luckily, I can reattach my head even after I die, or I'd be screwed.
Lu Ge just reattached his head and immediately started cursing, while asking about his ancestors. He was fierce and aggressive just now, but as soon as he recognized Yi Feng, Lu Ge could only call for his parents. He yelled, Mommy, save me, Yi Feng smirked. This time your number's up.
The entire scene fell silent. The domineering great immortal, he killed Song Ke's clone with 1 strike. The once swaggering Lu Ge could now only lie at Yi Feng's feet and cry. It was pitiful, but whatever, Yi Feng asked. Want to run?
Lu Ge cried his heart out, reminding his subordinates. Run! Run quickly! We can't let the entire army be wiped out.
Yi Feng helplessly looked at the stupid fox and the silly centipede, and helplessly shouted, Wang Kai, turn around right now. Even Lu Ge didn't dare to say a word in front of his boss, so how could Wang Kai dare disobey? I, your dad, will go and wet my pants. Yi Feng lovingly gave each of them a punch, causing their heads to swell up and smoke. Yi Feng brushed his hands off, complaining, Good for you 2. And I was wondering why I haven't seen you guys at the Martial Hall, so it turns out you ran this far. What did you run here for?
Seeing the 3 little devils being disciplined by Yi Feng into proper shape, the crowd admired and wondered. This is the devouring sky demon wolf who used 1 paw to kill the tiger demon lord, That's him, the black-clothed guy who kicked Song Ki's clone to death with one kick. Well, what's done is done. All the hard work of the Lu Ge trio fell into Yi Feng's hands. A pile of gold coins that made the little ones feel so sorry. The old people taught, if you do, then you have food. If you don't work but want to have food, only Yi Feng is here. He coughed a few times. Question, oh, ha ha ha, say, where did you get so many gold coins? Lu Ge was speechless. Picked up. Yi Feng's mouth twitched and asked again. Picked up. Scared to death by the horror, Lu Ge said. This time it really was picked up. Yi Feng's ears were buzzing. No matter if the little ones picked it up or what, Yi Feng didn't care. He shamelessly expressed his kindness. Anyway, this place is deep in the forest. It is impossible to say that they stole it. Just afraid that they really picked it up somewhere in the forest. CMNL. Okay, I will spare you this time. I will keep this money for you. The money into Yi Feng's hands is like the money into the hands of his mother every Tet holiday, meaning there is a departure but no return date.
Lu Ge's cheap face twitched his owner's clothes, his voice thin. But, this was picked up by me. As soon as he opened his mouth to ask, Yi Feng sang a lament for the kid to listen to. So what, I sit and feed this whole house? Don't you need money? All you guys know how to eat and sleep? Have you ever thought about how difficult I usually am?
Feeling guilty, Yi Feng took out a gold coin and placed it in Lu Ge's hand, pretending to feel sorry for it. Forget it, I'll give you an extra cent. After confiscating the money, not only did he give Lu Ge a cent, but he also used people in various ways. Hurry up, it's cold. You take the time to make firewood to light a fire. Lu Ge sulked and cried following orders.
Yes, Lu Ge cried. Ao Qing cried. Song Ke also cried. The withered tree, the tree heart of me, the realm of me.
Before he finished crying, Lu Ge rushed forward. The kid was angrily dancing his hands and feet. Song Ki smelled danger and stopped. For about 5 seconds,
Lu Ge raised his fist and shouted with fire blazing, declaring the pain of your grandpa when he lost gold coin.
Lu Ge couldn't do anything to Yi Feng, so he vented his anger on others, and the poor soul who suffered was none other than Song Ki. He was bawling his eyes out. Seriously, Lu Ge's punch alone created a gust of wind that nearly blew away his manhood. Suddenly, a sachet flew down from a branch. Whoosh! The sachet landed right in Yi Feng's hand, back where it belonged. Yi Feng wondered, aren't these the guys?
Yi Feng's help stood their hair on end. They gaped, utterly convinced that the physical sachet had dropped into the hands of the senior. Lu Ge, meanwhile, was busy trying to start a fire.
Several people drifted off to sleep without a care in the world, while Yang Tianwu's group was still discussing. There's no other way. We can only wait for the right moment to speak to the senior. Song Ke kept getting the short end of the stick, but he stubbornly refused to give up. He was waiting for the perfect opportunity to ambush Yi Feng. Could it be?
Unforgivable. He took advantage of them being asleep to unleash his spiritual power in a sneak attack. Half asleep, Yi Feng waved his hand to swat away a few mosquitoes.
Luckily, he accidentally deflected Song Ke's attack, sending it right back at him. Not only did he fail to catch the chicken, but he also lost his rice. Song Ke took the full force of the blow to the eye, grimacing in pain. Yi Feng was still snoring away. I'm having such a good dream, and you're calling me master, the F?
The onlookers were used to it, so they weren't surprised. They casually said, we're already used to it.
Song Ke whined, feeling wronged, realizing,
a toy? I'm just a toy in his hands.
Song Ke made a physically groundbreaking decision. Gotta bail? Anyone who dares to say trees can't move, come out here and watch Song Ke show you how it's done. Tanks wish they could move like him. Song Ke swiftly weaved his way through the forest, leaving the awake in astonishment.
The new day finally arrived. The air was so refreshing. Zhang Qing and Yi Feng woke up, rubbing their eyes. Yi Feng noticed a gaping hole in the ground and froze for a few seconds. WTF? What happened? Why is there such a big hole here? If I let Song Ke ambush, I will have a tree to get shade from. Yi Feng questioned everyone around him, but they seemed less concerned than he was. Why is no one reacting? Was it all a dream? Am I getting old already? Zhang Qing, still sleepy, ran over and asked Yi Feng, Shifu, what's the training schedule for today? That reminded Yi Feng. He had completely forgotten. He laughed it off. Forgot about it, lol. I think your training is pretty good already. You can go down the mountain now. As they turned to leave, a group of great sect people approached. Senior, Yi Feng asked, puzzled. Was it Yang Tianwu and Li Shuhua expressed their desire to get the sachet back? We're so sorry, Senior, but the sachet you got earlier is actually ours. Can we have it back?
Yi Feng's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Li Shuhua laughed heartily, confirming, Yes, it's ours, Senior. Can you give it back to us? Yi Feng returned the smile, and he and his subordinate gradually disappeared from sight. He waved goodbye to them, You all must be mistaken. I'm the real owner of this sachet. Bye-bye. The group behind him cried out, Hey, hey! Yang Tianwu worried.
How? How can this be? Li Shuhua continued. What do we do now? The senior won't give it back. A white-haired girl quickly caught up. Sectmaster, clan leader, she asked anxiously. What about the sachet? Li Shuhua sighed in frustration. Suddenly, the white-haired girl recognized a familiar figure. She was horrified. It's the person I met before. That back, isn't that Master? The group behind her was dumbfounded. Master? Yang Tianwu doubted his life? Don't tell me that Master is the one who gave you the sachet. The white-haired girl nodded, admitting, It's him. That back, I'll never forget it. HMPH. You must have met him directly then.
After explaining the truth, everyone felt like idiots. The girl knelt on the ground, lamenting her fate. He must be so disappointed in us. He gave us an opportunity, and we didn't cherish it, and even caused such trouble. Fallen leaves return to their roots.
Yi Feng left behind a heartbroken person. Li Chenghao looked up at the sky with tears in his eyes, pondering, he must have come here intentionally to resolve this mess and take back the sachet. Under the clear sky, Yi Feng lay on a reclining chair, chewing on grass, lost in thought. Before he knew it, half of winter had passed, but he didn't want to go anywhere. He just wanted to stay home and be a salted fish. As he thought, he glanced at Zhang Qing. Speaking of which, Zhang Qing had been acting a little strange lately. He'd been leaving early and returning late, and he often sat on the porch, laughing to himself. Zhang Qing nearly jumped out of his skin when he saw Yi Feng behind him. He spun around, face flushed, his carefully styled hair swept back. Yi Feng covered his mouth, chuckling. You look like those pigs in heat, running around in circles. Zhang Qing's face turned even redder, flustered. No, I don't, he stammered, trying to deny it. With that, he bolted away, clutching the bunch of rapeseed flowers. Damn it, so embarrassing, Yi Feng sighed. That kid. But this kind of life didn't last for long. Zhang Qing refused to leave his room, just sighing to himself. So Yi Feng brought a jug of wine and coaxed him. Zhang Qing, have a drink with me. He looked up, softly calling out, Shifu. Zhang Qing stared at the bowl of wine on the table, puzzled. Shifu, weren't you against me drinking before? Yi Feng smiled gently. Now you can. Hearing that, Zhang Qing immediately started gulping down the wine, ignoring Yi Feng's rambling beside him. A person's life is full of experiences, some things you just can't avoid, and there's almost always a solution. So what's bothering you? Tell Shifu. Zhang Qing's eyes welled up. Shifu, he choked out. Yi Feng leaned in to listen. Zhang Qing gathered all his courage and blurted out, I really like Meng Tian, and we even talked about it. When we're both older, I'd go to her house to propose. The more he spoke, the more he thought about the memories in his heart, and he burst into tears. But her aunt is stopping us and told me that. She said Meng Tian is the daughter of a big, respectable family in Nansha, and she can't be with a scrub like me. Zhang Qing sobbed. Shifu, I'm really upset. My heart hurts so much. Her aunt even called me trash, and said if I dared to look for Meng Tian, she'd cripple me. Yi Feng gently stroked his head. Zhang Qing, you're not just my disciple, you're family to me. He got angrier. The hell with her family, daring to call my family trash. Oh, I can't stand this. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Yi Feng turned his back and said, Don't cry. Shifu will take care of this for you. A big, respectable family. I want to see what this big, respectable family is all about. He grabbed the wine jug, declaring firmly, When spring comes, Shifu will take you to propose. Yi Feng pulled out some boxes he had hidden before. Looking at the chests overflowing with gold, he couldn't help but sigh. Damn it. Let me see what kind of big shot you are. I have enough gold coins to bury you. Seeing him approach, the workers all spoke up at once. Mister, what are your orders? Yi Feng put on a serious face. In a few days, put your work aside for now and come with me to Nansha. As for the reward, you won't be treated poorly. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the group spoke in unison. Mister, you're too kind. We don't need a reward. Your business is our business. Early in the morning, a simple carriage was parked in front of Yi Feng's house. He said enthusiastically, Today is an auspicious day. Let's set off. The group beside him had gathered completely. Zhang Qing looked up and asked, Uncle Pork Butcher, are you going too? He smiled and replied, The mister wants to give me some face, that's all. Liu Banwei was tossed onto the front of the carriage. You drive the carriage, Yi Feng said, which made him cry silently. Wang Kai was also tossed up to accompany him. Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Mister, wait a moment. Yi Feng looked out and saw it was Wang Haotian, Old Man Wang. Is that you?
Wang Haotian slowly walked over. Mister, I heard you're all going to Nansha for some work. This old man just wanted to ask if you need me. Anyway, I'm bored sitting at home. I can go on a trip with the mister.
Yi Feng gave a thumbs up, grinning. You've lived a long time, you know a lot of things, it'd be great if you could help.
Once everyone was gathered in the carriage, Yi Feng seriously instructed his assembled crew before setting off. I want to remind everyone, the road is long and the journey is far. This is a world of cultivation, and we're mortals. We must know our place and absolutely not cause trouble.
Understood. The group all looked at each other and chuckled. Understood. Just as Yi Feng said, let's go.
So Lu Banwei reluctantly got the carriage moving. When they arrived at Nanche,
Yi Feng couldn't help but happily stick his head out to admire the beautiful scenery before him.
The scenery outside the city is truly beautiful. I've transmigrated for so long, and this is the first time I've truly gone far from home. Suddenly, a sword-wielding person appeared out of nowhere, blocking the road. Everyone stopped, and Lu Banwei had to halt the carriage, drawing the attention of those inside.
Yi Feng wondered, what's going on? What greeted them was a girl with wounds all over her body. I'm Li Yihan, she gasped. I need a ride on your carriage to the Nanche region. Of course, it's not free. Bandits run rampant on this road, including cultivators who block the path to rob people. If I go with you, I can guarantee that you mortals won't have to worry about anything. Yi Feng immediately understood. Miss, are you going to attract trouble?
Li Yihan didn't hide anything, saying frankly, it's always absolutely, positively possible to bring trouble. But the chance is extremely low, because they've all been killed by me, unless they send reinforcements.
To Li Yihan's surprise, he grinned and said very honestly, okay, giving you a ride isn't a problem, but there's always some risk involved. Yi Feng put on a serious face and said, there has to be some reward for this after all.
She frowned, sweat pouring down her face. What do you want? He smiled.
1,000 gold coins.
Hearing the haggling, Lu Banwei and Wang Kai rejoiced in unison. Li Yihan unhesitatingly took out a gold certificate. This is a gold certificate for 1,000 gold coins. It can be used anywhere. At this time, Yi Feng regretted it a bit. I lowballed it. In the carriage, he said seriously. That's right. Besides me, there's also that burly pig butcher who still has some strength left. The others are all doddering old geezers. Even if you say there won't be any trouble, don't harm us.
Li Yihan closed her eyes tiredly. Don't worry. If there really is trouble, it won't affect you. He noticed a large bruise on her arm. Is your injury okay? I have some understanding of medicine. If you don't mind, let me take a look. Wang Haoshan smiled inwardly, thinking, Mr. is truly kind, even when faced with such an ungrateful junior. He is always so compassionate. But Li Yihan just looked at him and said, thank you for your concern, mortal. This isn't an ordinary injury, I appreciate the thought.
Yi Feng said softly. I understand. Wu Yonghong, who was sitting next to him, was very angry. He glared at her, thinking, this young person doesn't know what's good for her. You've ruined a great opportunity.
Li Yihan closed her eyes, focusing on controlling the energy enveloping her body. You don't need to pay attention to me. If there's any trouble, I'll take care of it myself. After traveling for a while, Lu Banwei and Wang Kai saw a group of people holding swords heading towards them. They took turns, saying, they say women are like clothes, and brothers are like limbs. Looking back, I've been running around naked for 18 years. How can I conquer the battlefield, defend the painted landscape? We only trust money in this world.
Looking at the motley crew of green, yellow, and purple-haired bandits in front of him, he couldn't help but wonder, what's the situation? Wang Haoshan peeked out and said, these lines definitely belong to bandits, and there are quite a few cultivators among them. The bandits shouted, the people inside, get out here. He panicked and approached Li Yihan, saying, Miss, it's your turn to make a move. But she didn't move, only saying, I'm at a critical moment. You guys hold on for a quarter of an hour first, and I'll take care of it myself.
Yi Feng froze, his face blank. Wu Yongzhong spoke up. Mister, what do we do? Yi Feng said seriously. What else can we do? Of course, we go over there.
He took out a heavy cloth bag, smiling, and walked out. Esteemed sirs, this is 100 trillion gold coins. Consider it a toll fee. The bandits laughed triumphantly, very understanding. Forget it, the bandits have drawn their sabers, looking fierce. In that case, you're all gonna die right here on the road.
With that, Yi Feng's group huddled together, following his lead. Everyone just needs to hold out for a moment and wait for that person to make a move. As he said that, the group directly charged in and started throwing punches everywhere. No matter how the bandits swung their sabers, our side easily dodged everything.
Even so, they didn't forget to chat, Old Porky lazily said. We're mortals, facing a bunch of bandits. Isn't that a bit too bland?
Wang Haoshan dodged while saying, that's right, Mr. is experiencing the life of mortals. Now that we are following him, We have to know how to cooperate.
Watching Mr. like this is how a mortal is supposed to act when they encounter bandits. Over there, Yi Feng was running and taunting them. "Come on, you trash!" And the bandits chasing after him angrily yelled,
"Don't run," Sun Jia wondered. "What about us?" Suddenly, Wang Haoshan rolled on the ground, screaming, "Save me, save me, you can't come over here."
"You can't come over here."
Seeing this, the others were stunned and dumbfounded. Damn, the older ginger is spicier.
Old Porky also joined in. I'm so scared, I'm just a mortal, why are you treating me like this?" Making the bandits want to vomit. And Wu Yongchong was even more horrified. "No wonder they've been around Mr. for so long, we still have a lot to learn."
The remaining people also nodded in agreement and followed suit. "Save me! Don't come over here, it's so scary." Ignoring their exaggerated acting, Lu Banwei still sat under the carriage playing with his sketchbook, while Wang Kai next to him yawned non-stop. At this moment, a blade flashed, annihilating the bandits. The person was none other than Li Yihan.
Before falling down, the bandits were still bewildered. These years feel like being drunk, not afraid of falling to death, only afraid of sobering up. Blood can be cut, but it can clot. I can understand, but I can't ask for it. White underwear.
Yi Feng's face twitched, and he praised, "Miss is truly amazing." Li Yihan said, "Mortals are just mortals, after all. I really don't know how you people have such guts. With your skills, you dare to travel from Chengping River to Nancha. You're truly newborn calves that aren't afraid of tigers."
Saying that, she turned her head to look at Yi Feng, who could only defend himself. "Well, it's my first time traveling far from home," Li Yihan continued. "But you guys are lucky. In this kind of situation, many people don't get away without losing a hand or breaking a leg."
"Especially you," she looked at Wang Haoshan, who was sitting and scratching his head with a smile amidst the blade marks, and continued, "There are so many blade marks around you, yet none of them managed to hit you. Your luck is not bad."
Yi Feng changed the subject. "Let's get back on the carriage first." But she kept rambling on. "I'm very curious, why don't you mortals cultivate?"
"If you had cultivated even a little bit today, you wouldn't be in such a sorry state. It's lucky that you guys had good luck running into me on the road. If not for your luck, I don't know if you guys could continue on."
Seeing her arrogant look,
Yi Feng irritably recalled the past. "This girl really doesn't know when to shut up. If I could cultivate, I wouldn't be sitting at home watching chickens naked. I tried to join the Qingshan sect before, but my talent was trash, so the talent testing stone didn't react, although I don't know if the system can give me some treasure to awaken my spiritual root later." Li Yihan suddenly shivered in fear as she felt an earth-shattering killing intent radiating from behind. But when she turned around, she saw nothing but a group of people chatting intimately with each other, which made her wonder, was that pressure just an illusion? Mortals are just mortals after all. Even if they really have the desire to improve, they can't have that kind of presence. Forget it, let's get on the road.
The carriage was still moving steadily in the dark night, illuminated by the dim moonlight. Heading forward.
Inside the carriage, Yi Feng, Li Yihan, and his teammates sat in silence, arms crossed. Without saying a word, Yi Feng thought, "This atmosphere is so damn awkward." Suddenly, Li Yihan stood up and grabbed her saber, catching him by surprise.
She opened the door and flew outside, causing his face to turn pale as he saw the scene in front of him, his mouth agape. "Holy crap, what's going on?"
As she landed on the ground, two voices came from above. "Li Yihan, we finally found you."
She looked up, frowning, and said, "Yiming, Yuhan, Xingfan. The two guys up there are dressed ridiculously. They're laughing when they see her. So the Yihan twin killers, are you two coming after us yourselves?" He peeked his head out from inside. Being nosy, Li Yihan looked up, frowning and angrily telling him, "You, before I fall, run as far as you can. These two are extremely ruthless. Once they catch you, they definitely won't let you off the hook."
The two guys above heard that and chuckled. "Oh, really?" As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yihan rushed over to attack the two. One of them laughed loudly, saying, "You really overestimate yourself." Li Yihan widened her eyes and looked down below, shouting, "What are you guys still standing there for? Hurry up and leave!" Everyone was gaping at the fight above. Wang Daoshan said to him, "Mister, so what about us?" He immediately understood and replied,
"She helped us fight off the bandits earlier. If we ignore her now, how can our conscience allow it?" Hearing this, Wang Daoshan looked up and said, "Mister, you mean?" He said with a determined expression, "Helping is definitely what we want to do, but directly fighting is definitely not an option. We have to release moves from the outside without revealing a trace." Hearing this, something clicked in Wang Daoshan's head. Not directly fighting, but releasing moves from the outside means, as long as the enemy doesn't discover it, and we abide by the rules of the mortal game. Especially without ruining the mister's fun, we can fully utilize our cultivation. That's definitely it. After thinking, Wang Daoxuan put his hand behind him. He said, "Understood." Suddenly, Ye Mingyu's eyes widened as if he had been attacked by something. Han Xingfan turned around and saw that half of Ye Mingyu's upper body was gone. Even Li Yihan was surprised. Han Xingfan screamed in pain. Mingyu. Seeing this, Li Yihan thought, a dignified martial king expert actually exploded and died from chi deviation after fighting for so long. He saw this scene and felt extremely gratified. Holding his stomach and laughing loudly, he said, "Truly, evil meets evil," Wang Daoxuan beside him thought. "It seems I haven't misjudged the mister's intentions." Han Xingfan angrily picked up his blade, wanting to fight her to the death. He shouted, "Li Yihan, don't be happy too soon. Dealing with you is more than enough for just me." He used the Jingfan blade technique towards her, causing her to be knocked backward. Gritting her teeth and frowning in anger, Li Yihan thought, "I can't dodge this move, am I gonna die?" But then, Old Man Porky raised his big, strong hand, and a rope suddenly tied up Han Xingfan's feet, catching him off guard. Then he was dragged down and slammed hard onto the ground in front of everyone's surprised faces, creating a loud noise. Yi Feng saw this scene and had to cover his mouth to laugh heartily, causing Old Man Porky to look at him confusedly. Han Xingfan slammed his head on the ground, blood flowing profusely from his mouth. He thought, "Am I dreaming?" And she above looked down, inevitably shocked. A martial king expert actually tripped and died during a fight. At this time, he and everyone below were still bowing their heads, pretending to be ignorant. Li Yihan was still puzzled. This is really too unbelievable. She landed on the ground, holding her head. This kind of coincidence is heaven-defying. He saw her come down and pretended to be ignorant, saying, "Truly a near miss. Let's hurry up and get on the road," she thought. Could it be that all my luck in this life has been used up? Scene changes to Nanxia Grand Palace, Fengyun Valley. Outside, the wind blew through the mountain crevices, and a voice rang out, "Xian Kui, you are the great contributor of Fengyun Valley." Above, a dignified figure sat and said, "Thanks to the painting of that senior, my father's cultivation has risen another level." Yun Xian Kui stood below, happily saying, "Congratulations, father. That person was Fengyun Valley Master Yun Haoxian," he said. "But the kindness of that senior is so great that our Fengyun Valley must find an opportunity to repay him." Suddenly, a servant walked in to report. Reporting to the sect master, according to scouts, that Mr. has entered the territory of Nanxi. Hearing this, Yun Haochen immediately stood up, spreading his arms and saying loudly, "This is a major event. Fengyun Valley high-level officials, listen to my order. Everyone, follow me," and set out to welcome the Mr. The subordinates said in unison, "Yes." On the side of the Demon Haze sect, Shu Xinzhu was standing there, saying, "Hope. I once again see hope." Smiling slyly, she said to the servant holding the painting behind her, "Disciple, quickly follow me," and set out. After that was the Heavenly Sword sect. Peng Xianxie and 2 slaves were flying somewhere, Peng Xianxie said. "Working hard to search for news of that person. I didn't expect him to come to Nanxia. This trip must not let other sects get ahead of us. This opportunity definitely belongs to me," Peng Xianxie. At the border of Nanxia, at this time, one person after another came in the sky to find Yi Feng, making it very colorful and beautiful. Each sect master passed quickly in the sky. Li Yihan peeked out from under the curtain, unexpectedly saying, "Why is this place suddenly so lively?" Hearing 2 people flying by above talking to each other. "This time, that big shot has come to our Nanxia. We must seize the opportunity." The other person replied, "It is said that all the major sects have come, so the competition is not small." Li Yihan finally understood. She poked her head back in and laughed. "So, there's a formidable figure coming to Nanxia, and the major sects are all trying to find a way to gain an opportunity. Therefore, I must solemnly advise you, it's best not to run around everywhere. Just honestly stay near the carriage," she continued. "Right now, this place is crawling with experts. Forget about small fry mortals like you guys. Even a martial king like me isn't anything special here. The worst thing is accidentally bumping into some big shot. Then nobody can save you." Yi Feng and Zhong Qing were shocked by her words. Seriously, Yi Feng stroked his chin and said, "Wow, so many sects are sending people? It'd be awesome if I could mobilize a crew like that." He sighed regretfully. Damn system is such a pain. Li Yihan, sitting across from him, shot him a look of disdain. "Not that I'm trying to mock you or anything, but even if you reincarnated 10 times, you'd never achieve that." This infuriated him. Up above, the moon was rising over the treetops, and a gentle breeze was blowing. The group had stopped in the forest for the night, building a huge bonfire, and sitting around it, she said, "You guys rest well here. Don't wander around. I'll go see if there are any familiar faces." With that,
Li Yihan left. Suddenly, she noticed something. A guy stood leaning against a tree, smiling in the moonlight and gentle breeze, saying, "I've crossed mountains and seas and traversed through crowds of people, but then..." Lu Banwei appeared, a rose between his teeth. He continued, quote, "I still couldn't overcome your beauty."
She looked at Lu Banwei, speechless and helpless. Then Lu Banwei stepped forward to greet the girl. "Pleased to meet you. I am Lu Banwei. The moonlight tonight is beautiful. Would you be interested in enjoying it together?" Li Yihan watched his antics, unsure of what to do. As Lu Banwei was making his advances, she coldly shredded the rose and turned away, saying, "Get lost." This left Lu Banwei feeling dejected. "Hey, there's no need to be so harsh, miss," he said sadly. "Is my charm as Lu Banwei really not capable of moving you at all?" Yi Feng sighed, a tantalizing aroma wafting from the roasted meat. The others sitting nearby asked, "How is it, sir?" Yi Feng replied, "This meat is truly terrible." Then he muttered to himself, "Even though the storage ring preserves it so well." Hearing this, Old Pig Butcher thought, "This meat is all Yao King meat, and he's still not satisfied," Yi Feng continued. "Everyone, remember, if you encounter some fresh game, absolutely, under no circumstances, let it get away," Wang Daoshan replied. "Sir, in a place like this, it's probably hard to find fresh game," Yi Feng said. "It's not that hard." Then, opening one eye, he said, "Look around at the environment here, you'll find it." The forest scenery was dark, illuminated by the moonlight. Afterward, he turned away and yawned, saying, "You guys should go to bed early. I'm going to sleep." The others behind him were speechless and depressed. Above, the stars were quiet, and the wind blew gently, and he was already asleep under the covers, seemingly dreaming about something. Suddenly, he sat up abruptly, cursing loudly. "Is it that hard to give it a rest? These cultivators are such a pain. If you guys want to entertain yourselves, go further away, can't you?" This startled everyone. Xu Shiquang, Lu Daxing, and Wang Daoshan thought, "These idiots are truly blind. They know perfectly well that the immortal master wants to experience the life of a mortal, yet they're making such a ruckus. Influencing the immortal master's rest is a crime deserving 10,000 deaths." Then they stood up and walked forward. In the sky, the moon still shone down on every path. Below, a man with slicked-back hair and a man with curly hair were standing in front of someone. The slicked-back hair man looked down on him and said, "You disciples of Suyue Mountain Manor are nothing special. This sparring match is a victory for my Fengyun Valley." The curly-haired man shouted in support, "Senior brother Zheng Yu is amazing. Senior brother Zheng Yu is so awesome." This made Zheng Yu, a genius martial king talent who was one of the key disciples being nurtured by Fengyun Valley, extremely happy. He laughed loudly and said, "Is there anyone else who wants to spar with me?" Then a voice came from behind, startling them into turning around. "Stop your sparring, or you'll die." Behind them stood Wang Daoshan's group. Zheng Yu, seeing this, said, "Who are you guys? What's it to you old geezers should stay at home?" Hearing this made Wang Daoshan extremely displeased. He said, "Young people these days really don't know what's good for them." Li Yihan, who was flying in the sky searching, said, "I don't have enough medicinal pills on me. I'll come here to see if I can meet any familiar people and ask for some." Suddenly, she looked down and saw the group below. She wondered, "Why are those old guys?" Then she flew down. Suddenly, a slipper smacked that Zheng Yu right in the face, making him rage, "Damn old geezer," which made her scream in fright. Li Yihan landed hastily and said to Wang Daoshan, "Apologize now, apologize. You old coots don't want to live anymore, do you? If you don't apologize, they'll kill you." Then she turned around and said, "Zheng Yu Shixiang, please calm down, please. These old guys are just mortals. They don't know who you are. I hope you, Zheng Yu Shixiang, will be magnanimous and let me get them to apologize." Seeing him still angry, she continued, "I'm from the Li family. I hope Zheng Yu Shixiang will give me some face." Zheng Yu said angrily, "The Li family? So you're one of the forces subordinate to my Fengyun Valley." Then he pointed and said, "Since you're from the Li family, and these are just some blind mortals, then I'll give you face. Have them immediately kneel down and apologize, and I might spare their lives." Hearing this, she immediately turned around and yelled at Wang Daoshan and the others, "What the hell is wrong with you mortals? Didn't I tell you not to run around? Especially you. Why did you throw a shoe at him? Hurry up and kneel down and apologize, or no one can save you tonight." Suddenly, the old pork vendor grabbed her head. She looked up, and his eyes were glowing as he said, "The younger ones go to the back where we work," which surprised and frightened her as she thought, "What's wrong with these old guys? Are they having a brain freeze or something? I worked so hard to get these old guys a chance to be forgiven, and they don't even get it." Zheng Yu, and the frizzy-haired guy glared at the old men. The old men said, "You little punks." Sun Jiaj, Chu Shikuan, and Wu Yonghong grinned and said, "We'll give you one key, quarter of an hour, to get the hell out of here, or you're all gonna die, all right?" Which shocked Zheng Yu's group and made them turn red with anger. Seeing this, she covered her face and said, "We're done for. This isn't simple anymore. Now we've offended all the disciples from the sects." Hundreds of people from the sects stood there, Zheng Yu said. "Old men, quickly kneel down and confess your sins, or you'll die without a burial place." The old men shouted and asked back, "Confess sins?" Sun Jia's eyes lit up as he angrily laughed and said, "Forgive me for being blunt, but right in front of us, you all here are trash." Then Zheng Yu's group charged forward, waving their swords and shouting, "Kill them, oomph, bang!" This made Li Yihan close her eyes in fear and say, "Why is it like this? These old guys were clearly normal before. What the hell did they take tonight?" The sky above was still, but not under the trees. A great light suddenly erupted in the forest, sending all of Zheng Yu's subordinates flying, crying out in pain, which shocked Li Yihan. They smashed their heads on the ground, broke their teeth, and messed up their brains, in incredible pain. This made her even more unbelievable. Opening her eyes wide and looking back at the old men. Their eyes were emitting sparks, smiling extremely dangerously, which made her open her eyes wide in fear and disbelief and say, stammering, "How could this be? These old men." Seeing the old men's appearance, she thought, "We've been together for so many days. These old men look no different from mortals, but they're super experts." Then she remembered something. When she looked at Yi Feng, she said, "I don't know how you guys have the guts," then turned away and continued, "If you had cultivated a little today, you wouldn't be in such a mess." Seeing Qin and the others helping each other into the car, she thought, mortals are mortals after all. Even if they really have the will to improve, they can't look like that. Then back to the present, Li Yihan cried, tears streaming down her face, looked up, said 2 words, mortals, then thought, are there mortals that strong? You silly Li Yihan. The people who were knocked down face first still stubbornly yelled from the ground, "Who exactly are you people? You're asking for trouble for no reason. Are the big sects we belong to smoking fake stuff? You probably don't know that the experts from our major sects are nearby. Aren't you afraid of our sects coming for revenge?" Since you've said so, Chu Shikuan doesn't mind answering. Revenge, not afraid. Telling you not only are you trash in our eyes, but the sects behind you are the same, all trash. They gritted their teeth in anger. You, then raised their hands high and fired a flare to call for reinforcements. 1 arrow pierces the clouds. Seeing them about to call for help, Yi Khan once again advised the old men to run away quickly. "It's a red signal flare, seniors. We should take the time to retreat. Once the red signal is released, things will become very bad." But these old men stubbornly refused to listen. "No need to retreat. We'll wait for them here." Seniors. They are major forces in Nansha, people from Fengyun Valley and Suishui Mountain Manor. In their sects, there are not only countless martial sect experts, but also many martial venerable experts. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave later. As soon as the signal flare went off, the sect's people showed up in the sky, a whole bunch of figures rapidly descending to the ground. Everyone was hyped. No surprise. The big shots from Fengyun Valley and Suishui Mountain Manor actually came. They're fast. This lineup is freaking insane. Those stuck-up old geezers are going to be begging for mercy. Li Yifan looked at the opponents, face turning purple. It's Yuan Xiankui and Di Wuchangkong too, those 2 geniuses. Even though I don't know who you guys are, daring to disrespect our sect's people means you're going to get punished. This power, it's too terrifying. She braced her sword against the ground just to stay upright. In her mind, she was like, well, I'm screwed. Just then, she looked up. Everyone was totally shocked. Where'd all the old geezers teleport to? Why'd they suddenly run off? Why'd Yuan Xiankui do that? But for the sake of the sect's reputation, forget it, Elder Diwu, let's go. Yo, young blood, take this, palm strike. Now he got it. He cursed inwardly. That Yuan Xiankui bitch didn't even bother to warn me. They both teleported too. Damn those old geezers. Prepare to receive the fury of my Fengyun Valley and Suishui Mountain Manor. He was smirking. But then he turned around and couldn't find any of his big shots. Wang Daoshan, who was chasing after them, had arrived. Where'd they go? Everyone landed, making a big commotion. The old guys spoke up. Is that you little punks? What? Want to buy a grave plot or something? Yuan Xiankui kneeled respectfully. Wang Granddaddy and Pig Granddaddy. The crowd saw their own big shots kneeling, and they were completely confused. Am I seeing things? Young Master Chen Kong and Miss Yun Kui are kneeling before them. Li Yifan was also wondering, Who the heck are these 6 ugly old guys? She flew over, begging nonstop. Spare us, seniors. We were wrong. Please, show us some mercy.
Great ones, in your vast generosity, please spare our lives.
One of the old guys stepped forward and said,
The person you need to apologize to isn't us, it's the gentleman. Because you disturbed the gentleman's sleep. He's very unhappy about that, Yi Feng guessed. Is gentleman referring to something even more powerful than them inside the mountain?
They glanced at Yun Xiankui,
but she couldn't even protect herself at this point, so he slapped him. Disturbing the gentleman's sleep, you deserve to die 10,000 times. Ah, I declare that there's no saving you from this sky-high mistake. Chengyu Shixiong's cultivation is gone. Just then, 2 people flew overhead. The old man couldn't help but curse. Flying my ass, still flying around, get down here. With just one slap, the 2 of them dropped to the ground.
Yi Feng's jaw dropped.
They're 2 martial venerable powerhouses.
Sect leader Yang Tianyu of the Yujian sect and family head Li Shuhua, who were flying by, were knocked down. The 2 young men yelled, a little pissed,
Who the hell did that? Do you know who my dad is?
And then, 15 seconds later,
also those same 2 young men, but now their butts were in the air, heads bowed low. Granddaddy, spare us. Everyone around them was sweating bullets. The 2 swollen faces were speechless. Why? Why are there 2 martial emperors here? Right at that moment, a huge Yao beast appeared. Heavens, what is that Yao beast? It's so huge.
Zong Tianjiaolong, the Yao emperor, laughed heartily. To think that while this emperor slumbered for 10,000 years, upon awakening, there are so many human cultivators here, ripe for the picking as my breakfast.
Who knew a Yao beast of this level would be slumbering here? Everyone panicked. We're totally screwed, damn it. Those 2 old geezers are still whispering in the corner.
Seems like Mr. predicted this, knowing that this place hides a Yao emperor. So, the wild game Mr. mentioned refers to this Yao emperor.
After their discussion, they grinned eerily. Looks like Mr.'s breakfast is found. Gotta keep up with the nutrition for a good morning.
Hurry. The old men were incredibly excited at the thought of eating a Yao emperor.
Such a crazy thing. I bet only Mr. would dare to do it. Without further ado, they quickly jumped into action. Thus, the Yao Emperor, who had just woken up, was beaten black and blue by Wang Daoshan and Old Pig Butcher. The crowd watched for free, their eyes filled with admiration.
To actually injure a Yao Emperor, there's no doubt, those 2 are indeed martial emperors.
Li Yihan shuddered upon hearing the words, martial emperor, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Those kinds of experts are the apex of the entire Xinjiang continent. However, he couldn't just sit idly by and wait for his doom. The human then released a domain. Within the domain, its power shouldn't be underestimated. We will increase its strength and weaken the opponent's strength. Yun Xianke was shocked. A domain. This Yao Emperor actually possesses a domain. Li Yihan was confused upon hearing this. What is a domain? Chang Kong chimed in. Martial Emperor is far more complex than the realms below, divided into 10 minor realms. Each realm requires undergoing a heavenly tribulation, and after passing the tribulation, it's like being reborn, gaining a new life, he continued. Therefore, the martial emperor's 10 realms are known as the 10-life emperor realm. Surpassing the 10-life emperor realm allows one to ascend to immortality on the spot, Yun Xianke said seriously. The first life martial emperor merely experiences a significant increase in strength, but after reaching the second life, the true advantages of a martial emperor become apparent.
The most obvious being the ability to control a domain.
When inside the range of one's domain, it not only enhances one's own strength, but also greatly weakens the opponent's power.
The 2 old men started to feel a bit nervous.
Looks like this guy is a second-life Yao Emperor, and we're just first-life martial emperors. It's too late to back out now. It spat out a palm strike. You 2, obediently become a dish on my plate. The 2 quickly used their knives to block. Thankfully, they had the pig-slaughtering knife that Mr. gave them, but it didn't seem to be effective. The 2 began to turn to stone, freezing all over, unable to move.
The others were dumbfounded.
He laughed triumphantly. Let's see how you struggle. Just die already, you foolish humans. Today, none of you will escape.
Li Yihan was dumbfounded. No way. If those 2 senior cultivators die here, we're all doomed.
Suddenly, someone in a dinosaur onesie came out, humming a tune.
You say you're trying to be cool but failing. Call me. Don't give up so soon. She took it all and turned it into a myth. Then laughed. Everything is so stupid.
Then yelled at the Yao Emperor. Damn it, you little lizard. Hurry up and sing along for this daddy.
The crowd was speechless. Damn, who's got the guts to provoke the Yao Emperor? Isn't he afraid of death?
It was fuming because it was called a little lizard. You want to die? Lu Banwei remained calm. This little lizard has quite the temper. Li Yihan looked at Lu Banwei. That figure, and that voice, it's that flamboyant player from earlier. Being called a little lizard, the Yao Emperor couldn't take it anymore and immediately attacked. I'm not a lizard, I am a proud Jiao Long. Watch this. Lu Banwei raised both hands, causing 2 ice arrows to freeze in place and instantly turn into dust. The crowd's jaws dropped. They shouted, WTF, I couldn't pick up girls, so tonight your daddy is in a bad mood. So I'm going to use 1/10,000th of my strength to play with you. I hope you don't disappoint me. As Lu Banwei spoke, he teleported behind the Yao Emperor, tearing off the Yao Emperor's wings, splattering blood everywhere, causing it to scream in pain from the bite. Lu Banwei angrily roared, Shut the hell up! Shut the hell up! Damn it, this isn't even a fight. It's just a one-sided beatdown, period. Lin Yihan's eyes widened. That flamboyant player is actually this strong. The ground was incredibly dangerous due to the battle. Suddenly, a group of people screamed, The ground is dangerous. Quickly get to the sky. Everyone flew up, only to see someone sleeping on the ground. In this situation, he's still sleeping. Doesn't he value his life? That person was none other than Yi Feng, dreaming and singing while waving his hands wildly. The people from Changkong recognized him. That's right. Didn't we shout that he was a master? Lin Yihan heard this and turned to look. Master? She asked tentatively. The master everyone's talking about is that guy. Changkong immediately replied, That's right, it's that Mr. The reason most of us are here is because of him. See, the Mister's right there, Yun Xiankui said. No wonder there are so many experts here. It's all thanks to the Mister. The Mister even looks elegant while sleeping. At this moment, Li Yihan finally realized that he was the Mister. Suddenly, someone bumped into her. Damn it! Are you okay? She was spacing out, recalling what happened, and her attitude toward Yi Feng. Thank you for your concern. This wound isn't ordinary for a mortal. Thank you for your kindness. You don't need to worry about me. I'll take care of any trouble myself. If I were to go with you, I would naturally ensure the safety of you mortals. Not that I'm mocking you or anything, but even if you were reborn 10 times, you still wouldn't be like that. Mortals are just mortals after all. Thinking of this, tears streamed down her face. I actually lectured these ignorant beasts right in front of such a big shot. Yang Tianyu stared wide-eyed. Holy crap, isn't that the guy we met in the Mofu Mountains? So he's the legendary bigwig, Li Chenghao, awkwardly complimented. Looking closely, isn't that the same senior who abused the flood dragon, the one who kicked Zongkei's clone down? Even though he changed his clothes, at this moment, Lu Davidge in the sky was still full of vigor. Little lizard, you're too weak. This daddy has no interest in playing with you anymore. He swung his fist towards the Yao Emperor. This is a fist full of rage, from a young man who's lovelorn and lonely. Little wild beast fist. The Yao Emperor was thus sent tumbling to the ground. He was beaten back into his original form. The onlookers cheered. It's over. The Yao Emperor couldn't even survive a single blow. Let's quickly go and pay our respects to the senior. Let's quickly ask that senior to give us some opportunities. That's right. But Lao Raozu, old fatty pig, stopped them. Where did you get the ability to imagine such VIP pro stuff? He said sternly with a lustful glint in his eyes. Furthermore, when did the Mister say he wanted you trash to receive him? If anyone dares to disturb the Mister's life experience, no matter who it is, the 6 of us will personally take action to eliminate them completely. The crowd was terrified and replied in unison. Yes, Li Kifan was frightened. I've offended an unfathomable person. I need to run. But it wasn't that easy. Miss Lai, Wang Daoshin reminded her. Didn't we say you would stay with us for a few more days? If you suddenly leave, how can we explain it to the Mister? Li Yihan was terrified. Are they going to take me back and settle the score? Wang Daoshin smiled and continued. Miss Li Hai, you don't need to worry. We and the Mister are just mortals. We won't treat you like that. She cried in her heart, Mortals? I don't want to hear that word again in this lifetime. The sun rose behind the trees. Everyone slowly woke up after a long night, stretching and welcoming the new day. Only one person looked gloomy. Li Yihan hadn't slept a wink. Her eyes were as dark as a panda's, and she looked exhausted. A bright red rose, in stark contrast to her complexion, appeared behind her, accompanied by a smooth voice. Little Miss Li Yihan startled awake, turning to see Lu Banwei. Today, he was wearing a dinosaur suit. Combined with his short stature, he looked like a 3-year-old trying to act cool, holding a rose to seduce her, interested in reliving some memories. Watching the sunrise together, perhaps. Li Yihan waved her hands frantically in refusal. Senior, I wouldn't dare. I have no talent or virtue. How could I possibly be worthy of you? Lu Banwei switched the rose to his mouth, striking a handsome pose, and said, What's unworthy about you? Could it be that this daddy band's mighty actions last night weren't enough to conquer you? Li Yihan hurriedly explained. No, it's not that.
Before she could finish, a figure rushed over.
Yi Feng landed and kicked the daddy man hard in the butt, sending him flying. He even called him a damn cur.
Yi Feng happily turned to ask Li Yihan,
Miss Li, are you okay?
She was helpless, wanting to say something, but stopped. I'm fine.
Suddenly, he looked to the side, discovering something. He excitedly exclaimed, What a big snake! Wang Daoshan laughed, showing it off to him. Master, as you instructed, I just found it last night. Yi Feng praised him with delight, his face looking mischievous as he stared at the snake.
Well done.
To be honest, I've really had enough of the food these past few days. Because they say breakfast has to be nutritious, lunch has to be filling, and dinner has to be light. Today, we're having snake soup for breakfast.
Li Yihan was completely shocked. Yao Emperor Lu Da, already used to this, comforted her. Relax, you'll get used to it. Yi Feng asked everyone, who's going to find some firewood? Li Yihan quickly volunteered, I'll go. Letting her think that, in front of these people, every moment was like sitting on pins and needles.
He smiled and said, All right, then we'll have to trouble Miss Li. Guzi, you go with Miss Li. It'll be easier to help each other out. Guzi happily agreed. Li Yihan and Wang Kai went into the forest to find firewood. She breathed a sigh of relief. Being in front of such experts is really uncomfortable. She bent down to pat Wang Kai's head. Only in front of you can I relax a little. Wang Kai's face was strained but resigned. From the bushes, 3 figures jumped out, shouting, Li Yihan! This time, see where you can run.
3 masked bandits landed in front of her. The leader smiled lewdly, threateningly, saying, Let me tell you, from the first time we fought, your movements have been under our control. They rushed forward to attack her.
Never thought the Night-Cold twin killers would die at your hands. Really underestimated you. So this time, to ensure we don't fail again, we have no choice but to take action ourselves. Die. Li Yihan's face turned pale with fear, crying in despair, I'm done for.
Suddenly, a supernatural force appeared out of nowhere,
knocking the 3 bandits aside.
Their swords stuck straight into the ground, right in front of her feet.
Wang Kai beside her grew huge. It was Wang Kai who had defeated the 3 of them.
Li Yihan turned to look at it in a daze.
Even a dog? Is this terrifying? In other words, a cultivator like myself, when surrounded by so-called mortals, isn't even worth as much as a dog. Wang Kai gradually returned to his original form, as calm as if nothing had happened, and asked, Do you want to continue resting? Li Yihan hurriedly waved her hand. No more resting. She glanced fearfully at Wang Kai, who was leisurely walking behind her, originally thinking she could take this opportunity to catch her breath, but didn't expect that being with this dog was just as stressful. She cautiously asked, Senior, may I ask, what is your cultivation level, exactly? Wang Kai glanced at her and asked, Yao Venerable, or Yao Saint. Hearing it say that, she was shocked. It doesn't matter, not important at all, it said, because following Maester, whether it's venerable or saint, it might be like this today but not tomorrow. Li Yihan felt like she was struck by lightning. You don't mean? Wang Kai smirked and said, That's right, just as you think, because tomorrow it might be Emperor.
Li Yihan was startled. Emperor, Dog, Wang Kai replied. That's right, don't call me senior, and you don't need to talk to me. It walked ahead, wagging its tail, saying, Because you must remember, we are just a bunch of mortals, and I'm just a dog. After speaking, it flew off ahead, leaving Li Yihan crying, a bunch of mortals, a dog. She bitterly laughed. They really know how to play. The golden snake soup was bubbling, fragrant. Everyone was attracted by the aroma, and gathered around. Yi Feng saw this and said, What are you guys spacing out for? Don't be polite. Drink up. He didn't see anyone making a move. Do you want me to personally spoon-feed you? The group hurriedly said. Thank you, sir. We won't be polite. Everyone held a bowl of hot snake soup in their hands. With this bowl, we're afraid we'll break through to the saint level. In the distance, Wang Daotian and Old Pig Butcher stood in a corner, their backs to everyone. Seeing this, they couldn't help but feel puzzled. The atmosphere over there between those two didn't seem right. The 2 of them looked at the bowl of soup in their hands, sweat dripping like rain. Old Pig Butcher said, Drinking this bowl of snake soup, I'm afraid I can reach the second life martial emperor, Wang Daotian said. But, when breaking through to the second life martial emperor, we'll have to undergo the heavenly tribulation. Old Pig Butcher looked at him and said, This heavenly tribulation is no joke. If we're not careful, our souls will scatter, Wang Daotian said. But other martial emperors have to prepare well before tribulation, and we don't have any preparation at all. The 2 of them had the same thought. Moreover, when the heavenly tribulation comes, I'm afraid it will affect Master's peaceful life, Old Pig Butcher stammered. Master, how about we don't drink it?
All right, his words attracted Yi Feng's attention. He angrily shouted, "You two are too long-winded. It's such a big pot. If I tell you to drink, just drink." The two of them couldn't argue, and could only awkwardly agree, Okay, sir." After dealing with them, he threw the snake face to the dog. "Hey dog, the snake gallbladder is for you." At this moment, he noticed Li Yihan huddled in a corner. He approached and called, "Miss Liney." He happily held a bowl of soup and gave it to her. "It's been a tough journey. You should drink a bowl too," Li Yihan awkwardly refused. "Sir, what merit do I have? Otherwise, everyone else should drink it." She looked at the hot, fragrant soup and couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Yi Feng saw her attitude, guessed her thoughts, and thought to himself, "This girl clearly wants to drink, but she's pretending to be shy. Moreover, her attitude seems to have changed quite a bit towards me. It seems she's been convinced by my cooking skills," he hurriedly urged. Drink it. Li Yihan held the bowl of soup in her hand and shed tears of emotion. "This is defying the natural order of things. What merit do I have? To think that not only did the sir disregard the previous grudges, but also gave me such good fortune." She raised the bowl and drank. After taking just one sip, her whole body felt like it was flying. Just one sip, and the energy in my dantian is circulating. I've reached the breakthrough point of the martial sovereign realm. The people who had just finished drinking the soup hurriedly ran off to relieve themselves. "Sir, we're going to take care of our business." Li Yihan also quickly followed. I also need to pee." Yi Feng watched helplessly as the group ran away. "Those old geezers can't handle the nourishment, and neither can Miss Li. What's going on? Zongqing over there drank a whole bowl and is fine. Channan's just stacking rocks on the side." Not giving a damn about the world, Yi Feng crawled onto his hand and whined, Big bro, can I have a bowl?" Channan looked at him and asked, "Aren't you afraid of your belly bursting?" He tried to persuade him. Then, just a drop is fine." Channan picked up the bowl and agreed. "All right, you're too weak anyway. You should get some nourishment." A drop of soup fell from the bowl. Yi Feng quickly snapped it up. He cried out in satisfaction, sounding like he was on drugs. "I want to fly. I want to be the one standing on top of Feng. I want to go wherever I want." On the other side, Wang Daoxian and Old Porky were still standing there, exchanging glances with fearful expressions. The heavenly tribulation is about to hit, goddammit. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and birds flew around in chaos. Old Porky and Wang Daoxian huddled together, afraid to move. To be honest, based on what we've prepared, we really don't have the confidence to withstand the heavenly tribulation. We can only hope that the Honorable One can somehow help us a little. Yi Feng glanced at the sky and couldn't help but sigh. The weather is really fickle. The two didn't dare say anything, sweat pouring down. He then ordered, Zhongqing, help me clean up a bit." She immediately obeyed. "Yes, Shifu." 2 bolts of lightning ripped through the dense, dark clouds. The two paled in fear and looked up. "It's here." Lightning struck straight down at them. Crackling loudly, Yi Feng heard the noise and shot a sharp glance at the 2 lightning bolts, which vanished without a trace, as if they had never appeared. He looked up at the sky, confused. Wang Daoxian and Old Porky suddenly turned green. What, the Honorable One didn't even do anything? And directly scared the heavenly tribulation away, goddammit? The heavenly tribulation represents the heavenly daba. The two were as happy as if they were in heaven. Old Porky asked, "How do you feel, old Wang?" Wang Daoxian said with satisfaction, "Holy shit, my dantian's changing. I didn't expect the second fate tribulation to be overcome so easily. The Honorable One is truly terrifying." The others, who had gone to relieve themselves, looked at him with satisfaction. He turned around, smiled, and ordered, "Let's go. Let's continue on our way." Zhongqing looked at him and asked, "Shifu, what about the rest of the soup?" Yi Feng sighed and lamented, "So many people got stomachaches from drinking it. What a failure." He decided to pour out the pot of soup, turned around, and left. Several miles away, a large group of people gathered together. Di Wu Tianming asked, "Was that a fate tribulation just now?" Yun Haoshan replied, "The commotion was terrifying. It seems like it was." Shui Xinju was super confused. Like, WTF is going on? 2 emperor-level tribulations happening at the same time? Does that mean 2 martial emperors are breaking through together? But wait, isn't that where Mr. is? Then some dude came running, all flustered. "To report," he yelled. "Reporting. Those big shots have left." When the group heard that, they decided to go check it out. "Let's go take a look." They booked it out Kata there. They arrived at the spot where Yi Feng's crew just dipped. Yun Haoxian was like, "Doesn't seem like anything special here." Yang Tianyu agreed. "Yeah, but let's look closer. Maybe that mister left some kind of opportunity." Shui Qinzhu chimed in. "Totally. Even something that guy tossed aside could be something we could use forever." Then Di Wu Tianming spotted the snake soup pot that Yi Feng kicked, and his eyes went wide.
This is... A scream pierced the air. Young Tianyu spotted the snake corpse sprawled on the ground. This is the head of that two-life demon emperor from last night, Shu Qinzhu added. No doubt there's still some shed snake skin here. Shui Qinzhu suddenly realized. The snake head and skin are in the same place, don't tell me they used that emperor-level Yao beast for food. Diwu Tianming knew he'd struck gold. He grabbed the pot and jumped high in the air, all by himself. The others were pissed, yelling in unison, Diwu Tianming, you cheapskate, you're trying to hog it all for yourself. Chase him. They flew up to give chase, surrounding him. Diwu Tianming, put that pot down, or we're gonna get rough. Yun Xiankui, watching the squabble from below, realized, what are those guys arguing about? Look, that pot is the opportunity that Mr. left behind. Peng Xianhe, seeing this, got mad. So annoying. Sect masters in closed-door cultivation, so there's no way to get here. Now all we can do is watch. Diwu Tianming harumphed, threatening, if you guys want to gang up on me, I'll dump this pot. No one gets anything. Shui Qinzhu knew things were getting out of hand, so he tried to smooth things over. So, what do you want? He started bargaining. Simple. There's about a cup of soup left in here. I'll drink a third, and you guys can split the rest. The others had no choice but to agree. All right, fine. Let's do it your way. He started slurping it down. Li Shuhua, taking advantage of his distraction, swung his sword and made him drop the pot, yelling, had enough! Give me a turn! Diwu Tianming screamed. You sneaky bastard! The others flew over to fight for it. My turn, me next. The pot, caught in the struggle, fell to the ground. Those who absorbed the soup's power laughed with satisfaction. Divine medicine. Calling it celestial medicine is an understatement. I'm about to break through. Me too. Everyone below watched this scene, stunned. 5 top experts breaking through to the... He opened it, and the crowd scrambled towards the pot. Brothers, hurry up! See if there's any left. The crowd fought over the pot. Don't fight me. One guy, seeing the broth spilled on the ground, shouted, look, this patch of dirt looks super luxury VIP promar. They scrambled to scoop up the dirt, devouring it greedily. Looks like the broth soaked into this mud. So Dak Chenkong turned to Yun Xiankui and said, let's go too. Peng Xianhe, standing behind, snorted coldly. You're the young master of Shuishan Manor, and you're the eldest young lady of Fengyun Valley. You want to join this kind of scramble? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the world? The two ignored her and flew straight into the sky. Peng Xianhe, being given the cold shoulder, got angry. How silly. There's barely anything left in the pot. You can't even eat mud. What a waste of physical strength. The two flew over to snatch the pot of broth from the others. Yun Xiankui reminded, don't lick it all up. Leave some for me. Peng Xianxie walked over, disapproving. How unsightly. The others successively increased their strength, including the two, also erupting with power. Peng Xianxie was extremely surprised. What? They broke through to Martial Venerable. They ecstatically shuddered. This comfortable feeling is unprecedented. She looked at the crowd still fighting over the pot. Only now did she realize the high value of this pot. Too careless. There's only one last gulp left. She drew her sword and slashed twice, chasing the others away. You all get out of here. Peng Xianxie definitely has to have this opportunity. Peng Xianhe hurriedly poured it into her mouth. An indescribable taste spread. This isn't a medicinal snake soup at all. It's pee. Damn it, this isn't soup. It's urine. The sun shone brightly down on the forest. Everyone was exhausted after the period of fighting and snatching. Yun Haotian spoke up. Everyone has such astonishing methods. This mister is definitely a martial immortal. I wonder, what exactly does the mister need to do coming to our Nansha? Yun Xiankui and Chang Kong found his words reasonable, thinking in their hearts. That's right, such a peerless expert suddenly descending to Nansha. It's impossible that there is no purpose. Furthermore, not to mention that he killed the Tongtian Jiaolong as soon as he arrived. Even the forces of Nansha are slowly changing. For example, the Tianjian sect, which was originally very powerful, but after our breakthrough this time, it is definitely ranked last. Beside, Peng Xianxie and several disciples vomited after drinking pee. Yun Xiankui spoke up. Senior cultivators, I once heard Lu Qingshan of the Qingshan sect in Qingpingjiang say that this mister is very likely setting up a big game, she continued. And Nansha is very likely one of the important pieces on this chessboard. Therefore, his arrival in Nansha this time must have some intention. The 4 people were stunned after hearing it. Based on what she said, aren't we just pawns on the senior's chessboard? Diwu Tianming grinned, carrying a smile. But so what? So what? To these people, Yi Feng is number 1. It's all about him, after all. Even if we're just pawns in his game, isn't that a kind of honor? The 5 guys didn't care, just happy and eager. Let's bounce. Following Mr. might even lead to some serendipity. Mr., please order us around ruthlessly, like horses. The guys who stayed behind were speechless. How could they be so lively at their age? 2 days later, in Nansha, at Rangyatan, Li Yihan bowed gratefully, thanking Yi Feng. Mister? My home is just ahead. I'm truly grateful for your company along the way. Yi Feng, all smiles, said, Don't mention it. We should be thanking Miss Lai for escorting us. Yi Han immediately turned her head away, pursing her lips. Spare me. She turned back to face him, her voice trembling as she said, If it's all right, can I invite Mister to rest at my house? He happily declined. No need. We still have a journey ahead, so we won't trouble you. Li Yihan drooped. That's right, Mister would never want to get involved with someone like me. Suddenly, Yi Feng said, Miss Li Sai, take this. He smiled lightly, presenting a sword in front of her. She looked at the sword questioningly. This is, he said. Meeting his fate, this sword may be a bit ugly, but keep it as a memento. Li Yihan held the sword in her hand, her mouth agape in surprise. Thank you, mister. In fact, this was the soul-devouring sword, originally the weapon of the Xuanwu sect's ancestor. Each use cost dozens of years of lifespan, with the effect of gradually encroaching on the spiritual energy of other weapons. The carriage departed. Yi Feng shouted back, Well then, we'll meet again if fate allows. Li Yihan stood rooted to the spot. She thought, Mister probably doesn't dislike me, right? Wu Tianming shouted loudly. What did you say? Great Lord Wei is flying into a rage. He rubbed his forehead helplessly. Not good. Because of Yixian Sheng's matter, I forgot that Great Lord is arriving soon, Yunxian Kuyet asked. May I ask, who is this Great Lord? Wu Tianming replied. It's him, the Kaishan old ancestor of Dongsheng Jiao, Xingyi Taiji sect, Grandmaster Jiang Yude. The others looked bewildered. Yang Tianyu then said, I remember now. A month ago, Grandmaster said he wanted to travel to Nansha and conveniently survey the major sects. It's just that Mister's sudden visit made us all forget. Damn it, if no one entertains him, it's no wonder the Grandmaster is angry. Shui Qinzhu continued. Now that you mention it, the Grandmaster and Mister are quite similar. Many years ago, the Grandmaster retired to seclusion, and in recent years, it seems he hasn't made any moves, and no one can clearly see his cultivation level. From the outside, he looks just like a mortal. Chen Kong, standing to the side, said, The more unfathomable an existence is, the more cautious one must be. Shui Qinzhu gave a forced smile. That's deeply ingrained. Grandmaster Jiang Yude. Some speculate that he is at least a 10th life martial emperor, and some speculate that he has long become an immortal. But regardless, this matter has put all of Nansha in a difficult position. Yi Xiansheng and Grandmaster Jiang, these two are peerless experts whose cultivation levels cannot be seen through, so what to choose? Those guys were really struggling to choose. Peng Xianker stood to the side without saying a word. A foot landed on the rooftop. A bunch of slow-witted fools. I won't bother going with you guys. Peng Xianker and the others looked down at the hotel from the rooftop. Better to strike first. Peng, he must actively approach that Mr. Yi Feng and the others gathered in a hotel room, he said. Today, we'll rest here in Maixian City for a day. Of course, you can also go to the nearby market to stroll around and buy some local specialties. He handed them a handful of coins. Speaking of which, 10 coins for each of you. Actually, I think 8 coins is enough, the group said in unison. Thank you, mister. They scrambled to leave. Chanan waddled over to Yi Feng and asked, What about me? Yi Feng glanced at him and said, You? Didn't I already give you a penny last time? You blew through it that fast? Hearing that, Chanan felt a pang of guilt. Avoiding Yi Feng's gaze, not daring to say a word, a fist came flying. Yi Feng whacked him hard on the head, curling his lip in a sneer. You good for nothing? Seriously, a total waste of space. Don't you know how tough life is? Look at all the people we're traveling with. How much we gotta spend? Just now, we shelled out a whopping 48 pennies. You think my money grows on trees or something? Chanan clutched his head, looking pathetic, not daring to argue. Then he said something that made Yi Feng jump. But didn't I have money stashed with you? Yi Feng launched into a tirade. Let me break it down for you, genius. How do you think you got here? The carriage ride wasn't free, you know. Food and lodging don't magically appear. And there's a ton of other expenses, Chanan retorted. But still, can't have used that much. Yi Feng was speechless. So, now you're getting lippy with me, huh? At his wit's end, Gao Kang handed over a penny, telling him, all right, here's a penny, but I'm warning you, you better make it last. Don't come begging me for more. Seeing the penny, Chanan was overjoyed. Yi Feng turned to leave. All right, I'm heading out to have some fun. He didn't even pay attention to Yi Feng, completely focused on his only possession, weeping tears of joy. Chanan and Guzi stood on the hotel balcony, looking out, sighing as they watched the people passing by. Guzi said, Cha, Don't be too bummed out. Just save up slowly. You've already got 3 gold nits stashed away. If we keep scrimping like this, in 10 or 8 years you can splurge once, Chan Nan said gloomily. Ching, don't bother trying to cheer me up. Life's got no flavor anymore. Feels like nothing can get me excited. Then he suddenly yelled, Yi Feng, look at those legs. The two of them stared around wide-eyed.
Where? They spotted the back of a woman in a fiery red dress.
Screaming, True Nan, clenching the railing, trying to hold back, he said. We can only look, not touch. It's unbearable.
He scratched excitedly at the railing and shot out, charging off enthusiastically. I can't take it anymore.
So what if I die trying?
Cremon, let's pull a big one. Outside Yi Feng's room, one of them said, Bro, you've got some serious balls. Chan Nan secretly signaled the two to be quiet, saying, Shut up. You two go scout around. If the boss comes back, get back here and let me know. They quickly agreed. Got it. Guzi led Yi Feng away, wagging their tails. As the two passed a girl walking in the opposite direction, she looked at Guzi, feeling like she recognized him. That dog looks familiar. But she didn't pay much attention. Walking up the stairs, she licked her lips with determination.
Whatever. Today, Peng Shanjie will use her beauty to win over that big shot. She arrived at the door of Yi Feng's room, saw the door was ajar, and pushed it open. Before she could even look inside, she was punched straight in the face. Peng Shanjie flew straight up to the roof, bursting right through it.
Chan Nan sighed in relief. Phew, that was close. That was close. He'd just found another penny from Yi Feng's bed. Almost got caught red-handed. Peng Shanjie walked away, cursing loudly. Damn it, so damn annoying. Leaning on a cane, she limped along furiously, not expecting her plan to fail before it even started. So hateful, she might have offended that person. After walking a short distance, her eyes fell on a familiar back stand. Dude, are you seriously saying you're buying so many apples from me, and I only get 1 gold coin? You can't lowball me like that. Yi Feng sighed and said, Alright, how about this? You're only taking 1 gold coin, so I won't haggle anymore, okay?
The seller was silent for a moment after hearing this,
and then he reluctantly agreed.
Sounds reasonable. Yi Feng successfully bargained, thanked him with a huge smile, and left with the basket of apples.
As soon as he turned around, the battered image of Peng Ying hit him right in the face. She spoke first. Small world, huh? Didn't expect to run into you here. He looked at her, confused. WTF, why is it her? Talk about being haunted. Peng Ying, hearing this, said, I haven't forgotten. That day at the stream by the lake, because of you, I had to endure the abuse from those horrible women, which ruined my face. And then I was abandoned by a man, driven to despair, and jumped into the river to end it all.
She frowned angrily and yelled, If I don't torture you, I can't calm my anger. She quickly grabbed him by the collar and flew away. He accidentally dropped the basket of apples. He watched them fall, full of regret, and shouted, My apples!
Yi Feng slowly opened his eyes.
He woke up to find himself tightly bound. He yelled, Peng Ying, you've gone all out this time.
I may have rejected your attempts to get back together last time, but there's no need to let love turn to hate, right? Besides, you dumped me first. Peng Ying angrily cursed at him. Shut up, you idiot.
She crossed her arms and stood in front of him, saying, Yi Feng, try to use your brain a little. Who do you think Peng Shanjie is? I'm a cultivator above the masses.
Why would I want to get back with a mortal like you? Stop being so shameless, okay? He retorted cheekily. Oh, that's great then. His flippant attitude made her grind her teeth in anger.
Her anger blazed as she said in a threatening tone, Looks like you still don't understand what you're facing. She unleashed flames, intending to scare him, trembling, a mere mortal. Facing her like this, Yi Feng didn't feel anything at all. He even let out a huge yawn. She was completely shocked. A yawn. Why? Why can't a mortal see this oppressive aura? I'm clearly a martial sect expert. She angrily slashed her sword at the pillar. Shut your damn mouth. He couldn't help but yawn until tears streamed down his face. Sorry, I've been really tired these past few days. Yi Feng yawned incessantly.
I'm serious, I can't help it.
Peng Ying was speechless with anger at this guy. She tried to calm down and said, You're very clever, deliberately provoking me, wanting me to give you a quick death. Let me take a good look at you.
Seeing her acting dangerous, she said, But the reason I haven't killed you again and again is because I want to take you back to the Heavenly Sword Sect and torture you slowly there.
Somewhere else. Peng Ying led Yi Feng in front of a spatial gate. She said,
Yi Feng, what's inside the gate before you is the Heavenly Sword Sect's imprisoned dragon domain. It's full of danger inside. Inside, you'll witness the most terrifying things in this world.
She asked, So, are you scared yet? Yi Feng wasn't very interested in this place. His face looked like he was saying, "Hurry up and get it over with so I can go home," she said smugly.
In the end, I'll give you one more chance. If you're willing to kneel down and kowtow.
Before she could finish, she looked to the side and saw him jump straight inside. Peng Ying's eyes bulged in surprise.
What? You?
She didn't expect him to do that. Good, good, good. A little mortal dares to enter on his own. Let you experience the terror inside. I believe you'll regret it, and obediently kneel down.
Inside the gate was a desolate, lifeless landscape. The imprisoned dragon domain relied on formations to create a sealed space.
He stepped down into the prison. The air inside was thin and violent, making it extremely difficult to even breathe. Aside from that, the gravity inside was several times stronger than the outside world, and it was also sealed with many ferocious Yao beasts within the prison dragon domain.
Even a martial emperor, if they didn't know how to open the formation, would slowly be grinded to death, let alone a mere mortal. He felt many pairs of fierce eyes fixed on him.
They quickly charged to attack him.
Since my rebirth, there's one thing I've been hiding deep down.
He turned his head, glaring. Ever since I merged with the system, I've realized I don't feel fear. Whether it was running into mountain bandits before, or Peng Ying pointing her sword at me, aside from unconsciously making some fleeing actions, shrinking back, and being superficially flustered. Seriously thinking about it, I wasn't scared at all. On the contrary, I was extremely calm. Fresh blood dripped from the sword, as if I was born without fear of anything in this world. Even more ridiculous,
I just feel like this stuff isn't scary at all. It comes from my subconscious. There is no fear.
Yi Feng glared at the Yao beasts he had just dealt with. Nice one. Peng Ying, so many wild beasts in here. Looks like you really want me dead.
His eyes lit up, full of dread. Even if I am a mortal, I've never been someone to be trifled with. Yi Feng always knows how to give as good as he gets.
Yi Feng was actively hacking and slashing at the wild beasts.
Looking at the corpses of wild beasts scattered everywhere, he was a little pleased. Almost done dealing with them all. In this different world, it's lucky I still practice martial arts. It's not completely useless. At least I can still handle these kinds of wild beasts.
After walking a little further,
he suddenly stopped, looking at the wall of energy in front of him. He wondered. No path.
Is this the end?
Yi Feng looked around, then judged. This wall has no end in sight. Trying to find a way out by following it would probably be too much. What to do now? Outside, Peng Xianxie sat staring at the gate, tears welling up.
Yi Feng, you probably don't know what you're going through inside, do you?
I bet you're sitting by the gate waiting and crying, begging me to let you out.
She stood up and said to her subordinates,
I'll go take a look. The subordinates responded, Yes, holy maiden.
Stepping into the secret realm, she was panicked at not seeing anyone around. Where is he? Peng Xianxie wondered. What's going on here?
Even I have trouble walking continuously in here. For him to dare leave the gate, he must have headed deeper inside.
The masked subordinates shouted anxiously from outside.
Holy maiden, you should come out quickly. That mortal must have been dragged away by Yao beasts already. If you don't come out and something happens, it won't be easy to deal with.
Peng Xianxie turned around after hearing that.
She didn't forget to say a few words. Just die like that. That'd be too easy on you.
Suddenly, a tremor occurred,
causing Peng Xianxie to panic.
What's this tremor?
Outside, the disciples flew up in a flurry. They looked down in panic. What's happening? The entire sect is shaking. What kind of incident is this?
Meanwhile, Yi Feng was using all his strength to kick the energy wall in front of him, causing it to crack a little.
What is this wall made of? It's so hard. And so hazy, too.
Yi Feng kicked off, continuing his unfinished business.
Full speed ahead, the violent tremors shaking the sect forced the sect master of Tianjian sect, Duan Xingfeng, to investigate.
He pointed incredulously, bellowing, What in the world? It must be a problem with the very foundation of our Tianjian sect.
But that's impossible, he continued. The foundation of our Tianjian sect is formed from formations, and personally arranged by the founding ancestor himself. How could there be a problem?
The more he spoke, the more puzzled he became. Duan Xingfeng immediately ordered his disciples, Everyone, listen up. Immediately investigate the cause of this incident. The disciples immediately flew off in all directions, yes. Meanwhile, in Jieyi City,
a loud shout rang out. What? Mr. got kidnapped?
Yun Haoshin said sternly.
That Peng Xianxie brat from the Tianjian sect is getting too bold. She actually dared to kidnap Mr. But, with Mr.'s cultivation, how could a mere Peng Xianxie possibly kidnap him?
Shui Qinzhu, sitting nearby, chimed in.
US mortals can't fathom what high-level beings do. But I feel there's a deeper meaning here. Besides, Mr.'s signal is very clear. Clearly, his next step in the grand scheme of things is related to Tianjian sect. I just don't know if it's a blessing or a curse for Tianjian sect.
This shouldn't be delayed. We'll immediately rush to the Tianjian sect and investigate the situation. With that, they all shot off in a flash. Old Porky saw this and pondered. What do we do? Wang Daoshan looked at the three seriously. Let's go. When Old Porky turned around, he saw Lu Banwei, Wang Kai, and Yi Feng gathered outside on the balcony, chatting. 9 points is fine, 7 points then. Bro, you never rate lower than 6 points. Seeing the scene before him, Old Porky was dumbfounded, unsure what to say. Wang Daoshan had to speak up. The attitude is very clear, that Nam Daddy isn't in a hurry, so we don't need to be either. He winked cheerfully. I think Mr. is in a playful mood this time, wanting to have a fun little vacation. Old Porky had an epiphany. So that's it. Then how about we play a round of Dao Diju while we wait for Mr. to return? Wang Daoshan said happily. Deal? So the two joined the other three. A pair of hearts, a pair of fours. Porky uncle, hurry up, we're waiting for your turn. Meanwhile, Yi Feng had gone deeper. He had just successfully broken through the wall. Stepping inside, he said with dismay, what a dilapidated place. After exploring earlier, this place should be like this. Suddenly angry, he punched the wall hard. Damn it, I'll see how much glass you have. Everything shattered. Holy crap. Outside, the scene was utter chaos. Several foundations of the Tianjian sect had collapsed before the horrified eyes of the disciples. Sectmaster, Sectmaster, your palace has collapsed too. Sectmaster, it's over. The grand meeting hall has been broken in two. Duan Xingfeng stood there, enraged. I am witnessing it. Peng Shanhair walked over from afar and asked, Shifu, what exactly is going on? Duan Xingfeng replied, there's a problem with the sect's foundation formation, and the source seems to be inside the prisoner dragon domain. Hearing this, Peng Shanhair panicked even more. Duan Xingfeng turned back and asked, have you imprisoned anyone inside recently? The crowd shook their heads in unison. Peng Shanhair could only frown and reassure herself. Impossible, impossible, it's impossible for that mortal to be involved. Duan Xingfeng shouted and commanded, there's no other way. Although it's dangerous, but things have come to this. All elite disciples and elders, we will go to the prisoner dragon domain to investigate the truth. The group flew off together. Stepping inside, they were all stunned. Looking at the scene before them, all the Yao beasts were killed. This kind of situation, even if we wanted to deal with the Yao beasts here, it would be extremely difficult. What on earth happened here? Duan Xingfeng was covered in sweat. Everyone, the wall of the prisoner dragon domain has also been broken. The eyes of the group seemed to pop out when they saw a hole appear on it. Sweat poured down Duan Xingfeng's body like rain. In that year, the founding ancestor of the Tianjian sect, with his heaven-defying cultivation, used formations as the foundation to establish the Tianjian sect, and these formations are all gathered together, including the mountain. It's obvious that some mysterious species from the dragon imprisonment domain broke through the spirit-gathering formation, the old man said, sending shivers down everyone's spines. What on earth could possibly bypass the formation? Peng Xianjie shuddered, her mind racing in panic. No way, absolutely no way. Even if the time of the demonic beast's death perfectly aligns with the shaking of the Heavenly Sword sect, there's no way that Good for Nothing could have done it. Within the core of the Heavenly Sword sect's grand formation, the lone figure sitting in the center was none other than the Heavenly Sword sect's old ancestor, Ye Tiansheng. He sighed, lost in thought as he gazed at the chessboard before him. What must come, eventually will. The first ancestor once said that the Heavenly Sword sect would face a crisis of annihilation in 10,000 years, and the only way to resolve it was to break this chessboard. But alas, 10,000 years have passed, and countless inheritors haven't been able to break this chessboard, not even myself. Because no matter how you analyze it, this is a losing game, he thought sadly. Even a god couldn't reverse this. Suddenly, he sensed something. Ye Tiansheng was alarmed, frantically looking around. It's coming! The thing that shattered the Heavenly Sword sect's formation, the mysterious species, he thought in a panic, his face turning pale. Can I even fight it? Can I withstand it? Negotiate? Is the thing I'm facing even capable of understanding human speech? Is it a mutated demonic beast from the dragon imprisonment domain? Or did some other cause lead to the formation giving birth to a spirit, he thought, staring intently at the gate in the distance. He saw a figure approaching. Yi Tiansheng grew even more panicked. It's coming. Yi Feng slowly walked out. He's finally out, he said, dumbfounded, his mouth agape in disbelief. Brr, it's cold, he commented. This Heavenly Sword sect place is truly a work of demonic craftsmanship. All these glass rooms and whatnot. I wonder how much money they wasted. Ye Tiansheng trembled, thinking, a young man, and I can't even see through him. Or is it that he's so strong that he's beyond my ability to observe? Suddenly he walked towards him and called out, Old man, causing Ye Tiansheng to stumble. What does he want? Is he going to attack me? He spoke again. Old man, are you having a stroke? Ye Tiansheng's footing was unsteady.
and he almost fell. But Yi Feng caught him. "Old man, you should sit down." Yet Tiansheng was too scared to speak. "What's going on? This person broke through the formation to get here. Isn't he here to destroy the Heavenly Sword Sect's last bastion?" At this moment, he was calmer, but still a little confused, thinking, "Heavens, what does this guy want?"
He destroyed the Heavenly Sword Sect's spirit-gathering formation and the entire dragon imprisonment domain. He clearly came to destroy my Heavenly Sword Sect, but his actions are too strange. Yi Feng looked up and asked,
"Old man, this isn't the Heavenly Sword Sect, right?" Ye Tiansheng lowered his head softly. "No, it's not." He thought again. "This place of mine not only has the entire core of the formation, but is also the end point of the entire formation. This position is indeed detached from the outside of the Heavenly Sword Sect." "Looks like this guy's already seen through everything," Yi Feng smiled. "Well, that's good then." And say, "Old man, you like playing chess?" As he spoke, he looked down at the chessboard before him. Ye Tiansheng said, "I know a little bit. A little bit." Suddenly, Yi Feng's face darkened. "But if this is a losing game right underneath us," then he threw it away, shocking the old man. You! What do you mean by this?" At this time, Yi Feng only smiled and said, "Old man, don't get excited. I just felt an itch when I saw you, and wanted to play a game of chess with you. Since there's a chess set here, and we wanted to play chess, we can't be playing a chess game that has already been decided as a losing game, right? Playing with a losing hand is meaningless. Why not start over from the beginning, for the thrill of it, don't you agree?" Ye Tiansheng couldn't help but think. Playing with a losing hand is meaningless. What is he implying? On the other side, in the sky above the Heavenly Sword Sect, the energy barrier was cracking. Everyone around was panicking. What, the Foundation and the Heavenly Sword Sect's mountain protection formation have actually been destroyed? Run away? The entire sect is about to collapse? Duan Qingfeng stood frozen in place. Could something have happened to the old ancestor?
Duan Qingfeng gnashed his teeth in disbelief. The Heavenly Sword Sect, passed down for countless generations, is now being destroyed in an instant. Then he looked back at Yi Feng.
He was seriously holding a chess piece, and at the same time, they're radiating this crazy strong power. All right, Pops, let's get this show on the road.
Ye Tiansheng watched the scene unfolding before him, utterly stunned.
This is the power of the great Dao. An average cultivator might gain a sudden surge in power through enlightenment of martial intent, but the power of the great Dao is on a whole other level. Just a touch of it requires a person to be burdened with luck. It's not just a power boost, it elevates your very potential. And to break through the Emperor realm and become an immortal, you need a complete understanding of the power of the great Dao, he thought, eyes wide.
Throughout the entire Immortal River continent, there have been thousands upon thousands of martial emperors, but you can count on one hand the number who've actually broken through to immortality. And right here, surrounding this chessboard, is a concentration of the power of the great Dao.
Only a celestial being could pull this off. With that thought, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Seeing the guy clutching his stomach and laughing his head off, Yi Feng was dumbfounded. Yi Tiansheng then cursed himself internally. Yi Tiansheng, you're such a frickin' pushover. This isn't some kind of crisis, it's a golden opportunity.
All right, then let me slowly play this game of chess with this great master, he thought, gently placing his piece.
Yi Feng also responded, catching him off guard. Check.
How cunning. No matter how he positioned his pieces, Yi Feng could always see through his moves, and every time he felt like he was about to lose, Yi Feng would deliberately leave him a way out.
Yi Feng thought with satisfaction. This old man's chess skills aren't bad. It's been a while since I felt such a refreshing feeling while playing chess. He should be able to give me quite a bit of experience. With that thought, he placed his piece down. Surprising Ye Tiansheng. What? So many moves are repeated. It's a draw. Yi Feng thought to himself. Beating this old guy wouldn't mean anything to me. Besides, he's just an old man. Giving him some face is the right thing to do.
Ye Tiansheng looked at the chessboard before him, lost in thought. He clearly had countless opportunities to beat me. But if I seize this opportunity now,
I might be able to comprehend a sliver of the power of the great Dao. My future cultivation path will be smooth sailing, without any bottlenecks, he thought, becoming increasingly excited. Suddenly he stood up and said, All right, old sir, I should be leaving now. Ye Tiansheng was filled with regret. He's just going to leave like that. But if this master wants to leave, he can't stop him. He turned back and pointed upwards, asking, Oh, right, old sir, how do I get up there? Leaving Yi Feng speechless at the foot of the mountain. At the Heavenly Sword Sect, Duan Qingfeng spoke up. We don't even understand what the hell is going on.
Suddenly, a disciple ran over, shouting, It's bad, sect master, annoying Duan Qingfeng. I can see that you imbecile.
The disciple panicked. It's not that.
the Heavenly Demon Sect, the Wind Cloud Valley, the Snowy Peak Manor, the Sword Control Sect, the Li family, and countless other families are attacking. Duan Qingfeng turned around in shock. Seeing the crowd approaching with murderous intent, Duan Qingfeng looked up in alarm and shouted, "Everyone, what do you mean by this?" Yun Haoshan said sternly. "What do we mean? The Heavenly Sword Sect dared to commit such an unspeakable act. Aren't you even aware of it yourselves?" Too many coincidences were crashing down at once. Peng Xianqier couldn't handle it and could only stand there, looking up with utter terror. Duan Qingfeng, his brow furrowed in anger, roared, "What unspeakable act? Don't go around spouting nonsense. Are you trying to kick a man when he's down? Trying to swallow up my Heavenly Sword Sect without success?" Then, Duan Qingfeng raised his sword, and the disciples behind him immediately charged forward. Duan Qingfeng shouted, "Do you really think my Heavenly Sword Sect is that easy to bully?" On the other side, Shui Qinzhu crossed her arms in response. "The Heavenly Sword Sect, you really don't know what's good for you. You're about to die, and you still don't know how to repent." Behind her, Shu, Qin, and Hua were also observing. Yang Tianyu held his sword horizontally in front of him, saying darkly, "HMPH, I advise the Heavenly Sword Sect not to resist. Take the opportunity to obediently surrender. It's not just the sect that's in danger. The entire Heavenly Sword Sect will be destroyed." Duan Qingfeng looked up at the crowd, thinking to himself, "This isn't good. They don't seem to be lying. According to what they're saying, the Heavenly Sword Sect has done something to offend others, leading to the destruction of the sect and the siege by several great sects." Then, Duan Qingfeng turned around and questioned the disciples. "What exactly is going on? Are you hiding something from me?" They responded frantically, We don't know, Sect Master." Suddenly, one of them shouted loudly, "That's right, Sect Master! If there really was something like that, how could we hide it from you?" Peng Xianqier was drenched in cold sweat upon hearing that. Seeing that no one knew what was going on, Duan Qingfeng turned back and cupped his hands in a salute to the crowd. He said, "Everyone, you must know who I, Duan Qingfeng, am. It's true that I'm not clear on what's happening. I hope you can explain it more clearly." Hearing this, Yun Haoxian snorted coldly and said, "Duan Qingfeng, whether you're pretending to be confused or truly are, if you want to ask us back, why don't you try asking your good disciple next to you?" This caused all eyes to turn towards Peng Xianqier, who was extremely panicked at this moment. Duan Qingfeng turned to her and asked, "Xianqier," Peng Xianqier eagerly replied, "Esteemed seniors, this junior's strength is indeed not as good as yours, but you can't just slander me like this." Shui Qinzhu crossed her arms and looked down, asking back, "Slander? You really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin, huh? You're so blind, yet you dared to bring Mr. back to the Tianjian sect. Do you really think you can gloss over the past by stubbornly denying it?" Duan Qingfeng's sweat poured out upon hearing this. He repeated, "Mr. What Mr.?" Shui Qinzhu angrily yelled, "Of course, it's that peerless expert who recently arrived in Nangsa, and your precious disciple dared to capture him and bring him back to the Tianjian sect." Duan Qingfeng still hadn't grasped what this meant, his face weary. Peng Xianqier couldn't take it anymore and retorted loudly, "Senior Yang, although I don't know when I offended you, if you want to slander me, you should at least come up with a good reason. What kind of heaven-piercing cultivation level does that peerless expert in Nangsa have? How could I, Peng Xianqier, possibly have the ability to capture him back to this Tianjian sect?" Shui Qinzhu and the others stood still, listening to Peng Xianqier's words. Then, Peng Xianqier continued, "Although I did capture a mortal 2 days ago, you can't just use the excuse that this mortal is that Mr. to slander me." Speaking of this, she suddenly realized something, recalling her past actions, with dead rats all over the ground. Her inner voice repeated, "Mortal, mortal." Then came the image of Peng Xianqier standing there, muttering in her heart, "Mortal." Yi Feng's image flashed through her mind. Peng Xianqier thought to herself, "Don't tell me it's." Peng Xianqier felt like she was struck by lightning. She clutched her head, her face deathly pale, thinking, "No, it's impossible, absolutely impossible. How could this be? How could that good-for-nothing I once abandoned be the peerless expert in countless people's eyes?" Then, a trembling Peng Xianqier said, "You must be mistaken. This is simply impossible." Elder Lin was furious upon hearing this, his eyes filled with rage. He asked back, "Mistaken? Not at all. Let me tell you, that mortal you captured in Maxian City is Mr." Then he continued loudly, "Mr. is busy experiencing mortal life, comprehending ordinary life, and you, of all people, are just too much. You actually dared to capture Mr. and even bring him to your Tianjian sect." Then, he directed his question towards Peng Xianqier. "I ask you, what crime should you be charged with?" Peng Xianqier was completely stunned at this moment. She widened her eyes and muttered, Maxian City? It really is him, she thought to herself. That guy who had to try all sorts of ways to please me, a mortal who even had trouble making ends meet. How could he be that peerless expert? An image of Yi Feng holding a flower, trying to please her, flashed before her eyes. Little Ying, this is for you. She returned to reality, and a disciple whispered in Duan Xingfeng's ear. After listening, he asked back, You said that 2 days ago, Peng Xianjie opened the dragon imprisoning domain and locked a mortal inside.
No wonder. Then, Duan Xingfeng raised his hand towards Peng Xianjie, causing her to panic.
Duan Xingfeng didn't hesitate, and immediately struck Peng Xianjie with a palm strike. As he attacked her, he scolded. No wonder my Tianjian sect, which has been accumulating virtue, suddenly had its foundation destroyed. So this good deed was done by you. Peng Xianjie was sent flying away, slamming her back against the ground.
The disciples also began to scold her. The Tianjian sect is our home, but just now, the home we've lived in for countless years has become a wasteland. Then they rushed forward with their swords, saying, Kill her! Skin her alive! Disgusting woman!
Peng Xianjie's tears streamed down her face, and she screamed in fear. Shifu, save me! Save me! I really didn't know that good-for-nothing was that Mr. Duan Xingfeng didn't even turn around to look at Peng Xianjie, who was still reaching out and pleading, I really thought he was just a good-for-nothing. This isn't my fault. Suddenly, a powerful force attacked Peng Xianjie, causing her to slam her head against the ground. It turned out that Duan Xingfeng couldn't bear to hear Peng Xianjie's words anymore, so he directly attacked her, then said, Abolish your cultivation, everyone. Today, my Tianjian sect is at fault. Li Shuhua and Yun Haochen were a little surprised by the scene that had just unfolded before their eyes.
Duan Xingfeng immediately knelt down, bowing his head and saying, Peng Xianjie is yours to take and hand over to that Mr. for disposal. I hope that those of you who are acquainted with Mr. can say a few kind words for my Tianjian sect and spare us a path to survival.
Then Duan Xingfeng slammed his head against the ground, adding,
Please, I beg you. The disciples of the Tianjian sect were filled with grief upon seeing this.
Calling out, Sect Master Yang Tianyu closed his eyes upon seeing this and said, Lao Duan, we previously had no right to speak about life and death, but now I can show you a way out.
Duan Xingfeng Yi Tianyu continued explaining, The immortal teacher's heart is bigger than the heavens. If it weren't for your disciples being so blind, he wouldn't have even bothered to get angry this time. Even then, the immortal teacher only destroyed your sect headquarters, but didn't harm any innocents. That's proof enough that he deliberately left you a way out. Finally, Yi Tianyu concluded. So leave Peng Xianjie here and scram. Quickly.
Duan Xingfeng stood up straight and replied,
The immortal teacher is merciful. Thank you for granting us a chance to live. All disciples, listen to my order. Turn around at Deng. Then Peng Xianjie saw that everyone was leaving.
She cried out in fear, Shifu, don't want to save me. Peng Xianjie sobbed loudly.
She pleaded, Hurry, save me. Yi Tianyu's group had already landed on the ground.
Yi Tianyu snorted coldly and said, Your fate is for the immortal teacher to decide. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a fishing net with a fish inside appeared.
Yi Tianyu and Shui Shenzhu exclaimed in surprise. That is,
Yi Feng, holding the fish he just caught, stepped out of the forest with a cheerful face. Everyone shouted, It's the immortal teacher. He's holding a fish in his hand and looks extremely satisfied. The group of Yi Tianyu, Shu Shenzhu, and Li Shuhua were now extremely content. They thought to themselves, The immortal teacher really does live like a mortal. He's reached the peak of normalcy. Running on the ground, flying in the sky, up to Yao emperors, down to shrimp and fish. There's nothing he won't eat.
Then they bowed to Yi Feng. Yi Tianyu said, Immortal teacher, Yi Feng, was surprised and blurted out, Whoa, why is everyone here? There are quite a few unfamiliar faces. Shui Shenzhu raised her hand in response. Immortal teacher, we are naturally here waiting for you, Yi Feng, still not understanding, asked. Waiting for me? How did you guys know I was here?
Seeing that Yi Feng didn't understand what was going on, Shui Shenzhu and the others were racking their brains, trying to come up with an answer.
Yun Xiangke stepped in to defuse the situation, saying, It's like this. We all really love the immortal teacher's calligraphy and paintings. It just so happened that we accidentally found out about your whereabouts. Because we were too excited, we wanted to meet the immortal teacher after we found out. Yun Haoshin stood behind her, satisfied with her answer. He gave her a thumbs up, thinking to himself, My daughter, Nai Shi, is truly worthy of her name.
Chang Kong smiled and thought,
With the immortal teacher's abilities, he definitely knew we were here a long time ago. The reason he's asking is definitely to make himself out to be immortal again. Since the immortal teacher wants to play the mortal game, we can only cooperate. Beside him, Shu Qinhua remained silent. Yi Feng scratched his head awkwardly and asked, "You like my calligraphy and paintings? So, you're all my fans?" The group quickly replied, "Yes, yes." Peng Xianyer's face was now covered in scratches, and she was pale, she thought. What's going on? Peng Xianyer is being abandoned in the back? In front of her was Yi Feng's group, happily chatting. Peng Xianyer thought to herself, why has it become like this? There was such a powerful existence beside me, but I abandoned what was near for what was far, and ended up with this result. Suddenly, Yi Feng noticed something. He looked over and saw that Peng Xianyer had crawled to Yi Feng. She reached out and called him, Yi Feng, I was wrong. Begging him, I was wrong. Yi Feng, seeing her looking like a wreck, exclaimed in panic, holy crap! Peng Xianyer recalled her past. At that time, she was just a child. She thought to herself, I have a dream. That is, to become a cultivator. Peng Xianyer had always witnessed violence in this world. The status of cultivators and mortals was as different as day and night. Peng Xianyer fearfully hid behind a wall, looking out. This is the cruel reality that I learned from a young age at the Qingshan sect. Yi Feng, wearing only shorts, held his head and yelled, no spiritual root? The person opposite Yi Feng replied, you should give up and go to sleep. In the distance was a talking purple stone, which told Yi Feng, go home and sleep, kiddo. Some others also yelled, don't waste any more time. There are people waiting in line behind you, Yi Feng cried loudly. Is it true that I can't cultivate in this life, Xiao An? What should I do? Peng Xianyer behind her didn't have anything to say. Then, a finger pressed on the screen, and a beep sounded. A man wearing glasses, whose shirt was being grabbed by Yi Feng as he begged, said to Peng Xianyer, sorry, although you're a little better than that guy with no spiritual root, your aptitude is too low. The Qingshan sect can't accept you, Peng Xianyer thought to herself. I'm too weak. Then there was a picture of Peng Xianyer calling Yu Wuji. Hey, little brother, you're a disciple of the Qingshan sect, right? I also want to come to the Qingshan sect to help out a little. Is that okay? So, in order to become stronger, I resorted to any means. Even so, I still have no way to become stronger. Peng Xianyer narrowed her eyes and asked, is your sword hard to receive? Ling Yaosher darkened her face and said to Peng Xianyer, a 9th-level martial artist can't even hold her own sword steady. Do you deserve to call yourself a cultivator? Another image appeared. Luo Langshu slapped Peng Xianyer hard in the face, causing her face to swell up. Luo Langshu, with a dangerous expression, warned her word by word. You, if you dare to provoke Immortal Teacher again, especially using the name of the Qingshan sect, I will make you wish you were dead. At that time, I wasn't clear-headed enough. Why would the Qingshan sect protect a mortal? In my heart, there was only resentment. I hate that even a mortal can ride on my head. She remembered Yi Feng. Then she remembered Yu Wuji. I hate that the man I always tried to care about saw me as trash. At this time, Peng Xianyer was in the middle of a whirlpool. I hate it even more, she said gloomily. But where exactly did I go wrong? I just want to cultivate, to freely control my own life, to be noticed by others, to have good days. Was I too greedy? Peng Xianyer remembered the moment she was hugging Yu Wuji, reaching for something underwater. She thought, this world is so unfair. At this moment, only a deep whirlpool remained on the sea surface. If there's a next life, Peng Xianyer vowed that all of you will definitely pay a heavy price. Elsewhere, warm sunlight shone down on towering pavilions. Duan Qingfeng, with his hands clasped behind his back, looked at the body of a girl lying on the ground and said, I didn't expect the celestial phenomenon above the East Sea to originate from such a young girl. A man with a long beard added, her spiritual root suddenly sprouted, granting her extremely powerful cultivation talent. This energy was too immense, leading to the celestial phenomenon. Peng Xianyer was that girl. Duan Qingfeng continued. The growth of a spiritual root is extremely rare, occurring only once every tens of thousands of years. It seems this girl has long been blessed with the power of the great Dabo right beside her, emanating from some great being, which activated her potential. Nurture her well. Perhaps she can help our Heavenly Sword sect overcome the crisis foretold in the prophecy. Sometime later, at the foot of Heavenly Sword sect mountain, a girl's golden hair captivated countless hearts. The crowd cheered. Look, it's the Heavenly Sword sect's new Holy Maiden. She's absolutely stunning. Holy Maiden, please sign my name. A man said awkwardly, Holy Maiden, our village has always been protected by the Heavenly Sword sect. He offered Peng Xianyer a bag of fruit, saying, please accept this fruit. She watched him silently.
then suddenly drew her sword and held it to the man's neck. Without hesitation, she delivered a swift strike. Peng Xianxie, her eyes bloodshot, spat. "The offerings of mortals disgust me." The surrounding people were terrified and screamed, "Murder! The Heavenly Sword Sect's new holy maiden is murdering people." "Why?" Peng Xianxie repeated, her sword stained with blood. "Why? Because mortals have no value to live." Peng Xianxie's eyes blazed with murderous intent. She raised her sword and declared, "All of you, come, become blood sacrifices for my blood-drinking art." The scene shifted to an arm lying in a pool of blood on the ground. Peng Xianxie had slaughtered all the people there. As she left, she thought, "Mortals are all just my food. It was so hard to get to where I am today, I can't lose it all now." Back in reality, Peng Xianxie desperately clutched Yi Feng's clothes, pleading, "I beg you, give me another chance, let me be with you again." "Please," Peng Xianxie said anxiously. I'll serve you forever," Yi Feng replied. Yi Feng thought happily, "This is way too damn touching, and these fans are going way too far, even resolving Peng Ying's matters for me." Then, Yi Feng shook his head to calm himself down. He told himself, "But this time, I've experienced the hardship of an idol. My love life has been dug up completely." He sighed. Then Yi Feng spoke. "All right, let's get back to the main point. You wanted to kill me, and now you want to be with me. Do you take me for a fool?" Yi Feng looked at Peng Xianxie with murderous intent, making her flinch. Peng Xianxie cried in fear, tears streaming down her face. "I really know I was wrong. I'll serve you forever, okay? Didn't you used to love being with me? Don't you want me anymore?" Yi Feng drew his sword. Peng Xianxie looked down at her body and exclaimed. Yi Feng's sword pierced straight through Peng Xianxie's chest. She blacked out at this sudden act. Yi Feng turned away, his face devoid of emotion, and said, "From the start, everyone has their own path. You have your choice, which is clearly going separate ways. But your path has caused me quite a bit of trouble. Now it seems you've truly gone astray. I can't let you live any longer." Peng Xianxie fell to the ground. In her heart she questioned, "Since when? When did I lose my way?" In the end, Yi Feng took Peng Xianxie's life. With everything settled, Yi Feng turned back, clasped his hands, and bowed to Shui Shen and Zhu Ying. "Everyone, thank you. If you need any help in the future, just speak up." Shu Shen, Zhu Ying, and the people from Yongxian Palace and Yang Tianwu were overjoyed to hear this. They shouted in unison, "You're too kind, Immortal. It is our duty to contribute our strength for you." Their voices echoed through the forest. Elsewhere, Yi Tiansheng spat out water and burst into laughter. Duan Qingfeng in front of him was drenched by the water. Duan Qingfeng said, "Ancestor, the sect has been destroyed. Why are you still so happy?" Yi Tiansheng pointed and replied, "You are truly too foolish." Then, Yi Tiansheng's face flushed slightly, and he said, "Not only should we not resent that great figure for destroying our Tianjian sect, but we should also be grateful to him." Yi Tiansheng continued, "Do you remember the Kaishan founder's prediction that our Tianjian sect would face a deadly calamity, and we've been unable to break the situation for a long time?" Duan Qingfeng suddenly realized, "Come to think of it, could it be?" Yi Tiansheng excitedly pointed at Duan Qingfeng and said, "That's right, the dead end of our Tianjian sect has been broken. All of this is thanks to that benefactor." Yi Tiansheng mentioned Yi Feng. Yi Feng should be hailed as a saint. His magnanimity is as high as the sky. Even with Peng Xianxie being so blind, he didn't pursue it to the end. Merely destroying our sect can be considered a lesson, and he even used this lesson to resolve the dead end of our Tianjian sect. Yi Tiansheng continued, "From now on, our Tianjian sect will be reborn. Once the sect is rebuilt, I want to create a statue of that esteemed sir, making him a saint for everyone in the Tianjian sect to worship. Anyone who approaches must kowtow 3 times. An imposing image of Yi Feng's stone statue appeared. Duan Qingfeng happily jumped up and replied, "Understood." 3 days later, from inside a large house, a voice boomed, "Everyone, we're preparing to leave now. Thank you all sincerely this time." Another person responded, "May your journey be smooth, esteemed sir." It was Yi Feng. Preparing to depart, he asked, "Oh right, how can we contact you all in the future?" Shu Shen, Zhu Zhang, Yun Xiangke, and Yun Haoshan were overjoyed upon hearing this. They thought to themselves, "Contact us, we've been acknowledged by the esteemed sir." Yang Tianyu held out his hand with something on it and said, "Esteemed sir, you can contact us any time through this. Please accept it." Yi Feng took it and replied, "Oh wow, this is a jade transmission slip." In his heart he thought, "This toy is quite similar to a cell phone in my world.
Only cultivators or rich folks need to use it. These people are so generous. Afterward, Yi Feng left in a carriage. Yang Tianyu and the others bowed and bid him farewell. After obtaining the jade slip and bidding farewell to the group, Yi Feng spent half a month traveling around before finally reaching his destination. Xia River, Hanchang City. Yun family, Yi Feng, and Zhongqing stepped out of the carriage. Yi Feng rubbed his chin and pondered. I just heard that the Yun family is planning to marry off their daughter tomorrow. The bride is none other than my precious disciple's first love, Yun Mengtian. Beside him, Zhongqing's face darkened. Zhongqing was deathly pale, tears welling up, and his hands were trembling. It was only now that Yi Feng saw Zhongqing like this, but he didn't know what to say. Yi Feng immediately patted Zhongqing's shoulder and softly comforted him. Disciple, don't worry, your Shifu is here. Zhongqing, already on the verge of tears, called out twice upon hearing this, Shifu. A moment later, in the Yun family's hall, the family head, Yun Sheng, sat on the chair, observing the two newcomers, and asked in a deep voice, You said that you two came all the way from Pingjiang City and are here to propose marriage. Yi Feng replied seriously. That's right. Yun Sheng burst out laughing. He sarcastically retorted, Are you two joking? Can't you see that my daughter is getting married tomorrow? Yi Feng cheerfully explained. I know, but my disciple is deeply fond of your daughter. I hope that family head Yun can respect the wishes of the younger generation. Yun Sheng's face darkened upon hearing this. He coldly questioned. Respect the wishes of the younger generation, you say? Let me ask you. You said your disciple wants to marry my daughter. What can you offer? Or rather, what qualifications does your disciple have? Yi Feng confidently took out his pile of wealth, pretending to be generous, and said loudly, I wouldn't dare to hide it. I came prepared this time. I have 500,000 gold coins here. Family head Yun can consider it my betrothal gift. Yun Sheng burst into another fit of laughter right in his face, shouting loudly, Saliva flying everywhere, 500,000 gold coins. What do you take my Yun family for? Want to marry my daughter with 500,000 gold coins? That's quite a fantasy. Yi Feng was caught off guard and thought irritably, Damn it, isn't that enough? That's all my wealth. Then Yun Sheng waved his hand and said, Forget it, I don't want to make things difficult for you two. Leave quickly. Finally, before leaving, he decided to make things clear to Yi Feng, not afraid to tell him that the person my daughter is marrying is the young master of the Ye family, Ye Wuchen. Thinking of the Ye brothers, he carefully continued, His Ye family may seem like nothing, but they are the #1 family in Hanchang City. Ye Wuchen's elder brother is Ye Tianxi, a squad leader in the outer sect of Shuechuan Mountain Villa, Yun Sheng gravely reminded. Therefore, even if I agree to you, the Yi family would never agree. You all should drop that idea, lest you bring trouble upon yourselves. Yi Feng was frightened into a cold sweat upon hearing this. Having said that, Yun Sheng didn't say anything more and directly ordered his men to see the guests out. Yi Feng, being dragged out, said unhappily, Don't push, I can walk myself. Yun Sheng glanced at Yi Feng, leaving irritably, pondering silently without saying another word. A moment later, Mengtian answered. Father, Yun Sheng said from outside, I'm seriously shocked. That kid you mentioned, and his Shifu, they actually came. Mengtian was stunned. What? How is that possible? I stopped him back then. What do I do now, Father? Will he get dragged into this? Mengtian's eyes welled up, blaming herself. I screwed up big time. I'm already knee-deep in this mess, and I still went and teased him. I really shouldn't have. Yun Sheng clutched his head in frustration, quickly reassuring Mengtian, It's all my fault, for not being able to protect you. But don't worry, I chased them away. Plus, I told them how powerful the Yi family is. They definitely won't do anything suicidal. That's what he thinks. Yi Feng was comforting Zhongqing, thinking, Good luck with that old man. Mengtian couldn't do anything but say dejectedly, Okay then. After going back and forth a bit, Yun Sheng finally said softly, But I could tell those two were really serious, coming all the way from Pingjiang City with their mortal bodies and offering 500,000 gold coins as a betrothal gift. That kind of dedication. He just sighed in the end. Mengtian seemed to have let go of some of the burden in her heart, saying gently, It's okay, Father. I've accepted my fate. I just hope he's safe. On the other side, Yi Feng suddenly slammed his hand on the table and roared fiercely. Steal her. Yi Feng's eyes blazed, full of spirit. We have to steal her. Chu Shiguang and Sun Jiaj stared at him, thinking the same thing. What a rare burst of passion from the immortal Sir. Yi Feng firmly told himself, I lived a boring life in my last life. I don't want to be a loser in this new world either. Just then, Wu Yongchong entered to report, Immortal Sir, I've gathered some intelligence. Then he leaned in close to whisper in Yi Feng's ear, but he was just whispering for the atmosphere. As soon as he heard, Yi Feng repeated Wu Yonghong's words loudly without missing a single one. You said the Yi family. Besides the head of some sects, I forget what team.